Bye. what a day it is on this perfect Tuesday in your LA morning commute and drive, and you are listening to D. Fish and Decker, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Of course, we got the hype man Raj back there. We got Peyton on the ones and twos, and of course, you are listening to the new 97.1 The Fan. D. Fish and Decker with you for the next 4 hours of your LA drive and commute, and of course, you can take us on the go with the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, and get in the chat right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Join the show. And D-Fish, what are we going to do? I just don't know what to talk about for the next 4 hours. Nothing going on in the sports world.
Yeah, sports is just quiet right now.
Just so boring, and certainly not a crazy World Cup where all three of the biggest stars in the world showed up and absolutely showed out. Certainly no NBA draft going on today, of which... No. Couple of LA teams have some pretty interesting picks with the Lakers in their pick. And, of course, in the 5 spot for the Clippers. That's right. We said the Clippers out loud on this show. So those five fans, fans can stop complaining, my man.
There's 6 of them now.
Sorry,
6.
Who's the 6th? Who?
Peyton.
Marcellus Wiley.
Oh, stop it. That's 2 of the 6 then. And that's ridiculous. Guys, ladies, we got a lot to talk about. Of course, the Dodgers getting themselves a win over there in Minnesota, but not without consequences. We will talk about that. But we want everybody to go ahead and get in the chat right now. Let us know how you're feeling. Are you watching any of these World Cup matches? Of course, yesterday, we'll really quickly just touch on that real quick. Dude, Mbappe, 2 goals. Messi, 2 goals. And by the way, setting the all-time record for the World Cup for most goals ever scored, D-Fish. And you know what? I do want to hear it, Raj. Why don't you play that for us when you finally have it right in front of you?
The biggest star in Dallas today has just made World Cup history.
That was brilliant football from Argentina. Look at this cutback, the dummy, and the finish. Never in doubt. That is
right there, sound from Fox. And listen, he missed a goal earlier on a kick, end up getting 2, and then, of course, Haaland later in his matchup for Norway, 2 goals out of him, which means all eyes are on today's match at 10 a.m., Portugal, because...
Why are you laughing?
Because Ronaldo is somehow going to ruin it for Portugal, because... Brock said it last week. He's going to try and score every possible goal. Here's the problem. He's 41, and he does look 41.
So he doesn't look like LeBron looks at 41?
No, LeBron 41, Ronaldo 41. And I'm not trying to say that Ronaldo isn't clearly a 1B GOAT, if not the GOAT along with Messi, but listen, it's when one ages out at the same time, it's sad.
Yeah, I want to watch more today. I'm going to try to find 5 minutes to watch some of this match today. It's a lot to do after the show, but I want to see this for myself because everybody's telling me how he plays, but I have not seen it.
Well, Raj has been saying it from the get-go, even before that first match. He was like, dude, he shouldn't be starting. And when I heard him say that, I'm like, he's Ronaldo. Of course he's got to start. That's ridiculous. And then I saw the match, and I'm like, oh, damn it. Raj was right. He shouldn't be starting. I hate it when Raj is right. He was absolutely right. But so much to cover today when it comes to the World Cup. We will talk about that. Of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. We want to hear from you guys, 855-975-2326. So much to cover and only 4 hours to do it. Oh, by the way, somehow it didn't even get brought up yet. Blockbuster trade last night while we were all sleeping. Dear God. And we spent so much time yesterday, D-Fish, talking about the potential of the Boston Celtics. Sorry, let me start over. Raj's Boston Celtics, about this possibility of them getting their hands on Giannis. And, of course, the name that has been dangled out there, and apparently the name that everyone was waiting for was Jaylen Brown, and apparently that was the name that was thrown out there to the point where it looked like Giannis was going to Boston. We discussed quite a bit yesterday on whether or not it made a ton of sense. We kind of did some mental gymnastics to make it work, and obviously adding a Giannis isn't necessarily a bad thing, but he ain't going to Boston. Heat culture wins out again. My goodness. The incredible Pat Riley gets yet another star for a new beginning over there. However, I will say the cupboard looks relatively dry since the Heat went ahead and traded all of them picks and pretty much half of the active team.
Yes, they did.
Dear God.
I mean, that's what it takes, though, to get. I mean, Giannis is a generational talent that's still, even at 32 years old, you could argue he probably has 5 years, of still like elite level, all-star level, all NBA level basketball still to go. And combining that with Bam Adebayo, it's a good combination. Yesterday, we spent so much more time on the Celtics piece of it because Jaylen Brown helped it make sense.
Yes.
Like that signaled that maybe the Bucks still wanted to win now. You hire a new coach. You don't necessarily want to put a team out there that can't win. Taylor Jenkins is a veteran coach in Milwaukee, coached some good teams in Memphis. And so, but this final, kind of swap here between the Heat and the Bucks makes a lot of sense. Like the Bucks get 4 guys that can help them right now. Like
Jaime Jaquez, Tyler Hero, Ware, and by the way, 2026 number 13 overall draft pick, 2031 unprotected first-round draft pick, 2023 unprotected first-round draft pick, 2030 first-round pick swap, 2033 second-round pick.
As well as the master closet, the kitchen sink, the barbecue pit in the back, the smoker, everything.
Pat Riley's going to come and actually mow your lawn twice.
Everything goes.
It's unreal.
Yeah, no, that's, for Milwaukee, I do think this was a smart decision because the way you think about trades involving players of Giannis's caliber this is almost like the picture-perfect scenario. So you get younger players that can still help you win now in Hero, Ware, Jaquez Jr., Jaku. I don't want to mess his name
I'm
up.
definitely that. Why do you think I skipped it?
I'm not even going to try to say that. But he did. He was in the rotation for the Heat last year. And when we come back from the break, I'll be able to say it correctly.
I think I could say his first name. Kasparis? Is Kasparius?
Close enough.
Cass? I'm calling him Cass.
Yeah. But we want him to come on the show when he's an all-star one day. So
and I love you, Cass. You're my favorite player.
We got to make sure we say his name right. So you get 4 players that can help you now, and then also 3 first-round picks, including number 13 pick in the draft tonight, which we'll talk about later, and then the pick swaps, second-round pick, et cetera. So you get everything that you could ever want. And for players like Giannis, this is how you draw it up. And then the Heat, who have always found opportunities to try and put a championship level team out there, they were kind of like the OGs at, using undrafted players and guys that aren't as notable to be able to come in and really be productive type of players. And so now, like you said, with the cupboard so bare, that they're going to have to go back to that strategy of undrafted guys, 2-way contract guys, players that don't have big numbers on the books in order to make these salaries work.
By the way, somebody in the chat right away said, got to get Keegan-Michael Key to pronounce Kasparius' full name. Yes,
that is the right choice.
Jay Quellen.
Yeah.
Hey, Ron. I love that sketch so much. But yeah, this is a wild trade. And by the way, that's not even the only trade that happened yesterday, but this is such a massive blockbuster leading into today's draft that can't help but mention it. And of course, we will give you more information as the show goes forward. You guys are listening, by the way, the D Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan LA, the voice of LA sports. And we got to get over also talking about the Los Angeles Dodgers. Got themselves off to a good start over there in Minnesota. And let's just be real clear. That Shohei Ohtani, when he hits the baseball, it could be very loud. Here's the second pitch of the game.
He's hitting .375 in the month and a half since. And he drills this ball. Goodbye! Bang! To begin this series. Oh, what a shot! And what a start for the Dodgers, 1-0 like that.
Ball was absolutely demolished. Now, that, of course, was the hottest play of the game from the next generation of home comfort. Dodgers get the 2-1 victory. Later in the inning, they tied the game up with Byron Buxton's 24th home run. And, man, that guy has just been under the radar. If he ends up being on the trade block, dear God, what a trade deadline this will be if Byron Buxton gets thrown out there. But it was a 1-1 game. Freddie Freeman comes up later in the game to break the tie, gets himself a nice home run, solo shot. Dodgers win 2-1. A fantastic pitching performance from Eric Lauer, which, by the way, didn't start the game. They decided to go with an opener for him, who did give up that first solo home run. But then, man, Eric Lauer with 6 shutout innings looked absolutely fantastic in his start. Tonight, you got, of course, Justin Robleski going in his start today. I believe he's taking on Joe Ryan. That'll be a great matchup. But it did come with some consequences, man. And that's there's one thing we've mentioned about the Los Angeles Dodgers this season. Now, this was their 50th win of the year. First team in Major League Baseball to 50 wins. By the way, Tanner Scott with his 10th save of the year. That guy has been absolutely fantastic, especially after that ridiculous fan trying to threaten his family because he blew one save, which did lead to another shaky outing from him. But, man, Tanner Scott has been a phenomenal pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers, especially with the depleted bullpen the way they've had. But, man, yesterday, Kyle Tucker, the man of the hour yesterday, we were talking about quite a bit with the struggles that he's had this season. He gets on base and has to come out of the game having back spasm, exited the second inning. He was replaced by Alex Call at second base. Alex Call got himself a couple of hits, so that was a solid day from Alex Call. But losing Kyle Tucker right now due to back spasms, what are your thoughts on this, D-Fish? And frankly, is this a blessing in disguise? Because I'm not going to lie to you, this guy could use some time off maybe. Just a little mental break, anything to kind of break up the rhythm a little bit.
Yeah, that could be valid. You know, as an athlete, you hate to be in a situation where you are out, you know, for injury or any reason, but sometimes it's the best thing for you just to, you know, be able to let a little bit of air out of the tank and start breathing again, because sometimes the grind of, you know, of the sport, it's almost like you're playing and practicing and training, and you're holding your breath because you're tight, you're tense, you're frustrated with your performance, etc. And sometimes it's almost like it's divine intervention that like forces you to sit down for a second and really pause and reset and think about, like, get back to the joy of why you even do this. Because most of the time we get disconnected to our why. And that's what it is that sometimes the break kind of gives you, where whether it's an injury or some other reason why you have to take a step back, you can just kind of shift your perspective again. Baseball's a game, basketball's a game.
Yeah.
Sometimes we just lose sight of that. So hopefully he won't be out too long in terms of getting some rhythm, but this could be the best thing for him, just to be able to take a little bit of a minute to himself and get reset.
Man, I completely agree. And, you know, we talked in great detail yesterday, and I kind of gave my take about how this really isn't some sort of lost season altogether for Kyle Tucker. Now, it's not his best work. He'll be the first one to tell you that. He wants to play better. He's in a new place. He wants to make an impression. But the good news is he plays on a team where he doesn't need to be the guy. He gets to be a guy while making $60 million. And, again, 40 RBIs is not nothing. He's off to a decently productive start if you look at certain stats, and one of which I will cite is RBIs. He's knocking runs in, which is definitely a good thing. And if you're giving me 80 to 90 to 100 RBIs in a down year, baby, I'll take that. I just will, especially on a team like this, the Dodgers, that can sustain it. However, he was not the only one that also came out of the game. Catcher Dalton Rushing also was removed from the game, now going into concussion possible protocol. He's currently listed as day-to-day. Not great news for the Dodgers for the following reason, because he's not the only catcher that's on the IL. We currently have Will Smith on the IL with neck inflammation. He's on the 10-day IL, so he's not looking to come back yet. And, of course, we got this issue with Dalton Rushing, which means my guy Chucky Robinson's getting a shot.
Let's go, Chucky. Come on, Chucky.
Let's go, Chucky. No batting gloves. Just a big old strong cat.
Yep.
He's 0 for 11 this season. But listen, not a lot of at-bats. Kind of all over the place. Give him a shot. I'm
Things
looking
bound
forward
to
to it.
change.
I'm just saying, man. Opportunity for a 31-year-old catcher. You never know what happens.
And remember, Fisher, if you don't wear batting gloves, what do you have to do?
I don't know.
You got to pee on your hands. That's the old Moises Alou thing they say.
I'm glad I forgot that.
No. There's nothing wrong with it.
I'm glad I forgot.
Moises Alou,
it's part
a
of the
baseball
game.
great.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
But I will say, there is something that is concerning about the Los Angeles Dodgers. And, of course, this is the injury report brought to you by Ozaran Law, the injured worker hotline. The issue right now with the Dodgers with these injuries is getting noticeable, to say the least. I've brought it up multiple times, but let's just go through the list. Kyle Tucker, back spasms. Now, no news yet of whether or not he's going on the IL. Right now, it's day-to-day, but that's $60 million right now on the IL with him just alone. You got the great Will Smith. He's making $8.5 million this season. Teoscar Hernandez, he's making $15 million this season. Kike Hernandez, $4 million this season. And now Dalton Rushing, who, of course, is making major league minimum. But then you look at the pitching staff. You got, of course, Blake Snell. He's making $50 million this season. Tyler Glass now, he's making $30 million this season. I'm sorry, $35 million this season for Blake Snell. $30 million there. Blake Trinan, who's been on and off a little bit, currently having some right elbow inflammation. He's got $7 million this season. Bobby Miller. I mean, the list just keeps going on. Gavin Stone. You could talk about Brusdar Graterol, Evan Phillips, Edwin Diaz making his money this season. Boy, oh boy. This is an injury ward for the Los Angeles Dodgers. 50 wins. 50 wins. First team to 50.
Yeah, I mean, it's the, like you said, that's concerning and troubling long term, but in the short term, they have maximized the opportunity to still be competitive every night and every afternoon. And that goes to, how it's like the salaries and the superstar names are one thing, but you know much better than most of us, like the amount of detail and the habits that you have to build to be a good baseball player and a good baseball team are insane. I mean, and each sport has their own kind of set of habits and kind of detailed things that you have to be in order to be really good. But for the Dodgers team, considering all of the injuries, the guys that have been in and out of the lineup, the things that they've experienced, I don't care who you put on the team. To be the first team to 50 wins, it says a lot about the organization overall. It says a lot about the managers and coaches.
Yeah.
And it says a lot about the players that it's, the next man up thing is a very popular, easy way to say next man up, but it's easier said than done. The next man up is not as good as sometimes the guy that went out. But if you're focused on, executing the right habits and details, then you can offset the fact that, maybe a young pitcher isn't as good as Blake Snell or Tyler Glass now, but you can still get the job done. Like you said, Eric Lauer coming in last night, 6 strong innings. Like
real strong.
Those opportunities aren't there when everybody's in. So there are a lot of positives to situations where players are out with injuries, et cetera, because you're going to need guys to step up in certain moments. Even having Klein last night start the game.
Very cool. A nice little opener, which you don't see a whole lot of. And I love it when the Dodgers do, and the Dodgers aren't the only team that does this, obviously, but the Dodgers do some innovative moves every once in a while. Right now we're seeing a team like Seattle Mariners is doing this rotating piggyback thing, which is a very unique setup. They're trying to set it up so they're taking relief out of the relief pitchers set, and they're doing a 6-man rotation, going like starter, and then the next day a normal start. So they're breaking up the games in half, and they're kind of like rotating each one of their starters, doing this through the week. An opener is just one of those simple things, and they were trying to do it to get Eric Lauer out of the first inning because he's had some first inning issues. Didn't pitch the first inning, comes in the second, 6 strong innings. Really, really phenomenal stuff from Dave Roberts right there.
Great stuff, and it's we talked to Dave Roberts here on the show. We've heard their sound and comments in other moments. Like they're winning baseball games now, first to 50 wins during the regular season, but they are also not necessarily planning ahead, like looking ahead in a negative way in terms of not being present now, but they do have September and October in mind, with how they're even managing injuries and when guys are coming back and being cautious with Ohtani or guys that might have bumps and bruises or inflammation. And so some of that creativity and innovation in like, let's have a closer start the game. Let's try this guy, in the outfield tonight. Let's see this guy DH. Let's do some different things that allow us to start to see potential recipes for matchups in September and October. If you play the Padres, if you play the D-backs, if you play the Brewers, if you play the Braves, like you need different levers that you can pull in some of those situations in order to squeeze out some of the wins that you're going to have to squeeze out to win the division series, to win the league championship series, and ultimately the World Series. And to be able to know that, oh man, okay, he's actually really good at starting the game. So instead of having him close and get us 3 outs, let's have him start the game and get us 3 outs.
Yeah.
And get through those first 3 batters that are, the toughest guys to cover. Or, which this just came to my mind, if you have Klein start against a certain team, it just gets him extra reps against certain batters.
Always.
Right? So then now, if you see that team in the playoffs and he has to close the game, you got him 9 or 10 or 12 extra looks at a batter during the regular season.
Yeah, and it's just always just a different look. And it's going to be real interesting how the Dodgers do this going forward because of the injuries. But it's interesting. It's even right here in the chat. The Dodgers are one of the only teams where when a player goes down, you're almost looking forward to seeing who is next. And he is right. Dom nails it with that. But so much more to discuss, and we will discuss this throughout the show. Of course, we got lots to cover on the World Cup, 4 matches today. But when we return, ladies and gentlemen, there is a draft today, and the Lakers are picking in the first round. And we got to get D-Fish's thoughts on exactly all of the possibilities that we can get here in L.A., ladies and gentlemen. So much to discuss and only 4 hours to do it. It's D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, 855-97-LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. D. Fish and Decker with you all the way to the 10 a.m. hour here in Los Angeles, California. You can take us on the go with the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, and, of course, listen to us live and watch our beautiful faces right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. The chat is already wide awake and going to town. But we got ourselves a draft today, D-Fish, and we got to get to said draft. The Lakers do have a pick today. And the question is this 25th pick going to be a consequential pick for this team? And if you believe reports, the answer is yes. And another way you can believe reports is it possible they're looking for a big man? And if you believe other reports, the direct quote was a quote-unquote high motor big man. Tell me, D-Fish, what do the Lakers really need here, and can they get an impact player at that pick of 25?
You definitely can get an impact player at 25. I mean, sometimes the number is irrelevant. It's more about the actual player. And so the high motor aspect of not just a big man, but all players at this point are really vital. No player really is being drafted onto the Los Angeles Lakers today on June 23rd of 2026 to be a superstar scorer or to have the ball in his hands a lot, etc. So high motor also means a guy that plays with high intensity, high energy, high passion, whether he has the ball or not. Mm-hmm. He adds value to what the team is trying to do. And the Lakers need as many of those guys as possible when you consider, Luka's strengths, Austin Reeves' strengths, hopefully all signs pointing to LeBron re-signing for another season. Like, everybody else needs to be high motor, high intensity, high passion, offensive rebounders, defensive guys, taking charges, setting screens, all the other things that you need in order to be successful. So finding those, especially in bigger guys with size, is not always as easy. I like to tell people the difference between 6 feet and 7 feet. Like, there's different type of oxygen up there. That foot difference is, I don't know what they breathe up there at 7 feet. So it's hard to find guys at that next level of altitude with high motor, because it's not easy to move 7-foot bodies around the way it is 6-foot bodies.
You just don't see 7-footers very often. That's why when Raj and I saw Karen Abdul-Jabbar at
oh
that,
yeah,
my God,
remember Karen?
That was a rare sight.
I mean, 7 feet, D-Fish.
Just hanging out in shellbacks at the bar.
I wasn't there, and I know she wasn't 7 feet tall.
You was not there, Derek.
I know, but she wasn't 7 feet tall.
You were not there.
Exactly.
Are you questioning Decker and my
Excuse
Google Doc?
me, I got a stool and I stepped on it and said,
questioning both of your guys' beer goggles. That's what I'm questioning.
I asked her immediately, what is the temperature like up there?
Yeah.
That's what I'm questioning.
She was lovely.
Okay.
How dare you?
I'm sure she was.
How dare you?
But yeah, so we talked yesterday, I think, about Jaden Quaintance from Kentucky, young, active, big, recovered extremely well from a knee injury that he had in school last year, but live body, explosive, good, powerful build. Chris Sinak Jr. is another guy from the University of Houston that is, uber talented, not as physically necessarily imposing as Quaintance, but I could see, in terms of high motor, if you play for Kelvin Sampson at the University of Houston, you have no choice but for your motor to be high.
Okay.
So when he wakes up in the morning, his motor's on. That's what it's required to play Houston Cougar basketball. So you can trust that. And then you can also Terrence Reed Jr., who played at UConn for Dan Hurley, who almost was the coach of the Lakers a couple years ago.
Oh, man. By the way, not for nothing, because I'm not trying to throw shade at Dan Hurley at all. I'm really glad that didn't happen. I'm really thrilled with what we've kind of gotten out of JJ over this last year and a half.
Yeah, it's one of those rare times where it kind of worked out for both sides. You know, JJ Redick has been phenomenal. I think the Lakers are very happy with the job he's done, the staff, et cetera. And then, Dan Hurley had UConn back in the national title game.
Sure did.
You know, and so it was the right choice for both sides. But Terrence Reed Jr. is not as tall and doesn't have as long of a frame in terms of wingspan compared to Quaintance and Sanak Jr., but just physically powerfully built. Like pie strong, old school, big body.
Nice.
And so there are a number of guys in this draft that, whether it's at 25 or even when the Lakers pick in the second round, that you can get to do some of the more intangible things that the Lakers are going to be looking to build their roster with around the superstar talent at the top.
By the way, you're listening to D-Fish and Decker right now on the new 97.1 The Fan. And D-Fish, looking at these names that you just brought up right there, Quaintance is a name that we discussed quite at length yesterday. But with that idea of the high motor guy with a guy that's had a relatively recent knee injury, how much does that actually play into the decision on whether or not to take him with that knee injury in the past, even though it's been reconstructed and has played since then? Let's be real clear. It is a knee surgery before he even hits the pro level. How much is that going to affect his draft status?
It will some, but, pro teams, as you know, man, they all the tires get kicked. Mm-hmm. And, most organizations now are, in pretty good alignment in terms of the medical and health decisions are a big part of the consideration around which players are selected. There were times with the Los Angeles Sparks, like our medical directors, you get red flags in the file for certain players. And that red flag is a do not draft based on these medical, variables that we see in their medical chart. And so if it is such a significant concern, it definitely will factor into the decision around taking them at 25. In particular, if you feel, sometimes you also have a sense that that same player is going to be available a little bit later in the draft, and you don't necessarily have to use 25 on a guy that's higher risk in terms of returning from a knee injury. You can take another player and then maybe circle back to said player at 37 or 39 or 40. But that requires you to really have your ears to the street on which players are being selected by other teams. And I know I talked about the folder you had out earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Where every scenario imaginable is what these teams have laid out. It's like our desk here. Every scenario is on a piece of paper, one of these flags, and it's if this player gets selected by the Suns, then we're going to take this player.
Yeah, if the Hawks pick this guy at 23, we need to now take this guy at 25.
Because Quaintance could be off the board.
Yeah.
Who are we taking if he's off the board? So they're prepared for every scenario that they're going to see tonight. And then obviously there's going to be some draft night trades that also change things. If somehow the Wizards get involved in something and they trade the number one pick to this team or whatever that might happen. The Minnesota Timberwolves, made a trade recently. The Heat and the Bucks. Now the Heat have the 13th pick. What if they like Quaintance and they take him at 13? Now what? So you have to kind of have it all mapped out before the draft even starts tonight, and that's definitely what the Lakers have been doing over the last several weeks.
Man, it's going to be a very, very interesting night to lead to so many more interesting weeks in the offseason, so we look forward to hearing about everything that takes place. But let's go ahead and get to the calls. 855-97-LA-FAN. Mitch and Tarzana, talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Deck.
What's cracking, guys? How we all doing?
Chilling. How you doing,
Good,
Mitch?
Pretty good. Not a good night's sleep, but just keep on moving. I think Miami got the better of that deal. They really did. Besides Giannis, who else do they have in that team with Miami? I think, Milwaukee got the better of that team. It's kind of like the Anthony Davis. And speaking of the Lakers, I love to see him get one of those centers, those 3 centers that I think are on Michigan. And if not, then Evans from Duke or this other wing. I can't remember all these guys that I've been reading lately, but there's so many players. It's supposed to be a good draft, so let's hit and keep the player that we hit. So many times it didn't really work out with Anthony Davis. We gave him a lot of good players, and we kept the bus.
I don't know, Mitch. I mean, to say it didn't work out with Anthony Davis, say what you will, he won a title here in 2020, and he did help us get Luka Doncic. If anything, D-Fish, I'd say Anthony Davis worked out extremely well for the Lakers.
Yeah, no, we've talked about this. I mean, the way the system is set up now, it's hard for teams to repeat. Just due to some of the punitive structures
Completely.
and the collective bargaining agreement, and it's hard to maintain your roster. You've seen the Oklahoma City Thunder already start trading players and having to figure out what they're going to do next.
And prove that they can still draft the way they've been drafting.
But Anthony Davis, again, over the last 8, now 9 seasons, we've had a different NBA champion. So no matter how you break it down, the Lakers are one of the teams that in the last 9 seasons have won an NBA championship. So it's not like there are all these other superstars out there other than Steph Curry, because the Warriors have won twice in the last 8 or 9 years. Other than Steph Curry, nobody else has won multiple championships over the last 8 or 9 seasons. And so we can't keep throwing LeBron and AD and all these guys into this conversation like all the other stars in the league are outpacing them and they're not winning enough that nobody else is winning more than them.
Completely. We've been so spoiled by our past of like the dynasty teams. Like everyone's like, well, there's no Jordans anymore. Yeah, there are. There's about 50 of them out there now. It's just a different world. But so much to discuss when it comes to this draft, and we will continue that conversation. But I don't know if you saw this last night, D-Fish. The Scottish are at it again down in Miami, and they made the Marlins game electric, singing songs from start to finish of the game. So it got us thinking, what are the best songs you can actually sing along to at ball games? That's right. It's time for today's episode of Top 5 right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. let's bring in the hype man, Raj.
Well, I had to get my gong ready. I can't come on without the gong.
You are a gong show, so that
It
makes
gets
sense.
me going. Gets me hyped up. All right, we'll pop this down here. So, gentlemen, you talked about it.
Raj said, gets me hyped up.
I can't do it,
Hold on, let me
Fish.
find
I
this
gotta
button
have a
real quick.
gong. Well, we're talking about this World Cup, and part of it is the Europeans, in particular, love singing our songs. I guess you could say American
They
songs.
sure do.
And, yeah, they go to stadiums and they are flocking, and it's also the anniversary of, I guess that would be the 60s or 70s, a song called "Sweet Caroline" came out this time. Yeah, not my thing either, but.
I hate Neil Diamond.
It got me to thinking,
Dang.
fellas.
That's aggressive.
Nope,
Yeah.
it's necessary.
All right. We'll get into that another reason or another day. But it got me to thinking, gentlemen, those are like stadium anthems. They put them on and everyone sings along, not just the Europeans. So it got me to thinking, what are your favorite, or your top 5, I should say, stadium anthems? Derek Fisher, number 5.
Número
Number 5.
5.
Also known as Numero
Numero
Cinco. Yeah,
cinco.
that's right.
I'm going, you know me, I got to always put the reason why we're doing this on the
Okay.
list. So at number 5 is Sweet Caroline.
You don't always have to do
If
it.
you don't, no, I do, Raj. It's my
Oh.
list.
All right. You keep reminding me it is your list. I should know that.
Just a song that's played at bars and ruins the night.
I'm not into it.
I'm not saying I'm into it
Then why is it on your list?
because it's my list.
That is fair.
The top 5 things Derek Fisher doesn't like, but they're his tops.
All right, I'm going to go with my number 5, which is how you kind of cited it.
Yeah.
Other countries like to sing our tunes. And you
Yeah.
know what?
What?
The Germans love West Virginia and country roads.
Which one is that one?
Country roads, take me home.
Oh, yeah, they
to
do that.
the
John Denver?
place I belong,
Look at
West
you.
Virginia.
Oh, someone sung this at karaoke.
Baby.
Oh, my God.
You
Yeah.
better believe I can dominate that song.
All right.
Jam of a song, really is fun to watch the crowd sing it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always odd to me, especially in the NFL when we're playing over in Munich,
Yeah.
how the Germans seemingly just love that song.
Yeah, they go nuts
It's
on
a
it.
weird choice.
They go all in.
Like, it's what they like it more than
Yeah,
we like
the Germans
song.
are hyped. They're better than the England crowd. I love the shouts out to my
Whoa.
England folks. They are better for the
Really?
NFL games. 100% in terms of singing and getting hyped during every break. Yup, 100%. Okay, Fish, number 4.
Número 4.
What's up, Fish?
No,
Come on,
'cause
let's do the show.
I
I need you to be serious, man. I need you to stop playing around.
I'm trying.
I'm tired of this unprofessionalism
The
from
voice,
Derek
the
Fisher.
voice
I know.
is just, it's tough for me.
Shouts out to you, Lindsay.
Okay, number 4 is
Número 4.
There you go.
We Will Rock You. That's my next song.
How's it go?
Like, wait,
We will rock you.
you didn't tell me you
Rock
had the
you.
voice of an angel, D-Fish.
No, I don't.
That was good.
A damaged,
Beautiful.
A damaged angel.
Oh, how dare you? That's
How you like that,
beautiful.
kid?
A broken wing angel.
Stunning stuff. Stunning.
Yeah, so We Will Rock You Queen. That one get you going. You heard that a lot in the NBA arenas, right?
Yeah, a ton of times. Yeah, that which is a good tease for some another song. I have.
I have an idea. Oh, someone's won 5 rings, so I know he's doing. All right, my number 4 is a jam that you can sing along to at a stadium. You can sing along to it at a bar.
How'd it go?
Because when you hear Tommy used to work on the dock.
Oh,
I gotta
we
say,
going to New Jersey.
Don't stop believing. I'm sorry. The
Wait,
Living on
no,
a Prayer.
is that the
Sorry,
remix?
that's for later. I just read Don't Stop Believing because it happens to be on my list. Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi. An absolute jam of a song. Gets the crowd going. The only problem is later in the song when you go up an octave.
Yeah, about to say, can you do the chorus?
No, I can do the chorus. I can't do the last chorus.
Let me hear the chorus.
Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living
Yeah,
on a
okay.
prayer.
All right,
Sorry.
all right.
Yeah, but
not
hold on,
bad.
that's falsetto, but later he goes to a higher falsetto, and Daddy ain't got that in the range.
No, that's not in the range.
And by the way, none of you do either, so please stop.
All right, Fish. Let's go to, are we on numero 3?
Número 3.
Okay, what we got?
I'm gonna go at number 3. Ooh, this is tough
Okay.
because I really want to. I'm gonna go with number 3. I'm gonna go Beat LA at number 3. Lot of stadiums when they play against Los Angeles teams.
I can't even look at you right now.
Yeah, that's
It's beat LA. And the reason why I love it so much.
get you pumped.
I love it so much.
Because you beat their
'cause
ass.
I beat
That's right. That's right. You got me back on board. You got me really upset with you for about
it was
10
like
seconds
so
there.
many times that they were saying that, and there was like, there's no chance you guys are winning this game tonight. So keep chanting all you want to.
I love it.
But
Love it.
Nope, not happening.
That and the cowbell, was that Sacramento?
Yeah, that was Sacramento with the Cowbells.
Sacramento. Adorable. Nice try, Sacramento. All right. I'm going with something that I didn't realize. Like, listen, we know it's a great song at a karaoke bar because everyone will sing it.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize how important it was at a stadium until these last couple of weeks because the Scottish have arrived. And I got to say, the Proclaimers, I'm Gonna Be, also known as 500 Miles. I will walk 500 miles and
they into that one? Yeah.
Oh, dude. They sang it for 30 straight minutes at Fenway Park. And I just sat there going like, it's number 3 on the all-time list now. It
Yeah.
wasn't even on the top 10.
Damn.
Number 3 now.
Who sings that song?
That would be the Proclaimers.
The Proclaimers. And they're not American, right?
They are not. They are very Scottish.
Okay. All right. Well, good for them.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes up next to you. Nailed that.
You got it. Oh, I like that. You did very well. Ding for you. All right, Fish. You know what that brings us to.
Número 2.
Oh my God, bro. We can't do stadium anthems anymore. I'm seeing a whole different version of rodeo in here, bro.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Yep.
Jump around.
Oh, yeah.
Jump around.
Uh-huh.
A little bit of
Jump around.
What, House of Pain, right?
Yeah.
Little House of Pain. That's in Nebraska, I believe. They play that before or during halftime, when it is, or during the fourth quarter break, or between the third and fourth quarter for football. That's a huge anthem there.
Somebody
apparently.
probably gets hurt when they play that, but it goes down when that song comes on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For sure. I'm on that.
Number 2. Even though it's a Dodger staple, I got to say, the lead singer of the band, not happy it's a Dodger staple because he's a diehard Giant fan, and that man's name is Steve Perry, lead singer of Journey. Don't Stop Believin' is number 2 on my list. I used to love it at Dodger Stadium when they were down in the 8th inning or the 9th inning, and you had that guy in the crowd who was just lip-syncing and doing air guitar as if his life depended on it.
Yeah.
Absolute jam, gets a crowd going.
Let me hear the chorus.
Oh, I mean, come on, just cheating by going, don't stop
Yes, come on.
believing.
Get it.
Hold on to that feeling. Street
Do they still have...
people. Wow. Classic.
Wait, get that last part again.
Wow.
Yeah.
But that's how Steve Perry did it.
They did.
It's not how I would do it.
They actually now, Steve Perry isn't in the band.
No, it's
They have a Filipino gentleman.
yeah, who's
who
like a killer
kills it.
karaoke guy.
Yeah.
apparently.
And Oblita Paracini. Little Tagalog for you
Yeah,
guys.
apparently he's got it.
Yes,
He's got the chops.
All right. And that leads us to our number 1 stadium anthem,
Numero
Fish.
uno.
What you got?
This is for current generations. You got Look Up Swag Surfing.
Swag surfing.
Swag surfing.
Yep. Look it
Help
up.
me here. I don't know it.
Yeah, how's it go?
Look it up.
But
No, you're gonna have to do better than
I don't
that.
need to look it up. I got D. Fisher.
Look it up. You know I got that swag.
Oh.
I had that.
Yeah.
Check it up. Look it up.
Yeah.
All right.
College football games, NFL football games, especially Atlanta Falcons, like it goes down. The whole college basketball games, the entire arena, entire stadium, lit.
Yes.
Swag surfing.
Okay.
My number 1. And it's amazing because the song obviously has lyrics. No one knows them because they don't sing that. And it doesn't matter if you're at football, soccer, or baseball. This is sung at every single stadium. Oh, 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 oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 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 oh. Everywhere. Jams to Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes, the number 1 stadium anthem. And by the way, do you think Jack White knew what he created when he made that song?
I don't think so.
That guy,
Very simple chorus.
It's just so damn simple.
Toronto loves it. The
Dude.
Raptors. You don't hear it in Toronto, Fish, when you played up there?
No, they were pretty quiet when we were there. They didn't have a lot to cheer for.
Well, not these days.
Sorry. That was in the early stages.
Were there any
Vince Carter there? Was Vince Carter still there?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. I think he came through there.
Yeah.
At some
Tracy
point.
McGrady?
Were there any honorable mentions on your list there?
Well, ones that I thought you guys would put on there, I guess I don't like, but you have to win a champ. We Are the Champion Queens. I guess you have
I
to
thought for sure D-Fish was throwing that on there.
I thought
That song used to make me cry when I would watch the NCAA tournament championship game.
Beautiful stuff,
Just
man.
That's not what they sang at
good
the
stuff.
end.
What would they play? Like,
No, they played the Fat Luther song when Luther Vandross was big. What's it called? At the end of the tournament.
We Are the Champions.
No, they do the video highlight, the montage.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's a different, yes.
Yeah,
I got you.
different song. Yeah,
Well,
on TV.
What did they play when you guys first won the title? Did they play just a bunch of LA staples? Did they play
Nah,
your
they played
guys?
We Are the Champions.
Oh, they play We Are the Champions? Okay, just checking. Wonder if they were playing I Love
minutes.
LA or something like the way the Dodgers did.
That as well. That would be on. But that would be on like after a lot of wins too. Especially at the Forum.
By the way, there are so many LA songs that like you could just pick or choose so many. California Love's a great one. Like, what would be like a great victory song for LA that we haven't really thought of? I feel like Kendrick Lamar's got like 5 of them we could drop.
Yeah, that he does right now, currently for sure. Man. Yeah. I don't know in terms of
Fish, real
anthems.
quick while we got time. I know we're focused on the Lakers at number 25 with the draft, but we got about 90 seconds. Who's going number 1, the best player for you in tonight's NBA draft?
I feel like it was Dabansta the whole time, but for some reason Darren Peterson's name is swirling big time from the University of Kansas, and I don't know if right now if I had to bet, it sounds like it's going to be Darren Peterson more so than Dabansta. Makes sense. The Jazz have the second pick. He played at BYU, so he already has a comfort level playing in the state of Utah. So I could see Peterson going 1 to Washington and Dabansta going 2 to the Jazz.
By the way, a lot of real hot takes in the chat right now when it comes to our picks. Just now, a few people saying we missed out on throwing some AC/DC in there with like Thunderstruck.
Yeah.
There's a couple one.
No one sings Thunderstruck.
There's no lyrics. Thunder. Boring. No, I Love LA is on the list. Absolutely. Your pick of Jump Around. Multiple people really dug that choice. And apparently everyone agrees that I have a voice of an angel.
I don't know about that poll.
Well, then you should hear more angels because I'm one right in front of you and we sound like this. Guys, coming up, so much to talk to. Not to mention the Dodgers yesterday. We got World Cup, and boy, oh boy, the Dodgers win may have come at a cost. It's right here, D-Fish and Decker, 97.1, The Fan. back. 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. D-Fish and Decker with you guys for another 3 hours here on your morning LA drive and commute. And, of course, you're listening to us live on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And you can take us on the go right now with the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, and get in the chat. YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. We are talking all things sports and, of course, revealing our favorite stadium songs that we love to hear at the stadium. Seven Nation Army, a lot of people in agreement with that tune because you hear it absolutely everywhere, D-Fish. But one place you might not hear it a ton is Dodger Stadium because, frankly, I've actually never heard it at Dodger Stadium. I wonder if the LA fans would get into it at Dodger Stadium now that I think about it. But the Dodgers on the road right now in Minnesota. They get the first victory of the series against the Minnesota Twins. A really good win. It was a 2-1 victory. It was a unique game, to say the least. Eric Lauer not starting with the opener of the game coming in for one inning, giving up a home run to Byron Buxton, which did tie the game after, of course, Shohei Ohtani leading off the game, second pitch of the game, with this incredible sound off of his bat.
He's hitting .375 in the month and a half since. And he drills this ball. Goodbye! Bang! To begin this series. Oh, what a shot. And what a start for the Dodgers. 1-0 like that.
That right there is Shohei Ohtani's second home run since becoming a father of his second child. That, ladies and gentlemen, D-Fish, is daddy strength.
That's daddy strength, and happy that he got a break from diaper duty.
Yep.
And gets to go out and play some baseball.
Back to hitting bombs. And, of course, that was from Sportsnet LA last night's ball game in Minnesota. Dodgers get the 2-1 victory. Of course, the tie was breaking up later on in the game with a solo shot on Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman always doing Freddie Freeman things. But unfortunately, we spent a lot of yesterday's show talking about one particular player. We spent a lot of time talking about Kyle Tucker and the struggles that he's had and the perceived struggles and, of course, the actual struggles that he's been taking place with. But he comes out of the game yesterday in the second inning. He gets, I believe, walked and then gets to second base, but has to come out due to back spasms in his lower back. Now, I have had back spasms in my lower back before playing. They are borderline devastating, but it could be an injury or it could be something that we spurned on from something else, which is often happens from spasms. What is your take on what we're seeing right now from Kyle? You know, have you ever dealt with back spasm issues in the past? Hell, I've dealt with them both from an injury perspective, and I'm not kidding, from a full-on stress perspective. I've been stressed out to the point where my back just starts actually spasming up.
That's how, I mean, I may have experienced them and just didn't realize it. I feel like I haven't because they are debilitating.
Yeah.
So if I had, I would definitely remember. But I feel like my perception or theory of back spasms is like you said, one, it could be like an acute injury or reaction to an explosive movement, or obviously in baseball, a lot of twisting and turning and torque placed on the body. And
a lot from out of nowhere. You have a lot of rest and then fast, high-speed movement.
Yeah, and then the other way, which you mentioned, is the stress piece. And, you know, it's highly likely that Kyle Tucker's been carrying a lot of additional just kind of stress and anxiety, not even just around his performance is like a variable within it. But, again, I you know, when you've been in one place as long as he was in Houston, to like change and then change again. Like I was reading an article about the Washington Wizards and Anthony Davis and the fact that he was on two teams in 2 years, basically, you know, from the Lakers to Dallas and then Dallas to Washington. And Kyle Tucker's kind of going through that same thing, whereas from Houston to Chicago for 1 year and then Chicago to the Dodgers, and you're just not settled. Like you're not comfortable. Everything is new. You're trying to kind of figure out
it's hard.
Where you belong, and we have no idea what his personal life is like. We don't know what he's experiencing in his personal life that also adds to stress and anxiety. And so, yeah, back spasms oftentimes show up when there's like you're carrying just a little bit more than your body's ready to carry. Hopefully they'll subside and calm down, but just sometimes also that chance to kind of get away from that. I mean, especially in baseball, like that schedule of like every day, same thing, BP, field in practice, boom, like it becomes Groundhog's Day.
Very much.
And
So much routine to the almost to the point of overkill.
Yeah, and so sometimes just a breakup of that routine, a change in schedule, actually getting some freaking rest. How about that? Where you're not resting on an airplane or in a hotel bed or, in the back of the clubhouse. You're actually resting because your body said no. So, hopefully he'll get some time to kind of step away from it and then come back and it's not about just performing better. It's also about like feeling better and more comfortable being an LA Dodger.
Oh, yeah.
That's really, I think, the key.
Especially because, listen, he hasn't ingratiated himself to Dodger fans. And I want to reiterate this. It's not because of any fault of his own. He just hasn't really kind of gotten going yet. And Dodger fans to this point, they've gotten very accustomed to a certain type of superstar. Part of that is maybe Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, and Mookie Betts' fault for everything that they've gone ahead and accomplished here. So, of course, you pay this guy more than all of those guys. You're expecting massive production. And we're not seeing it as of yet. So I can imagine he's getting a decent amount of stress, but you also hit on another thing. You have no idea what's going on in his personal life. You have no idea what's going on in his head. And you know what's funny? When I retired, I think, not even when I retired, about 2 years before I retired, I kind of changed my perspective on that. Because I remember I played with Matt Kemp in San Diego. And Matt Kemp had just gotten traded to us. And Matt had kind of a more downtime in San Diego. And the clubhouse was not a very great place. Not because of Matt, but like just the whole clubhouse dynamic was just very off. And things just weren't right. And I just remember somebody asked me about Matt, and I think I kind of went off going like, he was just a jerk. He kind of treated people poorly. But then I remember like a year after that, he goes over to the Braves, and I'm watching him over the Braves, and I talked to a guy at the Braves, and he's just like, oh yeah, Matt's been great. He really has been. I'm like, that's awesome. That's really good to hear. And I kind of started to think about it with a different perspective, going like, you know what? Matt Kemp was traded from the Los Angeles Dodgers, where he was a finalist for the MVP, a superstar here in LA. He was dating Rihanna, so he was like all over the news all the time. And then it kind of went south really fast to the point where not only they traded him in division and paid his contract. Like they're paying you to play you like 17 times on your biggest rival in your division. And I kind of thought about that after the fact. I'm like, you know what? That had to do a number on Matt a little bit. Like that would do a number on me. That would do a number, I think, on pretty much anybody mentally, at least a little bit. Yeah, I didn't know what Matt was going through. I bet he was going through quite a bit mentally during that entire time. So I'm glad when I heard he really kind of got right in Atlanta, I'm like, dude, that's awesome. That's fantastic. Because, yeah, it can get rough being in a new place, in a new city, when the expectations are way through the roof.
Yeah, well, I think the perception is that the money that pro athletes make in some of the big major sports kind of like creates this blanket immunity of like regular life stuff. And it's almost like you don't have permission to be human because you make X amount of dollars. And that's just not the reality. The same things that most people are experiencing in their lives when it comes to like moving is one of the most stressful things that anybody can experience, regardless of your income level. Yeah, is it harder to move if you don't have the money to pay for it? Yes, that's understood. That's a given. But moving is still moving.
Yeah.
There's still stress involved in that. You mentioned that the relationship dynamics change if you're seeing someone or you're married and you have kids in school.
Boy, is that the truth, dude.
All the things that come with moving still apply to pro athletes. Change in climate, change in where you live, all of it. Like it all.
Do you have kids? I mean,
it's very different. And so, yeah, that doesn't mean the player is allowed to not try his hardest, to not show up and try and provide a world-class performance. But the idea that somehow everything just kind of is absolved due to how much money he makes is just, that's not reality. And so it makes sense, the story you shared about Matt Kemp, because there's some anger and resentment initially involved in a trade or a scenario where a team you've been with for several years kind of like behind your back in the middle of the night just ships you out.
And by the way, Matt's a pretty nice guy. Like, I think it was just one of those crazy type of years where I remember back to one of my seasons where I was really frustrated and I was not the best version of myself or not even the best teammate that year. And I think back at it with like a decent amount of regret, but going like, I did learn a lot from it though. And hopefully Kyle Tucker is going through that right now, learning a decent amount of what kind of ball player he really is. And honestly, this could just end up being this back spasm kind of day-to-day thing. Maybe it leads to a short IL stint. Could end up being the massive blessing in disguise he might need.
For sure. Oftentimes it's not until something isn't there anymore. Something that you love or you enjoy doing isn't available to you for you to actually kind of check back in with yourself and make a decision that, like, man, I really love this. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't want to be away from this again, right? Like, I want to check back in, and so hopefully that happens for Kyle Tucker. Raj, what up?
Raj, what do you want?
What's up, fellas? What's up? Oh, don't do me like that. I'm coming in with the gong.
Doorbell and a gong. Do you go through the doorbell and then hit the gong? I'm confused.
Yes, I have many different sound, and just things
It's
that
an
I
odd
just it
sitcom.
gets me going. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, exactly. But hey, guys,
Raj, you got a gong at the house?
Of course.
You better. That's how he announces that sex and lovemaking will be happening.
That's right. And there's not even anyone there to do it. It just sounds for me, Derek. As soon as I walk in the house, dong, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, but real talk with this Kyle Tucker, I know we're talking about is it a blessing in disguise for him overall, but especially for you, Deck, with Teoscar Hernandez and Kike on the injured list, like, has this come at a bad time for them? And we talked about our catcher position, with rushing going down. And we already got Will Smith, who Derek Fish is trying to trade. He's, he's out as well. So, I mean, these injuries, are they coming at a bad time, though?
I'm not going to say they're coming at a bad time. If you're going to get injured, this is the time to get injured. We're going into an All-Star break in roughly 3 weeks. And also, the Dodgers just got their 50th win. But I hear what you're saying. Dude, 3 outfielders are on the IL. There are 3 outfield positions. That you have 2 catchers. Now, one on the IL, another in concussion protocol. There are only 2 catchers on a team's roster. So am I excited for Chucky Robinson, 31-year-old veteran, to get an opportunity and get some at-bats without some batting gloves? Oh, you bet your ass I am. I'm very excited to see Chucky Robinson get an opportunity. That being said, they got to get healthy. At some point, they got to get healthy. But we talked to Dave Roberts on this show just a week ago about this exact same thing. They're not looking necessarily to get healthy right now. They just got to be healthy for October. The Dodgers are just flat out built different. And when I say built different, I mean that in every single facet. It's not just the money they spend, it's the way they develop and the way they recover.
Last question for me. Could you move Mookie to the outfield and maybe move someone on the infield? Does he still have that left? I mean, He
can go out. Could he go to the outfield? Yeah, it would be less stress on his body.
Would that shake it up, though, and maybe get him out this? I mean, position changes.
Could it get him out of his little way?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, dude, sometimes a change of scenery is just good for anybody, but I'd be lying if I said I thought it would be a cure-all. I think it would be, an opportunity to get him a different look, or not unlike how you change somebody's spot in a lineup. Sometimes you just need that change. Maybe that could help Mookie. We'll see what the Dodgers do. They have enough depth in other positions that they possibly could do that, because luckily Pejas is still doing his job. You still got Miguel Rojas over there in the infield. You still got guys. Oh, and Max Muncy's still there. So at the end of the day, and Tommy Edman just came back. So listen, the Dodgers are still okay. That being said, please stop getting more guys on the IL. That's all I'm saying. Just stop getting hurt right now. Now's a good time to stop getting hurt, D-Fish.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you have enough time during the regular season, even though you're looking towards like being at our best selves, in September and October. You also need some time in July and August to become that best version. Mm-hmm. You need guys back in the lineup. Let's figure out what we want our batting rotation to be. To Raj's point in questions like, are we going to move some guys around? Are we going to slide a guy from a 3 spot to a 5 or 5 to 6, whatever that looks like, even from a pitching perspective, having maybe a rotation that you really feel strong about going into the postseason, so you're not searching so much when the postseason starts, and you can be really confident in where you're at.
Actually, I'll even go a step further, Raj. This might also be a massive blessing in disguise for Dave Roberts. It's a good thing to see what you have and how much depth you have, especially when October comes around. Because if he knows he's got 3 AAA pitchers that he knows he can put in high leverage spots, that's going to be huge in October if somebody goes down. So it's going to be a real interesting year for the Dodgers, and of course in October down the road, but so much to discuss. Guys, D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan Los Angeles, the voice of LA sports. But we got to talk about something that's not necessarily directly linked over to LA, but we had a blockbuster trade last night, man. A real blockbuster trade, and we talked about it quite a bit yesterday and kind of talked up Raj's favorite team a little bit because it looked like the Celtics were going to get their hands on Giannis. There's something we haven't discussed since the new news about Giannis going over there to the Miami Heat. And I actually would love Raj's take on this. Hey, Raj, how do you think Jaylen Brown feels today?
Well, we had a report. I don't know if he'd be happy in Milwaukee because he probably wouldn't re-sign there. So
Probably.
I think yeah.
But how do you think he feels in Boston
that
today?
he knows he's been dangled? Well, you did it to yourself, running your mouth after on your little podcast.
Would say
on your
that.
cute little podcast.
You would say. D-Fish, can you yell at your boy Raj over here?
D-Fish being a team player.
I don't know about that.
Talking about, this was my favorite year ever because I got to be the MVP caliber player and I got to touch the ball all the time. Oh, nah, fam.
He was almost an MVP.
I'm not saying
it's your favorite. It's your favorite season over winning a damn championship.
I'm not saying I agree with like him saying it on the pod, especially right after the season. I'm not saying I agree with it, but like as an individual, even within a team structure, you can have those feelings. Now, should he have said it on that platform? That's debatable. I'm not him, so I telling another grown man what he should or shouldn't do is may not work out all the time.
Yeah, Raj, how dare you try to tell us what to do?
But I don't disagree with, in theory, like in his mind and in his soul as a basketball player, he got a chance to access parts of himself that he had never gotten a chance to access in the NBA.
He may not even known he had access to it.
Correct. And that I think it's okay to feel that and say that you enjoyed the opportunity to like go to a level that you had not ever gone to before. And it could be your favorite season individually, but then it's like when people ask, what's your favorite championship ring? You don't necessarily, you can't necessarily pick one over the other, or they're all equal to us to some degree. But winning the championship could mean a lot to him and have been his favorite season as a team, but then he can have a favorite season as an individual without us feeling like it was a subliminal shot. Now, could it have been subliminal? That's another question. That's a different conversation. But I this is where we get mad at our athletes when they show us who they are a little bit more behind the curtain, and then we strike them down super quick when they tell us how they honestly feel before we actually take a little bit of time to kind of unpack it a little and say, okay, I can see the nuance in that. But we just go straight to the click of like, oh, yeah, nah, he said this was his favorite season. That must mean he don't like Jason Tatum.
Get him out of here.
Celtics, and we should get him. It's like, well, what happened?
By the way, I know you won't say which one is your favorite ring. I know which one's mine. 2010, beating them Celtics.
That's fair.
Made me very, very happy.
That's fair.
I would guess, Fish, that your favorite one, real talk, is because you had the three-peat, cool, great, but then going through that lull for a little bit and then getting Powell coming to town, and then when you beat Orlando first, correct?
Yes, in 2009.
That had to be nice just to come back and get one when you thought maybe it could have been over, but then you came back and get one. Was that up there? Not saying it's your favorite?
Yeah, it is, Raj. That's great intuition, bro, because we lost to the Pistons in 2004, and then we all went our separate ways for a couple years. I come back in 2007. We lose to the Celtics in 2008. So after that season, I'm sitting there, get your little one ding.
Yeah,
in,
enjoy. Guess what? Guess what's coming in 2 years, buddy?
That's all you got is that one ding. Is that like after that finals in 2008, you're sitting there like, I may never experience winning another championship again.
Yeah.
Like this is not going to be easy.
Was there a feeling like maybe we don't got it anymore type of thing?
It wasn't that. It was just a recognition of how hard it's going to be to win again. It's hard, but 2000, 2001, 2002, like you get to a point where like it's the expectation. So then to lose in the finals in 2004 and then to get back and lose in 2008, you definitely start to wonder if you're going to get that feeling and that experience again. And so, yeah, to your point, man, 2009 was really special. And that team, it gets kind of lost because 2010 was a bigger finals and it was the Celtics.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, the team in 2008, 2009 could play right now and beat a lot of people. I'm not saying everybody. I'm not trying to act like
I'm saying it.
but,
Everybody.
bro, I'm telling you, the versatility, the speed, the shooting, the deep, it was an elite basketball team. Elite.
By the way, real quick, Jaylen Brown did say something yesterday on his social media feed.
Okay.
Jaylen Brown spoke on his social media feed yesterday and says that now he feels grateful for the negativity on it. Quote, "That just gives me more fuel to the fire to all the people that's doubted me, that wants me to do this or want me gone. You're turning me into a monster." Does that make you happy, Raj?
It does.
You
He's
got
the
a
dog.
monster.
He's the heart and soul of the team. I'll tell you that. I want him there, but just stop talking about you'd rather play without Tatum. All right. What's up next?
What's up next is the Lakers got things to draft today, and I'm looking very forward to finding out what that is. And you know what? I got a guy that's been a part of a few drafts right next to me to give me all of his insights. So we got to talk Lakers draft and so much more throughout the show right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. back. 855-97-LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. D Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan LA. And of course, get in the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch right now because we're having some great conversations over there at The Fan LA. Get in the conversation and with D Fish and I. And D Fish, we got ourselves one hell of a draft ahead of us today. I gotta say, it seems like we got some names in this draft that got a lot of people excited. Not just the Lakers side at all, but you were at the draft combine this year. What did you see in this crop of draftees that maybe can get people kind of excited for this upcoming year, this upcoming draft? And frankly, what are you seeing in athletes right now in the future of the NBA?
Yeah, that's a good question. What struck me about this draft class, and even over the last couple of years, I do believe NIL and the fact that there's obviously things that need to evolve and shift in order to provide some sustainability and stability to college sports, but not the over the top stuff that some people are talking about, to like trying to roll the clock all the way back to before players could actually make money.
Oh boy, do they!
Yeah.
Do some people really want that?
Yeah. But what's really, I think, impressive about this draft class, and then even over the last year or two, the fact that they are coming from situations where they've already generated some level of income, and even small amounts of wealth, even if you've never had anything, or your family's been middle class, et cetera, like to then go to a situation where in college you're making $500,000, $5 million, $1 million. Like, they're coming from experiences with money, which also come with experiences in media, social media, digital content. They're accustomed to the camera. They're accustomed to the spotlight.
Because they have to be.
The things that come with being a professional that we didn't learn until we got to the NBA. They've already learned a lot of those things. And so now you're seeing young guys come into the league that are kind of polished already, and they know kind of what to say, what not to say, how to handle themselves in interviews, when they're meeting and interacting with other people. So it's an interesting experience, because the noise would tell you, man, money's ruining college sports. These athletes are, they don't care. There's no rules. And it's just the wild, wild west. But it's not creating that in their integrity or character as young people. You're seeing a lot more parents and families involved and closer to their sons now as well, because there's money involved in terms of so many people coming after their sons at earlier ages, and because of the money. So you're seeing guys, their dads are right there with them as they walk around, at the combine in Chicago. And so it's really enjoyable to see. And that's before you even get to the basketball part. This draft class is relatively deep class in terms of talent, positional versatility, whether it's guard play at the top with Darren Peterson and Dabansta and Darius Acuff. Keaton Wagler is a guy that will probably go 5th to the Clippers. We didn't even know who this dude was 18 months ago.
What does he bring to the table for the Clippers specifically? Because I will freely admit, I don't know much about this cat at all.
Young cat, went to the University of Illinois. 18 months ago, he had 2 scholarship offers. One to Illinois, one to Minnesota. Nobody even knew this guy.
How did this guy fly through the cracks, man?
And all of a sudden, he kept working, got better. About 6'6", great ball handler, good skill, can shoot the ball really, really well, but just has a really good poise and composure for young players. And again, I think when you see, like, these guys are playing for money in college. So then now it's like going to the NBA obviously is like a life's dream and it's a life's work, but they're also not sped up by the money because they've already had some access to it. So they're like, again, I just think they're showing up much more prepared for some of the things that come with being professional basketball players. And so you're seeing a lot of that on and off the court. The style of basketball that a lot of coaches are utilizing in college. You didn't run a lot of, pick and roll and isolations and some of the basketball philosophy offensively, defensively even, being able to cover pick and roll, being able to guard multiple positions, right? When I played, if you were a point guard, you guarded point guards. You didn't guard the small forward. Now, in college, they switch on defense the same way they do in the NBA. So when you come into the NBA now, you already have some positional versatility on the defensive side. You have some positional versatility on the offensive side because a lot of teams are using similar offensive philosophies, even in college compared to the NBA. It's still a huge jump, don't get me wrong. There's miles difference between college basketball and NBA basketball. But at least you're more on the way than you used to be coming out of college 30 years ago, which is today. The draft is the 30th anniversary of our 1996 draft class.
Ooh, kind of a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty good.
No big deal, D-Fish. By the way, D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan Los Angeles. And D-Fish, we just mentioned, of course, the 5th pick overall by the Clippers. 20 spots down, the Lakers get their first pick. If you believe reports right now, the reports are that they are potentially looking for a big man, but the one word that is used over and over and over again is, quote, high motor. They need a high motor cat. What exactly does that mean for the Lakers, and where do you think that'll lead them down as far as the path?
Yeah, two things. One, part of kind of what I was just saying, like because these guys are coming in or they're used to money, they have, they understand a lot about the game. They already have all the shoes and everything that you didn't get that stuff until you got to the NBA. Now they have it. All the new Kobe's that come out or whatever the brand they wear, they have it already. So sometimes high motor could mean we just want a guy that's like really excited and passionate about playing basketball and that we can see it when he plays. Some young players are so cool and so composed and their swag is so high and their confidence is so high, they don't play with a high motor, like where it just looks like they are popping off the court.
Yeah.
That's how hard they're playing, how hard they're competing. And regardless of size, it's the motor. So when you, like Marcus Smart is a high motor player, even though he's 6'3" and a veteran, experienced player, he still plays with a high motor. Jackson Hayes is a high motor player. Energy, passion, force, putting his body in harm's way. And so for that term to be used, that's really what they're implying. Big guys with high motors are even harder to find. Those are unicorns almost because it's hard at 7'3" to move as dynamic and explosive and on balance as it is at 6'3". So to find high motor guys whose joints don't hurt every time they move because of how much they have to do and carry, like that's rare. So it's not surprising to hear the Lakers thinking about Jaden Quaintance at 25, young guy out of Kentucky, really explosive, had a knee injury but is healthy and doing great. Medical team and performance team will check all the boxes. Every team goes through the diligence. If a player's a red flag in terms of medical health, the knee injury is putting him at too much of a risk. This guy's going to have injuries throughout his career. You get a red flag in the file, and it lets you know this is probably a do not draft guy, or at least not a draft at 25.
Okay.
If you have a second round pick and you're not the only team that's going to red flag him with an injury. So if you have the right people out in the streets hustling, you have the relationships with the agents, other folks within teams, and you might be able to get access to that player at 37 or 39. You may not take him at 25, but you still like his upside and his potential. So you take somebody else at 25, everybody's red flagging the medical, take him at 37, he costs you less, and you get another good player at 25. That's also a high motor player.
What about this draft could do you think there's anything they can do today that would kind of give you an inclination of what the Lakers' future is going to look like? What I mean by that, like, they got a lot of moves they got to make. They got a lot of salary cap space to play with. Granted, we know the names that they're going after, thus that cap space is going to deplete real fast. Is there some sort of move they can make today in the draft that would give you a better idea of what direction the Lakers are going this offseason?
In some ways, yes, but the Lakers will very rarely ever be drafting a player that is going to be placed in a position where it so heavily impacts directionally what they're doing now that it can tip the cap. Even when Kobe was drafted at 13, like the cap wasn't tipped that day, right? Long term it was, but he wasn't impacting Lakers wins in 96, 97. I played 10 minutes or so a game. Like Shaq signing in free agency, that tipped the cap.
Boy.
Right? So
Boy, did it.
Yeah, so for the Lakers organization, because the focus is on championship banners, it's really difficult to see a draft pick player and say, oh, this is what they must be thinking. Dalton Knecht was drafted at 17, I think, a couple years ago. Yeah, we could say, yeah, the perimeter shooting, the size, the length, et cetera, but it doesn't tell you everything that you want to know. The only thing that I think if they focus on a big, then yeah, that tells you they are clearly looking for not just being able to maybe sign a big in free agency, but that recognition that if Luka wants an A-list center, okay, we may not be able to go out and spend $40 to $50 million to get it, but we can re-sign Jackson Hayes. We can draft a good young big or maybe two good young bigs and get them reps and experience and opportunities to share the court with Luka. And over the next couple years, they can become impact players while developing relationships with their best players.
Absolutely. So it's going to be a very, very interesting day in the NBA, not to mention for the Lakers going forward for the next few weeks in this offseason. We will keep you updated. But coming up, I know this is going to shock you, mainly if you've never heard any of her music. But apparently Taylor Swift is holding grudges. What does that mean? We will find out when D-Fish and I, ladies and gentlemen, hit it or quit it right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Man, Raj, talk to us, Goose.
What up, fellas? Now, not to get lost in all the NBA moving and shaking, and the Lakers, of course, with the 25th draft, pick of the draft, and Clippers even have a pick at number 5, so they say. Hey, the Wizards, they have re-signed Trae Young. They have agreed to a stunning 4-year, $212 million extension. Fish, hit it or quit it on, they committing right there to Trae Young.
No, I hit it. I think it signals not only the commitment from the Wizards to Trae Young, but it more so signals that Trae Young is committed to the Wizards. And I think for a veteran guard, where people have, kind of questioned whether or not he's committed to that situation, can you win with Trae Young, et cetera. Jalen Brunson has kind of reset this idea that you can't win NBA championships with a smaller guard.
Right.
And so I like this a lot. It gives the Wizards some stability. Remember, the John Wall era in Washington was pretty good. Mm-hmm. And so to have a dynamic guard that's magical with the basketball, Trae Young is normally an assist leader, great scorer. So I like it. And it also, to me, signals they're going to take more so maybe Darren Peterson with the 1 pick and not Dabansta. Mm-hmm. Dabansta needs the ball in his hands to be effective as a lead ball handler, whereas Darren Peterson can play off the ball. So I could see a scenario where the Wizards take Peterson.
Absolutely love that. I'm going to hit it too.
Okay.
And also, not to mention on that, the Knicks just won themselves a title, and nobody hates Trae Young more than the Knicks and their fans at the Garden. So being over in D.C., just a quick puddle jump over, is going to be a lot of fun for a lot of Eastern Conference fans. On top of that, also being paired with AD, especially if he's a healthy AD, dude, watch out for DC all of a sudden. This might be real interesting really fast.
All right. Hey, guys, Taylor Swift, she hasn't sent Blake Lively a wedding invite. And I just say, what is that about? They used to be tight, Fish. They was tight like this. They had a falling out, but word on the street is they were mending their relationship, but she ain't coming to the wedding. I know you're big on these type of things, Fish. Hit it or quit it.
I don't know what they were beefing about. I don't know what they were mending.
Tell us how you really feel now.
I don't
Let them know. Let them know.
All I know is if you don't send somebody an invite to your wedding, they're not coming to the wedding. It's okay.
Yeah. Well,
well, that's what Jaylen Brown did with
AJ Brown. And
AJ Brown, excuse me, and look what happened now. Hurts on a different Jaylen Brown's on a different team, or AJ Brown.
Yeah, but Google that. There might be a little bit more.
Yeah, a little bit more behind it than that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There has to be a reason if they were friends and then they fell out. What did they fall out about? Mm-hmm. And she just still doesn't feel like an invite to the wedding, and even though it's at Madison Square Garden, she still wants.
It's probably not room. Probably not enough seats.
Listen, there's only 22,000 seats available at the Garden, so what do you expect? She can't invite everybody.
You can't invite all 22,000 of your friends.
Especially after, I don't know, she was just pulled into a massive lawsuit with Blake Lively, and I guess she doesn't want any of that smoke, so I don't know. It's interesting, but there's 22,000 seats. Maybe you can invite her. To me, it seems glaring if you don't get that invite at this point.
Yeah. Hey, guys, Patrick Mahomes, he could be cleared before camp. Now, this is coming off of a torn ACL and LCL and a December surgery. So Mahomes is already working in install periods and individual 7-on-7s through OTAs. So hit it or quit it on Mahomes about to be fully cleared after having a surgery in December, D-Fish.
I think, I hit it in terms of he could be cleared before camp, but cleared is different than all-pro MVP level performance.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Like he's wearing the big brace on the left knee. Mm-hmm. I think until he's able to, he could be medically cleared, but until he can wear a smaller brace, and be similarly mobile, I don't know. I still would be very careful. But he's definitely headed towards being medically cleared to play football by training camp, which is another 30 days,
which will be terrifying, by the way. Which is I want to, as a Raider fan, I want to just point that out. Will be terrifying, by the way, because a healthy Patrick Mahomes is scary for everybody. I'll hit it. Listen, Patrick Mahomes being out there on the field is good for football. Period. Stop. I don't like seeing him play against my team, but at the end of the day, He's one of the most incredible athletes we've ever seen in any sport. So, yeah, I want to see him out on that field, mainly because I want him to lose so badly on that field.
Deck, he's going to be the most fit, fresh version of him that we've seen in a long time.
I know.
That's a problem.
And he's motivated.
Yes,
God, now you
that's
get
a
a
problem.
motivated Patrick Mahomes. That's not good for any of us.
And he'll have the best running game he's ever had with Kenneth Walker.
Kenneth Walker, man. That's a big pickup.
Hey, guys, Skip Bayless. I know we all take him serious. Skip Bayless.
Yeah, we take him very seriously.
Yeah. Well, he says he uses Lionel Messi's World Cup record to troll LeBron. He says he quoted he's watching the game and listening to the commentators, and he puts out there a tweet or Instagram. I don't know what he did. He said,
Give him a tweet.
Oh, okay. He tweeted, the commentator just ruined the moment by comparing Messi with Michael Jordan and LeBron. He's so naive, so wrong, so blasphemous. MJ, yes. LeBron, no. Hit it or quit it on Skip. He's really serious about this narrative, this debate, and how it doesn't happen. Hit it or quit it, Fish.
Because we're on the radio and I have to say words, I will say words. But
okay.
I quit it.
I know how serious we all take Skip Bayless.
Very serious, man.
It's not even that. I don't take very seriously many people that, like, when you try to turn these big moments into, like, to your own narrative. Such a reach.
Come
on, man. I don't get down with that at all. So
I hear you.
I quit it.
Quit it, by the way. And
yes.
I want to make this about if those of you that are wondering why do you have such a lack of respect for the sports media world? This is exactly why.
But you are the sports media.
Which I have a ton of lack of respect for. I can't stress this enough. You're 74 years old, and LeBron James lives just rent-free in your head. You have nothing else in your playbook in 74 years of life other than, how dare you bring up LeBron as the GOAT? Yeah. It's so tired. Yeah. Are you not exhausted with yourself? You're 74.
LeBron is not that old, by the way.
No, he's not. I'm talking about Skip
Oh,
Bayless.
my bad.
I love LeBron. Come back, LeBron. We love you.
What he's doing at 74, that's amazing. Hey, Fish, stay with me here. Now, a butterfly that barely ages could help unlock longevity secrets. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, scientists discovered that, I should have proofread this. Heliconius butterflies, close enough, have evolved at an extraordinary lifespan, they live several times longer than closely related species. So hit it or quit it that this could give us immortality, Fish, one day, that we're going to live long like the butterflies.
I quit it on that. I don't want to live that long.
No?
Immortality that's shaky.
The vampire Lestat struggled with this.
I mean, I don't know, how I don't want to be old and can't move and walk and hurting and people got to take care of me in a certain way. And I don't know. I quit it. Okay. I'm good. I think lifespan is good.
I'm definitely going to quit it. Who wants to live forever? I'm nearly 40, and this is enough. I can't stress this enough. I'm 39, and I'm not sure how much of my 40s I want to see. That being said, we already found an immortal jellyfish years ago. We haven't figured out how to implement that into our systems now. I'm not giving a whole lot of credence to the butterfly effect to our immortality. And again, the vampire Lestat is very sad.
He is. Did you know that, Fisher? A lot of vampires struggle with, they
just want to die, man.
They get depressed because you can't die.
They've been around forever.
Do you know what I'm saying? You know the vampire Lestat? He made Louis and Anne Rice.
I don't.
It really happened back in New Orleans back in the day.
Vampire Lestat's not a real thing. It's a character in many books.
Like that, huh? You just gonna tell me anything?
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you what happened.
It was like dead serious.
Vampire. Wait, remind me. Interview with the Vampire. Was Lestat played by Pitt or Cruz?
Interview with the Vampire. Lestat, who's
was
the main?
Brad Pitt, right?
No, that was Louis.
That was the other one. Okay,
yeah.
So Cruz was the Vampire.
Lestat. But
he wasn't great at that.
No, it
Not
was
his best
good.
work.
There's a good on AMC.
I
There's a
hear
good
it's
series.
really good.
I've watched both
I
the
hear
first
it's
two
really
series.
good.
You should watch this, Fish. You can learn more about our history in the vampires. And
Ours?
how, well, like humans and how we deal with the vampires. I'm not a vampire.
I thought you were trying to suggest that you are a vampire.
No, the
you
show's
do dress like a vampire.
He likes Boston Celtics.
By
the
the way,
show's too early.
Those of you that have never seen Raj before, he dresses in between like a sweet cross between Prince and a vampire. He's like Jack Sparrow and the vampire Lestat, like had a child.
I like that. That's what I was going for.
Nailed it.
You nailed it.
Nailed it. Do we got any more?
Well, we do, but we don't have time, so we'll have
Make it
to
make
do
it
it
a
on
10-second
tomorrow's.
answer.
I can't. I can't even read it in 10 seconds.
You are
Yeah, I know.
coward. You are a coward, sir.
We can talk more about vampires, though.
We can always talk a little bit more about vampires. It's one of Fish's favorite things. He's
It
an
is.
expert in the field. Guys, coming up. Listen, Los Angeles Dodgers, yes, they got themselves one hell of a win yesterday, 2-1. But did it come at a cost? And honestly, when those costs finally come off the IL, what moves do the Dodgers need to make? Because can't have 30 guys up in the big leagues. We will discuss that, not to mention World Cup, a draft happening today, and so much more. It's D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, L.A. It's D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. We want to hear from you, of course, 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. And get in the chat. YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, where we are live. You can see our handsome faces in this fantastic studio right here in the middle of Los Angeles, where you can see D-Fish and myself talking all things sports. We talked a little bit about the draft earlier today. We will be discussing that more going forward, not to mention World Cup. Dear God. Fish, yesterday, the stars of the World Cup showing up and showing out in a big way. You got Mbappe with 2 goals, you had Haaland with 2 goals, and of course, you had Messi with 2 goals. So excited to talk about that as the show goes forward. But we got to get over to the Los Angeles Dodgers real quick, because the Dodgers got a lot of things they have to see in their future, because, ladies and gentlemen, we got guys that are on the IL left and right. And guys are going to get healthy. But last night, the Dodgers went ahead into Minnesota against the Twins, the first matchup of this series. We watched ourselves something that I did not see coming, and that was the Dodgers starting with an opener situation, which, again, did not see that taking place. We saw Will Klein go out there to start the game and give him a solid inning to start, giving up 1 run, a solo shot to Byron Buxton. Of course, Shohei Ohtani leading off the game with a home run, which led to, of course, a 1-1 tie after the Buxton home run. Bringing in Eric Lauer. Eric Lauer, who has struggled a little bit, especially at the beginning of his starts, comes in and gives 6 dynamite strong innings, which is exactly what the Dodgers needed for the great Freddie Freeman to come up and do what Freddie Freeman does.
Freeman sends a high drive to deep center field. Buxton back. He turns and watches it hit. Gone. Clears the wall and gives the Dodgers the lead.
That right there from Sportsnet LA, that was Freddie Freeman's 13th home run of the season, his 41st RBI on the year. He's hitting .273 and doing the things we expect from Freddie Freeman. Dodgers win the game 2-1. But here's the thing. It did come with consequences, and yes, we have discussed this quite a bit today, but I think it's quite important to bring up for a different reason right now. And that is, of course, right fielder Kyle Tucker, who we have been discussing quite a bit on this show due to the months he's had so far on the Dodgers, going down with some back spasms. Now, we don't have much information on the injury other than he looked like he was in some pain while getting to second base on an at-bat where he walked. They saw Alex Call come in and take his place. By the way, Alex Call went 2 for 3 in the night with 2 knocks, replacing Kyle Tucker, so good job there. But Kyle Tucker, obviously, with all of the things taking place with him, he's having a rough start to his season. But then again, is it as rough as people say? No. No, it's not. Just flat out no. You know why I know it's no? Freddie Freeman's having a good year, right? It's fine.
Yeah.
He's hitting .275. He's got 13 home runs. Is it Freddie's best? No. But is it a solid year? Absolutely. They have the same amount of RBIs. Freddie Freeman and Kyle Tucker currently are sitting with the exact same amount of RBIs. One's having a solid year. The other, according to fans, is having an absolutely abysmal year. That being said, Kyle Tucker is not having his best year, and I think Kyle Tucker would absolutely say that himself. That being said, coming out of the game yesterday, you and I have already discussed on this show, D-Fish, that it could be a very good blessing in disguise to give him some time off. We shall see where that goes. But that wasn't the only guy that went down yesterday. Dalton Rushing, with a foul tip off the mask, has entered concussion protocol. He is day-to-day to make sure that he's okay. Another devastating portion for the Dodgers, because the Dodgers are already currently without their starting catcher, Will Smith, who's out with a neck injury.
Who Raj wants to trade.
Very much, and I just don't understand why. I get that he likes Dalton Rushing, but I like me some Will Smith quite a bit still. Not in a rush to move on from Will Smith, and I don't think anyone should be. Raj. That being said, dude, it's another body that's gone down. Now, I am excited to see a little bit of some guys getting some opportunities. I always am excited for that, especially on the Dodgers side, because the Dodgers are always that next man up type of team. And I get excited for the young guys who get an opportunity. I'm looking no further than Chucky Robinson, maybe not a young guy, 31-year-old kind of catching veteran, but not with a ton of major league experience. He's gotten some games. He's played about a total, I think of his career, 141 major league games. Oh, sorry, I take that back. He's only got 141 major league at-bats. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a cat like this get an opportunity, some starts in the big league level again. would love to see what he can do. And also, he doesn't wear batting gloves. That's badass. D-Fish, that's just straight up badass. That's old school. Love that.
Not if he's doing some things with his hands. I don't know about that.
Well, I
That's
hope he's
old
not
school,
doing the
but,
old Moises Alou. That's maybe too old school for. Google it. Apparently, allegedly, Moises Alou used to pee on his hands. Not sure why he did that. I know Moises. I refused to shake his hand just in case the rumors are true. But here's the thing. The Dodgers, who have been sitting here with a lot of big names on the IL. But let's go ahead really quick and mention the position players on the IL. I mentioned both catchers right now. Dalton Rushing just comes out yesterday. He probably won't be available today or tomorrow. Okay, there's a catcher. Will Smith, another catcher. Kike Hernandez, outfielder and utility man, could also play some infield for you. He's out. You're losing out on Teoscar Hernandez. Kyle Tucker just came out. So right there, that's 2 of your 3 starting outfielders right out the gate, not out there. Your 2 catchers, not out there. It's becoming a bit of an injury ward. That being said, they will start to get healthy, but that's not what I wanted to focus on. I want to focus on exactly what the Dodgers need to do with their pitching, because the Dodgers have found themselves in a very unique position. Because you know what every fan's calling in and saying? You know what everybody's typing online? We got to trade for Tarek Skubal. Do you?
Is that a Dodgers fan or a Cowboys,
Cowboys fan? It's both. It's one of those crossover.
Jerry Jones is a Cowboy fan now.
Oh no! Jerry Jones is very different. Trust me. I do a dynamite Jerry Jones. We will get to that. No, dude. It's the Dodgers found themselves in a very unique position because everyone wants Tarek Skubal to come here, and I don't blame you. He's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner, and the Dodgers have the capital to go get him when it comes to minor league prospects. My point is, do we really need him?
Need is no. That's a quick answer. No.
Definitely don't need him.
Yeah.
So I'll follow it up. I would make the argument that adding a Tarek Skubal to this pitching staff would cause more problems than really help. Now, having a Tarek Skubal is always a good thing. Make no mistake. I don't think any Dodger fan will be upset if they grab a Tarek Skubal. But keep in mind, the Dodgers pitching staff is starting to get healthy. We're going to see Blake Snell back in this pitching staff in just a couple of weeks here. He will be back in July. If you believe reports, so will some other arms. You were looking to see possibly a return of Tyler Glass now. Not to mention on top of that, Bobby Miller might be coming back. There's a bunch of arms that are going to be coming off of the IL for the Los Angeles Dodgers, and the Dodgers are stuck in a position where they might have too many damn good arms. Because you got Roki Sasaki doing a good job, especially as of late in the starting rotation. You have Shohei Ohtani doing a phenomenal job, obviously, in the starting rotation. You have Justin Robleski, who was not supposed to be in the starting rotation, but he's got a 2.75 ERA and doing a killer job for the Dodgers. You got Emmett Sheehan, who's been doing a solid job for the Dodgers. You also have, just the names just keep going on. And not to mention Eric Lauer threw himself 6 solid innings last night. The problem is you got 2 starters coming back for sure. Somebody's got to go somewhere. The Dodgers can't just keep hoarding and holding all these guys in the big league level. So now who's going to be the odd man out? Is it Eric Lauer, who is a veteran pitcher? Is it Justin Robleski, because he does have options? I'm willing to bet it's actually someone else. And as these arms start to come back, you got to start making some big decisions, because Will Klein, who has been kind of all over the place, is he somebody that needs to go down? I think it's going to sadly end up being an Emmett Sheehan who's going to end up getting sent down, or something else, because once you get Blake Snell back, I would assume Emmett Sheehan's going to be moved into the pen situation. That is, of course, if they're even going to keep him in the big league setup. Or do they simply let go of Eric Lauer, who I have a feeling, because of his years, doesn't have any options, and who knows if he's going to accept an option or a chance to go down to AAA when he could probably help another big league team? The Dodgers have some unique spots here. The problem, with Justin Robleski, is simply this. He has options, so they can send him down. And everybody wants this Ryan kid to come up as well. The problem is, there's just not enough spots for him. The Dodgers, they sign guys, and it's great, but they do put a roadblock for a lot of dudes who should be in the big leagues right now, which is also why the Dodgers get to make all of these incredible trades.
Yeah, it all kind of ties together. The young talent that the Dodgers have in their development system, and then even some of the young pitching, like you said, whether it's Robleski and some other guys that would allow them to bring in Schoolboy. If you bring in a player of that caliber, you're definitely moving on. It's kind of like Giannis. Like, you're going to end up moving on from some players that could help you, win some games. And so, but three things come to mind. One is the development piece. Like, if you bring in a pitcher of that caliber, you are going to stifle or limit some of the development of other pitchers. They'll be, you have to pitch Schoolboy enough games that he still can be one of the best pitchers in baseball. He's not going to want to come out and pitch half the games. So you're going to limit some reps for some of your developmental guys. But also the flip side of it is, and the second thing, he's coming off an elbow procedure. Ohtani obviously has some injury history with the elbows, et cetera. Mm-hmm. If you can add a talent, one, the sell to Schoolboy and his representatives are, you don't want him to have to be the horse every single night when he goes out there. He's coming off of an elbow procedure. Mm-hmm. You don't want to keep him in a position for his entire career where, like, his arm is the thing that has to make everything happen for the teams that he plays for. Like, you want him to be healthy for another decade. And so, coming to L.A., we can surround him with other talent at the pitching position, with power, at the plate that takes some pressure off of the arm and the elbow being a thing. You also then can take some pressure off of Shohei Ohtani's excellence as a pitcher.
You could.
You can
and
take
Blake
some pressure
Snell.
off of Blake Snell. So all of a sudden now you spread, Yamamoto, Roki Sasaki. And so you start to spread some of that talent throughout the pitching staff that just makes the Dodgers almost impossible to beat, which then goes to the third point, the competition. Mm-hmm. Because if you don't get them, somebody else will.
Absolutely. And you don't want to run into a Tarek Skubal later on.
Yeah, everybody's in the grocery store. We all looking for a loaf of bread, and it's the first one to get the last one. Dude. And so if the Padres or another National League competitor are able to swing that trade, when you actually have the draft capital, you have the resources, you have the means to do it, you don't necessarily want to sit pat and watch somebody down the street do it that, yeah, maybe that doesn't make them a better team than you, but adding a pitcher of that caliber in a 5-game series, it does give them a chance to win in advance.
It really does. And also, like, I think people always push back because I think I had even a ex-GM one time push back on me on a show when I made the suggestion that I think some teams will even make some trades right now just to block from other teams getting them. And he thought that was really almost insulting that I said that out loud. He's like, no, they have to make their team better. I'm like, well, sometimes you've got to make your team better by not letting another team get better at times.
You're not going to trade for a trash can.
Yeah.
Like, it's trading for
Absolutely. But if I'm like, say I'm the Cubs, I'm going to throw an extra prospect or two just so the Dodgers don't get Tarek Skubal. If I'm the Braves, I'm doing the same thing. If I'm the Phillies, I'm throwing anything that's not bolted to the ground at the Detroit Tigers just so the Dodgers don't get them.
Yeah, now I understand the point he's making in terms of, making a trade like that and then all of a sudden, okay, you don't have any young players because you sent them all to Detroit.
Yeah.
You gave up one of your young stars that's helping you win right now, and so you look up and it's like, yeah, you added Skubal, but the team is worse off. Sure, you don't necessarily want to make that decision, but yeah, there's still times. We talked about the blockbuster trade in the NBA with Giannis. Like, there's still times where, even though like the Miami Heat sent a ton of resources, players, draft capital for now, tonight in the draft, and future draft capital, there's certain players that just you go for it now. And when you're a winner and a competitor, the way Pat Riley is, and the way a lot of these sports executives are, if there's an opportunity to make your team better now, you don't necessarily wait around for 5 years. Like, it's not even your job to have 5 years from now, right? Like, you're supposed to be. It's like flying a plane. You're flying now. You're not flying the plane for 5 years from now. It's now. Get us to the destination now.
And some teams, right, by the way, are built for right now.
Right.
And that one team I mentioned, the Phillies, like, this is their window. Especially if we have a work stoppage next year, the window is right now and possibly not in the future at all. So they need to win right now, and they need to beat the Dodgers. And I think every single team in Major League Baseball, especially in the National League, have that circled in there. Forget winning the pennant. We have to beat the Dodgers. If you beat the Dodgers, you're probably going to win the pennant.
That's a great point around the timing of the potential work stoppage and the collective bargaining agreement discussions that are happening. And some of the decisions, based on the way their roster is currently constructed, what contracts you have that are in place for the future, et cetera. Yeah, you want to go now. It's likely that you're going to come back to at least an evolved or different system than the one that exists in now. It doesn't mean that ownership group is going to get everything that it wants, or the league office, and the players won't get everything that they want, but it'll be different in some capacity. So you also are keeping that in mind with the timing of how you're going to go for it. I mean, there are coaches in different sports that, knowing a work stoppage was coming, like, step down at the end of a year. Like, they didn't want to deal with the realities of what a work stoppage could be like, what it means for jobs. People getting laid off from teams because the teams aren't generating revenue, so then they can't afford to pay staff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So those are all things that these teams are thinking about for sure with these decisions.
By the way, somebody put in the chat, I would think getting Chapman would be a good trade. I honestly think Aroldis Chapman is going to be one of the most interesting pieces this trade deadline. Everybody needs a bullpen arm, and yeah, the Dodgers also have bullpen issues with their health. Blake Trinan keeps fighting himself on the IL. Edwin Diaz is still hurt, and yeah, that's also going to knock guys out into the minor leagues or possibly put them in a position where they need to get traded, because the Dodgers, believe it or not, despite the injuries, when they get healthy, they're going to be in a position where they have too much pitching, which is not a phrase a lot of teams can really say. And that is a great place for the Dodgers to be. And that's why they're the Dodgers at the end of the day.
Yeah, I've never even heard that before.
Too much pitching.
Yeah,
they the only team ever with too much
what?
pitching.
What did he just say? That was a foreign language.
And by the way, there is one. Robert Wallace does make a point. A prospect is just that. Go get him. I hear what you're saying. But, there are times where that absolutely bounces back and blows up in someone's faces. Can I give a really good and maybe an obvious example? And it does require us to forget how he's playing right now, because Fernando Tatis Jr. is having a very bad season right now in San Diego. But that guy was practically traded straight up for James Shields at a time where James Shields was not even a semblance of what he once was. And since that trade, every White Sox fan cites that trade as the ending of a decade for that team. Because since Fernando Tatis Jr. became a Padre, he's won the Platinum Glove Award twice, Gold Glove Award twice, Silver Slugger Award twice, and he's been an All-Star in 3 separate years. James Shields retired a year and a half after this trade happened. So, listen, I hear what you're saying. Prospects are prospects until they're stars.
Yeah, I guess LA fans are it's F them picks, man. It's really
are.
Pretty much
yes,
what
we are.
It's about the banners, and if there's a guy that can help you now, that's most of the time that's going to be the look. It's hard to to exist in this market and in this infrastructure if you aren't winning at the highest level. There's too many options, too many choices. So many great teams that fans can choose to support and go spend their money and time with. So if you're not breaking through that noise by winning, it's tough. And so it just comes with it. We wouldn't be surprised. The Dodgers are always going to do things that lead to winning, and winning now, and for the future. That's the thing. They're not only trying to win now, but they are also stockpiling young players, picks, et cetera,
absolutely,
to make sure that they can sustain that high level of winning.
Yeah, the only thing I always say, specifically about the Dodgers, it also depends on the developmental of your plays, because the Dodgers getting a prospect, I honestly think we've seen what they do with their prospects. They turn them into stars. It's really fantastic what this organization is capable of doing, but
Is that something that the league offers complaints about?
Weirdly, no. It's just about the money they spend. They don't pay attention to the actual formation of their organization. Just, no money. That's it. Really, that's all they complain about.
Yeah, because that helps the league. I'm sure the Dodgers have a lot of young guys that have gone out into.
Sure have. In fact, Yordan Alvarez, one of the biggest power hitters in baseball on the Astros, he was a Dodger prospect.
Yeah.
We let him go right out the door. By the way, what do you think, Los Angeles? 855-97LA fan. If you really think about it, should the Dodgers go after Tarek Skubal, knowing for a fact when this team gets healthy, they have, quote, too many arms? It is quite the place to be if you're a Dodger fan, and we will keep you updated with that as time goes forward. But, guys, coming up, we got so much to discuss still on this show. We had a blockbuster trade yesterday, and yes, we will get to that. But also, dude, World Cup. Yesterday was a show, and the stars showed out. Today, do we feel bad for another star? Let's discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. D Fish and Decker with you guys on your LA commute right now here in Los Angeles, California. And of course, we are on the new 97.1 The Fan. You can take us on the go with the Odyssey app and the iHeart app. But most importantly, go over there to YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch and get a look at our beautiful faces in this incredible studio that we are currently in at The Fan LA. We've been talking everything under the sun when it comes to the world of sports, and specifically LA sports. We've got a draft today. We talked a little bit about that blockbuster trade, of which we will continue to talk about because it does open up so many other topics. Not to mention, wasn't even the only trade of the day yesterday. Also, the Trae Young of it all, and what is DC going to do? It is going to be a very, very unique 24 hours in the NBA. We will keep you guys posted and updated on all of it. But we got to get over to the World Cup because, dude, World Cup fever is taking over Los Angeles. It's taking over Philly, Dallas, Houston, Boston, Seattle. Dude, it has just been electric. And yesterday, the stars showed up. And you bet your ass they showed out, D-Fish, because Mbappe, another 2 goals for France. Haaland, another 2 goals for Norway. And that man, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, Messi, with another 2 goals, making that officially the most goals scored by one man in the World Cup ever. And he's only going to add to his total, D-Fish. So that leads to the very, very glaring question. How will Ronaldo mess it up today?
I thought you were going to, only one question is, how long is it going to take for Mbappe to catch Messi?
Nope. How will Cristiano Ronaldo screw this up today?
Oh my God. I want to see today. I've not watched Ronaldo play live or, a match, so I can see what everybody's talking about around his approach to playing soccer.
So it's wild. Like, I was all kind of excited about it too. I was aware that he was 41 years old, but you know what? D-Fish, you and I have been a little spoiled seeing what a 41-year-old can do here in Los Angeles. So part of me was thinking, Ronaldo's obviously still got it. Because it was in my mind that, maybe Messi doesn't got it anymore. But then, of course, the 3 goals in the first match. And I'm like, oh, never mind. Age is just a number, huh? No worries. Watch what Ronaldo does. And then we had Brock Vereen in here during Crosstalk. Of course, Brock Vereen of our mid-morning show here on the new 97.1 The Fan, Brock and Alex. Brock said something that I didn't really consider at the time. I didn't consider Ronaldo's selfishness.
Yeah, I had no clue.
I was unaware of just exactly who this guy kind of is at this current venture. And he said, and I quote, along the lines of, he's just going to try and score nonstop. He's going to hound for every type of goal, and he's going to ruin his team's chances. And you know what? Brock Vereen nailed that call because he was right. And then watching them break down the actual match of what exactly Ronaldo was trying to do and trying to force himself into scoring positions when he shouldn't have been. And then also hearing Raj, our hype man over here, constantly say he shouldn't even be starting. Now, when I heard him say that, I'm like, it's Portugal and Ronaldo. There is no Portugal without Ronaldo. Turns out there's a Portugal without Ronaldo. There's absolutely a Portugal without Ronaldo. And I just didn't know that at the time. But hey, Raj, what is your take on what we're going to see today from Ronaldo? And also, let's go around the room. Do we feel bad for the guy?
Good question. So one, it's 90 minutes prior to the start of the match, so let me check the starting lineup and see if he's even in the starting lineup, because I think he should come off the bench personally and just put it. But do I feel sorry for him? I say no, because he did it to himself. He had a way that he could have reacted. He could have been humble and gracious like Derek Fisher is. That's the way Messi is, and, just deflecting, doesn't take off. Cristiano's been the opposite. Even jealous, openly jealous, and maybe Messi was open jealous at one point because it was closer between the GOATs. But do I feel bad for him? No. And let me check. Let's see. What do we got here? Your name's Peyton, new guy. Do you feel bad?
They call me Peyton. I never feel bad for anybody who is worth over $1.2 billion.
That is fair.
Yeah,
that is fair. But now you're getting into that Kyle Tucker conversation. I don't feel bad for you. You get $60 million. Granted, $1.2 billion is a lot more than that. That's,
Yeah.
this is very
We would ask
specific.
Crash
In fairness.
Levy, but he's about to crash the YouTube thing again, so he's just trying to keep us on.
Crash, stop getting us crashed off the internet. We need the internet here on this show. It's very, very important to our success and our growth here. But what do you think? Did you feel remotely bad? Listen, there's an aspect of it. You know, it's like it's when you don't leave the party early enough and you stay too long. Is that what we're seeing from Ronaldo?
I mean, possibly. I don't know yet. From my own eyes, from what I'm hearing, it's a definite yes. And not that he shouldn't be playing at all, but it sounds like, you know, and you see it a lot in basketball for years. I think guys have, you know, kind of gotten better with that. Like, you know, physically, when they really start to feel that decline, especially if they've been a world-class player for a long time, they have no interest in still being out there if they can't really perform at that world-class level. So, like, LeBron's not going to play an extra 3 or 4 years just to, like, score a couple extra buckets. Like, he's already scored all the buckets he needs to score. So, you know, it sounds like, yeah, it might be hanging on a little too long, or at least in the role that he has on the team. And so, do fans want to see him, though? Do people still tune in when he's on television? He still has millions of followers on social media.
Oh, sure does.
So, you know, I think the World Cup is still getting what it wants in terms of the conversation is still about him. Regardless of how well he's playing, he still generates conversation, viewers, audience, engagement. So to some degree,
Yeah, but right
he's
now,
still
not in the good way.
well, some people would say there is no bad way when it comes to the engagement, the branding, the viewers.
That's Jerry
the
Jones.
attendance.
Yeah, that's you're speaking my language.
That's FIFA, that's Fox, that's all the groups. I mean, that's the reality of it. Like, there's a reason why the Stars play on Monday.
That is fair. By the way, speaking of those stars, Messi, Mbappe, and Haaland combined right now so far in the World Cup, 13 goals. 0 for Ronaldo. None.
He's going to score today, guys.
You know what's funny about Ronaldo? It's kind of giving that feeling. Like, and you know this guy. You know the guy that left high school, but 2 years after high school is still attending the high school parties. I feel like that's Ronaldo right now. You're not in high school anymore. Maybe it's time to move on to the junior college. Is all I'm saying.
Nah, he's going to score today.
He's going to score. You heard it here first, people. D. Fish says he's going to score today. However, Hyman Raj, is he starting?
Well, the official lineups are not out yet. They usually are 90 minutes prior to a game, and but he is projected to start. So we will have to see about that. But I think if then they're playing a team that they should beat, so maybe they will start him. But I could use him coming off the bench. Problem is, if you let him come off the bench, which for the betterment of the team, he might take his ball and go home. That's the kind of guy he is.
Oh no!
I'm dead serious. I'm not
Seriously,
trying to clown.
the World Cup?
Dude, he is that guy. He's unfortunate. And there's other thing, and by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, listening on YouTube, which we love for you to do, you can vote on a very important poll. No, it's not who's the GOAT or anything. Of course, we were talking about earlier and us converting Fisher to being in our vampire book club.
Yes. We're starting one.
Yes, but she's about vampire Lestat. So who is your favorite vampire? And the choices are The Count from Sesame Street. Do you remember that one, Fish?
The Count.
I do.
All right,
I do.
Yes, that's right. 1, 2. The other one is Interview with the Vampire, which is Lestat, the vampire. Fish, if you know. Okay, getting better. Twilight. Do you remember Twilight, Fish?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Oh, you like that?
Dude, he's a huge fan.
Okay.
I
can see
saw
that.
you at the debut of Breaking Dawn.
Were you team vampire or werewolf in that movie?
I don't know which one.
Okay. That's okay.
Yeah,
all right.
I don't
And
know.
then finally,
I know
what I
which
put
one's
on
which.
there, Blade. Do you remember Blade?
No question.
I do remember Blade.
The greatest
Okay.
vampire there ever was.
Well, at 71%, Blade is killing it. He is
it
everyone's
was
favorite
close.
vampire.
I mean, and I don't like the vampire movies and all. It's all great. I just don't like the way Raj tried to set me up like vampires were actually real.
Well, it's a little. I mean, it's just like we don't know
He's
what's
starting-
real or not,
Okay.
Fish. So we
All right.
talk
you
about
don't
these
know
things.
what's real or not.
We don't know if they're real because then some people in other counts in Transylvania and in Eastern Europe, there were things like they're going around and there was a bloodthirsty creature.
I want to make this abundantly
All good.
clear. This is your guy that you're believing with the vampire stuff. Now he's saying vampires are real. That's the world we're currently in.
aliens are real.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not here though.
It doesn't mean that they're
I
not.
don't know about
Yeah.
that.
Well,
He's big on
okay.
El Chupacabra.
Can I
He
go back-
believes the Loch Ness monster's there.
Can I go back to Ronaldo real quick?
yes.
We talk about
Speaking of
sports.
vampires.
Can we talk about sports?
people suck the blood out of things.
So just like in American football, like you don't always get the sack when you're the guy that everybody's focusing on.
Yeah.
Does Ronaldo see like double coverage? Is it hard for him
Actually,
to score?
Raj, is Ronaldo that guy that's being covered at this point, or has he just lost his step?
Okay, listen. You say you're going to watch the game today. I want you to watch something.
Yeah, I am.
Real quick before we break, we're going to talk about the Lakers' 25th on the clock today, or 25th pick.
Great tease.
Coming up. Yes. There's 11 men on the pitch, as you learned yesterday, Fisher.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, besides the goalie, 10 of them should be playing defense, and they run backwards.
Okay.
You're going to see 9 people on Portugal run backwards. One is just going to walk and stroll. Now, to his defense, Messi doesn't spend a bunch of energy anymore on defense. He just doesn't. But on offense, you're also going to see people running, 10 of them running, and you're going to see one just kind of walking and strutting. But then when he does, he's going to run and try and get the ball, and it's spurts. And I get it because he's 41, but for 90 minutes, I don't need that guy out there. So so that should be coming off the bench in like the 65th minute or the 70th minute. Maybe he'll expend a little more energy, especially on defense. But that's why I just say he should come off the bench. I'm not saying he wasn't a great player, but he's not at this point in time. And you won't see Messi run all the time either. But he does hustle more and wisely uses his burst and spurts.
Good to know. Good to know. So watch out for Ronaldo today. See if he costs his team another game, or see if the old Ronaldo pops up. Maybe. You never know. We will keep you guys posted. Of course, that match is nearly just under 90 minutes away from starting. We will keep you posted on all of that and so much more. But you heard it coming up. Raj says we got to talk about the draft, which is probably pretty fitting because the Lakers got the 25th pick today. And what are they going to do with it? What do the Lakers' future look like after today's draft? We will discuss on the new 97.1 The Fan. 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-972-3326. D Fish and Decker right here with you guys for another hour right for your LA morning commute. And of course, go ahead and take us on the go with the Odyssey app and the iHeart app, and go and join the chat right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. We got lots to discuss and only another hour to do it, ladies and gentlemen, so we definitely want to hear from you. What do you think about the Dodgers? What are your thoughts right now on the idea of Tarek Skubal being traded over here? Do you think it's too much for the Dodgers, considering the amount of pitching they're about to get back? We want to hear from you, Los Angeles, but right now we got to talk about the NBA draft. And D-Fish, it's a very unique world right now in the current world of the NBA draft, because it seems like we're dealing with a different type of athlete in the world these days. I kind of got into it with somebody yesterday when we were talking about, and you mentioned earlier on the show, the concept of no one's winning multiple titles anymore, and somehow that's making people winning their titles seem less important, which is insane to me, because at the end of the day, we're in this to get our hands on titles, but we've gotten so conditioned over what I think really the last 30 years, because we've seen so many dynasties, and specifically in the NBA, it's been so much dynastic basketball played over the years. Multiple trips with the Lakers, multiple different dynastic runs with the Celtics. Obviously, what we saw with Golden State for the last couple of years, the couple of blips with Miami in there, the Spurs all throughout this entire time. So we kind of got a little spoiled with the idea that greatness is multiple titles. You can't just win a ring, you got to win 5 rings. But as you mentioned, these last 9 seasons, we're in a new era of parity, and people are like starting to question greatness on that, to which I say, no, it's not that one guy's great. Could it just be that there's more great guys that are out there in today's day and age in the NBA?
I mean, that's a very possible scenario. Like, I think this particular draft class specifically does have a significant amount of depth, and I think this draft class holds like several guys that could be future All-Stars. The game has obviously changed and evolved, so it's not like saying that there's more guys that are great now that are better fit for today's NBA is not. That doesn't mean you're saying they're greater than guys previously.
No, that's
like,
always one of those things. Like I always hated that argument in all of sports where, me talking good about someone is not me talking crap about someone else.
Right.
And yet somehow we're even more conditioned on that. We poked fun at Skip Bayless earlier because of his endless, desperate need to do the GOAT conversation between LeBron and Jordan. And it's just, guys, they can both be great. It doesn't have to be one or the other. And I've never understood putting somebody's like accomplishments and greatness on a pedestal that always responds to, yeah, but what about this guy? What about that guy? I'm talking about this guy right now.
Agreed. Yeah. So I do agree. I think it's not only, the greatness in terms of, young players coming into the league now, but it's the skill and the development piece that they're experiencing in college is better preparing them. It's not fully preparing them, but it's better preparing them for the NBA. Like a big part of why A.J. Dabansta went to BYU. Yeah, the $5 million helped a lot. Didn't hurt. But head coach at BYU is Kevin Young, who was a former assistant coach in the NBA for several years, most recently the Phoenix Suns, prior to taking the BYU job a few years ago. And a lot of the young prospects now they're looking for coaches that can help them develop as players and better prepare them for moving on to the NBA. And so there's an understanding now that at the higher levels, those high talent players are not choosing colleges or coaches to go and play for that are not better preparing them to go to the NBA. Dusty May, former head coach of the University of Michigan, current head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, he has 3 guys that he just coached in college for 1 year that are probably going to all get drafted in the first round of the NBA draft tonight, which means that, yeah, their talent and the foundation of who they were as players prior to them playing for him was already set, but his development system, his coaching staff, the way they played, the philosophy that they utilized, that helped bring a certain level of shine and platform to their game that catapulted those guys to first-round picks potentially. Ade Mara was a player at UCLA that was not slated to be in the lottery when he left UCLA 2 years ago. Now he's a lottery pick.
Yeah.
And so some of the greatness that you're referring to with more players coming into the league that have talent and ability, and there's just more guys to talk about now. Yeah, some of it is the era. There's digital media. We know their names more. We're more comfortable with who the guys are. But yeah, they do have some additional preparation in their background compared to players that were coming into the NBA, 10, 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we got a draft going on today. 97-1, The Fan, D-Fish, and Decker talking about that draft right now. And the Lakers, who do have the 25th pick today. Not to mention, on top of that, also in Los Angeles, the Clippers, as you mentioned earlier, have the 5th pick today. So going to be an interesting day when it comes to the NBA basketball teams here in LA. But let's stay focused on the Lakers right now, just because of all of the things that are going to be taking place for this team in the future. Of course, the Austin Reeves of it all, the LeBron James of it all, potentially maybe Mitchell Robinson or Lou Dort or whatever they're going after at the moment. But right now, the quote-unquote high motor guy they're looking to draft today, if they do get Kentucky's Jaden Quintons, what do you think that guy can bring to the Lakers immediately? Is he a guy that can be in rotation in this next year? Is he a guy that fits that system? Tell me a little bit about this cat.
Yeah, I think Jaden Quintons is you think of a young draft player like him as a more cost-effective and responsible way of adding the things that Mitchell Robinson or Walker Kessler or one of these, coveted bigs on the free agent market that are probably going to be outside the range that the Lakers can afford in free agency. They can go and find young players that have that ability. Crash rate and offensive rebounding are things that, especially with the Lakers and most NBA teams now, are being measured. Not only how many offensive rebounds you get, but what is your rate of going to the offensive glass? And Quintons is a guy who physically has the type of body that he can go to the offensive glass consistently and regularly, and he's explosive enough, long enough, and strong enough to be able to corral some of those offensive rebounds, get extra possessions for the Lakers, kick the ball out to Luka, out to Austin, out to LeBron, etc., and just create more offense for the team that way without being a high usage player. So don't think of any of these draft picks, to be honest, whoever the Lakers draft, as a guy that will need to make a lot of decisions with the basketball per se. It's more so, do they have skill sets offensively and defensively that help the Lakers get more possessions by being able to be disruptive on the defensive end? Are they a good shot blocker? Do they have a high motor? Can they help get deflections, which disrupts the timing of offensive teams? Like, in football, like, guys don't get a lot of interceptions, but there's certain guys that, like, when the quarterback's trying to throw the ball, they have great timing on jumping up and tipping the pass. And so then it makes it harder for the quarterback to make some of those quick throws that they want to make. And so the NBA is looking at a lot of guys that way as well. Like, how many deflections do you get every night? Right? You're disrupting the timing of the passing of the offensive team, et cetera. So the Quintons is one of those guys that it's like a more cost-effective way of creating what Mitchell Robinson could create if you were able to sign him in restricted free agency. Like, let's go get a $2 million version of it instead of a $30 million version of it. And then hopefully we can develop him into a guy that can be as productive as a $30 million guy, even though we're paying him $2 or $3 million.
Absolutely. And by the way, tonight, the James Coe Show will be live during the NBA draft when the Lakers make their first-round pick. And he'll keep you updated on any big trades that go on today during the draft. Of course, you want to check that out tonight right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Our newest show, by the way, to the family right over here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Really excited to have James Coe part of this channel, and it's going to be absolutely awesome seeing that tonight. And by the way, if the Lakers do say Quentin's goes a little early, what position does that put the Lakers in to maybe pivoting into a different direction? Is it still that kind of high-octane big guy, or is it just somebody else or is it just basically best name on the board type of situation?
Yeah, it depends. Each team looks at it differently. Some teams do have the philosophy of we're going to take the best player available, regardless of position. We're taking the best player available, and we're not going to overthink, what the exact fit is. And so it depends on how Rob Pelinka and the front office are looking at it. But they have every single scenario mapped out. There'll be in a big war room, conference room, long tables, and all of these scenarios have already been calculated. They hired an assistant GM, not more than a few weeks ago.
Yeah, number crunching guy.
Part of it is this, right? You draft different players at different slots. You understand what the salary implications are going to be. But you also are looking at the different scenarios of this. If this player is off the board, then it shifts us to scenario B. If these players are off the board, it shifts us to scenario C. And so you have it all mapped out. If Quaintance is gone, if our focus is on a big, that means Terrence Reed Jr. from UConn might still be on the board. We'll pivot to him. Or Chris Sinak Jr. from the University of Houston. We'll pivot to him. But sometimes, and inevitably, there are always guys that are still on the board that you're surprised are still there. So that's what starts to cause the stress. Is like you've circled Quaintance,
but another
is
guy
still there, but another guy we didn't think was going to be here is here, and he's a guard, and we didn't really talk about drafting a guard, but he's still here on the board. So you have all of these things that you have to be prepared for. And oftentimes you got to be ready to make that call. That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Guys, so much to discuss going forward with the Lakers and, of course, the draft tonight. Again, the James Coe Show will be live during that right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Coming up, blockbuster trades, people. Blockbuster trades leading into this draft. And how do they affect you, Los Angeles? And how do they affect the Lakers? We will discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. back. 855-97-LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. D-Fish and Decker with you guys for your last hour of this morning show, of course, in your LA drive and commute. Give us a call, and, of course, go ahead and join us in the chat at The Fan LA right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, where it has been going live and off all show long. We've talked everything under the sun thus far. We got an NBA draft coming up today. What are the Lakers going to do? It's going to be very interesting. We talked about the Dodgers and their injuries. Not to mention, on top of that, what are they going to do when they get healthy? Because they find themselves in a very unique position. A team with the best record in baseball, but a pitching staff that's very depleted, all coming back relatively in the same time, it looks like, in July, which puts the Dodgers in a very unique position of good problem to have. Just too many damn arms. It could lead to guys getting sent down, could lead to potential trades, and, of course, the looming Tarek Skubal of it all, of course, which every team and their cousins are going to be in on when the trade deadline hits. But we also got to talk about a little bit about a blockbuster trade that took place yesterday, because last night, while we were all asleep, we thought we were safe from it. No. Giannis is taking his talents down to South Beach, just like the old adage is. What are your takeaways on this trade? Because boy, oh boy, did they trade a lot to get him.
Yeah, they they surely did. But Giannis is the type of player who has been, and I believe still has enough left in his all NBA tank to make it worth it. Like Pat Riley is one of the greatest winners of all time and has never been comfortable with mediocrity ever. And so he had no plans to just continue to run it back with a team that was not going to have a chance to win at the highest level. So it's not really an F them picks type of move. It was still very methodical, intentional. Every year he's tried to make a move that could land the type of player that he's comfortable having as part of their organization, and then also Eric Spoelstra as a head coach. And so they gave up, some players that can help you win. I mean, Jaime Jaquez Jr.
Oh, yeah. Tyler
Hero, yeah. Ware, Kasparis.
Yeah, that's the only one I'm willing to say on the air.
The first name, not the last name.
Hayden, can you say Kasparis' last name?
Yeah, Kasparis, sure.
You liar.
Yeah,
I knew
totally.
you couldn't. I knew you didn't have it in you.
And so, yeah, I you never know. These things are inexact sciences. There's so many things: injuries, timing, injuries to other players on other teams, not even to Giannis or Bam Adebayo, et cetera. But it's you have to inject some new blood and some new energy, at the right times. And I think this is also Miami Heat's way of signaling to Bam Adebayo that we care about your journey too. Like, Bam Adebayo is a gold medal winner, Team USA, all-NBA player, all-star. Like, you can't just have him and ask him to keep showing up in Miami every year and not have a chance to win the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
So getting him somebody that's comparable in terms of greatness and the ability to achieve at the highest level, that's what this move was about for Miami. I also like this for Milwaukee.
Big time.
I really do. The time to move on from Giannis came to that point. Both sides mutually agreed.
It was the time.
And to get players that can help you win now, to get draft assets that they can use tonight, as well as future draft assets, that's the home run that you want to look for. John Horst, who's the GM there in Milwaukee, been under a lot of scrutiny just with they decided to waive and stretch Damian Lillard's contract that cost them a ton of money last year. Doc Rivers being brought in as the head coach didn't work out as well.
No, it didn't.
And so he needed to do something that also kind of stabilized the organization again for a new ownership group. They hired Taylor Jenkins as a head coach earlier this spring. He's a great young coach, did a really good job in Memphis before things turned there. And so, Milwaukee's going to be an interesting team. They won't have a lot of superstar power, but watch for them kind of similar to the Charlotte Hornets this past year.
Interesting.
Like
Take
one of
a
those
step
kind
forward
of
like
play-in
that.
type teams that, like, on the right night, they could beat anybody. and they'll probably still be fun to watch play.
Well, looking at this right now, you talk about the future. Now, Giannis goes with Bobby Portis down there to Miami, and those draft picks, 13th overall draft pick in tonight's NBA draft, 2031 first-round draft pick, unprotected, I should say, 2033 first-round unprotected draft pick, 2030 first-round pick swap, and a 2033 second-round pick. So
don't forget my kitchen sink. Your
yeah,
kitchen
that's
sink,
right. That's right.
The drapes.
Yeah,
the
my third born.
All that.
All of that is
all
all
one.
going over there. So congratulations to Milwaukee. Your future is relatively bright.
Yeah.
But there is also this aspect. It's kind of wild, and this is true. Jimmy Haslam has now, in the last month, traded away Giannis Antetokounmpo and Myles Garrett in two separate teams that he owns. That's a hell of a month. Now, I'm not saying you didn't get great stuff in return, but that's a hell of a month of trading away your biggest stars.
And I think it also speaks to, the philosophy as an ownership group that they have and that he has, and kind of recognizing, there's a time to trade away a franchise superstar in order to get the most assets and capital in return. If you wait a little too long, you miss the opportunity to set the organization up for future success. And so to make the move with Myles Garrett now, while it feels in the short term that you're going to experience the gap that's there. Jared Verse is a phenomenal young football player. He is going to help the Browns win a lot of football games, but there's a gap between he and Myles Garrett today. Same thing in Milwaukee. There's a gap there between Giannis and what these other guys are going to bring to Milwaukee moving forward. But there's a window where trading a franchise superstar can bring you back the things that you need to move on in a healthy way. And you got to give them a lot of credit. There have been a lot of owners that have stuck with guys too long, that have left the organization in a tough spot. So now, not only are you losing now, but then you've almost kind of mortgaged away your ability to improve the team. So now we're going to lose for 10 years instead of 3 or 4. And so to have the courage to say, you know what, let's do this now. I know Giannis agrees. Let's get it done, and then let's start to move and build our future in the right way.
And, man, it's very, very interesting, by the way, because it wasn't even the only trade that took place yesterday. I think this one happened, so obviously all eyes on that. But listen, the Nets go ahead and make a little bit of a trade and getting their hands on Julius Randle yesterday. What's your read on that particular trade, and is that potentially something that's going to affect the Lakers? Because the Nets were very much a team that's been thrown around as a potential for Austin Reeves to go over there. If they go ahead and make that trade for Julius Randle, I got to assume may not be enough money for that Austin Reeves move anymore.
I haven't super locked in on what the Nets salary cap situation is. My guess is that they do have the room. They've been losing a lot of games recently. Jordy Fernandez is the coach there. He's the head coach of Team Canada, their national team. He's a good young coach, and he's endured a lot of losing over the past couple seasons. But around the NBA, there's no question this dude knows basketball. I think they have a ton of cap space because they haven't really, had any franchise cornerstone players there on max deals. So the move to bring in Julius Randle could also be a signal to Austin Reeves' agent that he's going to have another guy here.
Oh, okay. So maybe this is not good for the Lakers.
So it could go both ways, right? And so, that's one piece of that Nets move. The other piece of the Nets move is more towards the Minnesota Timberwolves side of it, where it created a ton of financial flexibility for the Minnesota Timberwolves. It also signaled, which I think is smart, like you had to break up the Gobert, Naz Reid, Julius Randle trio. Like those three bigs were like, each of those guys do amazing things and did amazing things for the Timberwolves. But you couldn't play all three guys together at times. So one of those guys had to be off the floor. And so for the Timberwolves, it kind of opens up their front court situation a little bit, gets them some financial flexibility because they opened up mid-level taxpayer. They opened up a traded player exception that then when you go to some of the rumors that we talked about yesterday.
I see where you're going here.
Around Ja Morant but possibly being linked to the Pelicans or the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves just created the room with their traded player exception to absorb Ja Morant's contract, if that's a direction they decide to go.
Would you?
Don't know that.
Would you?
We
Pairing him with Ant?
We'd have to, from a basketball perspective, in a heartbeat. We'd have to have some really hard conversations as an organization around, can those two guys pair together? They're both free-spirited, opinionated guys that say what's on their mind. And, sometimes you just need guys that are a little quieter and more leaders than more voices. And both of those guys are at points in their career where I think if they were paired together, they actually would help each other to have a purpose outside of themselves that could hold them to like an even higher standard of accountability with like, okay, if I'm now here with Ant Edwards, I got to lock in and be on top of my stuff. Ant Edwards is now, oh man, if he was my team, now he's my teammate, I got to lock in and make sure it's worth him coming here. And so it could be a really interesting kind of balancing off of the two that could end up, helping both of them and helping whatever, the team looks like.
Man, it would be just basketball-wise, I would love to see it, man. Those two together paired up.
Pretty dynamic.
Dude, Ja Morant, I feel like people have really forgotten because we just haven't seen it now for like 2 seasons, it feels like, because of obviously injury and then all the off-field, off-court antics, unfortunately. But, man, if we can get Ja back the way he was, that guy was a living highlight reel he made Memphis basketball must-watch television. Like, that's how dynamic he was to watch.
Explosive off the floor, entertaining, as a player. Like, he had the it factor. Like, some guys are all-stars and other guys are superstars. Like, there's a rock star kind of quality to how they perform, the way they walk, the energy that they bring to their performance. And he possessed a lot of it and probably still does. A change of scenery would be good for him, to be honest. A different city, just culturally different, fan base different. And so it'll be interesting to see how this offseason plays out for him.
Absolutely. But I'll tell you this is something I really should do. And if those of you that are gamblers out there or are into prediction markets, I will say this 100%. I'm putting a flyer down on Jaylen Brown for MVP. I'm doing it right now because Jaylen Brown was in there in the top 5 of MVP this year, and that was without Jason Tatum for the majority of the season. I just want to read to you a little thing that he said on social media yesterday. Jaylen Brown spoke about his social media feed yesterday and how he feels grateful for the negativity on it specifically. And I quote, "That just gives me more fuel to the fire. To all the people that doubted me, that wanted me to do this or want me gone. You're turning me into a monster." That man's going to have a year. That man is going to have a show you year because, listen, it's one thing to be motivated. That man's probably pretty pissed off now.
Yeah, he had a great year this past year. He's had great years as Jason Tatum's teammate as well. MVP could be a challenge because you have an MVP caliber guy right next
there,
to you. So it's tough. Like the voters, I think, will see it as a challenge. I think at some point that's also what's hurt Jokic at times, right? Like Jamal Murray is an all-star caliber guy. Aaron Gordon's played all-star level basketball. So as great as Jokic is individually, there's a feeling that he has a lot of talent around him, at times. So, but yeah, Jaylen Brown, and I don't think he's only speaking of like people outside of the organization, right? Like it's okay for things to go a certain way and the relationship can evolve in a way that like he's also motivated to show the Boston Celtics, that, okay, yeah, I was on you mentioned my name or you were open to teams like trading for me. And yeah, I feel a certain way about that. But at the same time, now that it hasn't worked out, I'm going to show you why.
Yeah.
You should keep me forever. And that's okay too, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to mean bad blood. We can't speak to each other in the facility, and it doesn't have to mean that. It's still business. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how he responds to it and how he's able to go out and show the Celtics why he's still the guy that they should keep, and then showing everybody else around the league, critics and people that have something to say about him, to also show them as well what he's made of.
Absolutely. 97.1 The Fan. D, Fish, and Decker with you guys here on the all-new 97.1 The Fan. Of course, join us right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Get in the conversation. Of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. But it's about that time we bring in the hype man himself, Raj, to do a little bit about the final out.
Yeah, you know what time it is. And, of course, a couple things with the draft here. For one, 30 years ago today was one of the best draft classes with our boy Derek Fisher included. The 1996 draft was, of course, 30 years ago. And we got a draft coming tonight. So, guys, it got me to thinking, you know, the draft has been taken over by the international flavor, which I love. So going back, this goes all the way back to 2010. There were 10 Americans selected number 1 overall.
Oh, dude, I have no idea.
Yes, you do. They're all in the league except for one.
I don't remember who's been drafted first
Do you hear
overall.
Derek Fisher whine like this when we do a baseball one?
When did we do a baseball one?
You know.
We've never done a baseball one.
I think so.
You just made that up.
Yeah, well,
to make a
anyway,
point.
Derek Fisher,
Okay.
You're a bad friend.
Would you show how it's done? Last 10 Americans that were American.
Thank
number
you.
1 overall. Did I say last 10 Americans? Last 10 number 1 picks.
Specifically that we're American, D-Fish.
Yes.
But not in the last 10 years, right? We're
Well,
talking
the
about-
last 10 ones, because it goes all the way back to 2010. And that's the only one that isn't in the league anymore.
I'm going to be out of this one so fast.
So I'll give you a hint. There's 1, 2, hang on. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guards, couple centers. Yeah.
Oof.
I'm in trouble in this
Yeah,
one.
me
I'm
too,
in some
actually.
serious trouble.
All right.
I mean, I'll get one
Yep.
answer out the way and get this over with real quick, so we can get the final
Yeah,
out.
let's
and move
find
on.
out.
I'm gonna go with Cooper Flag.
Oh, see?
Damn it, you took my one.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. Are you guys
Hold on,
ready
hold
for
on. I'm
hints?
going to try one. I think.
Yeah, we need some hints today.
Did Jason Tatum go first overall?
Jesus.
No?
No, but that's not your answer.
That
So-
isn't. That's
yeah.
why I asked you a question.
Right. So, no, he did not. You dope. One of them played in the NBA Finals, this very current one.
Jalen Brunson. I know he didn't go first overall, but what the hell?
No, Fish, do you want to? Nope. Whoops. No,
Fish
no.
is going to win this one. That was well tailored to Fish. Who's going to win? The baseball player, or the guy that worked the draft combine?
One has a
last
problem with weight.
What are we talking about?
week? Oh, somebody has a problem with weight.
I don't know who. I'm not
First
sure who he's
overall has a
referring
problem
to.
with weight, and it was
I'm
in
not
the
gonna-
finals.
I'm not going to
No,
say.
no. All right, Jesus Christ. I'm just going to go over the list. You guys are horrible. No one gets a theme song. Do you want to try, Fish?
I'm not going to say anything about the weight part. I'm just throwing out that it's possible that Karl Anthony Towns went.
Yes, but he was not the one with the weight. But yes, Karl Anthony Towns was in the finals and was the number 1 pick. Okay, that was 2015.
Yep.
Right before then, a guy from the same school that played for the Lakers was taken in 2012.
They played for the same school that was also taken at number 1.
Yep. School being Kentucky.
But he played in the finals this year too?
No.
Oh, okay.
Derek.
Got it. All right.
See, Derek, he seems to think you're the problem, but when really it's really Raj is the problem.
Anthony Davis, damn it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Jesus.
That felt like
I said he played for the
35 years
Lakers.
ago.
I said
Oh,
it
yeah,
was.
you did say the Lakers part. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, God.
Our
Another
talkback thing
Anthony
ain't working
was
very
an
good.
American in 2020. Another Anthony.
Another Anthony.
We're
in
looking for
2020.
Americans taken with the
Anthony-
number 1 overall
Anthony
pick. And these guys
Edwards.
act like they never seen the
Anthony
effing
Edwards.
sport before. Yes.
Okay.
Jesus.
Hey, did you know he went first overall?
I did.
And who's the player that struggled with weight a little bit? Explosive, but gets hurt a lot.
Oh, Zion.
See?
Yeah,
Now you're
I should
thinking
have known
caps are wrong.
Zion.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how dare you fat shame Zion?
Another
There's a lot
guy
of
that
good food in New
you
Orleans.
brought up, Jason Tatum. This guy was actually number 1 pick, and the Celtics were smart enough to move off of it and moved all the way down to 3. This guy was number 1. And I was talking to Michael Thompson, the great Klay Thompson's father, about this. Like, I didn't like it. This guy didn't even make the tournament. Mikal Fultz.
Oh, he was taken number 1.
In 2017, that was the
University
Jason
of
Tatum
Washington.
draft. Lonzo Ball was taken second. Celtics moved down to take Tatum at number 3.
Forgot about that one.
Brilliant. 2022, and Orlando Magic was taken number 1.
Paolo Banchero.
Yep. In 2021, a player here who had a nice comeback, he gets injured a lot, was one of the most improved teams of the season this year. Plays guard.
Hold on, say all of that again. He most improved.
One of the most improved
Played
players
here in
given
LA?
2021.
Man.
I didn't say in LA. He's Cade Cunningham.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, with Detroit. Detroit was very improved. Surprised a lot of people. Did they get the number 1 overall seed?
In the East, yeah, they did.
Yeah, they sure did. And then a player here, a former teammate of LeBron James.
Former teammate of LeBron James. A player here.
Kevin Love.
No. When I say a player, I didn't mean here, but the next player.
Okay.
A former teammate of
Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie Irving.
Oh, man. That's within the last 10?
And then this one, the last one.
Wow.
There's one more. In 2010, an American number 1 overall. A guard. I believe he was a southpaw, lefty, if you're keeping track at
then
home.
D-Fish, you should know this guy. You're technically related to him.
Athletic. Didn't have. He's not in the NBA anymore. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
2010 lefty.
Yeah, a guard.
And by the way, he was athletic as
he's
most basketball players.
He's right-handed. He's ambidextrous. Never mind.
Your hints are horrible. What is happening?
He went to the same school, I'm pretty sure, as Cat and AD.
At number 1, John Wall.
There you go.
Hey! That lefty-righty, possibly neither guy.
He was ambidextrous, guys. Come on. Cut me some slack. All right, what's coming up next? You guys need to do better.
Oh, yeah, that's on us. It's entirely on us. And, guys, we got World Cup to cover, and not to mention on top of that, Kyle Tucker. A big conversation we got to have about Kyle Tucker and the Dodgers right here, and so much more on the new 97.1 The Fan. Back, the new 97.1 The Fan, 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, get over into that chat right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Join the conversation and let us know what you guys think of everything that's going on right now. Hey, Raj, yeah, we're actually back on the air, buddy.
I was like, we starting early.
Raj is keeping the good vibes going. You know, Raj is doing so good today. Because I don't know if you heard this last game that he just put together. He's on fire. So let's not ruin his good vibes today. Raj, you doing okay back there, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. I just need you guys to do better. Let's focus. Let's get through this last half hour. Okay.
Get in the chat and let us know how you think Raj is performing on today's show. Anyways, lots going on in the world of sports. Not to mention we got World Cup matchups starting today. Of course, Ronaldo is going to be playing for Portugal today. Do we have an official word, Raj? Is he starting? Do we have an official lineup for Portugal? Because we were discussing earlier today. Boy, oh boy, at 41 years old, it might be a good time for this cat to come off the bench as opposed to playing the game that he's playing right now, especially after another 2-point game from Messi and Mbappe. So I bet every Portugal fan is holding their breath going, oh no, I hope somebody just didn't turn on a TV near Ronaldo yesterday, because you know what he's going to try and do. He's going to try and score all them damn goals, and as we learned last week, not a good look for him or his team over there in Portugal, so we'll keep you posted on that. 4 matchups today in the World Cup, and of course the U.S. does play again 7 p.m. on Thursday evening against Turkey. Of course, they already moved on to the knockout rounds, but it is still another matchup, so we were looking very forward to the next U.S. matchup. And if you believe reports, man, people are feeling real good about that team. Rod, you got a lineup?
I got one that has Cristiano in it.
Oh.
Starting as
You poor fans of Portugal. You poor, poor fans. But hey, 97.1 The Fan, D-Fish and Decker with you guys. And listen, we had a Dodger game last night, and it was an unfortunate game for certain aspects, but of course a great game in others. Dodgers win 2-1, first matchup of the series against the Minnesota Twins. You saw right out the gate, second pitch of the game, unquestionable, the one and only Shohei Ohtani with a bomb, an absolute bomb. Second home run since coming back from his wife giving birth to their second child. So that daddy strength is real, my guy.
Yes, indeed. It's real. You know, you get a chance to hold something other than a stinky diaper. And all was good for Ohtani, man, getting another home run over the fence.
And, of course, Byron Buxton went ahead and hit a home run in the first inning, tying it up, which was off the starter of the game, which I guess I shouldn't really say starter, more of the opener, which was Klein. Then coming in for Klein was the great Eric Lauer, who, by the way, veteran pitcher, Eric Lauer, who's had an up-and-down start to this season for the Dodgers, comes out in the second inning, 6 shutout innings, did a phenomenal job, which led to, of course, Freddie Freeman coming up to the plate and hitting his go-ahead home run. The Dodgers get the victory 2-1. Tanner Scott with his 10th save of the season. Phenomenal. Can I just really quickly, once again, I know this is something so dumb, but we're talking about Shohei Ohtani, who just had his second child, and there is an aspect to baseball and sports in general. You know, we talked about earlier, you don't know what guys are going through off the field and everything. You know, Tanner Scott has done a phenomenal job this year, especially after last year. He had a rough year with the Dodgers, signing a large deal to become their new closer, and it wasn't really working out. This year they go ahead and they sign Edwin Diaz, gets hurt immediately, unfortunately, and looking forward to Edwin Diaz coming back, but kind of moved Tanner Scott kind of back into that closer role, or at least the closer by committee role, being one of the guys closing out games. And he's done a phenomenal job. And then, of course, that ridiculousness that happened a month ago where he had one bad outing giving up the game. And then you've got gamblers sending threats to his family. You know, the worst possible scenario. The reason why I bring that up, Tanner Scott has been, once again, fantastic his last few outings. I'm glad everyone is past that. I hope him and his family are great. I just despise that he had to do that at all. But also, just completely commend the guy that he's back out there doing his thing, and it's not in the back of his mind at all. I love that.
It's great to see, man. It's I can only imagine. I finished my career before, you know, the full onset of social media and digital media and you know, and how sports betting has evolved, and it's created so many great things in terms of the growth of the game, and, you know, players being able to, you know, build their platforms and tell their stories. So it's not all bad in terms of where their growth has come from. But it's great to see when, you know, players are going through things and experiencing hard moments, and they're able to still find a safe space to do what they love to do and play a game they love to play. And so happy for Tanner Scott, and, you know, happy that he's, you know, his family, most importantly, is safe and all good. And you know, it'll be something that hopefully, you know, everybody can learn from. Just that, like, we just don't have to go that far when it comes to wins and losses of our sports teams and some of our players and how they perform.
Couldn't agree more. And keep in mind, the Dodgers getting this win yesterday, but another guy I want to bring up, a guy that we've been talking quite a bit about this week, specifically yesterday. We spent probably 3 segments talking about the struggles that are happening to Kyle Tucker. And yesterday, Kyle Tucker did exit the game early in the second inning due to back spasms, and he looked like he was in a considerable amount of pain. Listen, this could be a combination of a lot of things. An injury on top of listen, back spasms sometimes can be caused from stress. I've dealt with that in my career at one point where, specifically I was in college. I actually was so stressed out I ended up having a mild back injury. It's a real thing that you really can't kind of control. But my point of the whole thing is I think this could be a very good blessing in disguise. I feel like a lot of eyeballs are on Kyle Tucker right now. We're having conversations all throughout the Southland and in baseball forums and in baseball chats and in baseball podcasts like, this is the worst signing in baseball history. Calm down with the hyperbole there, Batman. That's quite a statement to say on June 23rd, just 3 months into a 3-4 year contract.
Yeah, very early to make that your verdict. There's so much basketball left to play. I mean, not basketball. I started thinking about Pau Gasol. That's why I went to basketball. When Pau got traded to the Lakers in 2008 in February, and we went to the finals, lost to Rogers Celtics, and you better not hit that doorbell.
Good. I like it when he's not doing that. Smart man.
And everybody was questioning, he wasn't tough enough, and Kevin Garnett, and then it was all this stuff about what Pau wasn't. And he channeled that. And that was his first experience playing in the finals and being on that stage and in those moments. The best way to respond is to get it done. And we were able to go out largely due to Pau's growth, who he already was, but just more time together, going another training camp, more practice time together, more reps together, getting to know each other personally, and, led to 2 more titles. And so when it comes to Kyle Tucker or guys at that level that come into a new team, sign a big contract, et cetera, but it still takes time to become, a fluid, consistent, member of an entirely new group and new team. It's not, dissimilar to, you go to an entirely new company or a new job to start working, even though you've been doing this elsewhere. Everything here is different.
Yeah.
Where the mailroom is, whether or not you bring your own lunch or they serve lunch. It's all different.
Very much
and so you have to just get accustomed to so many things outside of where you're playing and performing that also can impact things. So you got to have some patience. We're a long way away from saying Kyle Tucker's a wash and it's a waste.
Very
it's
long
not
way.
like it's way too early for that.
Way too early. On top of that, I just can't get over this. And again, I know I said it ad nauseum yesterday, but I'm going to say it again until it gets into the head of every single Dodger fan to just chill out a little bit. Now, again, Kyle Tucker having the year of his life? No, he's in 234, which is not what Kyle Tucker does. But again, Freddie Freeman, who is having a solid year, also not Freddie Freeman's best year. He's hitting 273. He's got himself 13 home runs, one of which was that go-ahead home run yesterday. But Freddie Freeman has 41 RBIs. That is one more RBI than Kyle Tucker with 40.
And, which I glanced at earlier when we were talking about this, not sure of the reasons why. I think Freddie's played 76 games. Maybe Tucker's played 75.
He's played 78 games and Kyle's played 75. So he's also played 3 more games.
And 13 fewer at-bats, if I'm not mistaken.
Also correct. 303, and it's actually more than that. 303 at-bats. I apologize. I'm actually wrong about that. You're right. 13 exactly more at-bats. Nailed it.
Right. So Freddie Freeman has 13 more at-bats and has played in 3 more games, but 1 more RBI.
Yes.
Right? So, again, it's not a comparison thing. Oh, that means Kyle Tucker's playing the exact same as Freddie or better.
He only has 12 more hits right now. He's got 1 less run. So, despite Kyle Tucker having a quote-unquote bad year, he's still being productive.
Yeah. It's just to highlight it's just to highlight that he's still playing solid baseball even though the numbers aren't whatever people think should come with the salary number. If we were doing that, you could say everybody on the Dodgers is underperforming if you wanted to
could.
If you wanted to break it down that way.
You really could.
But that's not how the game works. And again, we also went through this week already, like if you go through the Team USA point per game averages of some of the best players in basketball, when you pool and consolidate that much talent into one team, they're not the individual versions of themselves that they normally are, because you're pooling and consolidating the talent. So they're working together more effectively to spread out the productivity. So the productivity is not going to be concentrated as much in one or two or three guys, and then everybody else is bringing up the rear. It kind of like balances out throughout the group. So Kevin Durant averages 13 points, and Jason Tatum averages 7 points, and LeBron averages 14 points. Like, these are all guys that average 30 points a game in the NBA. But when you put them all together, those averages kind of offset each other. It's the same thing for the Dodgers, in my opinion. You put that much power with the baseball bat. You put that much pitching on the same. Like, the numbers are not going to be as gaudy because they don't have to do as much for the team to win. And they're comfortable with that. You want guys that are comfortable not worrying about their individual stats and focused on the wins, which is why the Dodgers were the first to 50.
Completely. And by the way, they are the first to 50. Best team in Major League Baseball right now, and half the team is on the IL, half the pitching staff is on the IL, and they're doing more than fine as we currently stand. On top of that, Dodger fans, when we get Kyle Tucker back, man, I hope they give him the greatest ovation humanly possible. Because, one, is he playing his best? No, but I really think the fans can really get behind this cat and turn this guy's season around to get him back to the Kyle Tucker that is, quite frankly, plagued every team in Major League Baseball since he was an Astro, and then, of course, last year when he was with the Cubs. This is a phenomenal baseball player, so I'm looking very forward to getting him back to his normal self with the Dodgers. But again, if we don't get that this season, he's still being productive. If you're going to give me 90 RBIs or 100 RBIs, and that's your non-productive season, then I can't wait to see what you do next year.
Plenty of time for the best of Kyle Tucker in the Dodgers uniform. So not worried about that at all. Of course, want everybody to play at their best all the time, but that's not how it works. And he's going to have those timely moments, though, late in the season and in the postseason that is, we're not going to forget about everything, but you're going to remember why they invested in Kyle Tucker to come to LA in the first place.
Absolutely, guys. So we will keep you updated on that and the Dodgers' injuries. Not to mention, on top of that, World Cup, baby. World Cup is starting in about 20 minutes, and we got to keep you ready for that. Not to mention, we got the NBA draft tonight. Lakers taking that 25th spot. Who are they going to get? Well, tune in right here and find out. It's right here, D. Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. The new 97.1, The Fan LA, the voice of LA sports. D. Fish and Decker with you guys for our final segment of this incredible 4-hour extravaganza. That is D. Fish and Decker, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And we've been talking a lot of things. Of course, we've got some World Cup matchups coming on today. We talked a lot about the Dodgers and a lot of the unique situations they find themselves in, considering the fact that they're about to get a lot more healthy as time goes forward. And it's weird to say that out loud, considering the fact that they lost 2 guys yesterday. Still no official word on the concussion protocol for Dalton Rushing, and no word as of yet on the injury to Kyle Tucker. So we will keep you updated on that as well. But again, the Dodgers have enough in the background to keep them more than afloat. They won their 50th game of the season yesterday. First team to 50, best team in Major League Baseball. But make no mistake, there are other teams that are looming. Look out for the Phillies, who have been on a tear as of late, and look out for the Atlanta Braves. These are 2 teams that definitely have the Dodgers very much penciled, circled, highlighted, that they want to take out in October.
You think Don Mattingly could win Manager of the Year if the Phillies kept that thing rolling?
Not gonna
How
lie to
crazy
you,
would that
dude.
be?
It's a very real possibility.
Yo, that would be
and
crazy.
it would be great to see somebody take it out of the hands of Pat Murphy. And, listen, I still think the Manager of the Year every year should have been Dave Roberts. The fact that he hasn't won it once should just tell you everything you need to know about man. He's Manager of the Decade, but can't win Manager of the Year.
Yeah, I saw that quite often with Phil Jackson as well.
Yeah.
Where for some reason there's not as much credence or credit given to a coach or a manager that, has the opportunity to work with great teams. Steve Kerr, I don't think has been given enough credit in terms of Coach of the Year in the NBA. I would argue it's harder from a management and leadership of higher talent, higher egos, higher possibilities of things going wrong than the other way around. And so, it would be interesting to know if Don Mattingly he should at least get some votes if the Phillies keep rolling.
Definitely be getting some votes, because the moment he stepped in as the skipper of that team is when that team completely turned around, and they are hitting at an exponential clip right now. So beware of the Philadelphia Phillies. Sleep on them on your own peril. Hey, Raj, how's the chat been today, man? They have been live all show long.
Yeah, I don't know if we have to go to them right now. Who cares what they say?
They must be saying some terrible things about you, Raj, because I'm looking in here right now.
All right.
I'm not going to lie to you. Hold on. I want to make it about it. I just want to say one.
Yeah.
Raj is drunk. What is wrong with Raj?
No.
Raj fell asleep.
No, one of the clever ones. It says, "Let Crash and Peyton Manning looking guy take over the show." They said, they said take over the booth. Taylor Swift, vampires, and bad trivia is crooked. Someone says I'm already in World Cup mode, and then someone said I must be hanging out with the Scots in Miami, having a good one. But on the serious tip, we do have some business to close. The favorite vampire has closed. That trivia, what do you call those? Surveys? Polls. Yes, polls. That is closed. And
you were right. He's drunk.
We got to get him some game
Blade
or something.
with 63% is the favorite vampire, followed by with a tie, 15% each for The Count from Sesame Street, Twilight. And then Vampire Lestat didn't do so well, only 7 votes from the crowd there.
Oh, man. And by the way, how does Peyton feel being called the Peyton Manning-looking guy?
Interesting, because I look nothing like Peyton Manning.
I can't stress enough.
My name is Peyton, though.
I know, your name is Peyton, but, you need, 19 more foreheads to reach a Peyton Manning.
I agree. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He's got that toupee-looking thing covering
he's got that broccoli hair that the kids
Lettuce.
rock these days.
comb over.
It's a lettuce, not broccoli.
Just saying. Oh man. Well, we do have some World Cup matchups today. Anything you're looking forward to other than, of course, the Cristiano Ronaldo of the whole thing? Because Portugal taking on Uzbekistan just moments away.
No, that's what I definitely want to watch a little bit of that if I can, the second half of it, and just check out, I want to see if, like to Roger's point, like him walking around, if it still creates opportunity for other teams. Kind of like if Travis Kelce's running a route, like the defense is always sending 2 guys to him, and it opens up opportunities for other people.
Yeah.
So if that's what's happening, then I'm not gonna mind it as much. But if he's just walking around and not doing anything to help anybody else, that's problematic in a team sport, bro. I don't care how old you are.
Well, we also have Panama versus Croatia. That should be a fun matchup today. That one's not until 4 p.m. Pacific time. And Colombia versus Congo, DR Congo at the final game tonight, 7 p.m. tonight. But the game I got penciled in, circled, I will be at a pub to watch this. Man, England taking on Ghana. I don't know. If you get a chance to go watch a game with a bunch of drunken Englishmen, buddy, it's fun. It's fun, especially if you find a good English pub. Dude, I can't stress this enough out there in L.A. Find yourself a pub and catch this matchup. There's a lot of great British pubs in the city. Ye Olde King's Head, you got a spot that's a British pub?
Of course, I do. Fox and Hounds, Joxers, but the singing. We talked about singing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
No one sings like the Brit drinking, watching soccer.
They're the best at it.
Plenty of songs.
So if I go to one of these places and I bring like my D-Fish and Decker badge or mug or something, like I expect to drink for free the way y'all hyping up all these pubs, man.
Oh, dude.
I hope you guys are not getting charged for drinks, and I don't expect to get charged for a drink.
Buddy, you're in Los Angeles. What place is D-Fish going to where he's getting charged for a drink?
A lot of places.
Just make sure they don't ask him to leave.
Hurry
He's
the
a
last time he went up.
monster.
They hurry up and take my credit
What?
card.
Come on, man. You got to be throwing D-Fish some drinks.
Yeah, okay, sure.
0.4
They'll
seconds.
throw
man.
a compliment so they can get that tip up higher.
Come on, man. You're already tipping good. You're D-Fish.
Yeah, no, I try to tip as well as possible. Sometimes that convergence from like the no cash though, that's hard sometimes because I literally carry zero cash.
Me neither. By the way, this it's my least favorite thing now. This is where it's happening everywhere, and I know it's happening to all of you, especially if you're in a pub. When they hand you the thing, like they give you like that thing you put your card in, rather than then taking the card and handing you the sheet.
Yeah.
No, they hand you the thing, and they sit there and they stare at you as you're sitting there pressing the button. They can watch me as they.
No,
I'm like sitting there with my finger over the 20.
But hold on, let's reenact it. So they put the card in, and they do everything, and then they get you with the stare like this,
Yeah.
and then they turn it towards you.
Oh, and they stare directly
Guys.
into your soul.
This weekend, Cody, when I was at Venice, one of those places, I told I went in and they hooked it. We started ordering bottles of wine, even though I didn't have it on the menu and blah, 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 blah. Left to right, I figure is, 15 and up, 15, 20, 25. She did the thing. She came, blah, blah, blah. I tipped to the far right. I was like, let me get this good to go. And she's like, that was the 15%, by the way. She said it to me.
Oh, dude, you're a bad tipper.
I didn't mean to.
You're a monster. You better have hit that ATM real quick.
Bro, you're not supposed to say that.
Yeah, and she didn't say it like two, but she noticed it and she wanted me to know. And
Something similar happened to me, by the way.
I felt bad, but I was like, damn, it's left to right. I thought I was doing the far right.
So I left a $20 tip on my thing, which was more than 25%. But I was planning on leaving more, but I thought I had cash on me, and I'd never have cash on me, so I was planning on dumping another 20 on there to give her a really nice tip. And I reach in, I see that there's no cash. I'm like, oh no, I don't know what to do. I'm like, so I ended up doing this. I ended up just ordering another drink so I could tip her the extra 20. I felt like such a jerk, and she was trying to get out of them. Like, just give me another drink. So I'll pour you another drink. Like, just charge me another drink so I can give you money. Damn it! I hate that.
You're a nice guy, Cody.
Oh, thanks, man. I used to work in the service industry.
Yeah, no, it's important. You got to look out for the service.
I firmly believe this. I think it should be required, specifically in Los Angeles, specifically. Everyone should work in the service industry for at least a year, whether it's bartending, bouncing, whether it's serving, whatever, busboying.
Okay, explain your boundaries though of like at least a year, but over how long? Like over a 5-year window, a 3-year?
I think you could do it over a 3-year period or 5-year period. I feel like everyone should know what it's like to be a server in this town. And I think it would really make people much better to servers in this town if you knew exactly how horrible. Because I was a paycheck to paycheck guy in the off seasons when I was trying to pay my way through minor leagues. Dude, it's a tough grind out here in LA.
It is. I'm so fortunate that I came to LA with a job already. I didn't have to get into the service industry in order to figure my way out around town. And man, what a blessing it was. And but yeah, you still got to look out for the service, man. Stop playing around with that.
Always, man. Well, guys, That is it for us today. D-Fish, we did it again.
My dude.
My man, another show in the books. And, of course, we'll be back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Hey, you don't want to go anywhere because we got Alex and Ben Stevens next in for Brock Vereen. You don't want to miss that right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And that's it for us, guys. Kick rocks. Enjoy some sports. We'll see you tomorrow.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Ben Stevens today in for Brock Vereen. So you're going to hear an awesome new voice with us today. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream at The Fan LA, get in the chat. You can also call us 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Ben in the house. Let's go. Dude, found out this morning I got another South Bay homie because we talk a lot about the beach versus the valley here, and Brock and Shay are both valley people.
Yeah.
So I'm just getting another one on my side here.
Originally from the valley, too. And now
so we
I am
got
a South Bay
crossover.
convert. Yes.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that for you. I love that for us.
Love that for me, too.
What else I love, you guys, when we came in the studio today, it is like there are two different things going on right now. Apparently, it's Burger Week. And it's the Barbecue and Comedy Festival in El Segundo. So we walked in to just like an array of burgers over by K-Rock. And then KNX is having like this insane barbecue spread. Nothing like a burger and rib at 10 a.m.
Our day starts early, but when it kind of advances in the calendar, then it gets to 9:30 a.m. and you smell barbecue and you smell a full rack of ribs and you see the best looking smash burgers you've ever seen in your life.
Dude.
You're like 9:30 is really like 1 p.m. It's kind of like lunchtime, a little pre-show fuel. So it smelled fantastic. They looked fantastic. I feel like during one of the commercial breaks, I might have to venture out there and sample a little bit.
If you smash a burger or a rib mid-show,
Listen, that could be my role.
That would be next level. It was so funny, though, because we're all sitting in our pre-meeting like, do you smell something? Did someone get some food here? And you walk out, you're like, oh, yeah, no. It's like a full feast out here today.
Yeah, it really was. And it was some of the smells that really you do not expect at 9 a.m. Did somebody microwave leftovers from last night? And then you walk out and you see quite a sample.
Dude, it was so fun. Maybe we're like, okay, maybe it's like NBA draft celebration.
For
like
sure.
Maybe that's what's going down, you guys, because things already got crazy. Like, we knew this was going to happen. We were talking a lot about this yesterday. Like, the big blockbuster move that was going to go down was Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday it was like, okay, do we think he's going to Miami or do we think he's going to Boston? And then, of course, Shams, because he likes to break the biggest news while half the country is sleeping, you guys, which is one of my favorite things ever, was Luka to LA was reported at like 12:12. a.m. Eastern. And Giannis to Miami was reported at 11:50 p.m. Eastern. You're like, oh, you texted the group chat like, oh, the good old midnight trade announcement, which is hilarious. I'm not surprised that Giannis ended up in Miami. It's kind of where the rumors we're talking about, like everything was pointing to the Heat for Giannis. He wanted to stay on the East. It was closer for him to be able to fly to Greece. His style kind of fits everything that Pat Riley does. And can we just talk about, like, thank you, Pat Riley, for once again screwing over Boston?
Yeah.
And helping out the Lakers in the long run. But, like, what was your first reaction when you saw it last night?
Almost a little bit of sadness. Giannis Antetokounmpo, 13 years with the Milwaukee Bucks, the most decorated player in franchise history, a man that learned to speak English while sleeping in the practice gym in Milwaukee. I really did not expect the relationship to fully ever dissolve in the way that it had.
Come on.
And it made me a little bit sad.
Oh, just because like how bad it was at the end, and it kind of got like,
but it's like when your parents bicker, you're like, guys.
Writing on the wall, though. Like, we knew
sure.
this was done towards the end of last season when he was outspoken of, like, they're sitting me and I want to play. I'm not injured.
Yeah, the relationship had reached a point where it was done. And Giannis and his representation, as reports had stated well before the trade became final last night in the blockbuster deal, that he had told the Bucks, if you keep me, I am not going to re-sign an extension ahead of October, ahead of 2026-27. I am not going to remain with this franchise. I have a lot of love for Milwaukee, for the state of Wisconsin. The franchise itself and the direction the Bucks are going is not something I want to be involved with. He wants to chase that second NBA championship. Does Miami give him the best opportunity to do so? Perhaps. You mentioned with the system they have, Eric Spoelstra, one of the brightest minds in basketball, very defensively focused. You'll have Bam Adebayo and Giannis Antetokounmpo in the front court together. You've got Davion Mitchell in the backcourt. They're going to need to score some points. This is not 2003 in the NBA where you can win games 85-82. I think it's a move that ultimately makes the most sense for Milwaukee in return as well, because they got back a plethora of young and proven NBA talent. And they've got 3 first-round draft picks, including number 13 that Miami originally held, going to Milwaukee tonight. So the Bucks have 2 picks in the lottery, Alex.
So you think it was a fair trade with Miami getting Giannis, Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr. all going to the Bucks? Did you see how Jaquez found out about the trade? He was at the gym just playing pickup basketball, and a fan comes up to him with his phone and was like, dude, bro, look. And he was like, oh, I got traded. And you can just like see the sadness. Like what a weird, and I've seen this happen with baseball players because it's happened like mid-game or like right before the game, everyone in the dugout, and it's like, hey, I'm sorry that I'm the one that's like kind of showing you this, but like it's about to go down.
There was a lot of that yesterday. Dusty May becoming the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. One of his best players, Trey McKinney, found out on social media alongside everybody. Not the way I would have personally handled those relationships. For Jaime Jaquez, was he playing pickup basketball in Camarillo? A native son of Southern California. A UCLA great, and now goes from Miami to Milwaukee. You know one thing I learned about Jaime Jaquez yesterday?
What?
Finished runner-up in 6th Man of the Year voting. Really good year for Jaime Jaquez. Averaged better than 15 points. Career best. So I really think Milwaukee gets a really good return. Of course, it was the Heat and the Celtics as those primary 2 destinations that Giannis wanted to land at. And by reports from Shams Charania, Boston offered up a pretty good package around Jaylen Brown and 2 first-round picks. They get 3 first-round picks from the Heat, a 20-30 pick swap as well that will be a first-rounder, 2 lottery picks tonight, and some proven young talent. I love Khalil Ware. I think he's a big man that can help Milwaukee immediately but develop. I love Jaime Jaquez. I think what he has done really well. And Kasparis Yakachonis, who was their first-round pick this past summer. By the way, the most recent 3 first-round picks for the Heat, all going to the Bucks organization. And you add in Tyler Hero, and we'll see if he remains in Milwaukee, where he is from, by the way. So it's a really good return for Milwaukee, and apparently Boston was unable to match that. The Bucks wait. They don't trade Giannis at the trade deadline this past season, and now they get some young talent that has NBA experience and, of course, looking to the future with those 3 first-rounders.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen today. And, guys, Do you want to get in the building when LA decides its championship? 310 Originals and 97.1 The Fan is giving you tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon, who are going to be on the show later today, you guys. On July 11th in Harbor City, Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and more with Marathon Burger. $40 gets you in or listen to hear top of the next hour. We are giving away 2 tickets. And you're not going to want to miss that. Like I said, Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon are coming on the show around, is it, Shay, 11:30?
Yeah, 11:25, 11:30.
Yeah, let's go. So stick around for that. And then at 11, like 11:05, we're giving away 2 tickets. So don't miss that. So when I look at this trade and when I look at, like, we knew Giannis was going to kind of be the first domino piece of everything that was about to go down prior to the draft and trades that were going to go. We talked about, Boston and Jaylen Brown. I still think he's going to be on the move somewhere just because that relationship has been it's not severed, but it's definitely like you got a bad taste in your mouth between those two.
Oh, you certainly do. We're live on Twitch right now.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown consistently live on Twitch this summer.
I mean, that's where the drama happens.
That is where the drama happens. I don't think our live stream nearly as dramatic as his. But yesterday they said that, or Jaylen Brown said that.
He was on again yesterday?
He was on yesterday.
Oh, please tell me what he said.
And all of these rumors starting to percolate because early in the day, all the reports, mainly from Shams Charania, that was Giannis was going to be dealt at some point today ahead of the NBA draft. And Boston and Milwaukee, or Boston and Miami, those primary 2 destinations. So Jaylen Brown was aware of that, knew that his name was rumored.
Of course.
And said that with all of these conversations, they are turning me into a monster. I don't know if that's a monster in a bad view, like they are trying to paint me as the bad guy, or monster as in wait for 2026, 27.
Could be both.
Maybe.
Like, 2 things can be true.
Yeah.
Like, they're painting me to be a monster, and now you're actually going to turn me into a monster that you're not going to be able to stop on the court.
Yeah. That's got to be his perspective. He's hoping for an extension coming up very soon as well after getting his huge payday a couple of summers ago. But it's interesting now because he has been floated, that being Jaylen Brown, of course, in the Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown era that we have seen for the C's. He has been floated in huge blockbuster deals now twice in the past 3 or 4 summers. Back when Boston was maybe seen as the favorite to land Kevin Durant when he was in Brooklyn, it was kind of focused on Jaylen Brown being that return for the Nets. Ultimately doesn't happen. He comes back. They make nice. Of course, Boston goes on to win a championship. But now, after that championship, and despite what happened this postseason for the Celtics, being that team that many looked at in the Eastern Conference to win before the New York Knicks ultimately did, and the C's getting bounced in the opening round, he's floated in the trade rumors again. So if it's happening twice...
But also, like, he also, when we were talking about him kind of opening up on Twitch, he had a full vent of this was my favorite season ever.
Yeah.
On the Celtics, minus the fact that this wasn't the championship year. Tatum was injured and not there most of the season. So I mean he kind of he made his bed.
For sure.
He made his bed, and he made it clear what he likes, what he thinks of the situation, and that I feel like is going to be the next big move if it could happen before draft night tonight.
Yeah, you think so. A lot of what happens, whatever the professional organization is, during the off seasons, during the time when there is downtime, they really stop talking. There's conversations, I'm sure, some text messages, phone calls exchanged. But really, when you have those linchpin moments in the calendar, that's when you start to get all of the conversation going. That's why, inserted by Milwaukee themselves, today's NBA draft in the opening round in Brooklyn was their deadline. If they were going to move Giannis Antetokounmpo this summer, it was going to be ahead of the NBA draft, even if that was 10 minutes prior to draft day on the East Coast. And so you would think that if Boston is going to make a move, it would happen right now. Brad Stevens, of course, leading the front office in Beantown, has said, we're not really floating Jaylen Brown. They are trying to keep a lot of it hush-hush. It has not been, of course. So I wonder if they're actually going to deal him, or if it was only if we could get Giannis in return, that's when Jaylen Brown's on the block.
I mean, Les Snead trying to get Myles Garrett for years was like, oh, yeah, right, he's not available. He's never going to be available. Everyone has a price. And if you give the right price, that person is going to be available. But when I look at this trade, I think of how can the Lakers capitalize on it, right? And should the Lakers be calling the Bucks about Khalil Ware?
I think so.
Is that someone that could be a good fit for Luka and the Lakers right now.
I think when you watch Kel'el Ware play and what he has done, I'm a huge fan of Big Ten sports, Alex.
Yeah,
I grew up kind of in Big Ten country. They
Okay.
call me Big Ten Ben in certain circles. So I've seen Kel'el Ware play a lot of basketball during his time in Bloomington with Indiana.
Yeah.
And when you think about a big that would play well along Luka Doncic and what the Mavs did in orchestrating the front court to play around Luka, it was a rim running big that is great on both sides of the floor, that has the athleticism to crash the offensive glass, that has the athleticism to be that key rim defender. That is Kel'el Ware. He kind of fell out of Spoelstra's system this past year, but still averaging better than 11 points and 9 boards per game. All rookie team last year. I think Kel'el Ware would be that prototype of a young big that can be developed by Los Angeles that would fit very well in the Luka Doncic system.
So it's hard because when you think of the Lakers, they're not a developmental program.
Correct.
You're not going there. They're not getting young talent to develop them, which is why all LA teams kind of have that F them picks mentality. We've seen it. It's you can't depend on the draft if you're a team that doesn't have time to develop when the goal is championship or bust. Like they're chasing the banners. And that's what it's always going to be. That's what it's always been here in LA. However, when you talk about like developing Ware, I think it's more so the talent that you have around him.
For sure.
And not reaching that full potential when he was in Miami, but being surrounded by a guy like Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves when and if they get that deal done, and LeBron James if he comes back, being surrounded by that core, I talk about it a lot, whether it's the LeBron James, the Tom Brady effect. Guys elevate their game and want to play to their level. They make everyone around them better. And it feels like that could be a situation with Ware and the Lakers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it should be noted that although this deal is a one-team, 1v1 deal at the moment with just Miami and Milwaukee involved, it does not become official until July 6th. And like we saw with the Kevin Durant blockbuster last summer when he was traded to the Houston Rockets, that ended up being a 7-team deal. I'm not saying we're going to get 4 to 5 organizations involved, but there's been a lot of conversation around Tyler Hero and teams being interested in
Detroit,
him.
right?
Detroit's being the main
big
one.
name around Tyler Hero.
To add some of that shooting around Cade Cunningham, it would make a ton of sense. And he's got one of the larger contracts. I'm not so sure Milwaukee, with that young talent in return, in Kel'el Ware, in Jaime Jaquez, in Kasparis Yakachonis, is going to trade those guys just because they can be those foundational core pieces now moving forward in the post-Giannis era. But it's not to say that because this trade does not become official until July 6th, that we could see some more teams involved, potentially even the Lakers, because, Alex, as we'll discuss throughout this show on draft night, where the Lakers select with the 25th overall pick of tonight's NBA draft, they're going to look big focused. They're going to look at the front court, but there's not necessarily, in my estimation, the rim running big that would fit alongside Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves that you could get with somebody like Kel'el Ware. And I don't think there's a ton of those guys available in free agency. So if you can make a deal, a trade for a young guy that has that proven NBA experience, that has shown that he could play at this level and fit stylistically to exactly what you want to do, maybe Rob Pelinka is calling the Bucks organization as we speak and trying to get some moves before July 6th.
Yeah, I was going to say, does it happen before the trade, or do you trade someone that you can see that again, you draft someone that could be a part of that trade, or do you try to get it done before so you can toss in that first-round pick?
What's really interesting, and you mentioned the F them picks mentality here in LA, the Lakers do not have a ton of either draft picks available because of the trades they have made for Anthony Davis, for Russell Westbrook, all that has been into it. And some of their younger talent that the Lakers have kind of missed on in the draft the last few years, Dalton Knecht, Jalen Hood-Schifino, there's not necessarily
You think Dalton Knecht was a miss? It's hard because, again, it's not a place where you can develop a guy.
For sure.
It's a plug and play, and you kind of get tossed into the fire.
I'm not necessarily as ill on Dalton Knecht as others, but just from reading NBA circles, reading those trade rumors around the association, knowing the Lakers are trying to get involved in that, it seems as though Dalton Knecht is not necessarily one that teams have on their whiteboards in their front office meeting rooms and are like, let's go after him. Or, hey, he could be an additional piece in a larger blockbuster deal that would kind of sweeten the pot. That's at least the estimation that we get around Dalton Knecht. So it makes it difficult on Rob Pelinka and this new look front office for the Lakers in terms of getting involved in these deals because there's just not a ton that they can offer up in terms of picks or young talent that really move the needle in the NBA.
Which is scary, too, because this is an extremely important offseason for the Lakers. Not only because, obviously, this is going to kind of restructure their next 3 to 5 years, and it's not a rebuild, but a restructure to get back to that championship level. But it's being reported that Luka and his party were being told by the Lakers that summer 2026, that's when moves were going to be made. That's when the transition was going to happen. It's the summer of 2026 right now.
Yes, it is.
And as you mentioned, there's not a ton of options out there. And they still don't know. What we do know is Luka Doncic is going to be at the Lakers for another 2 to 3 years.
Yep.
But after that, if you don't make significant moves this offseason and don't put together a roster that is NBA championship level, Luka Doncic could decide and push his way out of this Lakers team if you don't get an A-list center, if you don't get some wings, if you don't get some depth and some youth around him.
No doubt about it. The Lakers are fully in-house with Luka Doncic for the next 2 years.
Yes.
Presumably, Austin Reeves is the priority this offseason, which I think is the perfect complement, as we have seen in Doncic's career, to pair with him in the backcourt. Somebody that can be that initial playmaker if necessary, but the second kind of off-ball scorer when Luka is doing his thing, as he did this past year, leading the NBA in scoring. But that's kind of the two building blocks. And if the Lakers were just to run it back, even if LeBron James takes a very large discount in his salary to return for his 24th NBA season, and you bring back Rui, and you bring back Marcus Smart, and you bring back DeAndre Ayton, all of these guys, we saw the ceiling for the Lakers in that second round. We saw how far they are from Oklahoma City, from San Antonio, who are the teams you are going to consistently have to be better than for the next 5, 7, 10 years in the Western Conference. And that's just the Western Conference. So it's a critical, critical summer. And it really starts tonight for Rob Pelinka with that 25th overall pick. The Dodgers organization, their franchise ownership group, Mark Walter getting involved. We think about the restructuring of the front office, the hiring of the assistant GMs, Rohan Ramadis, the data-driven rocket scientist, analytical guy. The thing they haven't done yet, Alex, that is a little bit surprising as we sit here on Tuesday, June 23rd, on night one of the 2026 NBA draft, they haven't brought in the other assistant GM that has been rumored.
That was supposed to be the draft specialist.
The draft specialist, the talent development
guy.
So
that makes you think, are they just trying to trade and use this first-round pick, the 25th overall, to get someone that they need to get that big man?
Yeah, and that's what's concerning to me, the lack of that assistant GM in the talent development and draft organization side. They bring in Tony Bennett, the former Virginia coach, as the advisor, but there seems to be that very, very large gap where you would want to have all your ducks in the row before you get ready for tonight's draft in Brooklyn. So maybe it is an evaluation not of the future of the NBA and the guys available in this draft class, but an evaluation of young talent around the league, where they can find those spots. I'm sure Rohan Ramadis is doing all of the mathematical equations that are far too superior for my brain to understand what they can do salary cap wise, all the financial flexibility they are going to have this offseason. But I wouldn't say concerned at the moment. I just expected a little bit more positive momentum in the month and a half or so since the Lakers' run in the postseason came to a close.
Interesting. You know what else had me thinking? And we'll dive into this a little later. But now that Giannis and Bam are together in Miami, is that a spot that LeBron James might try to go to?
Back again?
Why not? If I see him running it back for one to 2 more years, it's got to be somewhere where he has history.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You would think so. Miami?
I don't know.
Decision part 2?
I
would
know.
Watch that.
I
that'd be
don't know.
So fun.
You know, we were told that the Lakers and LeBron had been in negotiation conversations throughout the season. It kind of took a break, and then while he was on that insane European Cavs 10-year reunion party, they picked back up again. But after this move being done, and is that a place where he can see, I can be the big 3, go back and run it back in Miami? I don't know. Again, I hope he stays here in LA, but it's all going to come down to what's that magic number that's going to work for the team and equally work for his ego, because that's what it is. It's he's not making, that's not where he's making his money off of this deal, and we all know that. But we're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, Dodgers are the first team to 50 wins in Major League Baseball, but at what cost? Ugh. They are just struck by the injury bug. Don't go anywhere. More Brock and Alex when we come back. just got to call 855-975-2326. All right, you guys, we were talking about the barbecue, like off the top of the show. It is here and it's made its way in the building. So everybody has been taking some bites of this barbecue because okay, I wrote this down. There's 2 different things going on this week. It's Burger Week in LA and it's the Barbecue and Comedy Festival this weekend in El Segundo. And both are here in the studio promoting it today.
We got our first looks.
We got our
at the
first
ribs.
looks. I know.
There's not many left.
We had like 30 seconds left before we were coming on air, and BTS Nick came in and was like, hey, "You want a bite of this?" It's like really 30 seconds before we go on air. You want
also,
me to
like,
take
in
a
a bowl,
mad?
he didn't present it very well for what it's worth.
They were ribs, but it was just the rib meat.
You just kind of took it off. He had it in
In
a
the
bowl with
bowl.
like a fork.
Nick, we're not mad at you. We appreciate you because I definitely put it in my little to-go container, and I'm going to be snacking on it on my drive home. But Shay, you had some. Was it good?
Yeah, and I have a little extra piece right here that I'm
Wow.
going to eat, and I'll give it to you guys.
What do you mean?
There's like some brisket right
Oh,
here.
you have
that I
extra
Yeah,
brisket.
yeah.
So it's not the ribs. I got the ribs.
Yeah.
That's
So
the brisket.
I had the brisket. The brisket was really good.
Okay, so we talked I forget what week it was, a lot about barbecue and the best barbecue around LA. Shay, are you going to give it
I'll give it
a grade?
I'll give it a grade, but
We don't know where it is, so we're not like if that's okay. But I
Right.
just want to know what are we walking into here?
I usually don't like brisket because
What?
it ends up being very dry and it's just.
Oh, you're not
something
having the good brisket then.
But-
Brisket should be like buttery, like literally falling apart.
Exactly.
Tenderism.
That's what this
Yeah,
one
yeah.
was. It was falling apart.
Okay.
It was really good, and I like fat. I'm a big fan
Same.
of fat, and this brisket
Same.
was really fatty.
Beautiful.
And the piece that I had,
Yeah.
I literally bit into the juices of the fat, and I was like, okay, I can get down with this. I can get down with this.
If you weren't hungry before,
Yeah.
we are definitely making you hungry now because, again, it is the Barbecue and Comedy Festival, I guess, in El Segundo this weekend, and it's LA Burger Week, which apparently is, you know how there's the LA Food Week where you go to different restaurants and they have a set menu sometimes around LA?
Yep.
This is the burger portion of that.
Love that.
So you can go to we were just walking through the hallway. I was like, can someone tell me why there's so much delicious food in here at 10 a.m.? And she's like, yeah, you can just go to laburgerweek.com.
There you go.
I think it was. So go check it out, you guys. It looked absolutely insane. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I got Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen today, you guys. So that is the new voice you are hearing. Also, LA local. So happy to have you here with us.
I was going to say, LA Burger Week, the Comedy and Barbecue Festival in El Segundo.
All
We've
of our
got
favorite
some
things.
action in our neck of the woods. One of the burgers they brought in, which I think the original location is in Hermosa. I know they have expanded.
Yeah.
Proudly Serving.
Yeah. So
One that I love thoroughly.
I know. We love Proudly Serving.
Yeah.
That's our local smash burger if we're craving
For sure.
a to-go delivery situation. Yeah, I knew that looked familiar.
Yeah.
I knew it smelled, because you smell it every time you walk past 2nd Street, and you smell it all the way to the Greenbelt.
It is
it follows
crazy.
you. It follows you the entire way, which is so much fun. You know what else was fun last night? The Dodgers. First team to 50 wins this season, you guys. They took game 1. And all it took was 3 hits, a couple of home runs. Shohei Ohtani, his 24th leadoff home run. Freddie Freeman, but it came with 2 big injuries as well. But let's start with the positive,
Yep.
okay? Because Eric Lauer, I think the Dodgers figured out how to use him, and they had an opener. And we were talking about this in the morning meeting that we haven't seen a ton of the openers in a while, but this was a really hot trend 4 years ago. The Angels did it all the time, so I remember covering a bunch of the openers. But he came in after they got through the first part of the lineup, and he threw 6 scoreless, hitless innings. Exactly what the Dodgers needed in that moment.
Eric Lauer has been so good for what his role needs to be. For what his role needs to be.
I was like, I don't want
Alex
to go
Curry.
that far.
He's not Justin Robleski, who will start tonight in the Twin
Yeah.
Cities against Minnesota, but for what his role needs to be in his 5th outing in Dodger Blue,
Yeah.
for what he has done, I think he has been exactly and probably even more than they hoped when they traded for him from the Blue Jays. When he fell out of the starting staff, of the relief rotation, of anything.
I would say last night they thought that. Last night you could probably be like, okay, yeah, this is the guy we were hoping to get. But keep going on your love train of Eric Lauer.
I think
Just
when you look at Eric Lauer, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you have the sky highest of expectations for Eric Lauer.
But you have to with any situation with the Dodgers. If you're coming over to the back-to-back champs and you're coming on this starting rotation, we need you to just like plug and play and elevate.
But I think in terms of what he has done, 8 total earned runs now in the 5 outings that he has made for LA, that's about what I would expect out of Eric Lauer. If I see Eric Lauer go out and give 5 2/3, 7 base knocks, 2 earned, 4 strikeouts, and 2 walks, heck yeah. You know how these guys' fly ball rate is?
How?
More than 51%. The last 3 years, he has been Major League Baseball's leader in fly ball rate, which is not a good thing because in today's Major League Baseball, if you are going to hit a fly ball and you do so with pretty good contact, there's a good chance that ball is going to fly. But the home run hit last night by Minnesota by Byron Buxton was off Will Klein, the opener in the bottom of the first. And then from there, the Dodgers allowed just a few more hits the remainder of the way, just 2 more.
Yeah.
I like Eric Lauer.
So I think that's, again, I think they figured it out, how to use him, because he's definitely needed right now. I mean, we did learn that the Dodgers are not pumping the brakes on Shohei Ohtani. He is scheduled to pitch tomorrow. So there was a whole conversation and segment that we did on it yesterday with Brock and me on what should the Dodgers do with Shohei Ohtani, and do they need to kind of protect the player from himself, because all he wants to do is be out there. And we saw it. He got a home run last night. Like, he is the guy that will do everything in his power to be in that lineup and be on that mound any chance he gets, even though he's dealing with a blister on his pitching finger, even though he had the inflammation behind his knee. This is also the first time that he has been a full two-way player. Healthy on a championship team. So instead of making sure that he gets to October, he needs to be healthy and full strength in October. And that makes me a little nervous.
It is a little bit concerning, just based on some of the pitching regression that we have seen from Shohei in his last 2 outings, because what he was doing early this year, not qualified in terms of the innings necessary, but being by far the best ERA in all of baseball, the only one sub-1, very much firmly in that National League Cy Young conversation, that's petered out just a little bit. But when that has taken a step back, Shohei Ohtani at the dish, as we have seen in the month of June, has been sensational. His 7th home run in 17 games here this month last night. And so there's a little bit of that conversation for both, but that is also the beauty of Shohei Ohtani, who has the highest expectations for himself, far more than I think anybody even watching this historical figure on a baseball diamond does.
The unicorn.
It is Shohei Ohtani that demands more of himself. I will never forget his quote after he had 6 innings of no-hit baseball, against the Rockies, but had the 4 walks, which allowed 1 to be plated. And he said, I would give up 5 or 6 base knocks if I could be more efficient in command and in control and stay in the game longer and get into the 7th inning and not have 92 pitches through 6 innings and 6 frames and could be more efficient. That is what Shohei Ohtani expects out of himself. So if he feels ready, the inflammation is something the Dodgers have been well aware of. Of course, coming back from the birth of his 2nd child, playing the final 2 games against the Orioles, continuing the pop and looking really good last night in Minnesota. I trust in Shohei Ohtani and I trust in Dave Roberts.
You're sounding like me a month ago.
Okay.
Because I was very much let the man cook.
Right.
He has dictated his entire career. Especially, at the Angels, there was no direction. It was just what do you think? This is what you're going to do.
You're really good at this sport.
Yeah, you figure it out. We've never had anyone like you before. We don't know what to do. We're just hoping that we can get to October. Obviously, he never saw a playoff game with the Angels. But with all of the injuries that the Dodgers seem to be plagued with, which we're going to get into right now, it just worries me pushing someone that is 2-1. Like if he's down, you lose one of your starters and you lose your power bat at the plate, who's your leadoff power bat, which is insane. So I think just because there's 2 things that he's worrying and dealing with now, I was under the impression I think that he should probably skip his next outing, but that's not going to happen. But let's get to the 2 injuries that happened last night, because the Dodgers reaching 50 wins came at a bit of a cost. And Kyle Tucker came out of the 2nd inning with lower back spasms. Now, Dave Roberts said after the game that he wasn't too worried, but this is what Tyler Glasnow has also been dealing with the lower back spasms, and he's been out for months. And we all know Tucker has had a tough start to his Dodgers career. We talked about the fans booing him at the last series at Dodger Stadium. He's batting .234, 6 home runs, 40 RBI through 74 games. And why that is so hard and why you're saying a tough start is he signed a 4-year, $240 million contract. So when you're looking at what he's making and what he's been producing, it's a lot of fans believe he is underperforming. I also think of the mental side of everything. You are in a new city with a new franchise, the back-to-back champs. You are the $50 million, $60 million man that's supposed to come in and make a difference immediately. Yeah. And nothing's happened. Absolutely nothing. And I have to think, how much do you think the stress of all of that can come into and add to the result of having back spasms?
Incredibly so. Back spasms would not want to be the injury that I am dealing with if I am in a huge slump and having a career worst year. This is by far Kyle Tucker's worst offensive numbers across every single category. Batting average, WOBA, slugging percentage, on-base percentage, every stat you could throw out in baseball. It is Kyle Tucker's worst year since his first year with the Astros back in 2018.
First year?
Which he also played fewer than 25 games, so it wasn't even that large of a sample size.
Yeah.
So that is how bad it has been for Kyle Tucker, and I think for many, it will be exemplified in the Saturday night loss to Baltimore, right? Runners on the corners, 2 outs. This is your opportunity to walk it off for the Dodgers for a second consecutive night, and it was one of the worst at-bats. It's like me in a batting cage when they're throwing 75. That's what Kyle Tucker looked like against the splitter of the O's reliever.
Don't put Kyle Tucker down like that.
I think that was a fair comparison for what it's worth. And I paid to be in the batting cage, and the Dodgers are paying him $60 million, which I think is really the crux of the issue, and it's why there was all of that attention, right?
Yeah.
If he was a $7 million, not even that high, $5 million platoon guy that was going to be in right field and used as a utility, you'd be like, all right, if these are Alex Call's numbers, no shout to Alex Call, who has been really good this year, and some of the Dodger depth has been sensational this year, you'd be like, okay, that's fine. Yeah. You're a 7-hitter. You're our 8-hitter. And Kyle Tucker being now batting at times in that 7 spot, that's a bad representation of it. Dave Roberts spent most of his pregame press conference yesterday before the injury to Kyle Tucker talking about that very idea, Alex. Yeah. Not the numbers, not the performance. No. The confidence, the mental. Yeah. And still going into the batter's box each and every time he steps up there with the idea that he is freaking Kyle Tucker.
Dude.
And that he needs to put that fear in the opposing pitcher, because if they start to sense that, hey, you're not the Kyle Tucker that's worth $60 million, you're not the 4-time All-Star for the Dodgers that now steps in this year, it's not going to put that same sense of fear in that he is that bat that should be worried about in the Dodgers lineup on a daily basis.
Like it's like Dave Roberts, as you were saying that pregame, he was talking about no player wants to not perform up to their capabilities. For me, it's just wanting him to get back to being able who he is as a hitter, and who he is as a hitter is a guy who really controls the strike zone. And if we can get him back to being who he is, then we'll bet on the results, and then the results were him getting back spasms in the second inning. Oh, it was brutal. My heart breaks for him because you know he's going through it. You can see it in his body language. You can see it on his face. So again, like, we don't know how long back spasms are. That's a day-to-day situation. The Dodgers were dealing with a few more injuries that we'll get into a little later in the show, but it's going to be interesting once the lineups come out today to see who's in it for the Dodgers. We're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, do you care, LA? Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the comment section on YouTube at The Fan LA. Let us know what you're thinking, you guys. And we have so many games. We haven't even talked about the World Cup yet. There is so much that has gone on, but Portugal and Uzbekistan. Portugal up 3-0 right now. We're going to get into that in just a second. England versus Ghana is at 1. Panama versus Croatia at 4. Colombia and Congo tonight. And then Dodgers at Twins. First pitch at 4:40. But Shay, it is time for Do You Care LA. Lead us through.
Ben, welcome to the party.
Thank you so much, Shay.
Welcome to Do You Care? I know I've told you a little bit about it, and I'm
Is he
sure
dancing?
you've heard
He's
about
dancing.
it.
Oh, he's
yeah,
dancing.
yeah. Oh,
This
yeah. No,
isn't
he
a-
shimmies.
You have a really lovely
shimmies.
shoulder movement.
You should see the hips right now, dude. You can't see them.
It's like
Oh,
a
the hips are
full,
moving.
it's a whole thing.
Yeah, you should,
It's a whole thing for Shay.
My feet are dangling. You don't
This
see
is,
it.
oh, don't. Ah!
Welcome to Do You Care, guys. Ben, I'm going to explain it to you because I know this is your first time playing Do You Care LA. It's a segment where I usually tell Brock and Alex, but this time it's you.
Yep.
Stories from around the sports world, and you guys can tell me, do you care? But you have to do it from an LA perspective. All right, let's get with this first story. Ronaldo makes World Cup history. Ronaldo became the first man to score 6 World Cups today when he found the back of the net for Portugal against Uzbekistan in the 6th minute. Ronaldo's strike was his 9th career World Cup goal. He currently sits at 10, though, because he got a second one in the same game. It currently sits 3-0 Portugal over Uzbekistan. Do you guys care?
I care because we know that Ronaldo was watching that game that Messi was playing yesterday, and you know that especially after both their first matches when Messi scored the hat trick and they won, and then he came out and had a disappointing first match, and then yesterday Messi comes out and scores another 2 goals in his second match, and he becomes FIFA World Cup he scored the most goals in FIFA World Cup history, most FIFA World Cup matches played by an individual, most matches won by a player at the FIFA World Cup, and most minutes played in the FIFA World Cup. So he watched Messi just break all these records and make all this history yesterday, and you know that he was sitting there just seething, I gotta do better. I gotta be better. And so, of course, today comes out and already has 2 goals.
I do care as well, Alex. You know why?
Why?
Because as a host city for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, all of us Angelinos should care. Now, I'm not sure, based on where Portugal is in their Group K right now, if it's going to matter much for us here in Los Angeles, because I don't think their path to a quarterfinal, to a semifinal,
would be here.
Really runs through Los Angeles. Through the other side of the bracket, of course, for the United States men's national team, of which I've become the largest soccer fan in the last 2 weeks.
Welcome.
I very much care about our path because a quarterfinal would be at SoFi Stadium, or as FIFA would like to say, Los Angeles Stadium. I care as well because we want to see superstars, regardless of sport, regardless of how much knowledge or information we have, show out on the most significant stages. And that's what Ronaldo needed to do because Messi, Erling Haaland, Kylian Mbappe continue to dazzle. And they have played in both of their group play match days the day before Ronaldo. The first day, it was Messi with a hat trick, Mbappe with a brace, 2 goals, same with Erling Haaland. Yesterday, Messi scores twice, Erling Haaland scores twice, and Mbappe scores 2 more goals. So it was time for the veteran Cristiano Ronaldo to net a couple, and he has done that today. So yes, I do care.
See, okay, I gotta know, because you were kind of pumping up Ronaldo here.
Yeah.
Who is your GOAT?
Messi.
Is it okay? Thank you.
Messi.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Not even close.
Thank God. Thank God.
There we go.
All
There
right.
we go, Alex.
Yeah.
We're
All
all
right,
on the
next
same
one.
page here.
Yep.
Next one, guys.
I was like, bumping him up a little too much. Let's go.
By the way, Alex, real quick.
Yeah.
Iran has a chance to play USA in the group of 32. So if Iran beats Egypt, and they become the team. I'm a big Iran fan, by the way, Ben. I was there on Sunday.
You told me.
If
you've been to both their games.
I've been to both their games.
They're both in LA.
Yeah. So if they beat Egypt,
Where's that match?
that would be in Atlanta at the Atlanta Stadium.
Okay.
So, and my cousins live there.
Hey.
We'll see.
Wait, no, I'm saying where are they playing Egypt?
Oh, they're playing Egypt in Seattle.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was
they're
going to
playing in
say, if
Seattle.
it's
Yeah,
here
yeah,
again,
yeah.
you kind of
Oh,
have
I
to
would
go.
have
You're their
to
good
go.
luck charm,
I mean,
Shay.
You would have to go.
I am their good luck charm. I'd like
That
to
would be
feel like
wild.
one. But
Yeah, Shay was out till 4 a.m. after that game.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
Rightfully so, yeah.
yesterday was rough.
the voice is still recovering.
No,
right
no,
now.
You sound like a new human today, Shay.
Oh, no. The ribs, the
You're
burgers,
back.
I'm back.
Yeah.
That's what you needed yesterday. You're
Protein.
like, if only,
Literally.
if only the barbecue burger day was Monday.
I had oatmeal. That's all I had.
No. And then you went to In-N-Out.
We got a game to play.
All right,
Do
fine.
you
Get
care,
back.
LA?
Okay. We're
Vegas
here.
NBA expansion bid. So the Vegas Golden Knights owner Bill Foley is officially launching a bid to bring a NBA team to Las Vegas. Adam Silver has always said he's down. He's mentioned Seattle. He's mentioned Vegas. Do we care?
Yeah, it has to be Vegas. Like, I love the fact that Vegas, like one of the sports capital, sports betting capital, like everything that's going down there, finally has a sports culture. And the place we're in now is sports betting. I know, Ben, you've worked a ton of sports betting, and it's just a wild scenario that you wouldn't have sports teams in Vegas up until how long ago was it? Were the Raiders the first? No, Golden Knights were the first ones to go out there, and then the Aces, and then the Raiders, and now the A's, and it makes sense. Why wouldn't you?
I do not care. You know why?
Huh?
We were talking just a few moments ago about what we do on air, our on-air personalities and persona. I have often said I am not a hot take artist. I love to inform. I love to educate. I love to interact as we were doing today. One of my takes is this.
You have a hot take.
Vegas needs to stop having professional sports teams
Oh, we're
because the
opposite.
city of Las Vegas does not care unless it is the Vegas Golden Knights. All of these expansion franchises that continue to move there. Now, it's different if this is a fully incorporated new NBA team, which could happen. We could expand.
But that's what it would be. It'd be expansion. Or you're saying that they're trying
they
to
don't-
move a team.
It is an expansion bid.
Yeah.
And they
So
have
it'd be a
talked
new
often.
team.
Okay, then maybe I go back a little bit on what I just said, but I am a little bit anti-Las Vegas professional sports teams.
Why?
Because they don't care about the athletics. They don't really care about the Raiders. Most of the Raiders fans are making the trips from Southern California to be in Las
But
Vegas.
it's so
the convenience
fun
is
and
nice.
it's so easy.
Yeah.
And it's all the sports gambling right there. You get the full experience. You get a crazy 24 hours in Vegas, which is all you need these days. And it just makes sense. Like, they have the capacity for it. Like, when the Super Bowl was out there, that was so much fun. That was the easiest Super Bowl I've been to.
Yeah, it was a good Super Bowl.
It was great.
Yeah, it was nice.
Like, you think of Vegas, you think of parties, gambling, betting, sports, now that it's all there because it's all the sports books.
Yeah.
Do it.
It's fun for the casual
it.
fan. The fans of Las
Do
Vegas
it.
do not care. So
What
I
do
do
you mean?
not care.
Yeah, they do.
They're anti all these
No,
teams
they're
moving
not.
there.
No, they're
I
not.
have it on good authority.
Is this our first fight?
This is our first
Wow.
fight.
Yeah.
It only took under an hour.
Yeah, it's good.
Under an hour.
I
No, my
love
girlfriend
this.
Michaela lives out there. She's also an Odyssey host.
Okay.
And she sings the national anthem at like all the different sporting events out there. And the A's did a game.
A couple of series, yeah.
Yeah, out in Vegas.
It was wild.
And she just talked about how long they've been waiting for this and how long they've loved this. They've waited for this moment. And they're so excited it's all here. So I'm going to go on that account and say that Vegas
Michaela.
fans are excited to get all the sports teams out there. All right, Shay. Do we have enough to get one more in?
One more. We'll get this quick. Blazers hire Micah Nora. So the Trailblazers are hiring Timberwolves assistant coach Micah Nori as their next head coach. He's been in the league for 5 seasons. He's been with Minnesota for 5 seasons. He's been in the league for a while.
Yeah.
Do you care?
Not really.
I care a little bit.
Okay, why?
Just because Micah Nori is a very fun soundbite.
Oh.
He's often the guy on the Minnesota team broadcast they go to when they want the after first quarter, after third quarter interview.
Okay.
So, yeah, I care a little bit. Western Conference, too?
Yeah.
Blazers?
Sure.
Did you see the deal, though? We have to talk about it.
No.
Tom Dundon, of course, who is the Blazers owner, that's a little bit known as tight in the bootstraps
Yeah.
in terms of a cheapskate.
Yeah.
1-year deal for the coach, or he has a team option the following 2 years. Tough deal. Tough contract.
That's 1 year. Brutal. Okay, we'll get into that in top of hour 2. Don't go anywhere. More Brock and Alex, and we come back here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the comment section at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also follow us on all socials. Slide into our DMs. We want you to be a part of this conversation. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And I want you to save that number right now, you guys, because do you want to be in the building when LA decides its champion? 310 Originals and 97.1 The Fan are giving away tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge with Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon, July 11th in Harbor City. Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and more, along with Marathon Burger, are throwing this. Now, you can pay $40 to get in the door, or you can win tickets right now. All you have to do is call us at 855-97-2326. Call us at 855-975-2326 for your chance to win 2 tickets to the City Championship Challenge with Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon. We got Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and more in the house. This is LA's game. It's going to be insane. It's going to be so much fun. And we actually have Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon joining the show in about 30 minutes to talk about the event. But you can win tickets right now. Call 855-975-2326. I have to admit, I walked away out of the studio, you guys, during that last commercial break. I came back. Ben was eating the barbecue.
Breaking news.
Ben was eating the barbecue. If you've been with us for the first hour of the show, you guys, our studio, between K-Rock and KNX, there has been so much food in the studio today. It's LA Burger Week, so there's been smash burgers, and then it's the El Segundo Barbecue and Comedy Festival this weekend, so there is a full barbecue spread, and I was like, save me some so I can try it after the show. No, I came back in, and Ben was just going to town on some brisket.
Hey, let's be fair. I used a plastic fork to cut it so that I could save you half of the final piece of brisket.
That was so kind. The fact that you're able to just eat barbecue between takes.
That is the earliest I have ever consumed a piece of brisket in my life.
Well, what about tailgates? Right?
Still the earliest I've ever consumed.
Because you were Big Ten, right? And
yes.
I hosted a show, Tailgate 48, where I went to all the crazy Big Ten championship rivalries every weekend. And those tailgates are
early.
9, 8 a.m.
Yeah.
People are going down. And barbecue, I had some of the best ribs in, where was it? Wisconsin, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, Nebraska had the craziest.
That's where I lived.
Okay,
my first job in sports media was a local sports anchor and reporter in Omaha, Nebraska.
Dude, Nebraska. Yeah. I've had some, that was the craziest tailgate under the freeway pass right there.
Yeah.
I paint this picture. I remember I was doing a hit, and this woman is sitting on a motorized cooler with a baby in one hand and a beer in the other hand, holding on to the scooter, and she's just waving as she goes by. I was like, wow. Iconic.
I'll tell you.
Icon.
Bad day to be a bush light in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yes.
Any fall Saturday.
Dude, crazy.
Yeah.
But so much fun. That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't eat barbecue that early?
So the tough thing was I was working, so I often did not get to enjoy the So Omaha and the state of Nebraska known for a variety of things. If you've heard of the runza, it's like a glorified Hot Pocket. It's like minced up beef with some cabbage in what is a breaded roll. Pretty good. Not exactly a sandwich.
Okay.
Not exactly a full meal. They are also known for something called breakfast pizza at Casey's General Store, which is actually like a gas station / restaurant.
Okay.
And breakfast pizza is eggs, bacon, sausage on pizza, and they would serve that ahead of every Nebraska football game for media. So that was often my pregame meal, which I'm not sure is better than brisket.
Pizza.
I'm not sure that has a better effect on you.
Definitely not. Brisket was probably the call.
You know where the best barbecue in my life has been? Because very close to Omaha.
Please, because we talk about this constantly. Oh, it's not here in L.A.
No, Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah.
Burnt ends revolutionized my life.
Dude, that's my favorite.
Oh, my God.
I love a crispy end, but fatty, melt in your mouth center.
Yeah,
that's what I want.
It was one of the greatest days of my life. Still think of it very fond. Could cry almost thinking about it. Like, so good. But to what I don't actually know who brought in the barbecue.
Yeah.
But the brisket was very good.
Okay, so it's going to be at the Barbecue and Comedy Festival in El Segundo this weekend.
Heck yeah.
Which is close to us because
Very
we're in
close.
Hermosa.
Yeah.
So we're all in the South Bay. I didn't know that was happening, and I've been talking about wanting barbecue for a really long time.
There you go.
So I think I know what I'm doing at one point this weekend.
And you'll hear some good jokes.
Love some good jokes.
Yeah, come on.
I just want to laugh, you guys. Also, so many games today. Portugal up 3-0 over Uzbekistan. It's halftime. Ronaldo has 2 goals today, as we were talking about in the last segment.
Yep.
Pretty sure he was watching Messi yesterday
For sure.
going like, I got to do something. I better do something.
Messi has 5 goals at this World Cup.
He could have had a hat trick yesterday, but he missed that PK.
And then Ronaldo's looking at this like, I don't have a single one. Kylian Mbappe's got 4. Erling Haaland's got 4. That guy on the United States, Flo Balogun,
Dude.
has a brace.
Balogun is changing
Love that guy.
the game
Love that guy.
for young American just athletes who didn't even think twice about soccer and who now are like, oh, this is something I want to do. This is something I want to be. Like, I am so excited to see the explosion of soccer popularity in the U.S. after this, you guys. And we have 4 games today. As I mentioned, Portugal, Uzbekistan. Portugal up 3-0 at half. We got England versus Ghana at 1 p.m. Panama and Croatia at 4 p.m. Colombia and Congo tonight. Dodgers first pitch at Twins at 4:40. There is so much going on. And I don't know if you've been following all the fan bases, too, around the World Cup. Have you seen the Tartan Army take over Miami now? Because, like, obviously we all know they drank Boston dry. Now they're in Miami, you guys, and they kicked it off with a bagpipe pool party, raging. Before, they had an entire parade marching down Little Havana to the Marlins game. Then they had another pre-party rager outside of the stadium. They got to march on the warning track in the stadium, and then they were all in the outfield singing like that, like it was a karaoke bar, raging the entire game.
It was and is, I think, the greatest thing of this World Cup.
The Tartan Army?
The Tartan Army, to see any of these international fan bases. Norway has taken over the East Coast.
Dude,
Their
did you see
Viking
them
row
rowing
chant.
on the field?
Come on.
With the players after they won? The players got on the field with
And
the
led
drum
the chant.
and led the chant with everybody in the stands.
So here is my call to action for your usual co-host.
Okay.
All Big Ten 2013 performer defensive back for the great Ski-U-Mah Gophers, Brock Vereen. Right?
What an
when
intro.
you think about
we gotta cut that
when you
and play
think
that for Brock.
about Vikings and Minneapolis and Nordic Warriors and a university that uses Row the Boat, led by their head coach, PJ Fleck. Can you imagine all the enthusiasm that you saw on your Big Ten tour in Minnesota, if this team is good, and they consistently are, ahead of a huge game perhaps for Paul Bunyan's Axe against Wisconsin, against Iowa, whatever it might be. Minnesota's entire stadium at Huntington Bank Stadium doing the row.
Oh, you want them to
I
adopt
want
the
them all,
Norway.
for sure.
Do you think they can do it? I mean, that's
believe in them.
that's insane.
It's insane.
It's so fun. Like when I saw them, it like really hit in Times Square.
Yeah.
When they were all in Times Square doing it. And then
You see them going up the
escalators.
That was incredible.
Yeah. I'm here for all of it.
Yeah.
My algorithm is doing beautiful things for me right now because it's just I shared this yesterday. Someone posted. It feels like the World Cup is like a giant sleepover with your cousins that you never get to see because your parents hate each other.
Yeah.
And it's just there's so much love between all the different countries and cultures, and it's what we needed. I don't know if we deserved it, but we definitely needed this in the U.S.
It has been incredible to see all of the Europeans making the trip over, trying things like Applebee's and Chili's and going through the tour and getting all of it, understanding what... If they had the brisket that I had, those Brits, they'd be like, you can do that to a piece of meat?
Oh, there was
That's
a
insane.
viral clip of, I think it was a Japanese tourist in Texas trying brisket for the first time and just like eyes exploding out of his head like, oh, this is what meat can taste like. That's their biggest, like, that is the craziest thing a lot of these Europeans are like wrapping their head around.
I think if you are just a fan of sport, and one of my favorite things is crowd reaction, is to see that genuine passion. I think it's why we do what we do, and we are seeing that on full display throughout the World Cup. Scotland and Brazil tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time in Miami. I mean,
oh, that's going to be insane. I didn't even realize that it's Brazil,
Yeah.
Scotland, and both of these fan bases. I mean, all of Scotland, I feel like once they saw what was going down in Boston, I've seen so many social videos of people being like, and I quit my job so I can be out here. They just want to be a part of the party. And then people are like, I was supposed to go home, but I didn't go home.
Never
and
leaving.
Everyone's just staying here. They're never leaving.
It's a beautiful thing. It's why I love college sports so much, because you're seeing that kind of
That's the
fan
closest
base.
thing that
For sure.
I kind of compared it to.
I've invited all of the Tartan Army to any college football tailgate they want to go to.
Dude, that's where I think that would blow their mind
Yeah.
if they made it back out here for what tailgate would you tell them to go to?
I would tell them to go to either a Wisconsin tailgate because
Yeah.
those folks can drink. I
Yeah.
would tell them to go down south to Baton Rouge at LSU because I have seen those folks up and close and personal, and they can put them down with the best.
Well, and then they'd have Bourbon Street too to
Oh,
kind
my
of just absolutely destroy.
I mean, it would be the greatest beer Olympics the world has ever known.
It's exactly
It would be.
what it would be.
It's prime Michael Jordan versus prime LeBron James,
Dude,
and their drinking abilities.
the goats. It
would be unreal.
The Scots. It's been such a pleasure. It's been so fun just to I love it so much, but I also love the fact that a lot of their social posts have been like, America, we owe you an apology. Yeah. We did not understand your game. Your people are so kind. Your food is insane. You're so welcoming. So it's just, you know what? It's a big reminder to kind of put the phone down and
sure.
get off social media and don't be so obsessed with the news and go outside and meet some people and have some fun. And that's what makes sports so beautiful because it allows you to do that. And that's what we're experiencing right now.
Bravo.
Which
Couldn't
is
have said
so
any
fun.
better.
It's so beautiful. But Miami is definitely having a moment. Obviously,
having
as
a
we're
good
saying, with the Scots there right now, absolutely raging and taking over Marlins game last night. They have the game tomorrow against Brazil. But last night, Giannis to Miami, you guys. A blockbuster trade that we all have kind of been waiting for. And the two-time MVP is now on the Heat, while the Bucks receive Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr., and there's just there's a couple more pieces to the trade, but the big names, and when you hear it happen, you're like, okay, yeah, we knew this was going to be able to happen, but the fact that it actually went down and now that it's here, what was your first big takeaway?
I'm sure there was a little bit of deja vu for us here in Los Angeles because it hit right before 9 p.m. our time, right before midnight Eastern.
Shams loves to do it when half
Shams
the
bomb,
country's
man.
asleep. Last one was Luca to L.A. at, I think it was 12 a.m. Eastern.
I saw Shams once at a Super Bowl party when it was in Phoenix, and it was at an event, and he did not have his phone on him. And I met him through a friend of mine that was working for FanDuel TV at the time and was like, oh, Shams, come over here. And I was like, oh, my God, Shams. Pleasure,
Hey, great
to meet
to see you.
And he had a drink in a hand and no phone. And I was like, that's
rare.
Not right. This is also the
Rare.
end of trade deadline week in the NBA that often always falls during media week for the Super Bowl. So you know that as soon as he got that information, he wasn't like, ooh, I'll wait on it because it's midnight Eastern. Let me drop this bomb. My first reaction was exactly that. We anticipated this to be the case. It was only a matter of time. The Bucks themselves set their own NBA draft day deadline that if they were going to make the move, if they were going to have this blockbuster deal in place, it was going to happen before the draft. I think, as I said in our first hour, there was a little bit of sadness because of that great state of Wisconsin for Giannis and Milwaukee. And finally parting ways.
I mean, it was a long time coming. It was
We knew.
it was
We knew.
2 years coming.
Yeah, but then you see it finally. But regardless, good move for Miami. I'm not sure necessarily that somebody of Giannis's caliber even going to Miami doesn't necessarily change my overall view of the Eastern Conference, doesn't necessarily change my view of the NBA championship and who it goes through. I still think Miami is right there probably in a pack with the reigning NBA champions and the New York Knicks, the Boston Celtics if they can iron out things with Jaylen Brown, and the Miami Heat. I would say they are one of the three best teams and certainly one of the front runners to win the Eastern Conference
now
crown
that they have
with
Giannis.
But they still need a lot around both Bam and Giannis. I think for what the Bucks were hoping to get in return, it's a pretty good return of some proven-ish young talent in the NBA that at least has that experience. Tyler Hero heads back. He is a native of Milwaukee. We'll see if he stays
Yeah, but
with
he's
the
kind of
Bucks.
become like a face of Miami.
For sure. I mean,
So
he's got the. I wonder if his barber's going to travel with him from Miami to Milwaukee. I wonder if do the same kind of thing. But there's also the chance, and we saw this last summer in the blockbuster deal for Kevin Durant, that because this trade does not become official until July 6th, both organizations have left themselves some wiggle room if they want to move any of those pieces. Now, going to Miami was just Giannis Antetokounmpo and big game BP, Bobby Portis Jr., so they're probably not shopping either of those two guys necessarily. But there is a chance that Tyler Hero could be on his way out. Milwaukee
Possible Detroit.
fully in the rebuild for the future. Possibly Detroit.
Has been rumored.
And we had talked about this in our opening hour as well. The Lakers were never really going to be involved in the Giannis sweepstakes. It doesn't make sense in terms of a personnel fit with each other. You don't need both Giannis and Luka despite being the superstars in the association. But could they try to get involved for one of the other pieces?
Yeah.
Potentially.
And the Lakers can capitalize on this trade. So you might not be, because again, like on paper right now, it's just a two-team trade, right? But this is where the other teams are going to start to be involved.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, Tyler Hero, who's going to come after Tyler Hero? What can maybe the Bucks get for a Tyler Hero? But how can the Lakers capitalize on this trade? Should and can the Lakers call the Bucks about Khalil Ware? And is that the right fit for Luka and the Lakers? Because as we know, the number one thing the Lakers need to do this offseason is get an A-list center for Luka. He made it very clear. This is what I want. This is what I need. And as we talked about before, Luka's team was told by the Lakers, it is reported, that the summer of 2026 was when they were going to make those big moves, was when the transition was going to happen. And the only thing the Lakers know right now is that Luka is going to be on the team another 2, maybe 3 years.
Right.
They still haven't signed Austin Reeves. We don't know what LeBron James is doing. Jackson Hayes probably coming back. What is Rui going to do? What is Marcus Smart going to do? How many guys are they going to try to run it back without keeping the same crew together? And who can they actually bring around and build around the team? Because yes, they have the 25th overall pick in the draft tonight, but the Lakers aren't going to be making a pick that's going to be a win now scenario, especially when you're on a team that has a championship or bust mentality. So what they could do in like a let me help try to win this situation now is be calling up the Bucks being like, hey, what do you need for Ware?
For sure. And it's also if the rumors that the Detroit Pistons are very locked in on Tyler Hero, that adds another team. And it might not just be 1v1v1 with Tyler Hero going to the Motor City and what Milwaukee could get back. They might need another team to get in there and help sweeten the pot. The reason I bring up the Pistons, there are two bigs playing right now in Detroit that I think would present at least in-depth pieces because one I do not believe is truly available. His name is Jalen Duren, all NBA season, despite the very disappointing postseason for the Pistons. He's a restricted free agent. I think Detroit is going to make him a priority alongside Cade Cunningham. He's Cade's guy. They love that big backcourt, frontcourt combo of those two players. The other, though, is Isaiah Stewart, who we know here in Los Angeles because of his fiery personality and how that involved the Lakers once. Isaiah Stewart could be that piece that necessarily, again, probably not your starting five, probably not in your starting lineup, but a rotational piece, part of your 7, 8, 9-man rotation that has that defensive first mentality, that is really good on the glass and brings some hard nose to your second unit. That, again, if you are opening up the Giannis blockbuster deal between Miami and Milwaukee to multiple teams, it might not just be a third team, it could be a fourth or even a fifth. So there are some opportunities, I think, for the Lakers, Alex, to get involved with this, at least setting kind of a blueprint of how they can go about things, because I'm not sure, based on free agency, that there is a big that really moves the needle for the Lakers out there that they could sign, whether it's because of cap space or just proven availability right now this offseason. And I do not think that pick number 25 tonight, even if it is a prototypical 5, even if it is a front court player, is going to be much for you outside of a depth piece, especially early on, certainly in that 2-year Luka Doncic window.
So definitely keep your eyes out.
Yeah.
We're on the watch. Now, do you think that one of these moves are going to be made before the draft tonight? Or is this July 6th kind of keep your eye out for?
It's a really good question because, again, we talked about it. The Lakers don't necessarily have a ton of draft assets. They don't have a ton of future first rounders that if they do not do something ahead of tonight that they can guarantee down the line. Now, could they trade the rights of the guy they draft 25th tonight? Certainly so. But if you were going to say, hey, Milwaukee, you've got 2 lottery picks. How about a third pick in the first round of the 2026 NBA draft? Hey, Detroit, we're going to help you out here. We're going to add to your young talent to build around your core that is Cade Cunningham. Graham, Tyler Hero, and Jalen Duren. How about the end of the first round tonight to find one of your rotational pieces that could really be involved? I'm not sure it's going to happen in the next, call it 6 to 7 hours. I don't necessarily know if that will be the speed, but it's one of those interesting components because a lot happens around the association on a day when a draft is also about to happen.
It's going to be interesting, you guys. NBA draft happening tonight, and we got to be on the lookout to what the Lakers are going to do leading up to draft night. First, a huge congratulations to Juan Diaz. He is going to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge on July 11th in Harbor City, featuring Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon. He and a guest, it's going to be so much fun. Special guests like Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and more. Plus, Marathon Burger will be part of the event. So congratulations again to Juan Diaz from West Covina. We're going to take a quick break here because when we come back, you guys, we are talking to the two that are involved and in charge of this event. Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon are joining the show. Don't go anywhere. More Brock and Alex when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Kerr here with Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show, so get in the comment section if you're watching us live on YouTube at The Fan LA. Guys, we've been talking about this all day. Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon are leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge on Saturday, July 11th at Narbonne High School in Harbor City. Doors open at 2 p.m. Tip-off is at 4 p.m. It's put on by 310 Originals. And it's Deshaun versus Keyshawn with names like Paul Pierce, Jordan Love, YG, Terrell Owens, Le'Veon Bell, Kid Ink, Matt Barnes, Brandon Jennings, and more, all on the same court. And right now, you guys, we are joined by former NFL wide receiver, current head coach of Delaware State University, Deshaun Jackson, and Green Bay Packers CB, Keyshawn Nixon. Thank you guys for joining the show.
Oh, yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. How did the City Championship Celebrity Challenge come together, and why was this the perfect event to bring to LA?
I mean, I think, I'll go first. So, me and Keyshawn got a real good relationship. It's like a little brother to me. We played a year together when I was playing for the Las Vegas Raiders. And, we're just two LA guys, two natives from LA, grew up in LA, born and raised. And, we felt like the city needed something. I remember back when I was active and I was playing, I used to do, camps and, flag football games. And Keyshawn was, a part of one time. And then he did a camp as well, too. So we like, man, the city needs something. So we came together. It was like, we should do something. We didn't know what we was going to do. We was saying flag football. And it was like, we're going to do basketball. So we ended up doing the basketball challenge.
Keyshawn, do you hoop? Are you guys going to play, or are we just coaching?
No, we definitely gonna play. We're both playing.
Yeah.
Now, Keyshawn, you're going to be playing against and coaching against the 2025 HBCU Coach of the Year in Deshaun Jackson for the Delaware State Hornets. Are you worried at all that your counterpart has the coaching pedigree entering the city championship?
No, that ain't got nothing to do with basketball.
So who's taking this more seriously? Are you guys is there trash talking already? Is there anything on the line? Are there bets being made? Kind of put together the vibe of this whole tournament for anyone who's going to come and want to watch this and be a part of this.
I mean, shit, it's the city, man. LA, man. LA a place to be, man. You know what I'm saying? It's Hollywood. It's, South Central, Long Beach, Compton, all together. So we really put it on for the city, but that we both taking it serious. We two competitors that, played at a high level in the NFL. So he retired. I mean, I'm retired. He's still active. So for me, I feel like I got the edge,
Bro, don't retire.
He don't want
to try to retire me on here.
He got a season to play. I don't got no season to play. He got a season to play. So he should be chill. He should be careful. I don't want to cross him up. You know what I'm saying? And he on the ground and he's like, I'm like, man, so just take it easy, Keyshawn. I'm giving you a warning.
This is
I'm gonna definitely take it serious.
Yeah, he's setting the tone. It's like, no, don't go too hard, Keyshawn. You don't want to hurt yourself. So you just let me do everything.
Well, we're talking 2 weeks out from training camp. We got to be ready for 2026 for Keyshawn Nixon. So I ask, when you look at some of the names that are involved, your quarterback in Green Bay, Jordan Love, scheduled to play in the city championship. Keyshawn, who is the best hooper, a part of the Green Bay Packers?
J Love can hoop, definitely. Jaden Reed can hoop too. There's a couple players that can hoop. I'm definitely in there though.
Deshaun, who do you think? Who do you think is going to be the best player out there on the court?
On the court, man, I don't know. We got some NBA. I know I got some dudes NBA. Retired players is going to play as well. So they on my team. I don't know what he got because we really ain't been really telling each other the full throttle. But I don't know. I got my boy Trevor Ariza, Laker champion. I got Paul Pierce, Le'Veon Bell gonna pop out. We got some ballers. I don't know. I know I'm nice though, so I don't know. I know what I could do.
So are the teams already set?
It's still being added to, but yeah, I mean, pretty much we know exactly. He bringing his team, I'm bringing my team, so it's very competitive. This for the city. We gonna brag. It's bragging rights, like you say. We probably put a little side bet, something on it friendly, but now for sure, it's gonna get nitty gritty, man. We gonna be on that.
Okay, so the teams are set. Can you tell us who is on each of your teams so far? Are you allowed to share that information?
No, we
Are the
can't.
starting
No,
five
not
out?
yet. Not yet.
So, okay, but we got some names, right? Because we got Paul Pierce, Jordan Love, YG, T.O., Le'Veon Bell, Kidding, Matt Barnes, Brendan Jennings. Do we know whose team they're on yet? Are they all playing, or are they all just going to be there?
They are playing. Like, I don't think Keyshawn want to tell you. I don't want to tell you either. But I don't know. I got some other special guests gonna pop. I might get Chris Brown to pop out. We got some ballers. Chris Brown a baller too, and he ain't gonna be on his team. Nah.
Are you stealing guys from each other? Is it like, no, you can't call him. I'm calling him. He's going to be on my team.
Nah. I mean, it's relationship based. I mean, we all know each other though, so it's just. I mean, I think it's just more friendly. But at the end of the day, we got competitive edges to it. But honestly, man, it's really for the city. It's for the young kids, man. We just really wanted to put on a nice event for the city to come out to, and we want to make this an annual thing too. You know, we want to do this every year, get some big time sponsors behind it. But you know, man, just come out, show love, show support. It's for a good cause. You know, we may tag a foundation. You know, Keyshawn got a foundation. I got a foundation. We're gonna tag a foundation to it as well too. So we're gonna definitely have fun. It's gonna be lit.
All right, so the starting five's not released just yet, but both of you guys are playing. Deshaun, Keyshawn, where do you think you fit in the starting five? What is your position going to be for the city championship?
I'm a 2-guard.
Okay. Deshaun?
So
yeah.
I'm a point guard. I'm more a facilitator. You know, like I'm gonna just give y'all who I am. So I'm like three guys mixed together. So I got Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, and Chris Paul. So that's what you get from D-Jack.
Okay.
That's my pedigree when you put together. Yeah, he say that's cap, but I guarantee. All right, how about this? Since we on right now 97.1, I guarantee I'm gonna score more points than him. That's what I'm gonna guarantee. I'm gonna score more points than Keyshawn.
Keyshawn, what's your rebuttal there?
I'll take that challenge.
Okay, guys, we're talking to Deshaun
He got
Jackson
NBA
and
players on his
Keyshawn
team.
Nixon.
He ain't gonna get the ball.
That's why he's the point guard, Keyshawn. He is going to facilitate already.
Facts. You guys,
You're talking points.
Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon, who are leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. It's happening on Saturday, July 11th. So, guys, for fans who are thinking about coming out on July 11th, just paint the picture of the night and what fans can expect when they get there.
I mean, I think it's going to be very energized. It's going to be music. We got some special guests that's going to come out and perform at halftime. You know, we all going to be able to be accessible to the fans, you know, meet and greet, get your autograph signed, bring the kids out, take pictures. I mean, you know, it's going to be full. Marathon Burger. Rest in peace to my bro, Nipsey Hussle. But, you know, it's the marathon continues, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just going to be an overall good thing for the city. It's at Northmount High School. Very personal. You know, pop out, man. Come meet us. Come shake a hand. Take a picture.
Keyshawn, what are you most excited
Yeah,
about?
I think it's gonna be good. There's gonna be a lot of stars there. You know, City of Champions. I think it's good for the city for sure.
Are we going to get any dunks from either of you?
It's a dance?
No.
Dunks.
More dance.
Dunks.
Oh, dance.
Are we dunking it?
Yeah, no. I'm pushing 40. I'm pushing 40. I ain't set up for this game to be dunking. No, I ain't doing it.
All right, before we let you guys go, who's going to win? Who's going to win? Let's put it out right now. We're getting competitive, right?
Team Jackpot. Team Jackpot.
Team K9, man.
Yeah. We appreciate you guys so much for coming out here. We are so excited for this, you guys. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon, leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge on Saturday, July 11th. You can still get your tickets. We're also giving away tickets every day right here on 97.1 The Fan. Any other shout-outs you guys want to give? Give it now.
Go Team
Shout
Jackpot.
out LA, man. Y'all pop out for us.
You already know. Even if you ain't from LA, pop out. You already know. Everybody come pop out, show love.
We love it. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for joining the show.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
That's going to be good.
That's going to be wild. It's funny to see them both together, too, of like, nah, we ain't telling you who's on our team. And I'm going to steal guys. Are you going to steal some guys?
I really thought we were getting a starting five reveal here on 97.1 The Fan LA today. I really thought we were going to go D-Jack at the point for team. By the way, Jackpot.
Yeah.
If you notice, he threw that in
I
there.
was gonna. Okay, I was kind of.
I want to see like the jerseys. Are we going to get real team camaraderie?
Maybe. I love that they're like, nah, man, I'm just calling up my homies, and that's who I'm going to bring out with me, and I'm definitely going to win.
Can we make it a 3-team event where 97.1 The Fan LA has a team? You'll be our point guard.
Yeah, no.
Derek Fisher has to be our 5.
Well, no, it's got to be D-Fish. You got to put D-Fish on the, like, it's what? D-Fish versus Deshaun versus Keyshawn?
I'll take that.
I'll take D-Fish.
I'll take D-Fish.
Any day.
Although Deshaun Jackson, what was it? The comparison, the player comp for Deshaun Jackson was a mix of Kobe Bryant, Chris Paul, and who was the third NBA pro that he threw in there?
Wait, is that what he was comparing himself?
He said what he is as a player is a trio.
I don't think I caught that.
A mesh of all of those names.
I don't think I caught that.
And I was about to be like, DJ, that's a lot of belief, but obviously you need that confidence, and Deshaun Jackson has that. What I really want to see in their primes, right? Defensive back, wide receiver, one of the best deep threats in the history of the National Football League, Deshaun Jackson and his speed.
Yeah.
Who would win a 1v1 on a football field?
Whoa.
Who would win a 1v1 on the basketball court?
Interesting.
I wonder if they're going to pick each other up.
Well, they already said they're friends, right? They're close.
They certainly play basketball
And this
together,
is something that they want it to be, because I think it's the very first, right, Shay? This is like the first annual event.
Yeah.
And they were like, this is something that we want to continue going. And it was funny because at first you're like, oh, I thought it was maybe flag football. We're like, oh, no, this is basketball. And even hearing them explain it and talk about it, it was like, oh, we thought maybe we'd start and do flag football.
Yeah.
And then we decided like, nah, let's do pickup basketball game, which also leads to the point, any athlete you talk to thinks that they're going to be incredible at whatever sport they don't play professionally.
Mm-hmm.
What was yours where you're like, oh, were you an athlete?
I was a backup quarterback for a 1-win football team at Shea and my alma mater. So, yeah, I would say athlete.
Wait, is that high school?
High school, yeah. We went to both of us went to Calabasas High School at different years. I'm a little bit older than Shea.
Yeah.
And we were talking yesterday and getting ready for the show, and I mentioned to him that, yeah, man, I played quarterback at our high school.
Yeah.
We were awful when I was there at CHS, but I did start senior night against the number 24 team in the country in St. Bonaventure.
Good for you. I feel like I would have absolutely crushed flag football if it was a thing in high school. Because all we had was powder puff. And I slayed.
What position?
Running back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could see
I'm
smashing that line.
Fast.
Yeah, I could see that.
I'm fast. I'm quick. And I was the bulldog. Like, that was my nickname. I was like
quick acceleration.
Center back.
Alex Bulldog Curry?
Dude, yeah.
This is our first day working together, but I might just start calling you Bulldog.
Dude, Big Al is what all the Kings players called me.
I like that, Bulldog.
I don't
Brock
know.
and Bulldog,
I think I've showed. I talked about it on air. My high school yearbook quote in the soccer section was like, "What gives you the biggest adrenaline rush?" And it said, "When I knock someone on the floor and look at them below me." Savage. Curry,
oh my God! I feel like I should scoot over.
Curry was a savage. Like, I took out any bit of like the happy-go-lucky that was like. Aggression was like all on the soccer field. That was my job. I was the enforcer. In college, the first 10 minutes, it was like, all right, I'm going to set the tone. I'd find someone and I'd take them down immediately. Never got carded though, because I'm like short and very, very sneaky.
You're Kobe in the 2012 gold medal game against Pau in Spain.
I'm stepping on the foot to get leverage up so they can't get up to get the header.
Yeah. That was the third. Now it just jogged my memory. As you said, look down at somebody as I step over them, thinking of the AI step over of Ty Lue. That was the third player that Deshaun Jackson
Is that what he said?
Threw into his mix.
Wait, say all three again?
This is who Deshaun Jackson believes he profiles and comps as the makeup of his skill set.
Let's go.
Kobe Bryant. Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Allen Iverson.
Dude, is that what he said?
That's what he said.
I must have blacked out in that moment because I was.
And if you do not believe him, that's the City Championship Celebrity Challenge to make sure that Deshaun Jackson.
You guys, we're giving away tickets to that every single day here on 97.1 The Fan. If you want to be in the building when LA decides it's champion, 310 Originals and 97.1 The Fan are giving away tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. We just talked to Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon. This event is happening July 11th in Harbor City. They're going to have Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love. So there was more. Hold on. Some of these reads have more. Le'Veon Bell, Kid Ink, Brandon Jennings. I was going to say Terrell Owens.
T.O.?
Yeah.
T.O. can hoop. I've seen him play.
The same names aren't on both of these reads. And I was like, I'm reading this. I was like, I feel like there's more stars that have been announced. And they said even more stars are going to be there. They wouldn't give us a starting five. Almost
I thought
got
it was going to be like the All-Star draft.
Almost got it out of him.
Almost.
I was like, are we going to – come on, this is what you're doing. You're promoting. We want to get people
Right.
there, right?
Right.
It's probably because they have some big names out, but you
For sure.
never know with big names until like the day of. You're like, please, are you going to show up?
Please.
It could be insane, you guys. So that's going to be really fun. Make sure you listen every single day here on 97.1 The Fan. You can call 855-975-2326. We're going to be giving away a bunch of tickets. It's going to be fun. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, you guys, how much should the Dodgers be protecting Shohei Ohtani? Don't go anywhere more on Brock and Alex here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And shout out to my mom and dad who are listening and just texted me, Mama Curry, going, tell Ben you guys sound great. So thanks, Mom. That's my daughter's at Mima and Pop-Up Camp right now.
Thank you, Curry family. That really means the world to me. I feel very honored that you're listening, that you're watching.
Yeah.
Thank you. Made my Tuesday. That just made my Tuesday.
We've had fun, you guys. We just had Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon on promoting the City Championship Celebrity Challenge, which is basically going to be a celebrity basketball game.
Yeah.
Which is funny. A couple of football players that are putting on a celebrity basketball game here in LA with some huge names, you guys, around it. Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love. Wait, where's the other one that has the other name, Shay? This is what I was saying. There's more on here. We're going to get there.
The flyer?
There we go. No, one of your leads up here has more names. I can't find it now. Of course I can't find it now. But yeah, so there's going to be so many fun celebrities. Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah, Le'Veon Bell.
Terrell Owens, there it is. Kid Ink. Brennan Jennings.
All these guys with LA ties, by the way. Like Brandon Jennings from Compton made headlines back in the late aughts because he forewent, if that's the correct word, college basketball to play professionally in Europe. He was the first to do it. A trendsetter. He's playing in this.
Yeah, which is crazy now because it's like we're seeing that like complete opposite trend of all the Europeans coming over to the NBA and absolutely just kind of redefining the NBA.
Yeah. I'm excited to see, because not that these NBA players have lost their basketball acumen by any means.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of active NFL players in Jordan Love, in Keyshawn Nixon. Yeah. I'm sure some more. When you have them in the prime of their career.
How much are they going to be actually? You got to be careful, right?
I wonder if the Packers saw that for the first time and they're like,
no, and they're
Keyshawn,
like,
you said what? Who's playing?
No, they're coaching.
Yeah.
We're going to say Jordan Love's going to be coaching.
Yeah.
There is no way he can be doing
the offensive scheme.
any sort of activity that is not on the practice field with the Green Bay Packers. That's not happening.
Nope.
We can't have that happening. We're gonna wrap him in bubble wrap. And you know what? This is now the conversation with the Dodgers, you guys, and what the Dodgers need to be doing with Shohei Ohtani. Do they need to be wrapping him in bubble wrap, or do they need to just let the man cook? And last night, they were the first team to 50 wins. A great first win in the sense that it wasn't what we've normally seen, from Eric Lauer, where they used an opener to get through the top part and the first part of the lineup, then brought Eric Lauer in. He came in through 6 scoreless, hitless innings. You had a home run from Shohei Ohtani and Freddie Freeman, and that is kind of the story of the game on the positive side of things. However, the Dodgers have just been absolutely plagued with injuries this season, and yesterday, it was Kyle Tucker leaving the game with the back spasms.
Yep.
And then it was Dalton Rushing who had to exit the game for a concussion protocol, who's been in for Will Smith, who has also been out for neck stiffness, who isn't even traveling with the team on this 9-game road trip right now. And it happened on Dalton Rushing. The first pitch, the bottom of the first inning, he took a sharp foul tip directly to his face mask. And he remained in the game for the first 2 innings and then kind of got some of those concussion symptoms, and they decided okay, let's play it safe and let's take him out. So when you hear again, the Dodgers and the injuries have just been too much in the same conversation, too much in the same word. And so that's why when you have a Shohei Ohtani, who his last outing, the blister opened, we saw the blood on his jersey. He's been dealing with the behind the knee inflammation. And I don't want to say, he shouldn't play at all. Brock has, a complete opposite thought where he's he shouldn't play for, weeks or maybe a month. I'm like, nah. You can't not let Shohei Ohtani be out there because he is one of your best bats in the lineup, obviously, with the leadoff home run. His 24th leadoff home run for the Dodgers yesterday. But then he is one of your 2.5 to 3 consistent arms that you can count on right now, especially with Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell still on the IL, not knowing when they're coming back. But looking forward, it's hard because you want to protect the player from themselves, but you also, in baseball's not like other sports where it's good to have too much time off because you can lose your timing at the plate. You can lose your feel of everything that you need, especially for Shohei Ohtani on the mound. But when it comes to the blister, again, I haven't seen it. I don't know what the healing process is like. If it's all completely done and healed, great. put him back out there. But also, how is the back knee and the inflammation going? We don't know, and they're not going to tell us because it's Shohei Ohtani.
For sure. The left knee inflammation is something the Dodgers have known about. It's something Shohei Ohtani has dealt with the entirety of his baseball career, his entire life.
He was born with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Multiple more bones in his knee than necessary, but that's Shohei Ohtani.
He had surgery for it in 2019.
Yeah. And so I think it's an interesting conversation because there is Shohei Ohtani himself, the ultimate competitor. And Shohei has higher expectations for what he does on a baseball diamond than Dave Roberts, than Andrew Friedman, than anybody else that watches him consistently and has their mind blown. But you have seen a little bit of regression in what he has done on the bump. Again, we're not sure exactly what's impacting that. Blisters are always the funniest thing in my estimation for pitchers, but they are incredibly serious.
They're very
serious. You hear hangnails, you hear blisters. It moves everything in terms of their spin rate. If they're not having their same spin rate on their arsenal, they are so much more hittable. And what's the point then? He has allowed 7 earned in his last 2 starts. He gave up 5 earned in his first 10 starts of the year. And so when you think about where Shohei Ohtani is, more than likely pitching tomorrow in Minnesota against the Twins.
They have him. He's the projected starter. It's already on the apps. It's on the websites. He's in there.
And Dave Roberts said, again, he had a lengthy pre-game press conference yesterday. The Dodgers had dropped back-to-back games for the first time since they lost 4 straight to the Braves and Giants in the early portion of May. They had lost 2 of their last 3 series for the first time since their final one in April and their first in May. Again, we are talking about champagne problems for the only team in baseball that has 50 wins this year and the best record in all of MLB. And by the way, the team that has won 2 consecutive World Series championships. We understand that. But this was a team that in a little bit of crisis or chaos, at least by Dodgers standards. And Dave Roberts said that, listen, after Shohei came back, missing the opener on Friday night against Baltimore, following the birth of his second kid, that he looked good on Saturday, that he looked good on Sunday, traveling to Minnesota yesterday. He looked good and, of course, led off the game with his 6th leadoff homer of the season. So I think he is going to be out there in kind of the normal schedule of things on the day on the calendar here in Los Angeles that used to be known as Wednesday and now is just called Shohei Ohtani starts on the bump. So I am not overly concerned. I understand the cause and the hesitation to maybe pump the brakes ever so slightly and maybe just allow Shohei to focus on what he has done so incredibly well, Alex, in the month of June. 350 batting average, 7 home runs in 17 games, a 1.296 OPS, the second best in baseball, only behind the Cubbies' Pete Crow Armstrong. But Shohei himself is more interested, I think, in what he does on the mound than what he does at the plate.
Well, yeah, because he came into the season saying Cy Young.
Yeah.
He's a 4-time unanimous MVP.
Yeah.
We know he's still probably...
He's going to win
He's going to win. Yeah, he's going to continue to win MVPs if he stays at this level of play, this two-way play, because... No one is even going to, no one is even going to come close to what he is able to do both at the plate and on the mound. It's 2 players in one. However, when you look at the Cy Young conversation, I think we just need to put that to the side now.
It's gone.
That cannot be the conversation. That cannot be the focus.
Correct.
The focus needs to be making sure that Ohtani is healthy and ready in October. Because again, we talked about this at the start of the show. Shohei Ohtani has never been in this situation before with the Dodgers. The Dodgers have never been in this situation before with Shohei Ohtani. Yes, they won back-to-back World Series. Yes, he is a 2-time MVP on the Dodgers. However, it has never been a fully 2-way healthy Shohei Ohtani with the Dodgers. And as much as Shohei Ohtani wants to do everything in his power to be out there every single day, to do everything that he can to help this Dodgers organization win a game, it has to be healthy for October, not getting to October. And that's where I get a little nervous. Now, I don't want him sitting and not in the lineup on days that he's pitching. I think that is the best Ohtani that we get when he is two-way playing. Not only selfishly for us, the fans, because it is one of the coolest things to experience in real life. And seeing it up close and personal for the first part of his career with the Angels, it's just, if you have an opportunity, and if you haven't, ever go and watch Shohei Ohtani on a day that he's on the mound, do it. Figure out a way to be there. I understand, obviously, Dave Roberts trying to line up his start days before an off day. That makes sense to me. But this whole load management is really hard in baseball because, again, it's consistency, it's momentum, it's your timing at the plate. And when a guy's as hot at the plate as Shohei Ohtani, it's wild to me that you would take him out of the lineup. He is fine in the lineup. The only thing that concerns me is the pitching, and it's because of the blister, and it's because of his knee.
And I wonder if the happy medium is what we saw a bunch early this year, where he only led off and hit in the starting lineup twice in his first 7 starts of the year, then hit, led off, and pitched 4 consecutive days. And then last Wednesday against the Rays, he did not lead off the game. He was not in the starting 9, but of course did come in to pinch hit after he was bumped from the game. Not his best performance, of course, against Tampa. I wonder if that's what we'll see tomorrow, that he doesn't lead off, but he pitches on the road in Minnesota before the off day as they travel back to San Diego.
Yeah, I don't know. We've run in circles about this debate. I think day off after he pitches, but he needs to be in the lineup and starting off and leading off on days that he is on the mound. Much more coming up in hour 3. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And did I just hear Shay say Portugal beat Uzbekistan 5-0?
5-0.
Just ended?
Just ended, yeah, 5-0.
Damn, did
Tough for
Ronaldo
Uzbekistan.
score another goal? So
No,
he ended with 2 goals.
He ended with 2.
It's okay. Messi had
That's
2
fine.
yesterday, so he was like, you know what? If I can't be better, at least we're the same. No, he would never say that. He would be like, I am the best and I need to be better than you, which
Correct.
is wild. Have you watched the body language of their teammates reacting with them? And with Messi, it's like after he scored the hat trick, he comes off the pitch when he subs him out, and his coach is crying, like trying to hold it in, crying. All of his teammates are hugging him. I've seen so many stories of just how incredible he is to young fans wanting to be around him. And Ronaldo, it's just like,
Yeah. They're like, ooh, you're 41 and you've lost a step, and we continue to feed you the ball inside the 18 and try to get you your
Cherry
goals
picking?
for at least to score and to be the first man ever to do so in 6 World Cups, which Cristiano Ronaldo accomplished today as they beat Uzbekistan by a lot. It is really interesting because Messi is jubilation. And what Messi and Argentina did at the 2022 World Cup was like that defining moment. Okay, now there is nothing on the resume that you could point to for Lionel Messi and say he doesn't have it.
no.
In terms of the all-time greats. And he does, and he continues to deliver. He has 5 goals in 2 matches. He has scored more goals than anybody in any other World Cup ever in terms of the overall amount during his World Cup time. That's man or woman. Messi has the most goals ever, and it's been a lot of fun to see. It's also why Argentina is one of the favorites yet again to win a 2nd consecutive World Cup.
I think the most exciting thing, too, is just the excitement, the World Cup fever that I'm seeing everyone, sports fans across the United States who might not have been soccer fans leading into this. And I tried to explain this because I've been lucky enough to cover a World Cup. I was a U.S. embedded reporter for the Women's World Cup back in 2019 during their back-to-back run. And I try to explain to people, I'm like, there's just a different vibe when it's like for your country and when it's a packed stadium chanting USA and all these other countries just like it brings people together that would not normally be together, as we're seeing across social media and all the different cultures coming here to the United States. But there's just such a passion and a love for the game. And the only thing we kind of have comparable here in the U.S. is like college sports. It's like a religion for them. And the fact that Messi is the best player of all time, best player right now, and he is still playing here in the United States after the World Cup. He is in the MLS. The growth that that's going to do for young athletes and soccer in America just makes me so excited. There was this tweet that I saw yesterday from a dad saying, my baseball-obsessed 7-year-old son, who has never touched a soccer ball in his life, is pretending to be Balogun every single night in the backyard. He's like, I don't think I can express like how big this is going to be for soccer popularity in the United States.
It's always been one of the big components for the United States men's national team, of course, for the women's team, where we have seen the explosion of soccer here stateside.
Well, it was different. It was like
For
U.S. women, winners.
99
Men,
moment.
Disappointment.
Always. Failure. I was watching that first match, and my wife was sitting next to me on the couch, and I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. She's like, we're supposed to win the game, though. You told me that, right?
No.
And I was like, well, like maybe.
I
but
mean,
like,
that's always the expectation.
right, but I have seen this team fail to make a World Cup. I have seen this team struggle with the smallest countries you could imagine in games they were supposed to dominate. And they have always left you wanting more. So it's very, very cool to see now for a World Cup on home soil, that home soil bump, the host bump that we are seeing. Listen, I'm like far too optimistic. I truly believe the Americans can win a World Cup. I'm at least buying and talking myself into it. But like, how cool would it be?
Why not? That's kind of been the U.S. men's national team mentality. Why not us?
For sure.
And you see it with everybody, especially when you have like that. I mean, there's not really like a home field advantage, but like the way that you saw, I get chills right now even just thinking about it. After that win in Seattle, the whole crowd coming together and singing. I keep wanting to say it's like West Virginia. What's the name of the song?
Take Me Home.
Take Me
Country
Home.
Roads.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You'll learn I'm not great with lyrics and not good with titles. But like just seeing the look on their faces and seeing the look of the crowd and everyone rallying behind them, it is why not us?
For sure. And I would just like, even if they come up short, ultimately playing even for a World Cup title, to get to a quarterfinal here in SoFi, here in Los Angeles, in a couple of weeks, just to have that fervor and excitement.
Is that where it would be? Do we know, like, again, like the path, like it depends on who wins, who loses where? Shay, are you coming in with this? That way you're putting your headphones on? Okay, I was like, are people in the chat, like, coming at us about this?
The draw in the bracket as of now, and a lot can change, but I am pretty sure because the U.S. has already won Group D, and they're in that top spot, that based on having the home soil bump, they have at least the game sites and the game locations if they continue to win in the way that they are, because they will be a top team from this group who that opponent is going to be in the round of 32, round of 16, or, of course, in a quarterfinal, unknown at this point. But I believe the sites have been set. Where the round of 32 is in Santa Clara, whatever they're calling that stadium, Levi Stadium as we know it. Round of 16 is Seattle. And round of 8, the quarterfinal, is here in Los Angeles.
Do you know what's so crazy about Levi Stadium? They are the brand, Levi's, that is getting the most media attention out of any like FIFA brand because of the way that they draped the white over the Levi sign. They changed their logo, is now just the white draped. People are going there just to take photos. It has blown up across the world. They paid $0. Do you know how much money these advertisers had to pay to be a part of the World Cup?
Crazy.
Millions.
And that's why FIFA does it, but FIFA sometimes can be a little bit more ignorant than they expect, and now they're helping Levi's do that.
So what Gillette did, they're like, we see you, Levi, and they covered theirs, which it looked like foam. Like, it looked like shaving cream, just white shaving cream covering. So now it's becoming a whole funny thing of how to cover, like, the stadium name, because it's the LA Stadium. I think it's San Francisco Bay Area up there at Levi. But it is so funny.
Has SoFi unlocked anything? You know what they need to do is try to do something as you fly into LAX. You
Over
can
the
see
top?
SoFi on the roof of the stadium.
Is that a screen? Like, did I make that up? Like, I think it was maybe supposed to be at one time. Is it an active, like, you can see the game going on the screen, or is there a broadcast, or is it like a...
You can see, like, visuals and ads.
Okay, so it's an ad
like a
space.
semi-transparent roof, so it's like... There's like a way to see visuals from the top.
You're tripping, man. You're seeing the visuals.
Yeah, like, wow. You would think you're tripping, honestly, looking at it because it's so big, and you're like, wait, is that someone's face? But it's like, that's how you feel looking at it. You know what I mean? It's like, wait, is that his face? Like,
what
am I
did
looking
you
at
eat?
something?
Yeah,
right
Shay,
now?
what have you taken before your flight?
Well, no, this was probably Shay yesterday after he was out till 4 a.m. at the game.
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
man.
Gotta enjoy.
That's a young mid-20s. That's what you should be doing. You're out, you're raging, you're having fun for all of us.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a retired party girl, so I am extremely excited that at least someone within our crew is going out and living up the World Cup parties here in LA. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Ben Stevens in today for Brock Vereen, so that's who you hear with me throughout the day. But you guys, NBA draft tonight. Hours away. When's the first? Does it start at 5?
5 p.m.
5 p.m. Pacific? Okay, so we are under 5 hours away. And obviously the big blockbuster trade yesterday was Giannis to Miami. We talked about that being the first big domino effect. And how could this really affect the Lakers? Because this is one of the most important off seasons for the Lakers in recent history that you can remember, right? What you do have, what you know you have, is Luka Doncic for another 2 to 3 years. What he made very clear to the Lakers front office is, first of all, I don't want you trading Austin Reeves. You need to figure out how to keep him here. And we see it. The relationship that they have both on and off the court, the chemistry. It's almost like big brother, little brother, best friend vibes. And
for sure.
And that is so important to have with your star player, to be able to have that relationship, as we're seeing right now with LeBron and all of his Cavs teammates from the 2016 championship. That is a brotherhood like that. it's insane how close that team is. And that's a big factor of being able to get to a championship, as we just saw with the Knicks, how close they are and the way that they piece this together. And when you think about the Knicks and what they were able to do, that is kind of like the blueprint that Rob Pelinka and this Lakers team really needs to focus on. So as we're heading into the draft, just under 5 hours away, Rob Pelinka, I mean, we were told that he was getting 2 assistant GMs. He has one right now so far heading into the draft. What do you think is the biggest thing on his mind right now? Is it, how do I trade this first round pick, or how do I get some depth and youth with this first round pick to then bolster this roster around Luka Doncic?
So let's talk about a couple of things here, just entering the 2026 NBA draft.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of college sports. I'm a huge fan of college basketball. The conversation around the NBA draft the last few years, because of the presence of name, image, and likeness, NIL, available in the collegiate space, has been a lack of talent. At least going early, which we often see, the best freshmen and sophomores in college basketball making that immediate leap to the NBA. We have not seen that nearly as frequently as we have in years past. Just for a couple of numbers, in 2021, the summer and the draft before NIL was legalized, July 1st, 2021, the most early entrants we had ever seen, 363. How many this year? 71, which is the fewest in more than 2 decades since 2003, because those players that maybe are fringe lottery, fringe first round, understand that they can make multiple millions of dollars and be an absolute superstar on their college campus and set themselves up for better beyond.
So is that better then for them because they're developed more and they come in as a more experienced player into the NBA?
The systems of college basketball and the NBA, although we are seeing efficiencies in college hoops get a little bit more NBA-like in terms of the space of which they play with, the shooting of the three-point shot that, of course, has proliferated in the association, is starting to trickle its way into college basketball. I think it develops them and makes them more mature. They're more of a finished product. You know what you are getting. But there are many in the NBA that, because of the one and done, because of even high school players in years past, they're like, hey, we can just develop you in our style because the two games do not really mirror themselves. The reason I bring it up for the Lakers specifically, you are not going to find somebody outside of the lottery, I would say in the 2026 draft, or at least in the last few years, 2025, 26, we'll see what happens in 2027 and beyond. You are not going to find somebody with the 25th overall pick that more than likely, there's a chance, not saying this person could not be an all-star, could not be all-NBA, or be a member of the starting five for J.J. Redick throughout the majority of his rookie campaign. But more than likely, I would say about 70 to 75%, you are finding at best, at least early in his career, certainly in the Luka Doncic window that brings us through 2027, 28 with a guarantee, you are probably going to find somebody that is the third or fourth guy off your bench, a part of your 8, 9, maybe 10-man rotation. And J.J. Redick and Rob Pelinka, to their credit, have emphasized how important that is in today's NBA landscape. You look at the Oklahoma City Thunder, you look at the San Antonio Spurs, the teams you would have to get through in the Western Conference, they employ that to the nth degree. A really great organization of depth and talent beyond that starting five. But that's the hope. And pick number 25 tonight more than likely is not going to be your game changer that you really think of as a building block alongside Luka Doncic.
But it's hard because you can't look at what OKC and what the Spurs did because they're two franchises that were not great for a really long time. So they were able to build this depth and build this roster through the draft. The Lakers are never going to be able to do that. We've heard Rob Pelinka talk about that because they can never not be great. They can never not have the mentality of championship or bust. This is a team that is not getting young players to develop them to eventually be a part of the starting five. This is a team that needs to find players that is a plug and play situation or find players that they can use in a trade situation. And which is why, like I brought up the Knicks earlier, that is more of the blueprint that the Lakers need to go after. And it's hard because you look at their star, their MVP in Brunson, who took a $113 million pay cut so the Knicks could build around him. And then you look at what the Lakers have to do this offseason, right? Because they got to pay Austin Reeves. I think The positive thing for the Lakers there is that the Nets are now probably off the table. That was kind of going to be the big competition. It may be Austin Reeves' leverage that he used with the Lakers, but it seems like they are now out of the Austin Reeves market, which again helps the Lakers in terms of what they're going to be able to pay him and what they have available to then if they bring LeBron James back and who else they bring around the supporting cast around Luka Doncic. Can this be enough with whoever they go out, and whether it's drafting a player to then use for this trade, but they need an A-list center.
Yeah, they do. And I think that's why pick number 25 tonight is important, because of all the cap space considerations that Rob Pelinka, Rohan Rabadus, the Wizard, and we thought maybe an assistant GM by the time we got to draft night on this Tuesday, June 23rd, to look at the developmental draft boards and all that stuff. That is going to be what they need to pay attention to. Now, of course, we know Mark Walter taking over that Lakers ownership group. We know the investment and the finances necessary to be a championship contender for the purple and gold are going to be there. With that being said, the reason I think pick 25 then is important is because you can get them on a franchise-friendly rookie deal, and you can focus then on paying others with your limited cap space that you will have. Because you mentioned that the Brooklyn Nets, more than likely, probably taking themselves, at least based on salary expenses, a little bit out of the running after the trade for Julius Randle yesterday. The Timberwolves dumping Julius Randle to Brooklyn to save a ton of cash. They're probably going to pay Ayo DeSumo, and the Brooklyn Nets get the 28th pick later in round number 1 tonight. Austin Reeves is going to command and could command, if the market was there, in my opinion, a max contract.
Yeah.
He could command something around $45 million. He is not going to get that number from the Lakers, but I would estimate somewhere between 38 and 40 million. I believe Austin Reeves is worth it, both in the player that he is, the player he has developed into, especially the last 2 years, and the player that fits perfectly in a backcourt alongside Luka Doncic. So for me, that's priority number 1. But Alex, if you know you're investing $40 million on Austin Reeves, a guy that has largely made $13 or $14 million the entirety of his contract in Los Angeles, then you know that you have to be very savvy and financially flexible with the rest of your roster, and that's where things get difficult, especially if you are going to pay for a big, and there's not a ton of them out there in free agency.
So who do you think the Lakers should be targeting then with that 25th overall pick?
There's 2 names that I think would make a lot of sense. If their focus is on the front court, there's been a lot of reports that Lakers are really focused on a high motor guy that can play on both sides. I think the ideal big that plays along Luka Doncic is what we saw in Dallas, Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford, somebody that is really good as a rim runner, end to end. They can be great defensively. They give you some rim protection. The Lakers were near the bottom of the league this year in doing that. Crash the offensive glass, alley-oop, lob threat to kind of be that offensive piece. They're not necessarily somebody that needs the ball in the post or has to have the offense orchestrated around them. So there are 2 names, I think, at pick number 25 that would make a lot of sense. One, younger, a little bit rawer, not necessarily a developmental piece, but somebody that I think based on athleticism could blossom into that archetype that you want around Luka Doncic. Chris Sinak Jr. played at Houston this past year, of course, understands the tenacity necessary under Kelvin Sampson, who is a great developmental coach at the college level. He only played 1 year with the Cougs. If you were to go type in his numbers right now, Chris Sinak Jr. Houston, you would be like, this guy is a first-round pick.
Yeah.
He's not necessarily the person that has the most flourished offensive game at this moment. But again, based on his traits, athleticism, really good around the rim, both finishing offensively, protecting it on the defensive side of the floor, really fits that personality and play style, I think, alongside Luka and Austin Reeves. The other is a little bit more developed, potentially a little bit more polished. I do not necessarily think nearly as athletic as Chris Sinak, and it's Terrace Reed Jr., who, of course, had an awesome NCAA tournament for UConn. He had a 31-point, 27-rebound game in their opener against Furman. He's been a guy that, as you alluded to, has been in college for a while, has NBA first-round talent, transferred from Michigan, played for Connecticut the past couple of years, is really good offensively, a really good finisher, shot above 60% from the floor this past season for Dan Hurley and his Huskies, but he lacks a little bit of that athleticism and motor that I think is perfect alongside Luka Doncic. So it really is just the idea that pick number 25, there's not like a perfect example. If this guy's on the board, we're going after him.
Yeah.
Or, hey, this is the guy that we like that nobody else does in this range, and we're going to grab him, and he is going to be a day one impact alongside Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves and perhaps LeBron James to really elevate our ceiling in Los Angeles. I don't think that guy is available, at least where the Lakers are picking at number 25 overall.
It's going to be interesting. We're going to do a deeper dive into this draft at the end of this hour because I'm curious. Out of these guys, could one of them be off the bench, immediate impact for the Lakers? Because that's what they need in this situation. We're going to dive into that a little later, but. Coming up next, you guys, the Dodgers' depth once again getting tested because they are just plagued with injuries. What are they going to do about it today? That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the comment section at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We are getting ready, you guys. We got Dodgers first pitch at 4:40, but before that, England versus Ghana is coming up in about 30 minutes, 1 p.m. We already saw Portugal take down Uzbekistan. What was it, 5-0?
5-0.
With 2 goals for Ronaldo. Fabulous. Panama versus Croatia at 4, Colombia, Congo tonight. But this Dodgers, they got this road trip started off on the right foot. They are the first team in Major League Baseball to 50 wins, and we saw a lot of positives to come out of last night. I think the first being, I think the Dodgers figured out what to do with Eric Lauer and moving forward, how to best utilize him, and that was using an opener. And I haven't talked about an opener in quite some time here. Yeah. It was really hot a couple years ago. A lot of people were doing that, so you have obviously someone come in, take care of the first part of the lineup, and Eric Lauer then came in through 6 scoreless and hitless innings. Best outing that he has had so far as a Dodger. And especially because they've been dealing with so many different injuries across their entire roster. Yeah. This is exactly what they needed to see from Eric Lauer.
They needed it. He delivered it.
Yeah.
It was an interesting approach because Lauer kind of bounced back and forth in the Blue Jays rotation, really the last few years, but certainly the beginning of this year, kind of in a starting role and then relief, and he kind of grew tired of it. I think Toronto was ready to make a move, and that's why he ends up with the Los Angeles Dodgers at the end of May. I think Eric Lauer has been serviceable for what the Dodgers need him to be. 8 earned in 5 total outings. Hitless yesterday in 6 innings. But to your point, Alex, as we discussed earlier, if you're going to need him to be more of a high-leverage arm, because we're not going to see, more than likely, Tyler Glasnow back until post-All-Star break. We're not going to see Blake Snell back until post-All-Star break, if not beyond that. And you are going to maintain the 5 days off, the 6-day rotation for Shohei Ohtani, who is dealing with his own injury things right now. If you are going to see Roki Sasaki build that confidence, if you are going to have Yoshi really be your leader in terms of this starting staff, you are going to need names like Eric Lauer, like Emmett Sheehan, probably to figure it out a little bit. And you will need tonight's starter, who has been a revelation this year, and Justin Robleski, to continue to shove the way they have. But in baseball, because it is such a lengthy season, you talk about regression, and you talk about expected numbers, and what we think are going to happen the remainder of a very long 162. Is the bottom going to fall out? Even for what Eric Lauer has delivered for Robo, we shall see. But you are going to need those performances, those spot starts, those 6 innings technically in relief following the opener with Will Klein yesterday to deliver. And that's what Eric Lauer and the rest of the Dodgers bullpen did to win 2-1 yesterday.
Yeah, so we started with the positive, and that was Eric Lauer basically figuring out how the Dodgers are going to utilize him, I think, moving forward. We saw Shohei Ohtani lead off home run, and we saw Freddie with the home run. 3 hits won the game for the Dodgers, and outstanding pitching by Eric Lauer. However, it came at a price. As I mentioned, the Dodgers just been plagued with injuries this season, and the biggest one coming out of yesterday was Kyle Tucker, who came out of the second inning with lower back spasms. Now, Dave Roberts said after the game he wasn't too worried. But again, I think Tyler Glasnow, what he has been dealing with has been back spasms. So there isn't really, back spasms. And he's been on the 60-day IL. Okay, and they're saying mid-July at the earliest he's going to be back. So anytime you hear back spasms, there's not really a timetable for return. And I think what's been the most disappointing part of all of this is that Tucker's start to his Dodgers career has been disappointing, I think would be, a lot of fans would say disappointing, but frustrating more than anything. We heard Dave Roberts talk before the game saying no player wants to not perform up to their capabilities. He said, for me, I'm just wanting him to get back to being who he is as a hitter. And who he is as a hitter is a guy that really controls the strike zone. His swing rate has been much higher, his chase rate much higher. If we can get him back to being who he is, then we'll be able to get the results that you need from him. And what we saw, even on this last homestand here, we saw those kind of groans from the fans finally going to boos. And I think it was that ninth inning situation where he had an opportunity to win the game, and he just did not perform. And you could see his body language. You can see his facial expressions. You know that it is bothering him. And it had me thinking, because again, with back stuff and stress and the anxiety, I don't know if he has the anxiety and the stress. All I can see is that that he is uncomfortable. You know that he knows that he is not living up to the expectation, and he is hearing all of the noise and he is seeing all of the fans' reaction. And how much is that stress and trying to perform adding to the result that ended up coming out as a back spasm?
Yeah. And I think there is a component of it, especially where that could all magnify itself. It is something that Kyle Tucker spoke about after the game. He has dealt with back spasms throughout his career. He said this one did not feel nearly as significant as ones he has had in years past. Take that with a grain of salt and for whatever it's worth. But of course, Kyle Tucker probably understands his body better than anybody else. It's why the Dodgers are not expressing a ton of caution or fear that this could be an IL stint. We'll see what those lineups look like here in probably just a couple of minutes, maybe an hour or so before we get ready for game number 2 in Minneapolis. But it's been the story for the Dodgers. And there's the component that maybe some fans would be like, all right, this guy stinks.
Yeah.
We paid him $60 million for the worst offensive numbers of his career. His on-base percentage this season is .333 of 156 qualified hitters around Major League Baseball. That ranks in the bottom 40 of the league. If he was a developmental depth piece, if he was somebody you were paying $5 million per year, you would probably not have those same groans.
No.
But of course, it's the price tag and the expectation. And I think there's some that might be like, okay, you can tell the guy is mentally dealing with it.
It's like he is wearing his emotions on his face, on his sleeve, his body language.
Yeah.
Like, that's the craziest part, too. And when you're in the outfield, you hear everything that the fans are saying to you. And fans are not holding back with their frustration of Kyle Tucker.
And I think that makes it really difficult then, because fans might say, all right, the guy stinks right now.
Yeah.
He's in a slump. Give him a couple of days off. Rest the back. But I think that's the opposite of what Kyle Tucker needs at this moment. I think he continues to need the ABs. I think he continues to need that plate appearances, even just to go up there and have a good at-bat, even to go up there and have some quality hacks where he's not just swinging and missing and looking lost, but being a professional hitter, which at times has not been what he has looked like this year. The only redeeming number, perhaps, that you could say for Kyle Tucker, he is second on the Dodgers right now with 40 walks. And the reason he was taken out yesterday is because he earned a walk in the second, and then when he was running the bases, did not look great. And Dave Roberts was like, okay, let's peel this back in. He exits the game early. So if he can continue to have a little bit more plate discipline where he is not doing the things that you are not accustomed to for Kyle Tucker, the very high whiff rate, the very high swing and hack rate this year, then he starts to look a little bit more like himself, even if the home runs and the extra base hits and the RBIs are to come a little bit later. You want him in the lineup because the only way out is through. And to miss a couple of days, a week, probably actually not the best prognosis for Kyle Tucker.
I'm interested, though, because I learned about this while I was covering the Angels for 10 years. There's a thing called the mental IL, and it's where guys go on the IL and you're like, when did that injury happen? And it's just don't ask too many questions. Yeah. And you kind of give them a reset. And I'm curious, obviously, I don't think they're going to expand if the back spasms keep him out, it's the back spasms. But if we see him hit the IL, it might be, okay, let's see if maybe it's a refresh. Maybe you just need a mental, physical break from everything just to get your mind right. Because it's a lot coming to a new city, coming to a new franchise, coming to the back-to-back champs, where you are getting paid at a level where you should be competing and you should be performing the same way that an Ohtani and a Freddie Freeman and a Mookie Betts. And yes, Mookie's been struggling as well. But it's interesting. We saw a very similar situation when Trey Turner went to the Phillies. And he was struggling real bad. And Philly fans They don't hold back either. And there
Right.
was this moment, and there was this one game, and I remember covering it and talking about it, where they all decided to give him a standing ovation. And in that moment, he completely turned his season around, and he talked about it. He's like, I could feel it, I could see it. And after that, it was like, okay, I'm here. Now I'm the Trey that I know I can be and that I was with the Dodgers and before getting this big contract, because there's also the pressure of the contract.
Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, I was hosting Here at Night, and it was the day following the Wednesday game in Arizona where Kyle Tucker in the second inning hit the 2-run bomb into the pool at Chase Field. And I think he was 3 for 5 that day, multiple RBIs. At the time was his 4th, and I still think is his 4th 3-base knock day or 3-base hit day that he had in his Dodger tenure. And you could tell.
Oh, you could see it.
In his mind,
you can see it
in the dugout,
yes,
and the entirety of the clubhouse being like, yes,
everyone's
that's
like,
our guy.
Okay, the monkey's off your back.
Yep.
Like, I think maybe he's here.
Yes.
Maybe he figured it out.
And then that has evaporated ever so slightly.
I know.
And that's kind of what you need, that positive momentum. And we have talked about how Dave Roberts began that press conference yesterday before the back spasms cropped up early in the game at Target Field, that his hope for Kyle Tucker is to still put that opposing fear into the pitcher on the other side. That you think I'm Kyle Tucker still. I'm the $60 million man, even if I can't be, or I'm not performing as such. And that's the worry right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. So it's going to be interesting. Right now, Kyle Tucker is listed as day-to-day with the back spasms that happened in the second inning. But they also lost Dalton Rushing last night for concussion protocol, and that happened really early as well. It was the first pitch, bottom of the first inning. He took a foul ball directly to his face mask. Now, he remained in the game for the first 2 innings, and then he kind of got some concussion symptoms.
Yeah.
And he said it was the first pitch of the game, got me square at the top of the head. My brain was just pounding for the next couple of innings.
Yeah.
And even though it was that first at bat, it was a 1-pitch at bat, and it was just as bad as it sounds. I was looking for a strike today because it wasn't comfortable. I had a couple symptoms that scared them, but thankfully we played it safe and they took him out.
Yeah.
And Chucky Robinson ended up coming in. I think they said Alex Call was the emergency backup catcher.
Yeah.
And they're like, the broadcast was like, do you think that Call is aware that he is actually the backup catcher? Which is wild.
Yeah.
To
He's
think
got
about.
the knee savers still in his catching gear because he hasn't done it in such a long time.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just tough because you guys, Will Smith is still on the IL. He did not travel with the team because he's still dealing with the neck stiffness. I will say one positive is Teoscar Hernandez starts his rehab assignment today with Oklahoma City.
Huge.
So it's at least like one name on the horizon that's on the IL that they should be getting back maybe by the time they're back home next week.
And Teoscar was really good early in May after struggling in April. The game that he got injured, trying to leg out an infield single against the Rockies at Dodger Stadium, and he tweaked that left hamstring, was a game in which he had a 7-game hit streak entering against Colorado. So he was really starting to pick things up. I think 14 RBIs in the smaller sample size of May as compared to the 16 that he had the entirety of the month of April. So that is a great prognosis for the Dodgers. What's really fascinating, Alex, is the catching conversation now. Because Will Smith on the IL.
Yeah.
Dalton Rushing, of course, is a large personality, as we have come to know.
He's a wild one.
I don't mean to laugh because head injuries are incredibly serious, and he was exhibiting concussion-like symptoms yesterday. But the way to describe it, as my brain was buzzing?
Pounding.
My brain was pounding is probably not the greatest sign that you should return to
my brain
action.
was just pounding for the next couple of innings. But that's what it, like, that's who he is and describing it. And I've talked to a lot of athletes where it just feels like it's going to explode inside of your head.
Get ready to learn Chucky Robinson, Los Angeles.
Also going to be interesting because Shohei Ohtani, his last two outings, not his greatest outings, and those were with Dalton Rushing. And you have to remember that the pitcher-catcher relationship is everything. And you're like, oh, what's happened with Ohtani on the mound? It's like he hasn't been pitching to Will Smith.
No doubt. That relationship, especially for somebody of Shohei's very rigorous and regimented schedule, I could see that being a component. Chucky Robinson, 4 appearances for the Dodgers this year, 1 last season, has yet to record a base hit wearing a Dodger uniform. I think he is 0 for 11 in his 5 appearances. So maybe that changes today if he gets the start.
again, this all depends on the concussion protocol,
Right.
but he might be in the starting lineup tonight, catching for Justin Robleski. We'll keep you posted as soon as those come out. First pitch is at 4:40, but that's also something like we're going to have to keep an eye on. It's going to be interesting. You have your third string catcher potentially in this week if Dalton Rushing is out. Like, he's listed as day-to-day with the concussion protocol. So that's going to be very, very interesting. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, you guys, we are now, 4 hours away from the NBA draft. We are getting closer and closer. Ben is going to break down. Right, you're the college guy.
I know the college.
You're
hoopers.
the college guy. We're gonna do a little draft preview. And is this the next great draft class? Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the comment section. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. You know what I just thought about? The barbecue that I have saved.
Yes, you
like,
do.
I realized, I don't know if you guys were listening in the beginning of the show. Apparently, it's Burger Week in LA, you guys. And it's El Segundo's Barbecue and Comedy Festival this weekend. So we walked into the studio today, and it was just insane. We're like, does it smell like breakfast?
Yeah.
Does it smell like meat or something going on? And all of a sudden we find out, like, oh, wait, there's burgers over here.
crazy.
There's barbecue over here in KNX. And I just oh, you know who is this Michaela? Is Michaela Gordon in the house? This is who I was talking about.
The one from Vegas
the
that
one
would deny my take?
Wait, can we get Michaela on
Actually,
in here? Will you come on?
Do you care, LA?
Wait, I love this so much. Michaela, I was talking about you today. Yes, I was. Come in here. Yeah, why not?
Hey, Michaela, I'm bad.
Come join the show. Get the chair over here. Here, put her in over here. Yeah. Oh my God. I love you so much. Michaela Gordon
nice to
joining
meet you.
the show. She
Live.
is on our Odyssey station in Vegas.
Yeah.
And oh my God, I didn't realize. I forgot you're here with your dad. I love you so much.
I love you more.
Okay, so we got to talk about
Wait,
this.
I'm so proud of you.
Oh my God. I'm so proud of you. I like everything. Come on in. This is Ben.
You guys, it's so cool. Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Yes.
Welcome, Michaela. I love this. Okay, so we were talking about you today
Yeah.
because it was, do you care that the NBA might have an expansion team in Vegas?
Yes.
And this is what I was saying. Ben was like, no, the Vegas people don't
just
really
met,
care.
Michaela,
And I was like, my girlfriend, Michaela, Michaela, who hosts a show in Vegas, was just talking about how much they've been waiting for the baseball team. The A's coming. She got to sing the national anthem. Do you know how excited Vegas fans are and how much they do want a sports team and they deserve a basketball team? They care.
Yeah, Ben.
Yeah, please tell me.
Ben,
Tell me why I'm wrong.
tell 'em
Listen,
off.
I am about learning, and I can understand if I have a take that might be incorrect. I want to learn
Tell
from
'em
those
off.
that are in the know.
Okay, Ben, first of all,
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
a lot of people. It was sort of nice to meet you. You've already upset me.
Good 15 seconds.
But I think I'll get you on my side.
Okay.
Here's
Yeah.
the pitch.
Let's
Okay.
go. Ready?
I sing the anthem at a lot of these games.
Mm-hmm.
One more opportunity, thanks to the NBA, to break it down for Bill Foley. That's a personal choice, okay?
Yeah.
Vegas, I grew up in Vegas.
Okay.
We had no sporting teams.
Mm-hmm.
Alex knows I'm an Eagles girl for life.
Yeah.
Because my dad grew up in Philadelphia, but
Yeah.
we had nothing of our own.
Right.
So now we've got hockey.
I know.
Killing it.
Yeah.
Crushing.
We've got football.
You got Fernando Mendoza.
Listen.
Who's
So
amazing.
we love sweet baby,
we
baby
love
Fernando.
We
love
we
Fernando.
love the WNBA. The Aces are
Dude,
killing it
Aces
for
are
us.
your stars.
Yep. I sang the anthem for the A's when
Yeah.
they just came this week.
Yep.
The bomb. And Vegas needs sports.
Yes.
It needs community. There's so many little kids.
Mm-hmm.
I started singing the anthem at my brother's T-ball games. Like, there are people that just live in Vegas that
Yep.
don't want to gamble
Mm-hmm.
and they need the camaraderie. We're so excited.
But also perfect for the gambling because everyone
But
can
also
go
you
there
can
and you can bet
gamble.
on the games.
For
Okay,
sure.
listen,
Allowed.
a little for the gambling. But
Come
I
on,
was
it's all
just-
for the
yeah,
gambling.
It's okay. There's
Are
some
you at
bets
the
that'll be
tables?
made.
Are we going to find you at the tables?
Never.
I can't.
No.
Like, I can't do it. It gives me so much anxiety.
If I
gamble
lose
with other-
$20, I'm upset.
I gamble
that's
with
what
other
I
people's
call it.
money.
Yeah.
If I go down my first two hands in blackjack, I'm like, thanks so much for your time. today. I'm out of here.
Tap, tap, I'm
Yeah.
out. If
Gotta
I'm
go.
with like a high roller who's like buying me
Yeah,
in, and
somebody
we have those
else's money
friends,
is fine.
I bought my first Chanel doing that. I was at the blackjack table. I won $5K, and I was
Learning
like,
so much here.
"Can I tap and like, can I take these chips?" And they're like, "Yeah, you won that." And I was like, "Can we go to the store right now?"
But Alex is lucky.
Immediately.
Like, she plays and she wins. Her luck is not a normal thing for people.
Fair.
Normal people lose their money.
lot,
Alex is
yeah.
like, Chanel bag, baby.
But I went in. I was like, if I make enough, and if I win enough, I'm gonna buy myself
I
a
remember
Chanel bag.
that.
And I manifested it. Oh my God, that's when we went to go see you perform.
Yes,
I was there with
yes,
Daniel.
yes,
Oh my
yes.
gosh. You were performing at the Cosmopolitan. Mm-hmm. What was
Yeah,
that? That was
Rose
such
Rabbit Lie.
That was so rad.
Yeah.
That was that same weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
no,
when you got the
Michaela and I
Chanel,
go
and it
back.
was beautiful.
It was. Oh my
Listen,
God, I
I
forgot
love
you were
you.
there for that moment.
Yeah, I was.
Wow. All right. So listen, take rescinded that Las Vegas should
you.
not care, and I do not care about Las Vegas getting an NBA team.
Thank you.
It is clear that Las Vegas natives care about sports. That
Yeah.
And I'm all about building community and camaraderie around sports. It is why I love sports so much. So that was a really good point that has me now bought in. If the Las Vegas franchise is looking for a mascot, maybe I make my way out. I'm like,
Oh,
so
is this
in.
the pitch?
We made a full 180.
Listen, I'll find somebody that knows Bill right now. I'll tell him.
Please.
We've got a mascot for
Text
the
me.
NBA.
I can't
Wait.
really tumble.
Okay.
I can't even, like, I got.
Can you do a
I couldn't even-
cartwheel?
No.
Okay.
Can we
Round
kick?
off?
Couldn't even do a somersault in PE class in 6th grade. Like really bad.
Brutal.
They gave us great.
Brutal.
They gave
Yeah.
us grades for
Yeah, yeah.
gymnastics in 6th grade PE.
Why?
I don't know. I got a 29 out of 40. I got a C.
Seems mean.
It was terrible. They're like, you can't do a somersault. I'm like, I can't. I'm not good at it. And got a really bad grade.
That's all right.
Yeah.
You're doing a lot of
But
good work now.
Yeah.
I can
that
learn.
does not require
No.
a round off.
No.
No, but Michaela, I want to know because you said you sung the anthem when the A's were in town. It was kind of like a little taste of
Yeah,
what's
they wanted
to come.
see how Vegas was going to respond.
And how did they respond?
Vegas loved that. Here's the thing, and I don't know enough about sports. What I know is nobody likes. Listen, if you're kind of a visitor, trying to move in, maybe as like a roommate,
a transplant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you want to be like cool and respectful of
Yeah.
what the city built before you got there.
Yeah.
So they were so welcoming. They brought a lot of like the local artists that do the residencies
Okay.
to throw the first pitch. They really were like, we get that we're walking into Vegas.
Okay. Yeah.
How do we show respect? And then Vegas was so happy. They also came at a great time. Well, actually, I have a question for you.
Oh, please, let's go.
Okay. So while they were there, Vegas Golden Knights were going for the Stanley Cup.
Correct.
And they lost.
Yeah. So people love singing the anthem in Vegas.
Yes.
And they yell Knights.
Yeah.
Because they love VGK.
Yeah.
So they yelled Knights so loudly.
Yeah.
While I was singing at the A's game. And TikTok went off. Fans were like, you should not sing Knights. It's
Why?
disrespectful.
Huh.
It's disrespectful to the people that served.
No.
So it's been an on and off debate. Some people think it's
Wow.
great and some people don't.
We see this across like all sports and all
yeah.
stadiums. A lot of different sports teams pick a word if it connects with their sports team, and they all scream it together. So it's
Yeah.
totally normal. I
No.
think it's totally respectable.
Okay,
and
good.
it's a passion and it's a love for
sure.
the anthem and finding a different connection with their sports team.
I went to Syracuse, and say can you see for the orange is what we
Yeah.
yelled always.
Really?
And it's one of
Yeah.
I still yell it even when we're not obviously watching a Syracuse
Yeah.
game. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. So no, I think that's the camaraderie we speak about.
Yeah, totally. Well, listen, they love the A's. It was nice to have the VGK energy. So
Yeah.
now we're looking forward to NBA.
This was like so perfect because this was a segment where I was like, nope, you're wrong. My girl, Michaela.
I
And
was
there
wrong.
she was in the window.
I can admit I was
Oh,
wrong.
I love this. All right, guys. Thank you so much for listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Hour number 4 coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen today. Thank you so much for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And if you were watching the last segment, you guys, that was one of the coolest things. I'm a big, talking things into existence. And Brock and I talk about it a lot, which is what we've been trying to do with the Aaron Donald thing. We're like, come out of retirement, come out of retirement. Les Snead came on the morning show and was like, you guys keep talking about it. And the Fan LA took out a billboard on the 405 freeway. This is something we're going to talk into existence. But today the example was we were debating about, are Vegas fans excited to get a team and possibly the NBA expansion team in Vegas? And my argument was oh my gosh, yes. They are so excited. And why? I have a girlfriend who sings the anthem out there, Michaela, who also hosts the midday show on Odyssey, the music station out in Vegas. Yeah. And she was just raving about how hungry the locals were for this. And Ben over here goes, nah, they don't want it. They don't need it. And literally 2 hours later, she's walking in the hallways here in LA, just happens to be here. And completely proved my point.
Completely proved your point. And said all of the things, as we have discussed in the World Cup, as we have discussed in my love for college sports, the idea of why Las Vegas is so hungry and so happy about having all of these sports franchises and the potential of an NBA expansion organization in Sin City is because of the community and the camaraderie that oftentimes Las Vegas is lacking because it's a lot of transplants and visitors and all of that stuff. So for the residents and the locals and those who live there, they are fully bought in. And so Michaela bought me in, made me eat a little bit of crow, and now I've done a complete 180. I do care. Good for Las Vegas if they get an NBA team.
Yeah, she's on Odyssey's 98.5 in Vegas radio host. One of the most insane voices. You may remember her from American Idol. I think she was Carrie Underwood's season, but she has one of the most beautiful voices. She performs all over Vegas. She's at Fontainebleau now, is her residency. But she
has a residency in Vegas?
Yeah. Well, in their little, I think it's a cigar bar.
That's cool.
It's awesome. She's wonderful. So that was a happy little surprise here. You got to see two friends who haven't seen each other in a couple years just absolutely freak out.
I think about this all the time. When I leave my apartment and I'm walking down the street and I happen to see somebody at the same exact time. I think to myself, what if I left 5 seconds later and then I don't see that person or I don't do that thing and it just was a happenstance of normal life. The fact that one of the segments that we have for Do You Care LA that Shay teased for us today, and you mentioned your friend Michaela from Las Vegas, who is working in Las Vegas and then happens to be strolling the halls here in Los Angeles, is, again, just craziness how that all works out.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Today's going to be a great day.
You said, oh, that's Michaela. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Oh, Michaela?
Yeah. Wow. I know who we were just talking about. You know what? Vibes are feeling high now, you guys. Vibes are feeling even better. So much so that we have the NBA draft tonight. And I'm like, you know what? If things are going our way here in LA today, what do we think is going to happen before this draft? Obviously, the big blockbuster trade yesterday was Giannis to Miami. And that was the first domino that we knew was going to fall before any other big moves are made. I think how do the Lakers take advantage of this Giannis to Miami? Now, the thing is, I don't think anyone is really that surprised yet. People will be like, oh, I can't believe it actually happened. But it's no, this has been rumored for months, right? We knew that Giannis wanted to stay in the East. We knew he wanted to be on the East Coast so he could fly home to Greece. And it was a closer flight. His style and everything he stands for really fits that Pat Riley way. Also, shout out to Pat Riley again for helping screw over Boston. Thank you, because Jaylen Brown was the other trade move that was kind of the big name floating around. It was between the Celtics and the Heat. Obviously, the Heat were able to put together the better package. And I love, again, two biggest Shams trades he's ever broken. Luka to LA reported at 12 a.m. Eastern, and Giannis to Miami reported at 11:50 p.m. Eastern last night. Great for us on the West Coast because it's still not too bad. But it has to have you look at the bigger picture now for the Lakers in LA. And as we are now 4 hours away from the NBA draft, how do the Lakers capitalize on this trade?
Well, I think from the trade itself, again, it should be noted that this trade will not be finalized until July 6th.
That's huge.
And there was an idea that in all the conversations of the potential landing spots and destinations for Giannis Antetokounmpo, that potentially it would be a 3 or 4 team trade to have all of the assets necessary to go back to Milwaukee for their franchise and generational player in Giannis. Of course, the Heat were able to offer up all of those assets necessary for the Bucks to pull a trigger and make this blockbuster deal. But it is not finalized until July 6th, which means there could be more teams added. For instance, Tyler Hero going back to Milwaukee in return for Giannis. He has been a name that the Detroit Pistons are very, very enamored with and are trying to, in some form or fashion, make a play on to bring alongside Cade Cunningham in the backcourt and expand for the number 1 seed, still crazy to say that, Detroit Pistons in the Eastern Conference this past year. So there is a thought, all right, Detroit could get involved by the time that July 6th comes around, and Tyler Hero could be redirected to the Motor City. If they're adding on teams, and maybe the Pistons then are looking to unload some of their salaries, some of their players, whatever it needs during this offseason as free agency begins in just about a week as well, then maybe the Lakers could get involved with something the Pistons need, something the Bucks are looking to do. A lot can be up there for LA to take advantage of. We have mentioned Khalil Ware.
Yeah, I'm like, how aggressive should Rob Pelinka be calling the Bucks right now on Khalil Ware?
Yeah.
Because this feels like that would be the most affordable fit that they could get for a big man and a center that they could develop in a way that where Lakers are not developing through the draft. We've talked about that. They are a win-now team that where when you're getting a guy out of the draft, I don't even think it would be beneficial for that player who, if he needs to be developed, to end up in LA, because you're just not going to see any playing time. And that's not what they're looking to do. That's not their style. But a guy like Khalil Ware, that's someone that could be, quote, developed around a Luka and the Lakers, because he has the experience and the potential is there. And the potential hasn't been fully reached yet.
Correct. And the potential in terms of style is perfect for Luka Doncic. Khalil Ware is a guy that has offensive skill, but is incredibly athletic, is really good at running to the opposite rim for those alley-oop opportunities, to be fast-paced and athletic in transition, and really good at attacking the offensive glass. Also very good defensively. This year, Khalil Ware averaged more than 11 points per game and 9 boards. He was part of the all-rookie team his first year in Miami in 2024-25. Now, if I'm Milwaukee and I'm John Horst, the GM there for the Bucks, and bringing all of these assets back to still have some proven NBA pedigree, but also all of the young talent and the 3 first-round picks, including tonight's 13th overall selection, I'm not sure I am trying to get rid of Khalil Ware, who might be one of those shiny pieces in the return for Giannis. But we have mentioned a couple of names for the Pistons in that front court that had career years. Jalen Duren would be the obvious choice, All-NBA third team this past season. Very disappointing playoff run for the Pistons, as it was for Detroit. He's a restricted free agent. I think he goes back to Detroit. However, there is a name in Isaiah Stewart, who is not going to be a guy that makes the Lakers a Western Conference contender. Is not going to be a guy that really elevates the ceiling of the purple and gold, but brings that hard-nosed physicality defensively that the Lakers lacked, I think, near the rim a season ago, and still could be that athletic freak in the front court to make some things happen.
Athletic freak.
I
like that.
Yeah, we're talking about some of those things necessary in terms of trades or deals that can be made, because more than likely pick number 25 tonight for the Lakers in tonight's NBA draft first round is not going to be that. More than likely, based on what is available in the free agency markets, there's not really that name for the Lakers if they even have the cash flow necessary to go out and sign one of those guys. That probably changes things for LA in an offseason that we've discussed countless times, Alex. Has to be an offseason of change, improvement in a positive way around Luka Doncic for Rob Pelinka, the new Lakers ownership group, and everything that has been reworked, in that front office, so that 2026-27 with Luka is really good. 2027-28 with Luka is even better, so that when that player option comes up in the summer of 2028, Luka is not leaving Los Angeles.
So that's the craziest part, because you really only have Luka for sure for another 2 seasons, hopefully 3. And that's why this Lakers offseason needs to be the best offseason that they have had in decades. Again, not only because Rob Pelinka is, what do you say, constructing the team for his job.
Yes.
He is literally working for his job. Yes, he got a contract extension from Jeannie Buss, but this new ownership group doesn't care. They'll buy him out and he'll still get paid. So that was a homie deal from Jeannie Buss that, like, if you're still here, amazing. You're on your own figuring that out now. But if you're gone, you're still going to get paid. So we're going to take care of you. And Rob Pelinka has been a part of this entire Lakers franchise and family forever, starting as Kobe's agent and then coming in as the GM. But the biggest thing now is Luka Doncic and his camp were told that it was the summer of 2026 that the Lakers were finally going to be making some moves and making that transition and making that push to be back to be a championship team. We are in the summer of 2026 right now. We are hours away from draft night. The Lakers still have to figure out what they're going to do with Austin Reeves. What are they going to be able to pay him? Now, the positive part is that the Nets trading for Julius Randle kind of took the Nets, I think, out of the conversation, and more so a leverage piece for Austin when it becomes to negotiations. The other piece is LeBron James. We knew that they have been in that number contract conversation through the end of the season. There was a little break. And then last week, while he was on that insane, beautiful 10-year Cavs championship rage fest with all of his teammates, the conversation had started again. And honestly, I think that's going to be the best thing for LeBron James, to get the biggest number that he wants, to kind of find that magic number. The Lakers know, okay, this is what we have put aside for LeBron. We got to figure out who we're going to get center-wise in free agency. And then the last piece is going to be Austin Reeves. Okay, this is what we have left to pay you. We want you here. Luka wants you here. You literally opted out of the draft in order to become a Laker and be here. We think that we can make you the best possible star, but again, you got to look at it from Austin's perspective of this might be his only max contract situation. How do they come together, and how do the Lakers, how do Rob Pelinka, with all of these pieces right now, making Luka happy, paying Austin Reeves, going out and getting a big center, being productive in the draft or trading that pick before tonight, a couple hours away, to try to get one of those big name centers. There is so much they have to get right in this next month.
And those are the difficult decisions that they have to prioritize. Again, I think number one priority, Austin Reeves. You get that deal done, even if it's not the first thing that is signed or the first domino to fall as it becomes public to the Lakers this offseason. He has to be, in my estimation, priority number one. Just to highlight what Austin Reeves is deserving of the last 2 years for the Lakers. He has averaged 21.5 points per game, nearly 6 dimes per game, and more than 4 rebounds per game. There are some that maybe look at Austin Reeves and say, yeah, he's a great player. Maybe he's the second or third best on a championship caliber team. I think he is a solidified number 2 and perfect for Luka Doncic. So those numbers, again, of averaging 21.5, nearly 6 assists per game, and about 4.5 rebounds per game, of players that have played at least 100 games in the NBA the last 2 years, along with Austin Reeves, to average those numbers. Here are the other guys. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who was one of the last 2 MVPs. Nikola Jokic, who won 3 of the 4 prior to that. Giannis, James Harden, Cade Cunningham, LaMelo Ball, and then 2 of his teammates in Luka Doncic and LeBron James. It is why Austin Reeves is deserving of a max contract. He's not going to get that number here in Los Angeles, but I do believe he is going to be worth around $40 million.
Yeah, so definitely. I think the $200 million contract is a little more digestible for both sides, especially since we haven't seen the production that you would need from a max contract person in the playoffs. And it's hard because, again, you're like, okay, well, he wasn't fully healthy this last postseason. And the biggest thing is that, again, doesn't matter. That's the going rate right now. And if your star player in Luka Doncic wants Austin Reeves, you have to do whatever you can to keep him.
What has worked so well with Luka Doncic, as we just saw, of course, Dusty May becoming the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, but under Jason Kidd, when they made the Western Conference Finals and they made the NBA Finals, what worked so well with Luka? Guys that could play off ball, but could also be a primary playmaker, ball handler, number 1 scoring option. Jalen Brunson, who we just saw win Finals MVP, and Kyrie Irving playing alongside Luka. Austin Reeves has that potential. Is he there just yet? No. Does he have that potential? I certainly believe so, and thus deserving of the contract. And then you have the rim-running bigs, like a Derek Lively, like a Daniel Gafford, that really accelerate things in the front court. That is what the Lakers need to figure out beyond Austin Reeves. And then because this has become part of the conversation now in the NBA, those franchise-friendly deals, and you take a pay cut for the betterment of your team that results in winning a Larry O'Brien trophy.
Look what Brunson just
as
did.
Put on full display by Jalen Brunson, as what will probably be necessary for Karl Anthony Towns to retain that core for the Knicks if they want to win not just one championship in half a century, but want to win multiple or at least contend to do just that.
One in half a century. Nice little dig there, by the way.
It was incredibly exciting, but that's what it takes to be near the top of an NBA that now has had 8 different champions in the last 8 years. And LeBron James is deserving of any dollar amount he wants to throw out there. He is LeBron James.
He is.
But he's entering year 24. He will turn 42 in December. And a LeBron James, whose contracts throughout the entirety of his NBA career, based on inflation and rising salary caps, have only increased. A LeBron James, who made nearly $52 million in 2024-25, is not going to get that. So what is the number that LeBron and the Lakers can agree upon that makes sense for both parties, but also gives the Lakers needed financial flexibility to fill out the roster around Luka, Austin, and LeBron?
I don't see it being like less than half. Like I think it has to be around 25.
Yes.
25 and up, like 25 to 30, I think is a respectable.
Yeah.
Because again, this is a respect number.
Yeah.
This is not where he's making his money. He is making all of his money outside, off the court these days. He's a billionaire.
Yep.
And he became a billionaire once he came to LA and his brand was able to explode and just build the way it was in a partnership with the Lakers.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really interesting. Also now, like, I don't know, would LeBron want to run it back with Miami? With Giannis going there and bam, if the Lakers and him can't come to an agreement?
For sure. We've heard the Warriors. I think the question needs to be answered as well by LeBron, who often has in his career taken his time in the first few weeks of the offseason, early in the summer, to make those ultimate determinations. We saw LeBron James at 41, living it up in Europe, having a great time, letting the gray beard be exposed.
Love.
I wonder if
drinking Magnum bottles
and having
of wine.
He is also, his golf game has improved so rapidly. I'm so jealous, but that is because he is LeBron James.
He's obsessed.
He is. I really think the first component, of course, is does LeBron want to play in the NBA? Does he want to continue playing basketball into 2026, 27?
Yes.
I think more than likely the answer is yes.
Yes.
And then it's the finances first in Los Angeles that I think will be the next component. Or if LeBron is looking to do something else for what is more than likely the final year or so of his NBA career. Ultimately, I think all three of those guys will be in the purple and gold at the start of the 2026-27 season. I think Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, and LeBron James will be members of J.J. Redick's starting 5. And I think if you're a Laker fan and you watched what this team did to get to the second round of the playoffs, despite the injury.
If you look at what they did in March.
For sure.
Think about March. I think that gets Laker fans excited.
15-2, people. I mean, it was
when
remarkable.
They're all healthy.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, too. Towards the end of the season, obviously, losing both Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves in that OKC game,
2nd.
they just take everything.
Everything.
OKC took everything from the Lakers this year.
They have 2 picks in the top 18 tonight. It's just like, stop it, Sam Presti. Just quit
I forgot about that.
Stop doing that.
Oh, man, you guys, we are getting closer and closer to the NBA draft tonight. We're going to take one more break here. When we come back, we have Lakers insider and reporter for the California Post, Kobe Price, joining the show. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen today. Thank you so much for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we are so excited to welcome in our next guest, Lakers insider and reporter for the California Post, Kobe Price. Thanks for joining the show.
Thanks for having me. How you guys doing?
There he is. We're doing awesome.
Here I am. What's up?
There we are. We are just hours away now from the NBA draft. Lakers have that 25th overall pick. But the thing that everyone's kind of talking about right now and today leading into that draft, I think, was that big blockbuster trade with Giannis going to Miami last night. What should the Lakers be doing, and how should they be thinking about taking advantage of what happened in that trade with Giannis?
Yeah, I mean, before the trade was even made, I mean, it was kind of alluded to, but the Lakers have been a team that they have a lot of cap space, right? And if you can't be a team that's going to acquire like a Giannis Antetokounmpo or like a superstar player, you kind of want to see if you can get in on one of those trades. Like, hey, teams, you guys are trying to make all these deals. Let's see if we can get a quality player. You kind of saw that similar to like what happened with, people are going to forget about it because it happened before the Giannis trade, but the trade with Chicago and Brooklyn and Minnesota, where Julius Randle's going to Brooklyn and then Nick Claxton sneakily is going to Chicago. That's a player that, the Lakers would have benefited from. So I don't think it'll change much of what happens tonight for the Lakers, but you're seeing the options, at least for the upgrades for the Lakers, kind of get a little bit more limited just because other teams are making moves. And up till now, the Lakers haven't done so yet.
And Kobe, that's what we reminded people, that this deal is done, but it's finalized on July 6th if any additional teams want to get involved in the next week and a half or so. Let's focus on Brooklyn tonight, the Barclays Center, round number 1 of the 2026 NBA draft. You are Kobe Price, but if your name was Rob Pelinka, who would be that top draft prospect on your board entering tonight's first round?
Well, you're right. I am Corey Price, but if my name was Rob Pelinka, I would go with Kentucky's Jaden Quains. Big man, versatile. He was one of the top defensive players in college basketball, men's college basketball, as a freshman at 17 years old. If he came out of school 2 years ago, last summer, he could have been a top 5 pick, or maybe even definitely a lottery pick. But obviously, he goes to Kentucky. He misses most of the season, plays all but 4 games. After, having suffering the ACL in February 25, or spring rather, and then just only playing 4 games. So question about his medicals, physical readiness. But if he's available, and there is a doubt whether he will be available just because of the talent that's there seems to be enough comfort that, he's worth taking a shot on, right? Like, obviously, to make sure the medicals are good and whatnot, but like, he's the caliber of player who fits everything that Lakers are looking to do, which is get younger, more athletic, and add players who fit aside Luka. Well, guess what? He can catch lobs, he can defend at a high level, and he's 18. He doesn't turn 19 until July, I think. Like that, he's the type of player that, again, medicals are all clear. That's the guy, at least to me, that the Lakers should go after.
Now, the Lakers have a lot of big decisions to make this offseason. Obviously, the closest one right now is the draft, that number 25th pick that you were just talking about. But they have new ownership under the Dodgers ownership group. Rob Pelinka, it feels like this is kind of the offseason where it's going to determine his future with the Lakers. Also determine the future of Luka Doncic and how long he's going to be with the Lakers. So how much pressure is on Rob Pelinka with this draft and with the moves he needs to make this offseason?
There's a lot of pressure. I mean, there's pressure throughout the organization to, look, Luka is 27 years old, if not entering their prime, already in the prime of his career. This is why you acquire a player of his caliber, to compete for championships. And from the moment you acquired him, it's about surrounding him with the type of players and the personnel that helps Luka, helps the entire team compete for championships. So they've been on the clock, to be honest. I know I was on a few weeks ago and I told you, like, let's not lose track of the fact that Luka has a player option for the 28-29 season. Like, summer 2028, that's a big summer for him, obviously. And you kind of have an idea of what that could look like, next summer or going into the 27-28 season. So this is a huge summer, whether it's the draft, free agency, building out the roster in a way that helps Luka compete for a title, not next year, not the following year, right now.
Kobe, I've already put you in the shoes of one Rob Pelinka, so I will ask you to do it again to lead that Lakers front office. In your estimation, what is priority number one for the Lakers to retain or add to the roster this summer?
Priority number one is Austin Reeves, in my book. Look, I keep saying it. Surround Luka with the requisite talent and players who fit alongside him. And we've seen Luka thrive alongside, secondary playmakers or guys who can even be primary playmakers, ball handlers, where you're talking about Jalen Brunson, Kyrie Irving. Like, there seems to be a formula of the type of team that works alongside Luka, and Austin Reeves fits the mold within that team. And honestly, if we're going to go there, he's the only guy you can on the roster, or who was on the roster last year. Maybe some of the young guys, you can even include Marcus Smart, but obviously he's a more veteran player. But 5 years from now, or maybe not 5, 3 to 5 years from now, you could still see Luke and Austin being teammates and that being a good fit. There are other younger guys like Adu Thero, he even fits that mold. They have, Jackson Hayes potentially. Him and Luka have a good chemistry. But that's the guy you have to keep. You can't take a step back and say, okay, we're losing Austin. Let's go find you another guy, another star level player. No, you already have him in the building. So to me, priority number one, make sure you bring Austin Reeves back on obviously he's going to be an expensive deal, but a deal that he's more than worth.
Now, as you said, the Lakers only really have Luka for another 2 seasons, hopefully 3. But I think a lot of that is going to be determined by what the Lakers do this offseason. I mean, Luka and his camp were told, it's being reported that they were told that summer of 2026 was when that transition and when the big moves were going to be made, which is right now. So you already said priority number one, Austin Reeves. What is the must get right now, this offseason, in order for Luka Doncic to be happy and want to continue his career with the Lakers?
Well, first off, I want to make it clear. Yes, Luka's has a guaranteed contract. You hope that Luka's around for more than just 2 to 3 years, right?
Yes.
That's why you're doing all these things. No, don't want to cause any anxiety on the show or anybody listening right now.
Oh, no, we're causing all the anxiety because, you got to think about that. You got to get it right.
No, you're right. So, obviously, part number one, retaining Austin Reeves, keep Luka, keep a star level player alongside Luka, starting level center. There, obviously, the Lakers have been attached to big names like Jalen Duren, Walker Kessler. Those are restricted free agents. Mm-hmm. They've also been tied to unrestricted free agents such as Robert Williams in Portland. New NBA champion Mitchell Robinson in New York, or you can talk about the draft. And even though those aren't, starters, you can look at the draft in terms of developmental centers. But to me, Luka's been honest about it. Again, to talk about the formula, he likes playing with these athletic centers who catch lobs, who can rim run, roll hard, protect the rim, versatile defensively. To me, that's part number one. And to the Lakers' credit, they've addressed it or tried to address it multiple times since acquiring Luka. You talk about their rescinded trade for Mark Williams. Right after they traded for Luka, they signed DeAndre Ayton, which had his ups and downs, but in terms of pure value, he outperformed his contract compared to production versus the salary he made for the Lakers. So they've continued to try to address that need, but that's still a need that they need to fulfill in a way that complements Luka the best. So to me, I said Austin's number one. Mm-hmm. Starting level center who fits alongside Luka, and then depending on what happens with Luke Kennard, Rui Hachimura, the draft, address the shooting needs on the rest of the roster throughout the rest of the roster.
So you mentioned a Walker Kessler. Now he's an unrestricted free agent. How realistic do you think that is for the Lakers to go after an unrestricted free agent? Because again, once you make the offer, your hands are tied and everything's going to go pretty fast.
Yeah, maybe I misspoke. Walker Kessler's a restricted free agent. And the challenges are just, they get raised just because Utah can't match any offer, any offer that another team makes. So it's especially challenging. Look, I know that, Utah, they've been able to negotiate with Walker, they were able to negotiate an extension before. They're able to negotiate a new contract now. Even though they haven't made a deal yet, it's going to be challenging. There's a reason why restricted free agents don't change. There's a very strong likelihood that even with the disconnect between Utah and Walker Kessler, that Walker Kessler is going to be back in a Utah jersey, at least to start next season, and they may figure it out after the fact.
So no chance. You're saying that's a slight, like
I'm saying it's a very minimal,
a very like
well,
0.5% chance of the Lakers.
I would
cross him off the list.
I wouldn't even cross him off the list. I think he's worth going after just because if you make a blow, like, and this is the cost analysis you have to make. If you want to pay Walker Kessler a bloated contract, and maybe you can acknowledge, like, we've seen it with Trae Young in DC, and that's obviously a different situation. But if he's your guy, and there's a lot of reasons to believe that he could be the guy for the Lakers and Luka, again, he's only, I think, 23, 24 years old.
Yeah.
Like, if he's your guy, go get your guy, pay him more than what any other team is willing to pay. The Lakers have the most cap space. This is why you create that kind of cap space.
Yeah.
This is or part of the reason why. So you can overpay for a guy who may be a little bit overpaid, but he fits what you need and what you want. So I wouldn't say it's a 0% chance. I wouldn't even say 0.5, maybe like a 1 or 2. But
so
it's still enough of a
chance.
Yeah, exactly. Enough of a chance where I think, it's worth pursuing.
Okay.
At least in play style
Yeah.
and prototype, Walker Kessler is that guy that you would want in the front court alongside Luka Doncic. And there's been a lot of drama in Salt Lake with Kessler and his reps and the Jazz organization. We'll leave it at that. Kobe, one of the names that we have not mentioned just yet is maybe the biggest name anytime you bring up the NBA and the Lakers. That would be LeBron James. As we sit here on Tuesday, June 23rd, do you believe, or how confident are you, that LeBron James will play for the Lakers in 2026-27?
I'll put it at a percentage. Okay. I have more of a belief than anything else that he'll be back with the Lakers for his 24th NBA season, his 9th season with the Lakers. What exactly that looks like from a contract standpoint, that's still to be determined. They've been able to negotiate a new contract since the finals ended, a week and a half ago, close to 2 weeks ago. Like there hasn't been much of a much progress from that standpoint, at least as of now. But obviously, once we get past the draft, we get a little bit closer to free agency. Like that's when we'll get a better idea. But it's hard. I mean, it's just hard to see LeBron playing for another team, at least right now. Based off of how things are looking. And I know there are other teams out there that are making their interest known, but
yeah.
Kobe, I was pretty set on the fact that LeBron, like, they were going to figure it out here in LA. And I still believe that is his best landing spot. And we were told that, like, the negotiation conversation picked back up a little bit last week, whatever that means, considering that he was out in Scotland celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Cavs championship with all of his teammates. That was absolutely incredible to follow along and watch. But now, like, the only other thing I'm thinking, now that Giannis is in Miami with Bam, how much do you think LeBron is now thinking about, like, okay, maybe running it back with Miami is now an option? Because I only really see it happening and him having some sort of, like, farewell tour with a team that he has history with.
Yeah, I know that scenario's been brought back up. I haven't been told or heard that that's a tangible or real possibility in terms of him going back to Miami. It's been a while since he's been there. I think about 12 years. I think also, and part of the calculus is the family part of it. Like if he does go back, or if he does move on from the Lakers, can you stay close to family in one way or another? I mean, you think about the team up north. And the Golden State Warriors, even with them.
Well said, Kobe.
Yeah, exactly. Or even, I know Cleveland's been there, but they're, obviously Warriors would be a new team, but Miami, I would have I'm not going to rule out anything just because how the Lakers handle it will determine things, but it's hard to see him going back to Miami, at least right now, how things are standing.
Now, what percentage did you give that he was going to be back in a Laker uniform?
Oh yeah. I would say 50.9%.
Higher than Walker Kessler.
50.9. I'll say 50.9.
Oh, okay.
50.9.
So, like, it's still
Slight
like we're
majority.
very much like it could go either way.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna be on LeBron watch. We're gonna be on draft watch. Kobe, we appreciate you so much coming on the show every single time. I hope you have fun tonight watching this NBA draft, and we can't wait to have you back on again.
No, appreciate you guys having me on. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, you too. It's going to be interesting. I love I think we should do that now, the percentages.
I like that.
How where are we at? That I can visually see that because I'm a visual learner
sure.
when you're saying that, and I also have like the meter, so I like using like the
pie graph.
That's how I tell time. Like I need the clocks that are like the circle, like
wow.
the pie clocks, and I say,
Analog.
we have a quarter. Yeah, we have like a half a pie left.
Nice.
We have 75% left. So with him saying that, I'm literally like, okay, so LeBron, we are here.
50.9. I appreciate the very specific percentage.
Yeah.
Normally 50, 75%, 50.9.
Yeah.
And ever so slight if you round up majority. We'll take it.
Yeah. All right, guys, we are a little more than 3 hours away from the NBA draft. The Lakers have the 25th pick overall. It's going to be interesting and exciting to see what goes down, but don't go anywhere. We're going to take one more break here. When we come back, D-Mac and Reiter are joining us for some crosstalk. That's coming up next.
I don't think they have twins. Do they?
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Ben Stevens in for Brock Vereen today. And if you are watching the live stream, we have a packed house because it is time for Crosstalk with D-Mac and Reiter. What's going on, guys?
What's up? We got 3 versus 1 in the old South Bay versus wherever you're from.
Love this
I'm
so
5
much.
minutes away, baby. No commute for me.
Wait,
Yeah.
are you? So you're like, this is Mid-City, right?
Yeah, I don't even know what to call it. People sometimes I say Culver
Mile
City, but
High.
it's like
It's Mile
not
High.
Miracle
I've
Mile.
I've heard it
Yeah,
referred
Miracle
to
Mile
as
vibe.
the land of
Yeah.
D-Mac.
The
Is
land
how
of
people on the
D-Mac.
streets call it.
D-Mac, LA.
I just call it like the La Brea Tar Pits. I'm like, it's like right by the Tar Pits in LACMA.
Yeah,
That's how I describe
that
this
works.
area.
That works. Yeah, I'm like probably like 2 miles south of here.
Don't give your address
Yeah,
out. On
I know.
here,
I
by
was
the
not
way.
going to.
Please
Trust
don't
me.
do that. I
One
mean,
time-
you could.
Do it,
People
bro.
might show up and be like,
One
"What's up?"
time I was on the road doing some Dodger stuff, and people in the chat were asking where I was staying at the winter meetings. I'm like, I can't tell you what hotel I'm staying at, but there's 2 trees involved, and a couple.
The double tree? Like literally, you did
That wasn't
that.
the hardest riddle, man.
Excuse me,
No,
what?
and I had
The
pe-
Riddler,
and
you are not.
I had a couple people show up like, "Hey, should we trade for this guy?" I'm like, "All right, man, like I should probably." I learned my
D-Mac,
lesson
You
there.
did that on purpose. You
No, I
wanted to talk to the people.
Wow.
No, I did. I would
You're a
never do
social
that.
He's like, I want to be noticed.
Yeah, no.
I
He's
want to
like
be
yelling
noticed.
out of his window, "Hey, D-Mac here."
Oh, by the
Trying
way,
to close you guys. Yo.
no, yesterday what he tell us that he got recognized at Disneyland?
And I got the table. It was
I
all
still
an
don't know if
intentional
this
ploy.
is true. Is this true?
I think so.
Have
I've been,
we confirmed- can you
I've been
confirm
out
with his
with
wife?
D-Mac, and he is recognized. And then he's like, "Oh shucks, I don't like this." Then he beams.
Well, I wasn't trying to flex, to be honest with you.
really?
No, definitely not.
I like the
I
flex.
was in like, you know how it is, like if you get in trouble with reservations, and my wife was like, okay, like these reservations weren't made for this table, this place, and this guy came through. We gave him our hero. We gave him a big shout out on the show. So
Why are you pointing at me? I'm not part of this.
you're supposed to back me up. I
Why are you
thought.
including me?
My point
Okay,
is,
this is like, okay, my sisters and I have this. It's like, because you guys, you're in a partnership.
yeah.
What do people say? It sounds like you're dating sometimes.
we're best
like-
friends.
Yeah.
In fairness, we just had a super awkward moment with the boss.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not going to share this.
Is that what just happened?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time together.
I know. And so when he's pointing at you, you're supposed to back him up no matter what he says. That's
Oh,
like
do it
sister
again.
code.
Do it again.
That's sister code. Where you're like, I'm not involved in this.
Hell yeah,
But this
dude.
is
There we
sister-
go.
Thank you.
I got you, pal.
You got to be in sister code. It doesn't matter what they say, even if it's
I
not
got you,
true. It's
sister.
like, yep, sure.
Exactly.
Yep, got him.
Exactly.
That's exactly what happened.
This was at Disneyland?
California Adventure, Carthay Circle.
Like that, like you said that in the middle of it. I was like, wait, are we talking a restaurant reservation?
Carthay
He goes
Circle
fancy. He goes
really
fancy.
goes down. I know you know you. I feel like you're a big Disney.
No,
You're not-
I went
not-
once a year
Okay.
because like the Angels
Yeah,
used to be owned
okay.
by Disney, so we had free tickets. And
Yeah.
then now I got really spoiled. I went with an athlete family, and we got the private tour where you get like ushered in, like you park valet at a hotel. They usher you in the back gate of Disney,
They
which
call that
I
the
didn't
D-Mac.
even know
Yeah.
No, that is
was
baller.
a thing. And then they walk you to the front of every line. I don't know if I can ever do Disneyland again after
Yeah.
getting spoiled like
Yeah,
that.
don't go in the line with the peasants, right? I mean, get out of here.
I just hate lines.
yeah,
Like
no.
I hate waiting in line.
Yeah, you got fast pass or bus for me.
I love
Lightning
lines.
lane. You like lines?
Sometimes I go to lines just and get them, and
The
then I
longer
go
line,
back
the
to the
better.
back.
You know.
How's it going? I'm Bill.
She's like,
How you like
No.
flying?
Oh, D-Mac. Also, love the fact that you're not wearing the sweater for the first time today.
Yeah, you're gonna be
really
I
proud
know.
of
I'm
you.
not gonna get in anywhere. Like I'm not gonna get in any tables anywhere. I'm gonna have to be in line.
Full circle,
Yeah.
he was wearing the Fan LA gear, and
Yeah,
that's
you
how
were.
he got recognized, he said.
Good
Did
times.
you make this hat yourself? Or-
This one I may have gotten custom made. I may have gotten custom
and
made.
then
yeah.
you have one that also has the rope.
So you
I
noticed that
noticed.
one too. I'm actually
Yeah.
ordering those for some people here. Got some requests for those. I
That is
think,
observant.
I think she wants one. Angie Williams wants one.
I
It's a
took-
side hustle for me at this point.
There was a box of hats
Yeah.
the second night that I was hosting at night from 6 to 9 p.m. And I was like, oh, that's a cool
Yeah.
looking hat. I'll take one. And then the next day that I was here, you were wearing a 97.1 The Fan hat. I'm like, oh, D-Max. Wait, that's got a
That's
rope on it.
different.
That looks
Way
like that's
better.
athletic
Venmo me
gear.
$50 and we can talk.
Wow.
Maybe.
50s?
Are you just trying to pay off that Otani cup? Is that why you're
I
like,
might
you're
have
getting
to.
money?
This one
Aren't you
is
the guy that gets
one
free
that was
tables
like-
at Disneyland?
This is the one that was 70. Would you guys buy this cup?
No,
Honestly, $75.
absolutely not.
You get
Wait.
unlimited refills for the entire
Can
season.
we talk about the tuck-in? And they actually gave him like the...
Isn't that kind of nice?
That
That
is
it has
really
like
cool.
the
That's
tucked
weird.
ins
It's
with
very
the,
cool.
with the
That's
belt.
weird.
Wait, you're telling
And-
me you bring this to Dodger Stadium? And
I do well, and you get unlimited refills for the entire year.
But how much was
But
that
he
cup?
actually doesn't use it
This
because
was
he believes
75.
that Otani should be put away. So
I
that
did.
actually spends
Yeah.
a lot of
Feel
time
the grip,
covered.
Ben. Feel the grip.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, I've never felt it.
It's a nice cup. It's a nice cup.
Oh,
it's not
heavy.
plastic.
It's kind of
but
heavy.
There's water in
Yeah,
it.
take a sip if you want.
Hey, radio listener.
No. Oh, it's like
We're
it's
passing around
rubber.
D-Mac's cup
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
No. So this is the
You can
Shohei Ohtani cup that you could buy at Dodger Stadium for how much was
It
it?
was $75.
But you get free refills for the entire season.
The entire season
Can you
unlimited.
refill beer?
Yeah, I was gonna say, no beer.
No beer. I was
So
suggesting
just-
do a
grip.
gold one.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's
charge
weird.
You've never
$1,000.
felt his cup before?
No.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's weird.
Only
First
when,
time for
only when
everything.
Ben's here. Does the cup get passed around?
This cup is really getting some love
If
here.
that's
Take
my
one
reputation,
down,
I'm
pass
cool with
it
that.
around.
So
that's
soda
great.
like that? You're getting soda? That's what you get?
Coke Zero, CZ.
I don't.
Yeah. Not
That's
a big
weird.
Coke Zero.
How much
No.
soda do you have to drink to make up the $75 to get
That's
your money's
so
worth?
much.
I did the math on it. I mean, you really can get your money's worth in one day. Really. I mean, because
Can you?
I
if
feel
you
like
go
that's pretty
crazy,
easy.
8 or 10, 8 to
you?
10.
That's
8 to
aggressive.
10
mean,
sodas.
yeah.
That's a
That's
lot.
so
But I
aggressive.
feel like
Is it?
a soda at
pretty
Dodger
standard for
Stadium
me.
is probably $7.50, $8.
Yeah, it is.
So 10 sodas, I wouldn't do it all in one day, but I feel like if you're going as often as you go to Dodger Stadium,
Well, it's true. I mean, to be honest, I would just be filling up in the media thing. I just was doing it for
I was
a
gonna
little
say,
content video
you
I
get
did.
free drinks anyway.
Yeah, so I was getting, but I think for
It was an
anyone.
investment for content.
But the cool thing about this too is if you go on eBay, I
Yeah.
haven't checked recently, but
Oh,
it's
wow,
going
yeah.
for like over $200 for this cup.
For that cup?
What?
Yeah,
Can you
it
pass
was
it
at one
back
point.
over?
Yeah, now you want the cup.
Where did
Now
it go?
you-
It just suddenly disappeared. Dude,
But, yeah.
okay. D-Mac, let's talk about the Dodgers and let's talk about your boy, Kyle Tucker.
you're
Somebody on social media actually said that you wanted this. Is that an unfair? Have you been
Because-
besmirched?
I did push for Kyle Tucker just because I thought, hey, the Dodgers have an opportunity to flex their muscle. You don't have to commit 10 years to him. You commit 4 years. And he was supposed to be that infusion of youth and prime into a lineup that has a lot of guys that are starting to enter the twilight years of their prime. They played a lot of baseball.
Yep.
Kyle Tucker has been a top 10 hitter since 2020. But, yeah, to say the least, it's been a very slow start for Tuck.
Back spasms. Pulled out of the game in the second inning. Obviously, they're saying it's day-to-day right now. And when I hear anything like, again, because we have, Glasnow's been out for how long with back spasms?
Yeah, it's been a good month.
But he's also been out in Manhattan Beach. I saw him.
Yeah, he's
Saw Tyler.
Oh.
We're out together. What's up?
got pictures of him, too.
Hey.
I was going to go try
Love
to get him
that.
on the show,
Name
but I had a
dropping.
lot to drink.
Good for you.
Well, I was at Hercules, so I was like at 1 in the morning.
I love that you
sure
call
it was
it. I love that you
appropriate.
call it Hercules. Irks.
Irks?
Irks.
Irks.
Okay.
Good.
I'm
the
disappointed
locals.
you didn't go up to
I
him.
just moved there. Let's get to know
Yeah,
thank you.
Irks.
I love that you called Irks.
Yeah, that's what the locals call it. Yeah, you're a transplant.
It's been a minute for you. They've changed it.
Born and raised?
No, the Chamber of Commerce just like officially 3 weeks ago
Yeah,
changed
nice try.
to the switch.
Nice try.
I'm just,
Nice
I don't
try.
know.
Yeah.
I'm just a transplant. Keep up with the Chamber of Commerce
Exactly.
statements.
How did the back look when he was out and about at Irks? or
He was playing
Hercules?
some pool, playing some billiards.
No.
Yeah, hanging.
No, he wasn't.
He took a picture and I put it through AI ChatGPT saying, how does the back look in this picture?
Oh, what did it say?
And
I did send you a picture.
Yeah,
Was
they
that
couldn't
creepy?
detect anything.
Wait, let me
Yeah.
see this creeper shot.
Okay, yeah, it's really
I
hard to
love a
find
good
it.
creeper shot.
I would have
You
gone up to
shouldn't-
him. Wouldn't you have? Just
I
like,
Well, I say hi to everybody.
yeah,
but I
right?
wasn't
You got to go up
But
to
I'm
him.
not usually at Irks. I'm across the street at my private club at 900 Club,
what's
and
Irks?
that's where.
Gotcha. Flexing.
Okay.
Yeah.
The queen
I
of
don't
Manhattan
know
Beach
so
right
much
here.
about the South Bay right now.
Well, because you're not a member. That's why you don't like it.
Oh.
Everyone hates on it if you're not
No,
invited.
I've been invited.
Wait. Dude, you can't even see his face.
You're not
Is this the worst?
Yeah,
I think you guys need to go out in Manhattan
It's
Beach
just
together and he
hair.
gets the most exclusive. There's
Wait,
another one too.
here we go. Here's a better one. Here he is.
How does it
I mean, look.
Okay,
this
I
is
can
the-
kinda
This is
tell.
the position that I was in. No, we're not showing that. I would be like, hey,
Hey, we're sharing
I heard they
everything on
call
this
this
desk.
place Irks.
This
You want to
is,
come
this
on
is
the
a
radio
safe
show?
space. Nothing leaves this desk except for every single person in LA listening to us right now, which I absolutely
This
love.
guy's a baller, though. See this guy right here? This guy's
How
doing
many
it.
creeper shots did you take?
He took some
Look, he's in the
pretty.
shot. He's just in the shot right here. See?
Yeah. Did you
This
do
is-
that intentionally? Like you were looking like you were getting the crowd,
is
but
so-
really you were getting
Yeah,
Tyler
I was
Glasnow?
pretending to do a selfie.
There
Yeah,
was
good.
no
Yeah.
way. If
I
you
would have
see,
gone up
if
to
you
him
see
drunk
the
like,
look
why
on
aren't
his
you
face-
rehabbing right now? We need you, bro.
This is why I
do
did
that,
Put some
you
beer in
guys.
your glass
Yeah.
now.
No,
Share,
no.
share the
This
photo.
is why I didn't go talk to him.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Hey, should we get some more?
Oh,
Guys,
Bill,
all right.
It's like one of the,
Hang
looks like
out
one of the
more
robbers
often,
from Home Alone.
Oh yeah.
We thought about it.
No.
Should we break into our
No,
friends' houses?
what game were you? What match were you watching? Was it World Cup? Was this recent?
No, this was No, this was just a random Tuesday night. I think it was a Tuesday. It was a random
This
night.
was a work night for
There's
you,
a
school
group-
night.
I mean,
I'm proud of you.
Oh,
I'm proud of you.
I'm learning so much.
I used to do this and get
They
up at 4 in the
party.
morning.
They rage.
Oh no, he can keep up with me.
Really? I can't. man.
Yeah.
One time we went
What
to this
is
bar.
keeping
We were
up,
like,
by the way?
I mean, I'll crush at least like 15 to 20 beers if I want to get down.
Crazy.
But I don't really drink every day. I mean, I have kind of transitioned to wine
It was wild.
these days.
I've
but
transitioned.
Oh, the grape.
You're
on the grape.
Exactly. I'm on the grape now.
Nice.
We were out at a bar one time, and
very
we were
fancy.
having the time of our life, and we didn't realize it was Dodgers PR behind us, and a lot of the beat writers that cover the Dodgers, literally like right behind us.
Behind us, yeah.
And we're
Where
saying
were
all
you?
kinds of crazy stuff. We were at, they call it Shells.
Oh.
Shell.
Shell.
Shay.
The locals
Shay.
call S.
The locals
The
are Shay.
locals call S. You're
It's
not
just
from
S.
there.
No,
Yeah.
it's just. You
Shell
don't call it
back?
anything. Yeah, Shells. We're at Shells.
Yeah,
And
I love
Shelley's?
shells.
Did you get a hat there?
I didn't actually.
Oh,
I
you
meant
didn't
to
get the
buy
famous
one.
Shellback Tavern hat?
I know.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
I have a couple. I have the black one. That's a classic. But
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So we were raging there. Thankfully, we didn't say anything too crazy. They ended up actually. The Dodgers PR was like, "Do they know we're here?" And then I saw all these drinks in front of us, and they had just basically treated us all these drinks. So it was good times. Yeah.
It's a great
So
way to end the show right there.
we need a night out
We
with
do.
D-Mac
Yeah,
and
we do.
Ryder.
Oh, yeah.
That,
Name
that's
the
what's
night.
gonna happen.
D-Mac and Ryder
well,
bar
now
crawl.
that we're in the South Bay, let's do it.
I'm down.
All right,
He'll
don't
come out.
go anywhere, you guys. D-Mac and Ryder coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan.
All right, what up? Welcome into the show, D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, you can text injury help to 40222. You can also call us, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. We're on the stream, on X, on YouTube, at The Fan LA. Get in there, say what's up, jump in the comments, let us know you're hanging, push the bell button and the I like this button because you like Bill Reiter and you love Doug McCain. Can I go third person in that context? Like when I'm kind of setting up the show, is it still kind of a little weird?
I think you go third person in
Yeah, a
that
little bit.
situation with the music in the background, easing into
There's
it,
a
all the
vibe.
hype. There's a vibe. I love it. I think it's sick.
You know we just did crosstalk. You know the name of your neighborhood. Mid-Wilshire, right? That's
Well, I just moved to this part of town
Okay,
back in
that's fair.
February, and it's not quite Culver City. It's a little south of Mid-City. I just say I live in Los Angeles, the city of angels, baby.
I like it over here, and my daughter goes to college in a year, and I've told friends of mine that I might leave the South Bay. I might look around here, and they look at me like I'm crazy. I like being down here. I like the vibe. I like the food. I like the energy.
I'm
I
about
like
it
the-
too. I've lived in
Yeah.
Santa Monica, I've lived in Westwood, I've lived in Pasadena, and I like the fact that it's centrally located enough too. If you want to go to crypto, if you want to be in the heart of the city, if you want to go to the west side, is a little bit of everything.
everywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
I-
But I feel like you're in your Manhattan Beach bubble, man.
Oh, well, that's the thing. I want to get out of that bubble. I didn't know there were people like D-Mac out of the bubble. It changed my life.
Now you're a Manhattan Beach dad, bro. And you also got the tennis club. If you find
Oh,
a
wow.
really good tennis club.
I do have a good tennis club.
Was that an out? Right
I guess
there?
a little bit.
It's okay.
I like to pretend that I play. I was like, I play tennis at the courts.
No, it's a club.
It is a tennis club.
It's a club.
But honestly, when I show up, so often the members throw their keys to me and say, "Don't get a scratch on it," that I think maybe I don't belong. No, that's real.
Valet and park.
I can't tell you how many times I go in the hot sauna and guys are like, "This is for members only." That's actually happened to me. Like, no, I know.
So that's your side job, actually.
I'm
Yeah.
right. Could you tip me, please? So I could. Yeah.
We'll wash dishes for tennis matches.
So I'm a VIP tennis person. You're a VIP Disney person, and that's just what we're learning about each other here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Speaking of newness, we have a new landing spot for Giannis Antetokounmpo. You have probably heard this over the course of the day, but we do want to start the show with it to get into the trade itself and what we think it means, but also maybe an illustration of how quickly the NBA, to quote Ferris Bueller, how quickly life comes at you in the NBA, how quickly change comes at you, as maybe a warning sign for the Lakers and a potential maybe opportunity. 24 hours ago, we were on Giannis watch because the NBA draft is tonight. In fact, it's in a little bit less than 3 hours. Lakers have the 25th pick, so that probably won't happen until we're probably talking 7 or 7:30 here on the West Coast. Obviously, the draft is elsewhere. So we'll probably we'll get into some of the possibilities. We'll break down the actual pick tomorrow. But in the lead up to that, we knew that Giannis would probably be moved. He has been. He's gone to the Miami Heat. That's the place that the Milwaukee Bucks chose. Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Bucks and the owner of the Browns, reportedly was a big decision maker in choosing Miami over Boston. So I suppose, D-Mac, we can I was going to celebrate the fact that Boston didn't get Giannis, but I'm actually not so, as a way of like, that's good for the Lakers, what's bad for the Celtics is good for LA fans. I'm not sure Giannis is a win. We're going to find out. The price was Giannis and Bobby Portis went to Miami. They are hard capped into the first 8, Prince. They have very little flexibility. Tyler Hero comes back to Milwaukee. Khalil Ware, who you and I have discussed, I think would have been a great fit for the Lakers, comes back. Jaime Jaquez, do you want to try the pronunciation game with me? Kasparis Jushinos. Like crushed it.
Yeah.
3 first-round picks, a pick swap, and a second rounder. I understand people in LA wanted Giannis, and that was never going to happen for reasons we will discuss. I'm not sure that the team that won Giannis won. I guess time will tell. I'm not high on Giannis anymore, the way that I used to be.
I was for a long time, just because of the history of centers, and you pair them with a really, really good guard or a small four. We've seen that in the history of the Lakers, that's what wins championships, from Kobe and Shaq to Kobe and Powell, LeBron AD to Kareem and Magic. I mean, the list goes on and on. But I think you're right in the
Knicks
difference.
just paired a bunch of stars
Yeah,
together.
what the Knicks did with
Cat
Cat
and
Jalen Brunson. The best version of Giannis is still a top 3 player in the NBA. He truly is. But he's also over 30. He's been dealing with a calf injury. Will he be healthy throughout the course of his career with the Miami Heat? I still think if there was a path for the Lakers to get Giannis Antetokounmpo,
you would have gone for it?
I would have gone for it. I really would have. Just because this is the NBA, this is star power, and you can't convince me that a pairing of Giannis and Luka Doncic, having 2 top 5 players, even though depth is more important than ever in the National Basketball Association, that those two could have at least made a deep run defensively, what Giannis could do to clean things up. Not the best and most perfect fit, but Giannis is still really good. He's still an elite defender.
I mean, if you're doing the pick and roll with Luka, could work. A few notes here. One, Rob Pelinka has mismanaged, at a minimum, the last 2 drafts so thoroughly, there were not the resources to get Giannis. 2, Giannis has been on the record as saying he doesn't really like Los Angeles. So that maybe just it wasn't the fit for him. But you're right. My concerns about Giannis, and it could be great, by the way, for the Heat. They went from 40-1 to 14-1 to win the East. They went from middle of the pack to the 3rd best odds to come out of the East. I think Vegas is wrong. We'll see what that organization, Pat Riley and his front office, can do to build around him. There's massive restrictions that they're going to have. There are some offshoots that could impact the Lakers. Andrew Wiggins he's a wing. He's fine as a player. He's good. He's not a game changer. The Heat can bring him back, but they will do so if they do so at the absolute cost of any roster depth. So there is a world where he could be traded. That might be interesting for the Lakers. He'd be a good fit, I think, with Luka. And it sounds like the Bucks see Kel'el Ware correctly as a centerpiece of this trade. I'll just point out Ware, 7-foot center, who's, I think, a pretty interesting prospect. He's a good player. He's only under contract through 28. If Milwaukee can't build a competitive team between now and 28, you might run the risk of having to pay this guy a bunch of money or move him on. So maybe there's a world where if they think the rebuild goes longer, that they trade Kel'el Ware. The Lakers could be in on that. And I'll point out that the first-round picks that they got are pretty late. They're in the 30s. And so John Horst and that organization pushed them way back to theoretically when Giannis is broken and when he's not able to be effective, and therefore those draft picks could be more valuable. If you're the Bucks, my concern about Giannis, whether it had been the Celtics or Miami, is that he's older. He is 32 in December. He is, I know it's a different position, but it reminds me of Russell Westbrook. When his athleticism goes away, I think you're going to have some issues because he's not a shooter, and it's not like he's a back to the basket, 4 or wherever you want to put him. But if you were the Lakers, you're right. Like a win now situation maybe would have made sense, but that was never going to be an option for this city, for this organization, because LA does not have enough assets to go get a player like this. They don't have enough young pieces, and we just saw the Miami Heat. I'm shocked by it, but the Heat beat out a Celtics trade package that included Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown just finished top 5 in the MVP voting. He is a defensive star. He is an offensive threat. He has been the second best so-called player on a championship team, but I actually covered that finals. I think he was much better in those finals. Certainly the playoff run than Jason Tatum was. And I think the lesson here is if you eventually want to retool, if you want to go get a star, if you want a star hunt in modern basketball, it's not the Showtime Lakers era. You have to have young players that teams want. And that means the draft tonight is important. And I know we've said this, D-Mac. I just worry about Rob Pelinka being the decision maker because you swing and miss again at 25 in a year or two. If Luka's unhappy, you will not have what it takes to go get whoever the next disgruntled superstar is.
I agree. And I think that's a perfect way to frame it as far as the Lakers' perspective goes, because Rob Pelinka, this organization, they didn't do very much of the trade deadline outside the Luke Kennard piece, and that definitely was a plus, but it's not this massive game changer. Last year, you really didn't do much, and they pushed everything to the summer of 2026. And this was supposed to be not the end-all, be-all, but at least a time where you're making progress towards the build around Luka Doncic. And yes, there's moves to be made. Yes, the free agency class isn't great. Yes, you can still use that cap space in a sign-and trade for maybe a Walker Kessler type, someone like that. But I think the disappointing thing to me is, as you mentioned, I'm not saying that the Lakers were in it for Giannis Antetokounmpo, right? They weren't the major players. That ultimately, Giannis did hold the keys because If he wanted to force himself to the Lakers, he would have made that known. As you point out a few minutes ago, he never waxed poetically about living in Los Angeles. He never spoke highly about just the lineage of big men in purple and gold. If he wanted to force himself to the Lakers, he really didn't do much to make that happen. But to me, I think the disappointing thing is, as you mentioned, the inability to hit in the draft and to have those assets to where you're even in the conversation for a Giannis Antetokounmpo type player. Because the Heat, they just walked into the casino, they pushed every chip in the middle of the table, and they hit what they consider the jackpot, right? They got Giannis Antetokounmpo, whereas the Lakers, it's not like they did anything wrong, but they never had enough chips to even sit at that table.
Well, I think that's what they, D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, I think that's what they did do wrong. I don't think Giannis is coming here even if you have the assets. And something we talk about a lot or we're aware of. Why is Shohei Ohtani a Dodger and an Angel before that? Why are Japanese pitchers often in Los Angeles? Because it's as close to home as you can get in Major League Baseball. In fairness to Giannis, right, I've lived in Miami. I've lived near Milwaukee. I live in L.A. L.A. is 1,000 times better, but the guy is from Greece. He does go home in the offseason. So Miami gets you closer to home. But I'll say Rob Pelinka has swung and missed on, Dalton Connect is just, and not only that, Jaylen Brown is going to probably be moved. And the Celtics have made him probably disgruntled, given the fact that they put his name out there in sort of trade circles. But people want Jaylen Brown. So at least Boston can get value for Brown, even if Brown woke up today and goes, what the holy hell? You almost traded me and I didn't get traded. I'm in this sort of cycle of feeling bad about myself. Connect, as we all know, almost got traded too, but he doesn't have any excellence. He doesn't have a pedigree. He doesn't have a resume. So you break his relationship with the organization and nobody wants him too. It's just, I don't think the Lakers could have gotten Giannis, but they weren't even able to have a conversation because Pelinka has not managed the team well enough.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that the Lakers are trying. You can't win a bidding war with Monopoly money, right? They showed up to the table with 2-2s and the Celtics and the Heat. They had pocket aces, right? You are not going to be able to compete with those teams when you've had asset mismanagement, when you have not drafted well. And I think there is a sense of delusion with Rob Pelinka and the Lakers internally. I think they think that magically, because of the history of this league, because of this magnetic force field that they feel like they have towards superstars, that you're just going to end up with the Giannis Antetokounmpos of the world. But you look at someone like a Pat Riley, who struck out on guys like Damian Lillard. He struck out on guys like Kevin Durant. Ultimately, he got his big white whale in Giannis Antetokounmpo, and he's going to pair him with Bam Adebayo. They're going to form probably the best defensive front court in the NBA, and they're going to pursue a championship. But the Lakers, there just was no buzz. And I think that I just don't fully trust this organization to manage every single asset properly, to draft properly, to put the right team around Luka Doncic. So I'll be honest with you, it keeps me up at night. I wake up at 3:30 in the morning in a cold sweat thinking about, will Luka Doncic want to pull a Giannis 2 years from now?
Oh, I think he might. By the way, I do want to give Pat Riley some credit. He got Shaquille O'Neal, won a championship. He got LeBron James, won 2 championships, made 4 finals. He got Jimmy Butler when that was still, I think, a pretty good haul, made a finals. And now he's gotten Giannis. And so maybe this will work in a way that those of us, D-Mac and I included here on D-Mac and Reiter, don't see, because we are skeptical. And you're absolutely right. And there is a world where Luka wakes up in a year or two and demands to be somewhere else, which will be, I think, a psychic shock to Lakers fans, because most of us don't understand not wanting to be in LA. Either, like you, Doug, you are from Los Angeles and you understand its magic and its beauty and its weather and why it's the greatest city on the face of the earth, or you are like me and you found your way here, and having understood the winters of the Midwest and what it's like to live in New York and Miami, you realize there's no place like LA and you're never going to leave. I'm not sure Luka would be in the second category, obviously. I'm not sure he feels that way. The vibe he has on LA, especially when I got traded, wasn't great. And the problem in this trade, this Giannis Antetokounmpo trade to the Heat, illustrates something you keep bringing up. I think it's a great point that I want to reiterate on D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. There are 2 ways to build an NBA champion. You can just spend all the picks for players now, like the New York Knicks have done. If you pull that off, it's hard to do. You can win the whole thing. Or you can rebuild. You can go the Oklahoma City route, and the Spurs got Wemby and got lucky. But the Thunder route is a great example of Presti tried it with stars. He tried it with Paul George and Russell Westbrook and Chris Paul. It didn't work, and he said, to hell with it, I'm going to tear the whole thing down. The Bucks had a choice in which route they wanted to go. They could have gone with the star route with Jaylen Brown, and they could have gone the rebuild route, which they did with Hero and Ware and Jaquez and these 3 first-round picks, which are, by the way, unprotected, could be very, very valuable. One of those picks is today. Okay. You pointed the Lakers don't have that choice. So the problem becomes, to your point, if Luka Doncic wants out in a year or two, if tonight's draft doesn't go well, and not just the draft, what you do with LeBron James, what you do with Austin Reeves, how you fill out this roster, if it's not properly executed this summer, the summer of 26, where we have heard from reports lately where the Lakers told Luka, we will make it right for you to be a Laker starting in the summer of 26. That's now. If they don't make it right, if they don't thread this needle, if they don't navigate a very brutal CBA, it's not an easy thing to manage the way it was 10 years ago, the Lakers are not going to be able to wake up the way the Bucks were and to say, should we go now or should we go future in terms of a rebuild? And part of what the Bucks being able to do in having a choice is to drive the price up. That won't be the Lakers. If Luka wants to leave, they'll have to get a star in return, and that will limit very severely the market price for him. This trade should be an illustration to everybody, including the Guggenheim Group and Andrew Friedman, who I hope is paying attention. You have to get this summer right. You have to stick the landing, because if you don't, if you stumble a little bit, it could cost the Lakers for years and years. That's, for me, the takeaway of this trade.
Love it. And I think that's spot on, as always, because, I mean, when you look at the way the Lakers view their experience with Luka Doncic, it's not forever. And my big takeaway, too, on top of this, Bill, is we cannot trust Rob Pelinka to draft properly in most cases. So you might as well use that pick. You might as well use a couple of those picks to find some players that can help you in the aftermath. Maybe the ripple effect, Khalil Ware, who there's some interest in, adding a center, using those picks to get a Walker Kessler, like I mentioned. Can you make a offer for an RFA like a Payne Watson or a Jalen Duren? I mean, they have to be aggressive this offseason. You have to get at least one or two of those key pieces that Luka Doncic needs to have a puncher's chance in the Western Conference. But I do see some spin cycle from Lakers fans, some Lakers analysis. I do see some cope. And for me, I'm hearing Lakers fans say, oh, Giannis is already going to turn 32. Oh, Giannis is someone that could be injured. Brother, the Lakers just had a 27-year-old in Luka Doncic and a 28-year-old in Austin Reeves both be injured towards the end of the season and in the playoffs. All great players have a chance of getting injured, but the Miami Heat, they did the hardest thing to do in basketball. They got a top 3 player. You can find role players, you can draft prospects. You're not going to find a 2-time MVP. It's not as easy.
Is he a top 3 player?
I mean, I look at some of the advanced. Okay, I would say
I don't know, man. I mean, he's
who
top
do you have
5.
ahead of him? Who do you have ahead of Giannis, the Greek Freak?
I mean,
I have 100%
I have 3 players 100% ahead of Giannis.
Okay.
I have Wemby ahead of Giannis. I have SGA ahead of Giannis. I have Jokic ahead of Giannis. But I'm doing semantics because top 3, top 5. It's a degree of millimeters, and it's hard to properly assess.
I got Giannis for SGA. I mean, I think at their very best right now,
I
think the Greek Freak's over the SGA. Jokic and Wemby, I think I don't know if he's ready to win like Giannis has proven he's been able to win.
Jokic is a better player.
I will not debate that.
He's the best player in the NBA.
But he did not perform well in the playoffs.
Along with Wemby. That's fair.
He was not good.
D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. Over on the chat, there's a really good point, and it just illustrates how little things become significant. I want to read this to you. It's from Robert Wallace 490, who's a regular person in the chat at the Fan LA. Robert, we love you, and to everyone else who's joining the chat, finding it, being part of that community here on 97.1 The Fan via YouTube. Awesome, thank you. Robert points out that not drafting the UCLA kid was not good either. Jaquez, to say the least. And I had forgotten this. So Jaime Jaquez was drafted. Remember, UCLA guy. So the thing about the NBA and about, I would say NFL too, is that you should be able to scout in your own backyard better than everyone else. All of these NBA scouts, I can speak to this as a former NBA guy, they are constantly on the road. There's no excuse. It's not like you couldn't see Jaime Jaquez when you were Rob Pelinka or you were Magic Johnson or you were any of these guys because it's literally in your backyard. Jaquez went 18 in that draft. Jalen Hood-Schifino went 17 in that draft. An absolute botch. And here's the thing. When Jaquez got drafted, because I was doing it was deep in NBA draft work and NBA insider work at the time. D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Reiter. I was deep in it. I remember some sort of GMs kind of making fun of this pick a little bit. And I mean, I shouldn't be saying this, but whatever. I'm close to people in Miami. I call one of the big shots there. I won't say which one, but I called one of the big shots there, one of the people that are report directly to Pat Riley, who I think is really smart and is a very respected person. And I just said, everyone's giving you bleep for this this pick. And he said the people that know, and sort of walked me through why Hawkeyes was going to be a good player. And my point is this. That is the kind of confidence to draft someone that you're sure of when other GMs aren't, that you have to succeed. Now, is this the same thing as Danny Ainge getting Jason Tatum? No, but it's the same principle. I see what other people don't see. And my worry about Pelinka is that this is an example of if you draft Hawkes instead of the guy they drafted, you have a serviceable player under your control, or you have a player that you can trade for guys that matter. And if you draft a Hawkes and then the right guy in the next draft instead of Connect, now you have 2 really good players. And while you're probably not trading them along with 3 first-round picks to go get a star, because those guys are performing so well that Luka and LeBron and Austin Reeves actually have a better season because you've got the right players, you could go get a Jaylen Brown right now who's available. If you had Hawkes and you had whoever you should have drafted in the Connect draft, and frankly, I don't want to pick on Bronny. It's very rare to find somebody in the second round. But the reason you don't draft Bronny is you go find someone that has a high ceiling, you can make it work. And so part of the reason the Heat landed Giannis, whether you agree or disagree with whether that was the right decision by them, is because they did a better job drafting an LA player, a UCLA player in LA's own backyard. And this is why tonight's draft is so important. And dude, I'm not when they call whoever the 25th pick is in the draft, I am not going to know if that's a good pick. That is deep in the draft. But that is Rob Pelinka's job. And nothing he has done has showcased he knows how to draft at all, let alone in that position.
Oh, for sure. I mean, not only Jaime Jaquez, they could have taken Cam Whitmore, you could have taken Podzinski. There was a couple of different players that would have been better than Jalen Hood-Schifino that was an absolute bust for this team. And that's what Rob Pelinka does. It's almost like he's a fantasy basketball owner that just turns the auto draft on, and then they pick the player that's supposed to be selected at that part of the draft. And then after, he wonders why that player wasn't a part of his strategy. So, yeah, it's a miss on his part, and the faith that I have in him as far as player evaluation and scouting has definitely taken a major hit. There's going to be a lot of pressure to bring in someone that can at least contribute, someone that can at least develop into an asset. And trust me, as a UCLA Bruin, I would have loved nothing more than to see Jaime Jaquez. I mean, if you knew me back then, if you knew in my group chats back then,
into it?
I was almost in tears when we didn't take Jaime Jaquez, just because I want him so badly for this team. Just
runner-up six
Mexican
man of the year this year, by the
roots.
way. People that don't know.
I mean, he's a 15-5 guy. He's a 15-5 guy, and he's still developing.
And he's exactly what you need to win him. I mean, look, the Heat also, they recognized his culture and, he's the Heat way thing. That guy will do what's necessary to win.
Yeah.
He's the anti-Ronaldo who'll get his flower. I know he did a couple goals earlier in the show. 855-97 LA fan. 855-97 LA fan. All right, we will circle back to the Giannis trade. We'll circle back. There's actually some more Luka, I think, connection to this we'll do later in the show. But we do want to talk to you about the Dodgers game yesterday, the no-hitter, sort of, from 6 innings for Mr. Lauer. Freddie Freeman plays the hero again. And we've got some, I guess it's good news, bad news, maybe silver lining for Kyle Tucker. We will get into the real meaning behind yesterday's Dodgers win next here on DMAC and Reiter. to the show, D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. All right, we will get back to the Giannis trade. Jaylen Brown is reportedly on the market. If he gets moved today, there's a sense that there's an outside chance that could happen. The Celtics there's a lot of reports coming out fielding phone calls, looking to move him. We'll let you know. And we will get back into, in about an hour, how we think some dominoes that are falling are a warning sign to the Lakers as it relates to guys wanting to be out of their respective teams. Giannis obviously has been traded. There's talk about Anthony Edwards. We'll get into how the Lakers need to avoid that being Luka Doncic in a year or so. We're going to get into Ohtani speaking about wanting to be a pitcher. We'll preview tonight's Dodgers game. I guess it's under a little bit of a rainout watch, possibly.
It looks like it. It's not official yet, but it looks like there is some inclement weather in Minnesota. We'll see. It should be good. I mean, right now it looks okay. But it clearly is something they're monitoring.
We will keep you updated. There's an inclement GM running the Los Angeles Lakers. We will talk about that guy. Harvard Headlines, NFL Report. We'll do some a World Cup catch-up later and Rooter Hero of the Day nominations in just a little bit. So yesterday, Will Klein was the opener, gave up a run. Lauer came in. Eric Lauer, who's been amazing. 2.54 ERA in his, 28 and a third innings as a Dodger. A credit to my guy, Doug McCain, who cautioned me when Lauer came on board not to call him an absolute bum, which I did, but to recognize the Dodgers kind of know what they're doing, which, like my partner here on D-Mac and Reiter, they certainly do. We had a Ohtani home run, which happened while we were on the air. We later had a Freddie Freeman home run that became the game winner. And I want to, Eric Lauer, 6 innings pitched, came in the second inning, no hits, 3 walks, 2 Ks. And I want to credit Dave Roberts because maybe the first manager in history to thwart a no-hitter before the game even began. I know you're going to disagree with me. We can't even have the should Eric Lauer have been kept in for the no-hitter argument because they wouldn't let the guy start. I mean, come on, man. How dumb are we? Too smart by half.
So you're guaranteeing that Eric Lauer's going to 1, 2, 3 in the first inning?
Don't chaos near me.
Yeah.
Don't.
Is that what you're saying? That's what you're suggesting. You're suggesting.
What's his name? Ashton Kutcher? Don't Ashton Kutcher butterfly affect me.
Last time I checked, they won the game 2-1 in a game that was a pitcher's duel. It was a game where offense came at a premium. I do agree that it did feel a little cute heading into it. But
it worked great.
It did work.
It was
in retrospect,
in the sense that Klein was amazing.
So Klein did give up the home run, but there's no guarantee. But there's no Eric Lauer could have given up 3 runs in that inning. There's no way to tell.
Eric Lauer is now first reliever in 50-some years to go 6 innings since Dave Stewart is. I don't even care about the stupid stat. Come on. Let him pitch from the beginning. And you're the one that noted that he didn't like it at his last shot.
He threw 84 pitches. Okay, so to think that he was going to pitch well enough and efficiently enough to get a no-hitter is a little unlikely. So, look, I'm okay with it. I think the bigger takeaway as far as the Eric Lauer piece of this was just the simple fact that is something that he had an issue with in Toronto. And that something is having an opener used for him, meaning that they used a relief pitcher to cover the first inning, the top of the order for the Twins, and allow Eric Lauer to cover those 6 innings. He, in the past, had issues with that, but he spoke recently and he had these really, really interesting comments about how the Dodgers got him. He said, the Dodgers got me immediately. They figured me out right away. They knew exactly how to help me. He also...
Wait, they had him at hello?
They had him at hello. They really did. And it was love at first sight. And
like you and me.
Like you and me, man.
All right.
And you got.
When did we first meet? I'm trying to think the first time I ever met you. Was it in Manhattan Beach?
It was in Manhattan Beach.
Was it at Irks?
It was... I think it was...
Don't be irked.
You a little irked by that one? What was that place called? I forgot. We got kicked out of 2 places.
Yeah, we went to Strand House.
Yeah, I remember the bouncer threw you, and you hit a car hood after he threw you out. No. But,
and then you're like, don't touch my guy.
Leave him alone.
Leave him alone. I'm done.
But yeah, it had to be somewhere in Manhattan Beach. I want to say...
love at first sight.
Yeah, love at first sight. But yeah, so Eric Lauer,
we'll go back to baseball.
Really interesting stuff is he talked about when he was with the Brewers, it was a running joke that there was the language of Lauer, that people didn't understand his language. They didn't know how to communicate with him. Now, whether that's his fault, whether that was the team's fault.
No, that sounds like a him thing.
It feels like it's a little bit of both. Who knows, 60-40, 50-50. But he did say that the Dodgers adjusted to him, and the big difference for him is he was telling Mark Pryor and Connor McGinnis, Dodgers pitching coaches, that he was falling backwards and that he would catch himself, and that it was this really weird concept that it would feel like he was falling backwards, but when they would review the tape, it wouldn't look like he was falling at all. So they basically told him, they said, hey, what you're doing, it's fine, and you have to separate the feel from the feeling. So there was this conceptual stuff with the Dodgers that was so impressive. And how you said, 2.54 ERA with the Dodgers, a 6.69 ERA with the Blue Jays. They found the magic again, man. They really have.
They have been Midas in almost every way. By the way, Tanner Scott had a perfect ninth for his 10th save. Freddie Freeman played the hero again. But even Midas had some problem, right? Midas is not a story about here's how you get gold. It's a story about be careful. Sometimes thinking you're smarter than everyone can lead to some problems. We still have a Kyle Tucker problem. And in this case, and we knew this yesterday, he took himself out. Back spasms is the sort of day-to-day report. And I saw Dylan Hernandez put out there what you've been talking about. It does seem like this is an opportunity for the Dodgers to do what you, Doug McCain, have recommended yesterday on DMAC and Reiter, to just use this, real or otherwise, an excuse or not, cover reality, who let Kyle Tucker have a little mental break.
I almost feel bad for suggesting this yesterday, for almost feeling like I was manifesting this, because I did say before the game yesterday that they should almost find a reason to put Kyle Tucker on the injured list, to allow himself to have that mental reset, to allow himself to find out what mechanical issues he's having with his swing, because he has been very inept at the plate, to the point where the longer that this lasts, the more criticism he's going to face. The longer that we see this with Kyle Tucker, you're going to see this build up. And this is a perfect opportunity, no matter how he feels. He could be feeling 110% today. He could be feeling the best he's ever felt. But this is an opportunity to say, look, we've got Ryan Ward, we've got Alex Call, they can platoon in one of the corner spots. Also, we have a young prospect in James Tibbs III that can come up and get his opportunity and allow Kyle Tucker to figure some things out, because it's just not right. Maybe the back is a contributing factor, but this is a perfect opportunity. I think the Dodgers, I want to see today, give him the opportunity to take at least 10 days off, hit the reset button, and then come back and focus on really the second half of the season.
DMAC and Reiter, he has been garbage. He has not played well. He has, Bursch. He's been garbage. However, I will recognize that guys have bad stretches, and an adjustment period to new teams, including the Dodgers, can be difficult. You may not get your wish for a 10-day Tucker-free reality for his sake, DMAC, based on what he said pregame, although the Dodgers maybe could just impose this upon him again under the guise of injury. But from pregame today, Dodgers game 2 in Minnesota, 4:40 is when first pitch is probably going to happen if the game is not rained out. We're monitoring that for you. Kyle Tucker said he's, quote, pretty confident, end quote, he will be able to avoid the injured list. Said he's feeling better than yesterday, but can still feel it a little in his back when he's trying to rotate. He did not go for imaging. I don't know this. We're just taking this from reports that are out there. But whenever there's a quote that explains a lot of things, but what's in quotations is 2 words, it's usually someone who's sort of surly. This just sounds like surly Kyle Tucker again. Can we turn him into Smile Tucker, please? I want the guy not to be so miserable.
Yeah, I mean, you do see him have some success at the plate first, because even yesterday, it did feel like this wasn't going to happen, just because typically when a player gets injured and they are concerned that there's a chance they would throw them on the injured list, you would see them talking to the trainers more in the dugout. You'd probably see him not in the dugout. But after he was removed from the game yesterday, there were some of those shots, him talking to Aaron Bates, the Dodgers hitting coach, and some of the other hitting coaches there. So that tells you that there was a pretty high likelihood that this wasn't going to happen, but I think this is a missed opportunity. I truly do believe that. I mean, right now, a 707 OPS. That is 109th out of 152 qualified hitters. That is atrocious. For a guy that's making $60 million per year, he has struggled throughout the season. He should find a reason to not try to swing his way through this. Sometimes if you try to swing your way through something,
it's okay. Like to your point, just take a break. Can I, DMAC and Reiter, can I bring up one of my what's become my new dog with a bone thing on the Dodgers? Yesterday I brought up, and it wasn't me, I saw this on Dodgers Muse. I was sort of aware of it, that whoever hits in the 2 hole for the Dodgers has been garbage. And they at Dodgers News pointed out that Pages was hitting .239 in the 2 hole entering Sunday's game and .385 or something along those lines when he was in the 6th spot. Yesterday, Pages went 0-for-5. Here is my question for you, and he was in the 2 spot. I'm being serious. Don't dismiss it. Don't dismiss it. Best friends, do you believe in baseball curses? I do.
I do. I think you can change things,
here, man.
You can change things.
Some holy water?
Get some sage.
Sage.
Give Jobu some rum, like Major League.
Okay.
There's got to be some things. And look, bad juju is real. I mean, I remember Mookie Betts. I was at the game a couple weeks ago, and I noticed his socks were down, and I pointed out, and he was like, "Hey, you got to try something, right?" So, I mean, that's Mookie Betts, a future Hall of Famer, talking about that. So, guys will change things. They'll go socks up. They'll go socks down. They'll shave their beard. They will shave their head. They'll grow things out. I mean, they're a creeper. They're creatures of habit.
They're creepers?
They're creatures of habit.
They'll creep on
and,
you. If things go bad enough, they will creep on you. Who's that
creepers
behind me?
of habit? Yeah. No, they are
It's
creatures
Tyler
of habit.
Glasnow.
They absolutely are.
Going well.
And look, but the truth is, I mean, it's fun to think about when it comes to baseball, but really it's just because hitting is very, very difficult, and it's a very, very long season.
But let me read this to you. I know hitting's difficult, but the Dodge, I just looked this up on AI, so there's an 80% chance it's true. There's an 80% chance the Dodgers are hitting in the 2 spot this year .213 with a .275 on base percentage and a .327 slugging percentage. Hitting's not that difficult when you're talking about a major leaguer in the 2 spot of the best lineup in baseball, when you've got Freddie Freeman protecting you and Shohei Ohtani hitting in front of you. I mean, what in the hell is happening? Maybe a lot of sage.
I mean,
and a lot of rum.
I mean, that's definitely a reason to think about that. I mean, it definitely, if it does feel like, I don't know, man. I don't know what they've done to really piss off the baseball guys.
Kyle Tucker back in the 2 spot after 10 days out. That's my recipe.
That's recipe?
With sage and rum.
That was the original play. I mean, that's what they wanted to do originally. I think that, for me, I think this Dodgers offense would be the most optimal if you just said Shohei Ohtani, you're batting second.
Yep.
It alleviates some of the pressure of leading off when you're pitching, because clearly that's a major priority for him. And you get Mookie Betts some opportunity to see some better pitches. That is the optimal lineup, because you can't go into a long stretch where the 2 hole is not productive. Really, in baseball, over the last 10 years, lineup construction has changed a lot. It used to be your best hitter was batting third, your best run producer was batting fourth. Now your best hitter really bats second, and sometimes first if you're Shohei Ohtani.
Right,
So
if you're the Dodgers.
Yeah.
It's driving me crazy. It's just driving me nuts. Put them in the 2. I'm 100% with you. D-Mac and Reiter, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we're going to give voice, as we do every day, to those sports figures, largely in Southern California, sometimes outside of LA, who deserve to be recognized as a hero, the Rooter hero of the day. Coming up next on D-Mac and Reiter. or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. Phone number 855-97-LA-FAN. If you're hanging out on the chat over on X or YouTube, at the Fan LA, at the Fan LA. Thank you. Get in the comments. Be part of the show. We will read them. We appreciate you hanging out with us. It is time for one of our favorite segments we do.
It's time for the Rooter Hero of the Day.
Can I go first? Do you mind? I just want to get this out of the way. I hate this. I'm going to nominate Ronaldo because he did score 2 goals in Portugal's win, and they were good goals. And more than that, there was a free kick where everyone thought Ronaldo was going to take it because he's normally the most selfish human being on the face of the earth as it relates to sports, and he let his teammate take it, and it fooled the goalie, and it led to a goal. So credit where it's due. This is my dead face.
There was a little smile there.
Ronaldo,
yeah. There was
Ronaldo nominated.
Giving CR7 his love. You love to see it. Hey, that just proves that you give credit where credit's due. I thought it was really awesome hearing the whole stadium
celebration. My son Henry had a whole stretch where he scored a bunch of goals and would do that, and it was the worst part of that experience.
Really?
Yeah. It's a good celebration.
Ronaldo, a lot of pressure on Messi now.
No, there's not. And now
a lot of pressure.
No, there's not. And now Ronaldo, is he at 16 goals? Is that where I think 16
Is that where he's
World Cup goals, putting him, I think, a couple behind Messi on the all-time list, and I believe maybe tied with Mbappe. I can't even keep track. Anyway, he's good at the soccer. Next.
I'll go with Erling Haaland. I've been really obsessed with this soccer player. There you go. Yeah, he's such an interesting dude. He looks like he would be an elite athlete in any other sport. And also, I just love the Norway tradition where they do the Viking rowing after a win, where the one dude hits the drum twice, like, doo-doo, and they go, whoo. Have you seen this?
I saw it. It's really cool.
It's so amazing. I love this thing. I need to find a place, and I need to find some fans to do this with. I'm all in on Norway now, and Holland. That's my guy.
If Holland were a Viking, I'm not going to hit it, 400 or 500 years ago, and you saw him coming, you just run. You just set your own house on fire.
Oh, my goodness. This guy's terrifying.
He's a big dude. I'm going to nominate Eric Lauer. And for overcoming Dave Roberts taking away his no-hitter before it ever began, and for 6 scoreless, this guy has been exactly what the Dodgers needed. We haven't talked a lot about this. I know we're aware, but we haven't actually done the Dodgers are felled by injuries, what's going to happen segment, because they keep winning games because guys like Eric Lauer have come in this case, and as you noted, been gotten the best part of the Midas touch of the Dodgers' understanding of how to make players better, and he's been exceptional. I mean, the 2.54 earned run average in his 28 1/3 innings with the Dodgers it's extraordinary, and credit to that guy on the performance yesterday.
Eric Lauer was big. I got to throw out another one for Tanner Scott getting the save yesterday. He continues to have this incredible redemption tour. It's funny when you're performing well, especially when you're a reliever, not a lot of people talk about you. It's almost like you're a kicker in football when you're not missing your kicks. No one's talking about you. They're only talking about when you are missing your kicks. Tanner Scott has not made a lot of noise this year, and it's because he's been having a lot of success. So Tanner Scott, absolute redemption arc. You love to see it. Got his 10th save yesterday in Minnesota.
I will throw Freddie Freeman on this list. It feels like this is like a constant for us, but another clutch hit. I mean, it was a home run. Was it the 6th inning? It was a home run that ended up being the game winner. I mean, this guy just – and how much – man, the Dodgers play and win a lot of one-run ball games.
They really do. A lot of one-run ball games, and that's how they do it. I'm going with Giannis, man. Going with Giannis today – because he gets out of Milwaukee. We want to see our superstars on big stages. And I think that he is someone who has laid a blueprint that we've seen superstars follow. If you're not happy somewhere and they're not building a contender for you, then you voice it and you get out of there. And I want Luka Doncic to put that same level of pressure on this Lakers organization. Get me a contender or get me out of here. That has to be the mindset.
Can I turn my microphone on here on 97.1 The Fan? D-Mac and Reiter. Can I go a little braggadocio Tuesday just very quickly? Can I just pat myself on the back? However many years ago, when the Milwaukee Bucks were 32-13, and Doc Rivers got to help decide what they were going to do and put himself as the coach, I wrote in columns and said on TV and radio constantly that hiring Doc Rivers would destroy the Bucks and that Giannis would be gone. And I was accused, like I am sometimes when I talk about LeBron or various things, of being a hot take artist and hating Doc Rivers, and you're wrong. The reason Giannis is gone is because the Bucks hired Doc Rivers. And I just want to nominate Doc Rivers for Hero of the Day for destroying the Milwaukee Bucks and still making a bunch of money. That is pure sarcasm. Do not put him on the Final Four. But just like, what a hero to himself. Like, how do you get paid that much money to take a generational talent and destroy his time and his window with a small market like the Milwaukee Bucks? What an accomplishment. I mean, Genghis Khan had nothing on, or the Vikings of yesteryears, on Doc Rivers' ability to pillage and destroy and burn down his own city.
That's great stuff. I love that
Wowzers.
one. I love the haters. I'll join the hater club with you, right? My next one, there. I'm going Brad Stevens. He's my hero. He runs the Celtics, president, the GM of the Boston Celtics, and he was unwilling to include players like Baylor Shireman and Hugo Gonzalez in a trade package for Giannis Antetokounmpo. So you almost ruined the Celtics a little bit, the way that you have made Jaylen Brown upset. I mean, we'll see how Jaylen Brown responds to that, but the Celtics are a team that he has not been able to get that level of success as far as acquiring players. So, yeah, president of basketball operations for the Boston Celtics. He's my hero because the Celtics are not happy today because they wanted Giannis, and the Lakers, I think, are going to get to 18 before they get the next championship.
Can I similarly nominate Pat Riley for thwarting the Celtics once again?
Yeah.
Let's
all laugh at the Celtics.
You guys are in trouble. I like Jaylen Brown, too. I like him as a person. I like him as a player.
Yeah.
He's going to, by the way, here's my hot take. If Jaylen Brown goes to the right place, I think that team can be better than the Celtics. How's that for a take? Can't go somewhere where the cupboard's bare the way that I think it kind of is in Miami. You'd rather have Luka than Brown, right? Yeah, I would. I thought about it, though, today.
I mean, for sure.
A couple years younger.
I mean, but Jaylen Brown's, like he said on his Twitch stream, he said, to all the people that doubted me or wanted me gone, you're turning me into a monster. So he's kind of got that mindset. It could be a little bit of a revenge season for Jaylen Brown. I mean, they won a championship a couple years ago, and I just think, man, Missoula with the shooters, with Giannis, that could have worked, and I'm thankful. I would have been very afraid of them winning another title, and I don't think they're going to now. So, no Giannis.
The Celtics are kind of like the Lakers in the sense that they have a superstar, and you plug Giannis into that team, they're all automatically a contender for a year or two before Giannis gets old. And the difference between the Celtics and the Lakers, unfortunately, is they draft well, and the Lakers have not.
No Green Freak.
I think that's
the Boston Greek Party.
Green. Okay. That's a good name, though.
I mean, we'll never.
Did you just come up with that, or was that a thing on the internet?
I just thought of it.
That was you.
But it's too late.
No,
should we make profit off it?
I mean, it's kind of like the shirt. Did you really give me a dirty shirt?
It was a game-worn shirt I gave you.
You really wore it.
I mean, I didn't realize I did. I have a bunch of shirts.
Get it
Maybe that
closet.
was that the
I
worn.
Hung it up. I'm just like, what is this?
No, that was a brand new shirt.
There's mustard on there.
Brand new.
Can I throw it away? Is that will that hurt our friendship?
No. Oh, just give it back, please.
How much does that cost you?
$0.
Okay, good. You're such a scammer. It's amazing. T-Mac and Reiter. Those are my
the shirt.
Those are my nominees. Do you have any others?
I think I'm solid. I really like mine today. I feel really good about my list.
I'm
Brad
shocked.
Stevens, the Green Freak.
Can I salute you? I'm not going to nominate you because I don't think we should be nominated. But if we could be nominated, I would nominate you for not nominating Shohei Ohtani. That's the ultimate panda move.
If there's a reason to do it, he did it a home run yesterday. You know what?
He's really good.
You know what? Nope. I nominate Shohei Ohtani. Hitting his okay.
Don't even. You said something in crosstalk, and you said, here's a fact, and I said, is it? And you didn't hear me because you and Ben were gabbing, and Alex Curry turned to me and goes, that was really aggressive. And I look at me, and she goes, that was really aggressive. And I go, I say that to Doug all the time.
I'm not really sure what fact that was. You're very aggressive. You're aggressive. You're aggressive.
It's
a good. I like aggressive.
I'm an aggressive person.
Aggression's good.
I'm an aggressive driver.
Yeah. Are you? Oh, I know.
I've seen you
that.
drive. Yeah.
Yeah.
You go.
Very aggressive.
Can I nominate that sound? No, we're not. We're not because it'll win.
Show you
I'll have to explain we'll have to explain on the Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. Why is the Rooter Hero of the Day? You inspire me, but not quite as much. Barely. Oh, close as Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani had an interview with Japanese media. We don't know when it was, but it's super interesting. It's about him as a pitcher, and it explains maybe the psychology of his goals this year. We'll break that down next on D-Mac and Reiter.
They have the source.
What up? Welcome back into the show. Doug McCain, Bill Reiter. Put them together, you get D-Mac and Reiter. Presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Do you know what I have to do this summer? I have to take my daughter to the East Coast for college visits.
I heard you talk about that.
Man, when I close my eyes and think of my daughter, Madeline, I think of a 4-year-old.
Wow.
But she is not 4. Your daughter is in that age.
Yeah, I was about to say, I have to take her to kindergarten visits pretty soon.
Do you guys have are you shopping kindergartents?
She's so smart, she might go right to college, Harvard.
Okay.
Right away.
Takes after you and her mom.
At 5. Yep.
Both of you.
That's going to be exciting, man. I can't wait.
It's cool. It's really cool.
Do you think you'll cry when you drop her off that one day?
The first day of college? Yeah, I'm a crier.
Really?
I'm emotional.
Just emotional guy?
I get emotional, man.
Jeez.
Yeah, you're not a crier?
Soft, bro.
Okay.
You always keep people.
I'll be soft. That's fine. That's fine.
No,
I'm an empath.
I don't cry, but sometimes my eyes will start sweating. It's a different.
Those
effect.
aren't your eyes.
It's a different. Someone's chopping onions around here, right?
Oh man, D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. When's the last time you cried? Yesterday. Just kidding.
Last time I cried. Oh, when Yamamoto, when Mookie had the error.
Okay.
Yeah.
Out of joy.
Tear of joy. It was one single tear. I was like, man, they're gonna mess with my guy Mookie.
You didn't cry. That's not a real answer.
All right.
When you were 5. Okay.
I did.
Starting lineup: Ohtani, Pages, Freeman, Betts, Edman, Muncy, Alex Call, Mr. Freeland, and Chucky. You're our only option at catcher, Robinson.
Yeah, the Chucky Robinson experience. They need to. I want Ben Rortvedt back somehow, some way, if they can find a way to pull that off. But Chucky Robinson does not look like he's able to have those big league at bats. But he's in the lineup. No Dalton Rushing, no Kyle Tucker. So we'll see what progresses with that. A natural Dodgers thing to do to keep those guys out of the lineup. But that's a winning lineup. I want to see more than just 2 runs tonight. They relied on 2 solo shots, one by Shohei, one by Freddie yesterday. Hopefully that offense can get going.
Pages will be 0 for 5 because he's hitting in the 2-hole. And I've decided that curse is real. If you want to call us, there's no curse. There's just a free phone
number. Who did you say is hitting second?
Pages.
Okay,
855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. All right, so Dylan Hernandez had a very good story in the California Post. He surfaced, and I haven't seen it anywhere else, a Shohei Ohtani interview with Japanese media, with someone you know who you know to be a very, very good reporter, Japanese reporter. Dylan says that this article came out a week ago. Bursch, our executive producer, says it came out a year ago. I like both of those people, so I don't know when it came out, and I don't care because the interview is largely about Ohtani's personal perspective on pitching, and we've broken this down for you. But credit to Dylan Hernandez, he is aggregating. Do you know the
Number Magazine?
Okay, Number Magazine.
I'm not sure who wrote that piece specifically.
Okay. So you know somebody at the magazine?
Yeah, I was featuring a couple years ago.
Were you?
Yeah.
So it just lost massive credibility.
It did.
No, it didn't. Bursch gave me a look. I'm just kidding. It gained. Wait, this is the last time you cried is right now because I hurt your feelings.
Exactly. When was the last time Bills made me cry? I lost count. But I will say this: the reputation for this magazine is when Shohei Ohtani speaks. This is the magazine where he speaks. It's number one for a reason. This is where Shohei goes when he has to reveal things, get things off his chest, get things out there, and it's very calculated too.
There are 4 major takeaways for me from Ohtani's conversation. And again, obviously this is the first year in a long time that Ohtani is so far successfully attempting to pitch the entirety of the season while also hitting. Of those of you that, just as a refresher, 73rd and 2/3 innings. He has a 1.47 earned run average. That would be second in baseball if he qualified. He has a .882 whip. It would also be second in baseball if he qualified. He has he needs 7 1/3 innings tomorrow to basically qualify by the end of the game. That is very, very unlikely. If he does that and his batting and the batting average against remain the same, 167, it'd be second best in baseball if he qualifies. So we know the guy pitches at a very high level, and as Doug has pointed out, he is on track to be the MVP. He should be the unanimous MVP. He's having a remarkable offensive season as well. All right, that pitching. Here are the 5 takeaways from this article, Doug, that Dylan Hernandez found and wrote about in the California Post. Very good story. Dylan's very good at his job. I don't know him, though. You know Dylan, right?
I do.
I'd like to meet him. I think he's very, very good. Okay. Shohei very much wants to capitalize on his pitching window. These are quotes. They just are what they are, okay? This is a quote from Ohtani. Inside, I'm assuming this is my last chance as a pitcher. He says he can't imagine ever wanting his time as a pitcher to be, his words, not mine, folks, thin and long. Because thin and long being he doesn't want the pitching stretch to be poorly executed over a long period of time. Here is his quote. Quote, I'm not saying it's okay for it to be short, but what's most important to me is for it to be as thick as possible. So what don't look at me, Ryan. What he's saying is that
what is he saying?
Well, he wants it to be as thick as possible, and by that he means the level of excellence of his pitching. Ryan, don't look at me. So I'm trying to do a serious baseball conversation here. Point being, those are the quotes. I'm not going to read them again because you could take the wrong meaning from them, but he is saying that he would rather pitch at an excellent level for a shorter amount of time. If that's the choice, he doesn't want that to be the case, then pitch for a long time and be mediocre. He wants to capitalize now.
I think that's the approach for the pitching side for Shohei Ohtani. We've seen what he's been able to do this year when he's been out there on the mound. He hasn't been the best pitcher in baseball, but he's certainly been one of the best pitchers in baseball. Top 5, no matter how you like to slice it. He's been remarkable. He's been terrific. Only issue is, what does he have to prove with the current state that he's in?
We're going to get to, because this is about his passion too. And again, his quote on his desire to pitch now, in the moment, to focus on this, to maybe sacrifice or take some risks, because, quote, I'm not saying it's okay for it to be short, his time pitching, but what's most important for me is that it be as thick as possible, meaning the excellence of his pitching, the robust excellence of every outing. Okay, Dylan Hernandez also extrapolates from this interview what Ohtani wants and why Doug McCain, my beloved co-host, is wrong. I'm just going to read you Dylan's words, then you can push back, because you and I disagree on the degree to which it makes sense to pitch Ohtani if it jeopardizes Ohtani, right? So Dylan writes in the California Post, which is why it makes sense that Ohtani won't let swelling in his knee or a blister on his finger stop him from taking his next turn in the rotation. He thinks he has more in him as a pitcher, and he wants to have a season that reflects that. Ohtani has talked about how important pitching is to him, and we'll get to more of the sort of specifics, but the details of this article are Ohtani, not Bill Reiter, not Dylan Hernandez, not Bursch, not Dave Roberts, not the fans. Ohtani saying this pitching thing has value to me. And it has meaning to me as a baseball player. And I don't think I can do this as maybe at the level that I want as long as I can hit. And so I want to engage in focusing on being a pitcher now.
That's what he says, and I think, look, I know what you're expecting from me. You think I'm going to start yelling and screaming that Shohei Ohtani shouldn't pitch and this and that. I see.
Come on in.
I see what you're doing. And look, the truth of the matter is that you can't treat a unicorn like a wild horse. Even a unicorn needs a gatekeeper. Even a unicorn needs someone.
No, a horse needs a gatekeeper.
No, the wild horse. A unicorn still needs some direction.
Does it?
The unicorn still needs some direction. I do
Aren't
think.
they mythic creatures that hide from people like you that will put them in a pen?
No, I mean, maybe at the pen at night, even though we can do special things.
I read the Harry Potter books.
I still think that if you're Shohei Ohtani and this is your goal, it's fine because you're Shohei Ohtani. It's fine because the Dodgers have already gotten probably more they could ever wanted from Shohei Ohtani, right? He's already paid for his contract. The Dodgers have made so much money, billions of dollars at this point from Shohei Ohtani. They're on pace to, and also you've won 2 World Series titles. And when Shohei Ohtani signed with the Dodgers in December of 2023, if you asked that day what would be the fair expectations, what would make that a success, I think if you said 2 World Series titles, a lot of Dodgers fans, a lot of Dodgers executives, maybe even Shohei Ohtani would have signed up for that as a success. But I do think there's some contradiction here because last time I checked, every time the Dodgers win a World Series and the Dodgers president Stan Kasten asks Shohei about it, what does Shohei always say back? He always says, okay, let's get the 3rd one. Let's get the next one. Well, getting the next one, I think, requires a little bit more air traffic control on how they're using him as a pitcher.
I would respectfully suggest, DMAC, here on DMAC and Reiter, that you see, to use your analogy, your metaphor, you see Ohtani as a wild horse to be broken, and I see him as a unicorn to be treated like a magical creature that can do whatever the hell he wants. But like, we have a well, that was a look. DMAC and Reiter, where friendship goes to die.
No,
that's okay.
I
like the disagreement.
I mean,
you want to put him in a pen?
I don't think this is the right opinion that we all should be having. This should be across the board.
I don't agree.
I can hear you out there, think about this the way Shohei Ohtani, he's pitching through.
He's telling you what he wants.
I know he's telling me, and I'm telling Shohei what I want.
You're telling Shohei to shut his mouth.
No, I want Shohei Ohtani.
Shut your mouth, Shohei.
At some point, look, so let's say this. I hate to throw this out there. Let's say Shohei goes out there and tears his ACL on his next start. Let's say he blows up his arm, right? Just so you know.
But anybody can get hurt playing baseball.
Anyone can. We talked about that, right? That's true.
Okay.
But preserving his bat is the most important thing for this team. So his arm is going to be meaningful this season more than ever potentially, but his bat is what makes the Dodgers a special team. His bat is a big reason why they were the first to 50 wins. And the truth is, as great as Shohei Ohtani is, the greatest player ever walked this earth, baseball Jesus, Superman in baseball cleats.
Baseball Jesus, you went there.
He is baseball Jesus, okay?
Wow.
But the truth of the matter is if he was on any other team, if he was on the crappy Angels like he used to be on, if he was on the Diamondbacks, if he was on the Yankees, the Mets, any other team, I say you bless this. You say, Shohei, chase a Cy Young, chase your pitching dreams. Yes, this could be a go. What'd you say? The thicker the pitcher season, whatever it is.
Thick and long.
Thick and long, whatever you were talking about over there for Shohei Ohtani, go for it. But the Dodgers have a very rare opportunity. They could be the 5th team in history to win 3 straight titles. This is a Dodgers team that may never get this chance to win 3 straight titles again.
Man.
You have guys in your prime that are in the twilight of their primes, guys like Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman.
You're playing scared.
You're
preaching
I'm
scared.
playing. There's a difference between smart and scared, and I'm smart. And I think.
And Ohtani's dumb?
I'm not saying Ohtani's dumb.
No, that's what you're saying.
I'm not. Don't put words into my mouth.
You're not arguing with me today. You're arguing with Ohtani.
Words. I think
you
that
put them there.
This needs to be sensible. And look, when they ask me on Brock and Al, okay.
You think Ohtani needs to be sensible. You think he's not being sensible.
I think that you can't let one employee run the whole company. And I think that
can he run himself?
I think that it has to be collaborative, and I think that there has to be a part of this conversation. Look, I get it.
All right,
okay, Cookie, continue.
Can I give you some more?
Continue.
No,
I'll rally.
You will? You are rally. No, you're there, buddy. T-Mac and Reiter. Let's get it. All right. All right. So for him, and again, this isn't going to change your mind. And for people listening, a lot of us disagree on Ohtani. And I think you and I represent 2 different views of the degree to which we want Ohtani to either be allowed to do what he wants or to be protected from himself, right? I think that's a fair way to summarize each of our views. Pitching to him in this article that Dylan Hernandez found in a Japanese publication, sounds like his sort of great white whale. And he points out Ohtani in the interview. This is D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Ohtani points out that as a son of a former, I found this fascinating, as the son of a former outfielder in Japan's Industrial League, he talked about how he received expert guidance in hitting when he was a child. Right? His dad could hit, so he was trained as a hitter at a very young level. And he says, so interesting, quote, because of that, I feel I can grasp the right answers in hitting. But as a pitcher, I wasn't taught much and learned on my own. That makes my feelings toward it that much stronger, but there's a clumsiness I can't get rid of. I think that contradiction is linked to my feelings about pitching. Ohtani went on to acknowledge that he feels that Ohtani, the pitcher, has fallen behind Ohtani, the hitter, Dylan Hernandez writes, in part because of the time he's missed recovering from 2 major elbow operations. And this really makes the argument for both of us. For me, it makes the argument there's something more difficult. There's a challenge. There's an uncertainty of excellence. There's a wanting to prove to himself this pitching aspect because he wasn't raised to be a pitcher the way by his dad he was raised to be a hitter. But to your point, there is more risk in it because, in his words, not mine, there's a clumsiness to him when he pitches. I just find it fascinating.
I do too. And all jokes aside, I mean, that is so fascinating that he wants to be a pitcher, right? I mean, that's where he, I think, is at his happiest. I think that is where he's in his flow state the most. I think that is where he has at his most competitive because when Shohei Ohtani's at the plate, you can hide from him. You can intentionally walk him. You can pitch around him. When he's on the mound, he's elevated, as you point out in that piece, and he's throwing at hitters, and he's trying to get hitters out. And I think that his development as a pitcher has been something that, like you point out, it's been a little more self-taught. And because of that, it can lead to some mechanical issues at times that lead to potentially some nagging injuries. I mean, the reason why he's dealing with that left knee injury or the inflammation that's come from it is because, as he said, he thinks maybe there were some mechanical issues, little small details that have led to it. But look, the guy has more than delivered, right? If the Dodgers were signing Shohei a couple of years ago and they said to Shohei, hey, like, what's the deal as far as a couple of years from now? Do we need to let you pitch as long as you want? He probably has to negotiate his contract to some degree. I've heard that there's a very deep understanding between the front office and Shohei. He gets to do what he wants to do, but I still look at it as, I don't want to call it selfish because I don't think it's selfish is the right word.
You can say it if you think that.
But I do think that...
Do you think it's selfish?
I don't think it's selfish per se, but I do think that there's a world where you're playing with... He's Icarus, man. You're playing with fire, dude. So, you really are playing with fire when you're pitching through injuries. The truth is this. There's not one pitcher, Blake Snell, Yamamoto, Tyler Glasnow, that would be pitching through a knee injury where you're not 100% when you're an ace-level pitcher.
He's just, and again, I know we've had this conversation a lot. There's a uniqueness to him that I think maybe the rules, the physics of baseball that you are very rightly applying to him just may not apply to him, just like the physics of flying didn't apply to Icarus. He just, well, I guess they did. He just had wax wings. I don't know. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. We talk sports, not Greek mythology, but we're trying our best. I also, you keep bringing up the fact, and I'm not disagreeing, but I just want to make this point, that he's already accomplished what he set out to accomplish. The thing about massively ambitious, driven people, and I think this applies to you, and it certainly applies to me, is that a lot of people, and I think it's Ohtani included, aren't driven because it's let me get to this finish line. It's let me enjoy this challenge and this thing that I do, and then if they do it well enough, they keep sort of moving further down their career. I know that he's accomplished everything that you would want as a Dodger, but I don't think he's built that way. I think part of the magic of Ohtani, part of the reason he became the first modern player in the history of baseball to pitch and to hit and to do it at such a high level is because he is defining things, the goal that's in front of him. And one of, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, to your point, look, I agree that is, the way he's wired is in large part, that's because he's Shohei Ohtani, right? And that has played a big role in him becoming the greatest player ever. But at some point, if you're trying to throw haymakers in the first or second round, yeah, you might win the round, but you're probably not going to win the fight.
Not after Mike Tyson. I mean, for some people, the applications are different. I understand the analogy you're using. Can I get through? I got two more
get through,
for you. And then, no, this is great. I just think Ohtani's words on this are really... Look, it's not going to change your mind. It's going to make you more frustrated. He's chasing something that can damage him and the Dodgers, in your view, and it's going to make me more certain to let this man roam free. You know, if you love Shohei Ohtani, set him free, and if he comes back to you healthy, then I don't know, whatever. Here is... he talks in the interview that Dylan Hernandez unearthed in the California Post that was done with, what is Numbers? That's the name of the
Number.
Number, the Japanese publication. This is Ohtani talking about sort of his view. And he was asked by Number why he insisted on pitching as much as he can. And he replied, quote, "Because it's fun," Ohtani said. "That's why if I can do both, I'll do both. I want to do it, and I think I can do it. I also think doing both is advantageous to the team, T-Mac, and for me personally, it's fun. A pitcher is the only one who is standing on higher ground." Can I just pause here and just say, I love how this guy talks about baseball. It reminds me of how Messi talks about soccer. His baseball brain's amazing. All right, sorry, I go on. Ohtani goes on, quote, "A pitcher is the only one who is standing on higher ground. That alone makes it different. It means it's that special of a position. There's a lot that you have to do, and the responsibility is big. How the game unfolds is up to you, and that's what makes it scary to be a pitcher and what makes it fun," end quote. I just want to go back and see if did he speak directly to you? Because it's, I also think I can do both, and it's good for the team. No, I just checked. It's not direct.
Okay. Here's the thing. So let's go back to the World Series last year, right? Let's go back to Game 7, okay? And Yamamoto, he pitches. It was just a performance we'll never forget. Goes 2 1/3 innings. You had the Will Smith game-winning home run. Before that, you had the Miguel Rojas game-tying home run. You had the Max Muncy home run that cut it to 1. But then you also had all 4 Dodgers starting pitchers pitching in that Game 7. Who were they? Yamamoto, it was Snell, it was Glasnow, it was also Shohei Ohtani. And Shohei Ohtani was pitching on 3 days rest, gave a 3-run home run to Bo Bichette. If the Dodgers did not come back and win that game, what's the storyline this offseason? The storyline this offseason would have been Shohei Ohtani wasn't good enough on the mound in the World Series.
If Fishers were wishes, we'd all be kings. I mean, like, okay, is that the expression? Okay.
So what I'm getting to is Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, baseball's a competitive sport where things
he was
go wrong.
Exhausted.
Yeah.
Like I always talk about, sometimes Superman needs to go back to the Fortress of Solitude. He was absolutely exhausted. By the way, if I've ever done that during you, I apologize because that is hilarious.
It's distracting, right?
No, sorry, I will never do it again.
No, I like when you do it.
Okay.
I learn from the best.
But Bill,
we have a call. Yeah.
Let me hit you with this though.
Okay.
So Shohei Ohtani in that Game 7, right? If the Dodgers don't miraculously come back and win, he's the GOAT, the wrong GOAT, as Dylan Hernandez talked about, right?
855-97 LA fan.
But here's the thing.
Okay.
He was exhausted. He was tired. Shohei Ohtani, what I'm getting at is Shohei Ohtani can do more for his legacy by having great starts on the mound in the World Series in October and winning the World Series MVP and showing that against the best teams on the biggest stages when he's having 10 strikeouts and hitting 3 home runs like he did in Game 4 of the NLCS, that is going to be bigger for his legacy than what he can do in the regular season when he's not going to win a Cy Young because he's so far behind The Miz and Christopher Sanchez.
That's a great point. I love what Doug McCain said. I'm going to just retort with Ohtani. Quote, "That's why if I can do both, I'll do both. I want to do it, and I think I can do it. I also think doing both is advantageous to the team," end quote. And look, there's 2 views. One is a Doug McCain view, one is an Ohtani view. I
the
like
same
both.
confidence that makes you great can be the same confidence that hurts you. I've asked Shohei Ohtani this real quick. I asked Shohei Ohtani, how much longer you want to pitch in your career? And his response to me was, he said, how many years left in my contract? I want to pitch for the rest of my career. So even though he's saying this now.
He's worried. Yeah, but through a translator.
Through a translator, yeah.
You know, sometimes you're a little more comfortable. Should we take a call?
Oh, I'd love to take a call.
Wouldn't it be amazing if it was Ohtani?
It
it's
is.
just like Reiter, shut up.
High,
or Doug,
high
shut
chance.
Up. Probably not likely. 855-97 LA fan. Ryan from the Inland Empire, thank you for listening. You are on DMAC and Reiter, my friend.
Hey, guys. I want to ask you guys a quick question. He hangs up his cleats today. Is Ohtani a Hall of Famer?
Oh, yeah. Ohtani is, thank you for the call. He is already the greatest player of all time, I think.
Already the greatest player of all time. Why are we, A, trying to limit the greatest player of all time, especially if we think back to his recruitment, and as you guys said, him going to the lowly Angels? Why was he an Angel? Because they went all in, agreeing you can do both ways. You can try to prove you're the unicorn, try to break baseball, and he did. Yes, on a team that couldn't get to the playoffs, and then he continued that. So why are we trying to put limits on the greatest of all time, who's in the Hall of Fame, and trying to meet some arbitrary we see the game as opposed to what allows him to stay razor sharp, being able to pursue that game? He won 2 World Series. He's still chasing another award. Some guys need that next greatest thing, that chip on their shoulder. That way they continue that instead of ending up being, yeah, he's Hall of Great, you know, there's a lot of guys with 2 rings that we don't talk about.
That is a great call. Ryan, last thought. Are you listening on YouTube? Are you watching? Are you streaming? Are you on the FM? How are you listening to the show or watching? He gone. All right. I mean, look, Ryan makes a great point.
I think that you could do both. I think that, look, that's, to me, I think that allowing Shohei Ohtani to pitch when he's dealing with an injury, I think is reckless. It's playing with fire. To his point about the Hall of Fame, sure, if Shohei Ohtani's career was over today, he'd be a first ballot Hall of Famer, even if the
Why
longevity.
limit his greatness?
I don't think it's limiting to his greatness.
Why
I think it's preserving his greatness.
You're lecturing a genius.
I don't think that's the case. I think that we have seen visual evidence. This is a guy who's had 2 Tommy Johns. He's had 2 Tommy John surgeries. If he gets a 3rd Tommy John surgery, the pitching's over, the season's over, the 3-peat's over. You're playing with absolute fire.
You make great points.
You have 50 wins. You have the best record in baseball.
You make great points, but also maybe when Galileo speaks, maybe just be like, oh, maybe the Earth is in fact round. D-Mac and Reiter. Can I just read a comment? You look mad. Can I read a comment to you?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't really exist 92. You look so excited when I said I don't really exist. It's not me. It's somebody else. So why don't you want Ohtani to be happy, Doug?
That's not the case. I think I want Ohtani to be happy. I really do. I want Shohei Ohtani to go out there when he's fully healthy and continue to pitch on days when he's right. I just think that for me, if I'm Shohei and I'm looking at this and I'm looking at the way this season's playing out, the truth of the matter is that the more that you pitch a pitcher when he's injured, and if he were to get injured, that the career would be very, very different. It really would. And at some point, you have to save someone from themselves. And I truly believe when it comes to the long-term World Series probabilities, letting Shohei Ohtani do whatever he wants is not the best thing for the Dodgers.
Here's the struggle that I have. You are my ultimate Dodgers expert after one person. There's only one person ahead of you, and that's Shohei Ohtani. So it's tricky for me. Since
I don't want to see him give a 3-run bomb in Game 7 of the World Series again. I want to see him shine on the biggest stage like he always does. I want him to see him win World Series MVP, not Yamamoto.
I love and respect many helicopter parents. I just would go about it differently. Can I read you one last thing I think we'll all agree on? Yeah.
Let's do it.
Eric at Disney, we like each other. We promise. Didn't he ask you? We like.
Hey, it's all love for me, baby.
Me too, dude. But we got people in the chat saying they love the debate, regardless of what side they come down on. I thought this was cool. Ohtani sort of closes the interview as best we sort of got it from Dylan Hernandez, taking this from Number Magazine in Japan. The interview Ohtani did in Japanese either a week ago or a year ago, but about his desire to pitch a full season, which is where we are now. He said that he basically wants to pitch well enough to strike himself out. Simply, he said, the pitcher version of me wants to throw pitches that the hitter version of me can't hit. That's awesome.
That's amazing stuff. I love hearing that.
And it makes me think of Mike Trout, by the way.
The WBC. I mean, that just shows you the true unicorn. No one does that. No one can have that same thought. Only Shohei Ohtani, the greatest to ever do it.
You know, you're a unicorn in all the right ways. You are. And I'm not going to fence you in. I'm going to let you roam wild with your Ohtani needs to be wrapped in wool thing, and you can look at me as a guy that is jeopardizing Ohtani and the Dodgers' chase for history for a selfish record, and I love the debate. And we will keep doing it here on D-Mac and Reiter. You can call in if you want, 855-97-LA-FAN, or get in the chat. We'll keep it rolling, and we'll probably talk a little Luka and the worries that certainly the Lakers should have about him, on which that D-Mac and I agree, next on D-Mac and Reiter. Mack and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. I'm going to read you a quote from my favorite expert, you.
Okay.
From 4 minutes ago.
Oh, gosh, that's not true.
I haven't said it yet.
Whatever it is, I know it's not true.
You know it's... Bursch heard it, I think, in the microphone. This is you, Doug McCain. I learned from my experience to not say out loud what I hope happens tomorrow to him, Ohtani, on a start. End quote. You
perfect
want
game.
him to get rocked.
No, I do
you
not.
Want him
I
to get,
do.
Yes, you do.
To be honest with you, my dream in life would see him get a perfect game. It really would be.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's
efficient, perfect game.
He might have to pitch 98 pitches.
That's about the limit for me. We cap it out at 100, okay, and then sit him for a month.
The other awful thing about this is if he gets hurt.
It's so weird. I'm like the voice of reason on Shohei Ohtani.
You're not the voice of reason.
You're making me sound like this helicopter, tiger parent, wet
you
blanket.
You are.
I am not.
And if he gets hurt, I told you, guys get hurt, man. Guys get hurt in baseball. Guys get hurt walking down the street. People get hurt.
Yeah, he's been hurt a lot of times.
Okay, so what do you want? Not to play?
I want to manage the situation.
Yeah, he pitches
properly.
Every 6 days.
Okay.
All right. You're still my guy. So you want to talk a little Lakers?
Let's do it.
All right. We obviously know that Giannis Antetokounmpo, and we discussed this earlier in the day, has been traded to the Heat. The GM in Milwaukee, John Horst, chose between a Celtics offer featuring as the centerpiece Jaylen Brown and an offer from the Heat that had, I guess, Tyler Hero's sort of the main thing along with Jaime Jaquez and a bunch of picks. It's also a warning sign that in the modern NBA, you can make a conference finals, you can make a finals. In the case of Giannis, you can win an NBA championship. It doesn't make that person a forever player for your organization. And by the way, unlike some of the other names we're going to include here, including Luka Doncic, Giannis loved Milwaukee, wanted to be there, was there for well more than a decade. It was a place that he desired to be a part of, and he still forced his way out. And Tim is it McManaman? How do you say this guy's name?
Does all right.
McMahon? I should say. Tim, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
We never met, so I don't know how to say your name. Tim McMahon and Brian Winters were on the Hoop Collective podcast, and they were just discussing Anthony Edwards as maybe the next star that wants out. But as you listen to this, Los Angeles, just keep in mind, this is another domino that could lead eventually to Luka Doncic.
My question is, what's Ant Edwards thinking?
I was going to say, we started off, we just spent a half hour talking about the Giannis trade that we've been talking about for years. And I'm not declaring anything with certainty except for the fact that the NBA vultures are swirling around Ant in anticipation of him potentially becoming the next superstar who's available in the trade market.
Exactly right.
Or who pushes his way to the trade market.
It's fascinating on this because if you were to say who's next after Giannis, we would have said Ant, and that this trade happened the exact same time as the Giannis trade is fascinating. And Ant was really frustrated throughout, really just been frustrated since Towns got traded at how he gets double teamed. And I don't think Ant was the biggest Julius Randle fan, but I think it's more about Randle. It's not so much Randle being traded, it's Randle being traded in a salary dump.
D-Mac and Reiter here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. There is a pattern to this league. Melo forced his way out, and Harden forced his way out, and KD forced his way out. And in Harden and KD's cases, you can put their names in several different years. Giannis has now forced his way out. Anthony Edwards may force his way out. And as much as I know I get accused of being a LeBron hater, which I find very funny because I don't, LeBron James has never forced his way anywhere else. He has gone to other places when his contract was up. Just quick aside, credit to LeBron. That's a level of class and professionalism that, for me, I think other guys haven't shown. And we don't have to go down this rabbit hole, D-Mac. I find it extraordinarily obnoxious and unacceptable, especially in the NBA, when guys sign guaranteed deals and then force their way out. I have a contract, you have a contract. A contract is literally a written binding agreement that I give my word on something and you give your word and this is what we're going to do. Anyway, I digress. Credit to LeBron. If you don't manage this well, Anthony Edwards is the guy that's being discussed now, who gets traded a year from now, and Luke is the guy being discussed a year from now that gets traded a year after that. And by the way, I'm also going to give myself credit. I'm going to do another pat on the back. I'm sorry. I wrote a story 2 years ago that said Giannis would probably be moved at some point. That was, and I got so much hate for it because people in the NBA, like Brian and Tim, know in advance, a year or two, because the whisper sort of continues and increases. Ant's the guy now, but there are people out there, not many, it's not a chorus, but there's a little bit of like a slight alarm. We're like, man, Luka better be in a position where he's happy in LA if LA doesn't want to lose him in 2 years.
The warning signs are there. The sirens are going off for me. I mean, I think that the Lakers now have kind of gotten a little bit of a rude awakening. I mean, there's a lot of pressure to put talent around Luka Doncic, especially what we saw during the playoffs last year where he was unavailable, Reeves was mostly unavailable, and LeBron James at going to be 42 years old, your best player for a Lakers team. So, yeah, Rob Pelinka is going to be challenged where this is not the easiest league now to rebuild overnight. It takes a while. Most teams really have to go to a down-to-the-studs model if you really want to build through the draft and allow those players to develop. But if I'm Luka Doncic, I think for me the big question here is, do you truly see a path to a championship in your prime?
Yeah, I mean, and the thing about Luka forcing his way out, and I'm not trying to make the argument he should leave L.A., but I think one of the many things that we're going to do on this show is absolute candor, right? We are not going to sugarcoat things. We are going to say what things are. I love L.A. You love L.A. Bursch loves L.A. Not everybody loves L.A. And you have two things working against you for Luka Doncic, or maybe three. One thing is that Luka didn't choose Los Angeles. Now, maybe he's fallen in love with it, right? I mean, I wanted to move here from the minute I ever first stepped foot here. And the minute I landed here at LAX as actually someone who lived here, I knew I never wanted to leave. But that's not Luka. That's one problem. And two is what you just brought up. If Luka doesn't win a championship, his clock is going to start ticking. He's going to feel that. Because he could be the greatest player in the NBA's history since Karl Malone to not win an NBA championship. He is that gifted. He is that talented. He has the records and the accolades other than the MVP, the consecutive record-breaking or record-tying first All-NBA team honors, and all the things that he has. So you're going to have a situation where he's not tied to this city, where if he doesn't see a path forward, he's also going to see a path to being basically a player whose career was not utilized properly, that he didn't achieve what he should have. And maybe they'll change out the GM, but I'm not sure he looks at Rob Pelinka and says, this is the guy that I trust to put me in the right situation. So you put it all together, I don't think we're being over the top and saying that things are dire starting tonight, probably around 7 or 7:15 when the Lakers when Adam Silver announces the 25th pick in the draft for the Los Angeles Lakers is fill in the blank. Because that's the beginning of a summer that will determine whether or not Luka's here. And to your point, I don't know that I see an easy path forward for the Lakers to be good enough in the next 2 years to avoid this problem.
I agree. I mean, if I'm Luka Doncic, winning a title in LA isn't optional. Like, this is a part of the territory. You mentioned him not winning a championship and being compared to maybe a Karl Malone type, or that going to that Barkley route or the Reggie Miller route. You know, the great players that haven't won titles. He's on another level. He really is. I think that in the grand scheme of things, I hope that he doesn't go down as a player that doesn't win an MVP like a Jerry West. And to win MVPs in this league, your team has to be good. Your team has to be top three for the most part, barring a Russell Westbrook historic season, triple-double things, to win MVP. So if I'm Luka Doncic, as you just pointed out, I did not choose to be traded here. And it's completely upon you to woo me, to make me feel comfortable here, to make me feel like I can win at the highest levels. And he's putting a lot of blind trust into an organization that just have not proven that they can put talent around him. What is the last move that Rob Pelinka has actually made after getting Luka Doncic here long term? Right? I know, right?
I saw it on Twitter. It was mine.
What was that?
Bought a tight sweater.
Oh, yeah. And also, he bought a leather jacket that he zips up from the bottom to show it. Pretty interesting. Yeah, he definitely wears some extra medium clothing. Let's just put it that way.
A few programming notes. Jeff Passan has agreed to be on the show tomorrow. The excellent ESPN MLB insider and a friend of mine and a friend of yours. I'm very excited to have Jeff on. Also, little shout-out credit to James Coe, and then sort of a reminder to all of you. Yesterday when the news broke that the trade had gone down with Giannis, nobody in this market was live and local with that news other than 97.1 The Fan, because James Coe did it and crushed it. And James will be live. We're going to be the only place you can listen to in Los Angeles that talks sports, radio or otherwise, that will be live and local talking about the Lakers pick when it happens. Draft starts around 5 o'clock. They always do a bunch of hoopla and rigmarole, but first pick will probably be 5:15, 5:20. And if last year's draft is any indication, 7 o'clock to 7:30, depending on the speed of the picks, is probably when James Coe will be breaking down live whoever the Lakers just drafted. So we've got you covered on all of those things. We've got you covered on Hoops Talk. We've got you covered on whether Ohtani should be treated like a little baby man or a unicorn, or maybe I misrepresented that. I don't know. We've also got you covered on the latest NFL stories, including some interesting stuff about the new quarterback with the Raiders next here on D-Mac and Reiter. Presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Keep the comments coming in the chat at The Fan LA, including whether or not Doug doesn't want children to be joyous at Dodger Stadium. We will get to those after this segment.
It's time for the latest headlines on and off the gridiron. It's D-Mac and Reiter's NFL Report.
That's right. This is the NFL Report.
Ryan Bershinger.
Thank you.
I never introduced you. I always forget.
That's okay.
Hello, Bersh.
Hi, guys. Let's start off
Burst
here.
of energy.
Thank you.
There you go.
There we go. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I like it. Yeah, give it
You're getting your ass kicked, D-Man.
I'm the Bursch.
Guys, Matt Verderame of Sports Illustrated wrote an article today detailing the good, the bad, and the ugly of this NFL offseason. One of the goods for this offseason, the Rams becoming clear favorites to win it all, arguing that sports are at their best when one team is hunted, and the Rams are such a team.
I absolutely agree with this. The Patriots are this team for years. Good for football. The Chiefs have been this up until this year. For how long has Mahomes been doing this thing? 7 years? Whatever, 8 years, whatever it is. And now it's the Rams. And frankly, the Mahomes injury and the Chiefs falling off from an NFL standpoint was kind of a problem because who are you hunting? And then the Myles Garrett trade happens and it becomes, oh yeah, the Rams are historically great on paper and we all hope they fail. If you're outside of LA, I think it's a great narrative for the NFL.
Oh, yeah, I do too. I mean, you don't win Super Bowls by being liked. You win Super Bowls by being great. And to be a villain in this league, I think helps the Rams' stature in this sport because that is the mark of an elite franchise is when you get to the point when people start having opinions about you, good or bad, but they're watching, that's when you know you really arrived as a Tier 1 franchise. The Dodgers are there, the Lakers are there, all the big franchises are there, and also what transpired with Puka Nacua last season, you get Myles Garrett. Yes, there is a salary cap in this league, so it's not like you just go and buy a lot of players, but I definitely feel like the Rams are a team that everyone's going to be paying attention to, and they're starting to lean in to that villain mode.
Bam! That's my cosign. I'm in a good mood today.
You are. I love it.
I am.
Guys, we've talked plenty about the Giannis trade, and it's shown up here in the NFL report because reportedly one of the reasons Jimmy Haslam didn't want the Celtics to deal for Giannis he didn't want the Celtics deal for Giannis to go through is that he didn't want another Myles Garrett situation with Jaylen Brown.
So my natural instinct is to think this is stupid because Jimmy Haslam said it. Am I being unfair to Jimmy Haslam?
No, you're being fair.
Bam!
Savage.
Here's the thing. Any owner, Jimmy Haslam in particular, who gets involved in basketball or football operations is asking for that operation to go haywire. Nobody doubts Jerry Jones' passion. You're number one team in LA, you told me yesterday. but like he's too involved. Stay out of the operations part of the business, Jimmy Haslam. I think it's crazy they didn't go get Jaylen. I think it's insane they didn't get Jaylen Brown.
So the fact that these are connected, it's kind of one of those things where how would you trust this guy one way or the other? I mean, it's if you're a Bucs fan, wow, he's done such a great job with Cleveland and the Cleveland Browns. You just got to trust him. No, you can't. I mean, he's terrible.
I should have nominated Myles Garrett for Hero of the Day, Reuter Hero of the Day, because Myles Garrett cost the Celtics. Be honest,
I mean, the Cleveland Browns are such an embarrassing, such a bad franchise that they're negatively impacting an NBA franchise. That's a different level of bad, where you're just bleeding into another sport.
Myles Garrett is so good at football, like Chuck Norris was so good at push-ups, that Myles Garrett does something in football, and it impacts the Celtics in basketball.
That's how it feels to me.
Wild.
R.I.P. Chuck Norris.
Yes.
Guys, in the Raiders' newest episode of Behind the Shield, Fernando Mendoza offered this explanation as to why he sounds like ChatGPT when he talks.
My whole thing is like, you gotta communicate. You gotta communicate with your teammates, communicate with your coaches. So let me get really good at speaking. I've always, taken speech classes. I've always looked on YouTube videos how to communicate, how to be a better leader. I'm a huge reader as well. So with that, it's developed senses where people's like, oh, this guy's ChatGPT. But whenever you ask any of my team, I'm sure, I don't want to speak for them, but I've been able to connect with my teammates really, really well and not like a ChatGPT scenario.
I can't decide what I make of this guy, man.
It definitely feels like he's programmed. Even that felt very ChatGPT. Maybe he's not ChatGPT, maybe he's Claude, he's AI, I don't know what he is, but something feels very programmed. I think that's who he is, but who he is just comes off as ChatGPT.
I don't know how to say this politely. I am I think there's a 50% chance he's really impressive and programmed, and there's a 50% chance that he is not necessarily the Vegas leading candidate to be in the Mensa Club there.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
There's something to him. There's something to him.
You think it's the good side?
I think that he channels it the right way. I feel like that
weird.
He's weird, but
I like
weird's
weird.
good. Like I think weird wins.
I'm weird.
Right? You're weird.
Yeah.
You're great kind of weird. I think Mendoza. We'll see if the kind of weird translates to wins the NFL and to him being a good quarterback. But yeah, ChatGPT Fernando Mendoza.
So bizarre.
Guys, ESPN put out a list of biggest offseason surprises for each team. For the Chargers, that surprise was former Oregon quarterback and Dodgers draft pick DJ Uyunglele. Chris Rim wrote this about Uyunglele's offseason work thus far. He said, quote, with Justin Herbert throwing little this offseason while focusing on footwork and mechanics, Uyunglele has taken advantage of his reps. The former undrafted free agent has been one of the Chargers' most impressive players, thriving on intermediate and deep throws. If that carries into training camp, Uyunglele could challenge Trey Lance for the backup job.
Man, Trey Lance's career did not go the way it was supposed to, did it?
Did not. And DJ Uiagalelei is another guy that he bounced around. He was at Clemson, he was at Florida State.
Flawless.
He was just one of the, what's up?
Uiagalelei flawless.
There we go. This is a guy that he's always had athletic talent. He was drafted by the Dodgers. Uiagalelei.
Yeah.
Wait, am I not saying correctly?
No, you are.
Okay.
You're talking about DJ Uiagalelei.
Yeah, the 5-star. Yeah. 5-star recruit. I mean, this guy's career has been all over the place, but he's just not a great thrower of the football. He just really is not.
How's the arm talent?
The arm talent's not great.
Okay.
The arm talent's not too bad. It's the decision making
Okay.
and the mistakes he makes on the football. This guy was one of the most can't miss prospects that we've seen in the last decade, and he's bounced around and he's still getting his opportunities, but I don't believe in him.
So it's not DJ Uwe. I'm wrong. You're right, Doug.
Oh, you could be right.
I don't know. What I love about Doug is it doesn't matter what you say it.
Uiagalelei.
Everything you do is with brimming confidence. Ohtani cannot play again this month. Like it doesn't matter.
Never play again.
You could say anything. You could be in an argument with Kyrie Irving, and he could say the Earth is flat, and you could say it's actually cubed, and then you'd be like, you just sound like 100% correct.
I believe what
It's
I say,
cubed.
but I'm not always right.
I agree with that
Of
part.
course, the play. There you go.
Neither am I. The Mendoza thing is going to be. I'm very excited to see what he becomes. I'm so uncertain what he becomes as a quarterback. I'm also uncertain what to expect from this Dodgers team tonight because, Doug, that's a transition. It wasn't a great one, but that's where we're going. We will preview as your pregame the Dodgers game in Minnesota next year on DMAC and Reiter.
They have the sources.
Welcome back into the show, Bill Reiter, Doug McCain. That makes us D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Okay, let me ask you a question. So,
hit me.
My kids really want to go to Disney.
Okay.
And my answer is always no. But sometimes I'll send them. I never go. If I were going to go to, because you just did this, you went over the weekend, you took
21 rides.
20. How many did your daughter and or wife go on with you?
We did a lot of single rider stuff, maybe 8.
Really?
Yeah.
You peel off on your own.
Yeah, well, so that's how it works. So you go single rider because she's 36 inches. You need to be 40 inches. So Jose Altuve can't ride the rides at Disney. You're looking at my daughter. But yeah, so basically that's how it works is you switch it up a little bit and you go individually. Okay. Yeah.
So what's the should I do a weekday? Should I take a day off should I go on a weekend? I don't want to do how do I
Well, you can't do a weekday because you're doing the show.
Well, I could call in sick.
That's not an option.
I would never call in sick. I could take a day off.
You never know. There's a little calendar that shows days when it's busier than other days.
Sundays?
I would say maybe try again after summertime next February.
So wait, next February?
Maybe to push it.
Wait, how did you do it? You did a special?
I got lucky. I guess Dad
What do you mean?
It was not busy. It wasn't busy at all.
on.
It really wasn't. I mean, I was getting on rides super quick.
Did you like fancy schmancy stuff?
I had a little bit of a lightning lane, but even then, I mean, some of the ones that did not have the crazy people. I don't think dads are gonna be like, hey, for Father's Day, take me to Disneyland. And what dads are doing that, you know what I mean?
I mean, you did.
Yeah.
97 on the fan sweater, hoodie might get me a little hookup.
It definitely will.
Oh, wait,
You'll meet
Eric.
guys like Eric.
I gotta find Eric.
Yeah, you can see some of the shows too. The shows are great too. I think you would like that too.
Like show? What do you mean?
They have shows like Mickey and they all dance together. They have these the Mickey Mouse Funhouse Clubhouse, something like that.
Like you go to theater or something?
Yeah, you go to theater.
No, you don't.
Yeah, my daughter loves it. She dances around
How long does that last?
So 20 minutes, and Mickey well, hi, I'm Mickey, huh? And you'll have the whole group. It's good stuff. Minnie, Pluto.
What's the draw?
They do a performance.
Who does? Mickey.
Mickey and Pluto and Goofy and Daisy Duck. There's a whole
Are they
cast
doing
of characters.
Shakespeare? I would watch them do Hamlet.
I mean, there's some spin-offs. There's some really catchy tunes.
Okay. They're singing.
They're singing.
And dancing.
And dancing.
I'm not going to do that. The new 90s.
And kids can go there. If they don't want to
Yeah.
see Shohei Ohtani pitch, they can go to Disney World and Disneyland and California Adventure.
Do they have a place where they can take something really valuable and cover it in wool called the Ohtani room? the Doug McCain Ohtani room?
They don't.
No. They should.
They could.
Is he banned by you from the Star Wars ride on the off chance that it just shakes a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's in the contract he can't write any rights.
Is there anything we disagree on more egregiously and more passionately than Shohei Ohtani?
That's up there.
It's a big one, right?
That's up there. I also think, too, the Real Madrid thing, I think that...
What Real Madrid thing?
I just think that Real Madrid deserves a little more respect. I mean, they have 15 Champions League titles.
I mean, how many World Series have the Yankees won? Do you want to give them respect? How many
I'll respect them a little
NBA
bit.
championships have the Celtics won? All right, walk me through your respect for the Celtics.
It's not that, trust me.
Walk me through that. I want to hear it.
I mean, they won a lot of championships against plumbers.
They're a bunch of
and
losers.
when they had like
just
4
like
teams in the league and they were all wearing booty shorts.
Yeah, Real Madrid's
right?
a bunch of losers, dude. I know they win, but they're the worst. I can give you a 30-minute... You know what? Next time we go to Disney and the kids are watching Mickey sing and dance and tap dance, woo!
The best way...
Nice. I'll get you over and we'll talk to you about
The
it.
best way to poke you is just say the Real Madrid. It's like a cuss word to you. I mean, you use that where that's off limits.
Do my eyes get crazy?
They
I
get
the
crazy.
eyes? This is the new 97 on the Fan, where we push each other's buttons. And we're also the voice of LA Sports. He's Doug McCain. I am Bill Reiter. It is D-Mac and Reiter. My wife really likes the show.
She does.
Yeah.
That's a great sign.
I think it means she likes you. Because she's definitely had some shows that she goes, I like you, honey, but I am not listening to that show.
Well, hey, I'll take Lori. Big shout out.
Let's go.
I love you guys. I love everyone who rocks with the show. And the fact that my wife, she went like 5 years without ever listening to any of my shows or watching my content, and she listens and watches this show. And I've had people tell me that they've learned more about me in 5 weeks doing this show than I've ever had doing any other show I've ever done. So that's probably a good sign.
Does that make you cry on the air? You told me earlier.
I think that's what it
Or
is.
off the air.
They know I got an emotional side.
By the way, I'm very proud of you. Like we had a sales meeting, we had a meeting earlier, and you came in, and I could see your phone. Whenever you see someone's phone, it tells you something about them. And you were on your phone was the podcast of our show.
You noticed that?
I loved it.
I'm a big
like, wait, D-Mac and Reiter. Wait, I'm on that. You're on that. This is amazing.
I'm a huge fan of D-Mac and Reiter on the
I know
Odyssey app.
you really are.
Yeah, I listen to
You
every
got me listening back to it.
Hey, let me ask you a question. I mean, does do quarterbacks in the NFL go watch game film?
Yeah.
Do they review stuff?
Ty Simpson falls asleep to his own voice.
Exactly,
Now so do I.
right? I'm in the
Because
lab,
of you.
baby. I'm in the lab. I wish there was a feature I could mute myself and just have it play Bill Reiter, though.
No, you don't.
I really
you
do.
Don't. You
I
don't
really
lie
do.
to me. You lie so good. 855. I love it.
D-Mac and Reiter.
85. Then we awkward because I'd be like, "Hey, D-Mac, what do you think about this?" And there'd be 5 minutes of silence. 855-90. It'd be a hard listen.
It's a fun listen, man.
It is a fun show. I love doing
Go
the
down
show
the
with you.
pod, man. It's great.
Yeah, those of you that miss some of the show, subscribe to the pod, push all the likes and the 5 stars and all the good stuff. 855-97 LA Fan. We have a call. Should we take it?
Oh, yeah, we should.
Jimmy in Lakewood. Jimmy, how are you listening? And thank you for hanging. We appreciate you. You're on T-Mac and Reiter, brother.
Hey, fellas, glad to be on. I'm listening to you 97.1 FM on the radio.
All right.
So we're all thinking the same thing. We want the Dodgers to win, and we want the Unicorns to do what they do. But it's all about October, baby. You know, there's only one way to get there, and you got to get there smart. So Dave Roberts got to tell his peeps that you want to do your thing, but do you want to win the last game of the season, or do you want to just get your accolades and say it's my best season of the year? You know.
Jimmy, it's a great call. Love you and appreciate you listening to Lakewood. We know you and everybody listening have a choice. Thank you for choosing to let us come into in your case, your car, your home, your world, wherever you're listening, even if you side with Doug here on the new
That was a
97.1
great
The
call.
Fan.
That was a great take.
You need
I
to
mean,
sit down, though.
Jimmy is one of the great
you stood
baseball...
up and did a whole
Jimmy
celebration.
from Lakewood, one of the great baseball minds
You did
living
a backflip.
today.
You did a backflip basically.
There was
in
a
the
couple
studio.
cartwheels in there, too.
I was worried you're going to
totally
throw your back
agree
out.
with it.
You were so like, woo, woo, woo. You Arsenio that thing. You Carsenio that.
Who?
Woot, woot, woot.
That's Messi's thing, the pump, right?
Yeah, he does
Yeah.
that.
You know which one I like? I like when, who's the guy today that scoring goes, Sue!
I don't. Yeah,
Who's
whatever.
that?
Ronaldo.
Seven
he's
Port-
nominated
oh,
for
no,
Hero
yeah,
of
I
the
like
Day.
that. That was kind of cool.
You don't need to be
Yeah.
rude. You don't need to. You don't need to be a jerk.
I'm just
Nick.
like,
I already love
Sue!
you. Okay,
It's fun to do.
That's
Would-
actually
would you
making
do
me
a Sue?
physically
Would you
ill.
do a Sue?
No.
You wouldn't pay a bet with you doing a Sue.
Would you do a bet where you might have to get a Celtics tattoo on your forehead?
That's not the same.
It would be in my soul.
That's like me asking.
It would be in my soul.
That'd be like me asking you to get a CR7
It
tattoo.
would be in my soul.
I do a bet where I say go Celtics.
Okay, but you shouldn't.
Let's do it. Come on, do the Sue. Sue.
Loser. That guy's a loser, even if he had a couple goals today.
Wow.
Jimmy and Lego was cool, though.
Great baseball mind, great take, great perspective. I really appreciate what he said.
Just like you. And I love and respect and appreciate him, even if I think, like you, he's wrong for all the right reasons.
Look, I mean, he's absolutely right. I mean, it is a decision that they probably juggle with. I would say that in the back of their minds that you want to let Shohei Ohtani go out there and do what he does best and enjoy being the best player in the history of baseball. But at some point, that, as you point out, it's more important to win in October than it is to win in June.
Great point.
And I think that is the North Star of this organization: World Series titles.
Counterpoint. Quote, Shohei Ohtani, that's why if I can do both, I'll do both. I want to do it, and I think I can do it. I also think doing both is advantageous to the team.
Do you remember during the WBC the last couple months where Dave Roberts and the organization was saying they were hoping they did not pitch in the WBC? So that's what the Dodgers have told us.
What does that have to do with anything?
It has something to do with
the WBC.
Well, because guess what?
They also wanted to pitch in a wiffle ball game.
Guess what?
That's not Major League Baseball.
Guess what? Shohei Ohtani.
What are you talking about?
As great as Shohei Ohtani is,
why are you bringing up all
baseball Jesus? He needs the Dodgers as much as
you're a false prophet.
He needs the Dodgers as much as they need him. Remember when he was the Angels? He didn't win anything, no playoff series. The Dodgers know what they're doing, and they have shown.
Sorry, do you hear that?
Yes.
That is the crow making the noise for the third time. Because you denied. I feel so sad.
Brought up a new
point
point.
Right now.
Brought up a new point.
The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, 855-97 LA Fan. What does the WBC have to do with? I don't want him to pitch 150
because it's
pitches
an
in a spring
indicator.
training game
I always
either.
say this: don't listen to what the Dodgers say. Watch what they do and what they've done. And on top of that, what they've said is they want to limit his pitches. They want to limit his starts if they can. And
I'm
it's
listening to Shohei. I'm Team Shohei.
Okay, I'm Team World Series.
Okay,
I'm Team 3-peat.
I think that he's a unicorn, and you think he's a mere mortal who needs to be corralled by you. That's fine. We are allowed to have a difference of opinion.
Superman needs to answer the Justice League too. Okay. Okay. All right. I already said in the first segment I would never do the pen thing again.
No, I like the pen
No,
thing.
I retired it, okay?
Hold on.
Oh, my goodness. That's a very loud popping pen that you do have.
Thank you. Dave Roberts, who did not address whether or not Shohei Ohtani should be treated like Balik, which is a very fine Irish. It's like a plate material. You know what Balik is?
I've heard the name. Yeah,
yeah, we have some because we're Irish. It's, we don't ever use it. You know why? If you touch it, it'll break.
Well,
you treat
the
Ohtani like
Dodgers
he's
World
Balik.
Series hopes would be Balik.
Balik.
They would be Balik.
Your perspective
if Ohtani
is Balik. It's
was
breaking.
injured.
It's breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart, Anakin. You're breaking my heart, Doug. God, that was a terribly delivered line. All right, so Dave Roberts. Whoa, who did you want to do Yoda? We're in it. We're deep in it.
Roberts, Dodgers talk. I don't know.
And as Yoda so eloquently just pointed out, using the Force, Dave Roberts did in fact speak a few minutes ago and was asked his thought about giving Kyle Tucker an IL stint just to give him a little bit of a reset.
No, I haven't. I don't think we've thought about that, but I do think that the 4 days might be with the off day would be a middle to that. And so hopefully that he is taking advantage of, this obviously to get right, but also kind of a mental reset. Hopefully the 4 days will suffice.
All right, so they are going to, he's using the terminology that you're using.
The little reset?
Mental reset.
Hey.
Can I do a little bit of positivity on Kyle Tucker?
Yeah.
I don't know that I believe this, just like I don't know that you believe Ohtani should be treated like Balik, but I'm going to say it anyway in the hope that it becomes real. You do have players. Major League Baseball is unique in that there are really great players who just sometimes have lost seasons and then find their way back. It's a bizarre sort of career statistical thing that happens. This sort of anomalous seasons. We don't want it to be the whole season, but guys can go long stretches and not play well and figure it out. It is hard to adjust to a new team. He doesn't seem like he's comfortable. Maybe a 4 or 5 day reset. There's a really good baseball player in there. So it's not an impossibility that he takes some time off, he gets a little bit right in the head, he has the thing you've been calling for, Doug, and I love that you call for it and it seems to happen. You will things into the Dodgers universe in a way that I find very interesting here on DMAC and Reiter. And maybe he comes back and he just starts playing well.
That's the hope. But first and foremost, 4 days, I'll believe it when I see it. When the Dodgers say 4 days, that means a week, right? When they say a week, that means 10 days. So I'll believe when I see it if he's actually going to be back in the lineup on Friday. But I do think that he is someone that has pressed so hard. There's just so many bizarre splits. We've talked about him. The OPS on the road versus at home. He's better on the road. He's worse at home. He's been overly aggressive on first pitches. He's just not Kyle Tucker. The Dodgers, they signed the memory of Kyle Tucker, right? This is not the Kyle Tucker that they thought they were getting. So I think it's going to be something where he needs more than just 4 or 5 days. I think there's mechanical issues. I've heard there's mechanical issues. I was texting with someone from the Dodgers a couple days ago, and they told me that there's more than one thing that is a mess, and you don't fix that in 4 days.
I love the positivity that you just rained all over, just like the rain that might be happening in Minneapolis, which is why Dodgers-Twins first pitch is delayed. It is now going to be at 5:05 our time, 7:05 Minneapolis time. So again, Dodgers-Twins first pitch likely to happen right around when the first pick in the NBA draft is going down. As a reminder, the NBA draft is tonight. James Coe on the James Coe Show every day, every night, every evening, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. will be live and local with you when the Lakers at 25 make that selection, and we'll break that all down for you live. So if you're driving around, if you're hanging out, you want to know what's going on, James Coe will have you covered. I have a few comments here from the chat, from at the Fan LA over on the YouTube. Are you interested in hearing some of these comments? Some of them are about you. Okay.
I would love to hear them.
AMW 0720 says the world deserves as much Ohtani as possible. The world, Doug. People hate load management for NBA stars, but Doug wants us to not allow the world to see Ohtani. On behalf of the world, I think this commenter.
I think that people are getting what I said and they're interpreting the wrong way. I think for me, I want to see a steady dose of Shohei Ohtani, but hey, you can there's such thing as too much of something, right? And the too much of Shohei Ohtani, if it leads to potentially risking or limiting his performance, it'd be absolutely catastrophic. And everyone that's saying that, everyone that's pointing that out, they'd be the same people that'd be crying and they'd be in the fetal position in the middle of their kitchen, crying and sobbing if Shohei Ohtani was injured. You are playing with fire.
I don't want to cry and sob. I have a question.
Yes.
If Yamamoto gets injured, would that be a problem for the Dodgers?
Absolutely.
Should they stop pitching him?
No, but they should.
If Freddie Freeman gets injured, would that be a problem for the Dodgers? Should they stop playing him? Ohtani is a two-way player.
But last time I checked, you just named players that aren't dealing with a current injury to their left knee that's dealing with swelling. There's a blister.
I also named players that aren't Shohei Ohtani. He is remarkable. Come on now. The Dodgers are much more toward the cautious view of things like you are than I am. If his blister or his knee were such that he shouldn't be playing, he wouldn't be playing. The Dodgers wouldn't jeopardize him.
I disagree. I think that Shohei's calling the shots. I really do.
I hope so.
I think that Shohei Ohtani is flexing his muscle with the contract that he signed. He can point to the fact they've won 2 World Series titles. He can point to the fact that he has been the unanimous MVP both years with him. But I still think that they have to, at some point, not allow himself to be his worst enemy. I think it's kind of wild here when you kind of think about this. We're talking about someone that probably, you look at Messi, you look at other great athletes around sports, no one is doing what Shohei Ohtani's doing. It's not that he's just playing baseball. He's playing 2 different sports within the game.
We know. He's a unicorn. He's unique. No one is saying...
So what happened in 2023? He got an arm injury, and he was done. The season would be over.
Many pitchers have had arm injuries and come back and played exceptionally.
Look, I would say it's the thing about, for Shohei, yes, he's a cheat code. He's always going to be a cheat code. But if everyone had this same exact approach, what are you doing it for? What you're doing for Shohei, you're doing for just seeing him on a day-to-day basis. I get it.
If we were cautious at the start of his career, the way you want to be at this point of his career,
totally
we would
different
never
situation.
Have known that Ohtani could
that
be
was before
Ohtani.
he had any arm surgeries.
Robert Wallace 490 in the chat. A little bit of middle ground here. between DMAC and Reiter on DMAC and Reiter and our schism, our Ohtani schism that we have. That report has me thinking a bit. I see both points as valid with Ohtani. I just have to go back to our way of being taught how to play baseball. The goal is the championship. Great debate. Should I say great debate exclamation point when I read this, or should I go great debate?
Great debate. It's great. Look, you don't. Here's the thing, though,
baby.
You don't protect Ohtani because you think he can handle it. You protect him because baseball has never seen anything like him. And Andrew Friedman has said this himself. There's nothing to reference when it comes to this guy. And yes, he's going to do everything he can in between starts. Yes, he's going to do everything pre-game, post-game, in between, every little thing that he can do to stay on the mound and stay in the box. But what is the grand scheme of this? Let's be honest here. Let's be honest. Let's call this what it is. And I'm not afraid to say this, okay? We know that he wants to pitch, right? But the reason why he wants to pitch is because he is pursuing an individual award that is a Cy Young.
I just walked you through why he loves to pitch. We did a whole segment on it.
I understand that.
Did you miss it?
But he also...
You were in it. You were a part of the segment.
No,
I can read it to you again.
That magazine did a piece on me a couple years ago. So the thing,
did you read that one?
So the thing is, that the magazine has credibility. I'm saying,
yeah.
And
so they're contradicting what you just said. I can give you the details again if you want.
Okay, go do it.
He didn't say. I read it. He didn't say he's in it for a Cy Young. He said because he loves the feeling of it. He gets to impact the game in a way that otherwise he can't. There's a challenge and a clumsiness and a sort of a nebulousness that's different than hitting because he wasn't raised as a pitcher, and he thinks it can help the team. I mean, I don't see anything about a Cy Young in here.
But he's mentioned multiple times this year that the Cy Young is something that he's pursuing. Yeah. I believe in Dylan Hernandez's piece, he mentioned something about his comments on wanting to win a Cy Young. I asked him about wanting to win a Cy Young earlier in the year.
But you can want to. I mean, you can want to win something without it being the driving force. Like I want to win the Macaroni Award, but I'm doing this radio show because I love radio.
That's fair. Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying there.
I'm just trying to.
The truth is every ounce of misuse, I think, really hurts the ultimate goal in the strategy.
I agree with you. I just think the misuse is you not understanding that you can use him the way that you can use a unicorn. We just disagree on the use.
But we've seen in the past, the more this happens, the higher the probability of an injury.
I mean, I saw, lightning one strike a park. It doesn't mean I don't walk through the park anymore. I mean, stuff happens.
Yeah, but if you knew
that was
that...
scary, by the way.
Really?
Have you been near lightning when it strikes?
That sounds pretty terrifying to me.
It was awful.
Really?
Okay, can I read you?
Yeah. Hit me.
This last one is by way of. Actually, I've got a couple for you. Bacon. There's a lot of N's on the end. Bacon says if Shohei wasn't good to go, they would rest him against the Twins. In fairness, I think that's a very fair point by Bacon on the chat at the Fan LA. They're not resting him. He's hitting leadoff today. He's going to pitch tomorrow.
I think he's good to go. I just think that he's not 100%. And if he's not 100%, I'm protecting my biggest asset. Period. End of story. Like I just don't think that if you are the Dodgers in that situation, yes, you had a list of injuries, a litany of such that have impacted you this year. You still have 50. You still have 50 wins before any team in Major League Baseball. So that to me is I think it's like I think for Shohei, like big picture here, the perfect way to manage him would be to have the constant communication that they do have, but also. Are you just going to go by everything he has to say as far as pursuing every single start?
I don't think it's binary. I don't think it's everything or nothing. But I do think this is the crux of it. This is where we disagree. And maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am. You don't think you are. I am going to trust Shohei a lot more to help me navigate this world that only he has ever occupied than you are. But I don't think it's all or nothing. I don't think it's he makes an announcement and Dave Roberts snaps to attention and informs Andrew Friedman what the boss has said. But I do think because he is in rarefied air and the only one to ever be there, that he is going to get more say and should about how this works.
And he's absolutely earned the right to do that. But here's the thing. With Shohei Ohtani, the cost of mismanaging Shohei Ohtani isn't losing a game, it's losing a season, it's losing a dynasty, it's losing a three-peat. And I will die on this hill. Yeah. No one in that chat's going to change my mind. No caller's going to change my mind. You're not going to change my mind.
No one is arguing we should mismanage him. No one is arguing.
I think playing him not at 100% is mismanaging him. I do believe that.
No one is saying that we need to mismanage him. We are having a conversation about how to manage someone who literally has never been seen in the sport of baseball before.
And I think that's the reason.
You can also mismanage him by not playing him enough. You can also mismanage him by not pitching him when he's able to pitch. You can also mismanage him if he believes that pitching and hitting makes him better at the other thing. I mean, these are all things that he has put. I'm not saying that I'm right.
Do you think if Shohei had a 5 ERA right now, he'd still be out there making every start?
I don't know.
But do you think he would? I don't.
Do I think if he was Eric Lauer in Toronto, he would pitch at all? No, he's not. I mean, I don't know. Like, that's like you asking me, do you think if LeBron was 5'11", he'd still be LeBron? Who cares? What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I mean, not every pitcher's going to have a...
What are you talking about?
Because
he doesn't have a 5 ERA.
But what I'm talking about is
he's got the second best earned run average in baseball.
He does, but also his innings are significantly lower than the top two.
Right, but you brought up ERA.
He's been a great pitcher this year, but his last 3 starts...
If he was batting 120 and had never hit a home run in his career, would you want him to pitch more? What do you mean? Like, that's not the guy we're talking about.
Because there's been an agreement and there's been an acceptance.
Because he's great.
He's great.
It's not
absolutely.
an agreement. I mean, it's not like they made an agreement.
There's been agreement. There's been acceptance. There's been clearly a handshake, wink, wink, whatever you want to call it. Hey, we're going all in on this Cy Young, right? We are.
Handshake, wink, wink, wink. The guy's amazing at both things.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander just won the MVP. Did they win the NBA Finals? I mean, look, that's the thing.
What?
I'm just saying that individual awards. They made
the conference finals.
Who's talking about individual awards?
They won a championship last year.
All right. I
just don't know what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that the pursuit of individual awards aren't worth the pursuit of a once in a franchise's history's possibility, and that's winning 3 titles.
I respect your perspective, but the difference is if NBA players only played offense or defense, and during his MVP season, Giannis Antetokounmpo said, you know what? I want to try to play defense, and some guy in Milwaukee who's really smart and gets it goes, no, man, we're not going to jeopardize your offense. It's a different thing than we've ever seen. And I respect where you're coming from, and I respect why you have the view you have. I just don't think it's as binary as it's clearly a mistake. I think there is uncertainty because I think Ohtani is the most uncertain, hard to get your arms around, hard to get your brain around player in the history of baseball.
I mean, Blake Snell's essentially missed an entire season, and he's 70% probably, something like that. Think about that. And they've done it for a multi-time Cy Young Award winner. The truth is that if Shohei Ohtani was any other pitcher, and if he did want to pursue a Cy Young, he'd be not making these starts. I can't prove that, but I know that to be true. In my heart of hearts.
I don't think this is you, even though it's the look you give me when we have this conversation. But on the stream, I will flip you the bird. Again, I will flip you the bird.
That sounds like a profile.
Right. D-Mac and Reiter, how much can we blame Guggenheim and Zaidi for missing out on Giannis? We will explain that to you along with some NBA draft talk next here on D-Mac and Reiter. D-Mac and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. I feel bad. I think I accidentally snapped at Shay earlier, the producer for the show before us.
You did? Why?
Well, I'm weird about my headphones.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and a little bit of, I'm a slight germaphobe, slightly. And my headphones were gone, and I went into where are the headphones? He took them on accident.
Where's the headphones, Shay?
Give them to me. I mean, I was.
Bill.
I gotta. Sometimes my kids tell me that I'm intense when I don't know it. So I think sometimes I express myself in what feels like a chill way.
So-
and then when the person jumps
Oh, yeah.
backwards,
No, I think that's the best kind of person though. It's like it's like you're 99% of the time super chill, but that 1% you'll flip a lid, you'll be really upset. But is it because your headphones weren't around, or is it because of the germ aspect of it?
the headphones have been handed to someone else who had them on.
Interesting.
And so I was like, for 3 hours, 4 hours, like, oh, I haven't cleaned them yet. But
See,
like,
I actually take my headphones around and I try to get as many people as I can to wear them for
to wear
1
the
second.
headphones?
Yeah, so
to spread the love.
I want everyone in this entire building to at least wear my headphones at least for 1 second.
I haven't worn your headphones yet.
You want to?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay, after the
I
show.
like hanging out with you, but
Okay.
that's the thing I want to pass
If you
on.
change your mind, I'm right here.
They're there.
Yeah.
They're ready for me.
Yep, they're listening to you right now.
It's an invitation.
It is.
Even though we are on this distance apart on Otani, you would share your headphones with me.
I would, absolutely.
That's so kind of zero interest. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, 855-97-LA Fan. We've had a lot of calls today. Thank you for everyone who's listening, calling in. We love that we get to come in.
Call in. Try to convince me that I'm wrong on Shohei. I dare you.
Well, I mean, the problem is you're doing such a good job of it yourself that I don't know that that's...
Bring it. I love it, actually.
No. You're making a great argument, and it's a very sort of... it's a very interesting conversation about what we should do with Shohei. And yeah, Jug's right. If you want to call in, do you want to read the number?
I do. Can I?
I just can't touch it.
No, okay. 855-97-LA Fan.
Crushed it.
855-975-2326.
Drive it, baby. Drive it at the Fan LA on the old stream. So we were asked to what degree we blame Guggenheim and Zaidi for missing out on Giannis. So short answer is Guggenheim has zero, and Zaidi have nothing to do with this. The only way to get Giannis was the Genie Bus regime, and it's not Genie, right? It's Rob Pelinka. The assets you acquire to go get a Giannis, you get in the previous years, going back 3, 4, 5 years. So it's not a Guggenheim thing. It is. They are on the clock though now, starting tonight, because they're the ones that choose that Rob Pelinka. They took over after the last draft, not before. So this is the first draft that Guggenheim and the first free agency period that Guggenheim's on the clock. Now they're responsible if things don't go well.
They are, and I think that's something that they're going to have front of mind, top of mind tonight. They need to absolutely nail this draft. They need to nail this offseason. And yes, the moves aren't out there to get a tier 1 top 10 level player, but you're hoping that you have something with an Austin Reeves and that LeBron James comes back on a reasonable contract. But I think for tonight, the Lakers are in a position where you're drafting towards the bottom, but then you're wondering to yourself, how do we utilize that draft capital? Is there some chatter on the trade market? Could they benefit on the ripple effects of the Giannis trade? Could they be a player for an Isaiah Stewart or a Ware or someone like that? So there's a lot of different ways tonight can go. But this time tomorrow, hopefully when we're talking winners and losers of the NBA draft, we're talking about the Lakers as a winner. It's just how much will they win? Are they going to take a big swing? Are they going to do something on the margins? But it needs to be something positive in the right direction.
By the way, you're right that there's not likely to be a game-changing player. That's true at 25. I will say, and this is hard to do and almost impossible if you're Rob Pelinka because he's not very good at his job, but Nikola Jokic, not a top pick. Giannis Antetokounmpo, not a top pick. The guy that we said hi to in passing last week, Draymond Green, not a top pick. I mean, there are players. Can I walk you through some of the Pelinka misses?
Yeah, let's do it.
I always forget how to say his name because I'm so angry that he got drafted. The Jalen Hood Shafino. Rock it again. It was just so well. You said it with such conviction.
Oh,
that's what I mean. You say everything with such confidence. Where is your bathroom? It's amazing. Shafino was drafted over Jaime Jaquez, over Brandon Pozinski, as you noted earlier. That was in 2023. In 2024, They drafted Dalton Connect. He's been an absolute dud. I had forgotten this until I started looking into it today. In 2020, prior to the draft, Pelinka traded Danny Green in the 28th overall pick to the Thunder. Let me just stop there. Do not ever answer the phone if Sam Presti calls you, especially if your name rhymes with Schmaminka. But okay, that pick turned into Jaden McDaniels. Also, the Lakers reportedly, I didn't know this, had their sights set on Desmond Bane before trading the selection. Desmond Bane turned into a great player in Memphis. So you have not just had multiple misses by Rob Pelinka. You have had multiple misses in which there were difference makers and game changers available. Why is the Guggenheim Group, and maybe you can explain this to me because you have so much insight into them and their process and their sort of approach. Why? And then I'll give you a theory worry that I have that's probably wrong. Why is the Guggenheim Group, the new owners of the Lakers, that obviously the folks who own the Dodgers, why are they giving Rob Pelinka so much rope, so much time, when there is a deadline as it relates to Luka Doncic that did not exist for the Dodgers when they took over from the McCourts?
It's a really good question. I wish I knew the answer to as far as what their approach is going to be for Rob Pelinka. Because to me, the scary thing is if he is the man behind the majority of these decisions that are going to be made, it could be to a point where there is going to be no way to fix it when Luka Doncic could be potentially disgruntled a couple years from now and could force his way out. So they're putting a lot of trust in Rob Pelinka. I think there's a respect level there, knowing like, hey, Rob Pelinka can't go to them and say, hey, I did get Luka Doncic. I am the reason why he's here. I did win a championship. I do have some mistakes. I have made some, and we understand that no GM is perfect. I mean, as great as Andrew Freeman is, people are talking about Kyle Tucker this year, and that's one of the big misses in baseball this year. So I think if I'm Rob Pelinka on the Lakers, I feel like there has been a certain level of trust, and if this draft and this offseason is going to be the one that ultimately decides his job, he's going to have to push all the right buttons, man.
All right, so here's a theory that I have, a view of the sort of sports universe I want to share on DMAC and Reiter that I think is absolutely correct. And then I'm going to tell you who I'm worried could fit into it. And this is very pessimistic. This is very negative. This is very sort of dour and down and rainy clouds on the sort of joy of what could be the Lakers situation. So you can certainly push back, and I hope you will, because I don't want this to be true. But what is true is this thing I call the Michael Jordan theory, that there are in every sport, every generation, players that arrive, and sometimes GMs or front office people, that are so remarkable that they overcome the awful culture of the organization they're in. And they are so, and Michael Jordan is the best example, they're so great that their shine for a time illuminates owners and teammates and coaches and GMs who really aren't that good and just get to sort of bask in the glow. I mean, Jerry Krause was a terrible, terrible GM, and Reinsdorf is a terrible owner. Jordan did this. Theo did this for Boston and the Cubs, and both those organizations have been fairly mediocre. I don't think Bob Myers is a good GM, and that's not a popular opinion. I think he's a poor GM. I think Steph Curry made that organization. Andy Reid is celebrated now as one of the best coaches of all time. Okay, great, you have the resume, but he couldn't win the big game until he got Patrick Mahomes. Tom Brady, it turned out, was a huge part of the reason that Bill Belichick was successful. You can sort of go down the list of these things, and these are rare talents that make everyone succeed. What if that's Andrew Friedman? Like, what if the Dodgers' success and brilliance and greatness is largely tied to the fact that they went out and they hired one of the greatest GMs in the history of the sport? That's not a criticism of the Dodgers as it relates to the Dodgers side. But it does make me worried that what if Guggenheim isn't going to have the same magic with the Lakers because there's not an Andrew Friedman they can go hire?
They got to find the right guy. They really do. Or they have to have more Dodgers employees kind of having their fingertips all over the Lakers organization because they have a history of doing it. But look, there's baseball guys, there's basketball guys. When it comes to player evaluations, when it comes to scouting, Jerry West had the instinct, right? He had the instinct of Kobe Bryant and knowing that he was going to be the guy.
Town.
Exactly.
And they ran him out of the Lakers.
They did.
Kobe Bryant's another example. Kobe Bryant's another example of somebody who I think made up for a multitude of sins sometimes.
But if you're the Lakers, though, the question is, are you too invested in this current core and this current group to make any drastic changes now? Because we know they want to compete for titles every single year.
The core, like the group that you have is, yeah, it's a fair point, is the group you have. My concern is, I hope the Lakers are going to be successful. It just occurs to me that there may not be there is another Andrew Friedman, but he's probably Sam Presti, and he's probably not coming to LA. And so it worries me, and it worries me. And so sort of the kernel, the seed of doubt is because Pelinka is still being allowed to make the decisions that are going to happen starting about 20 minutes. For the Lakers drafting 25th, it's more like 2 hours and 20 minutes. And speaking of which, by the way, James Coe is going to be the guy who will be my chair just collapsed on my leg. But James Coe won't have that problem, and he has you covered when the Lakers make their selection in the NBA draft tonight. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, will be live and local, giving voice to that pick and what it means. It's not just a catchphrase. We're actually live and we're local and we're talking LA sports, including late at night when everybody else is making you listen to national programming that has nothing to do with LA, which also happens during the day. Not here on 97.1 The Fan. The James Coe Show has you covered. We've talked a lot of the Giannis trade. We're going to get into more of it and how it could impact the Lakers in Hardwood Headlines next on DMAC and Reiter. Bill Reiter, DMAC, and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. We've had a bunch of phone calls. We love that all of you are listening, that you're calling in. We want you to be part of the show at 855-97 LA Fan. And that really cool connection between us and all of you and what we want to build here continues with Mike from the Redlands. From Redlands, Mike in Redlands, appreciate you. Thank you so much for listening. You are on DMAC and Reiter, my friend.
Perfect. I appreciate you taking the call.
Yeah, man, what's shaking? All right, Mike, hang in there. We're going to take you down. We got a little bit of a connection issue. It happens. It's part of the LA experience. I mean, you and I, when our drive on Hauser, the phone just goes out for 4 blocks.
They call it cell HE double hockey stick, right?
Okay.
Yeah. When you're not getting
No, I got it.
Yeah.
You got me there. It's amazing.
I want to hear what it has to say, though.
I had this big moment today. There's a stretch where I drive in where there's like 4 blocks where there's no cell phone service near my house, and then it just worked today. They obviously had – oh, Mike is back. Mike in Redlands, what's up, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Gotcha, dude. Loud and clear.
All right, perfect. Yeah, well, I wanted to get your feedback on what you think we should do as a Lakers organization on the offseason, because obviously we want to win now, but realistically, the only tradable asset we have is Austin Reeves to get the picks that we need to gain the depth we need as a team to actually compete for a championship. What do you think about trading him off just to gain those assets down the line?
Yeah, Mike, it's a really good question. So here's my thing, and you and I think you were more anti-Austin than I was, and you've moved me, or I've moved sort of to that space. I do think, Mike, in a very, very thin free agency class in which you have to surround Luka Doncic with help, I think it's harder to move on from Austin Reeves in the sign and trade, because I don't know that you're going to get value in terms of players, Doug. I think you're going to get picks. Picks aren't really going to work. And I was thinking about this, like, because Mike, here's the other thing the Lakers can do. They can trade away 3 first-round picks, including tonight's pick, which is 25th, and James Coe will be live whenever that happens, whenever the Lakers make that decision in the draft tonight on the James Coe show. He's great. It'll be great. He broke down the Giannis thing live yesterday. It's a pretty deep draft. It doesn't mean that at 25 you're going to find help, but it means that you can. In a normal scenario, if Sam Presti was my GM, was the GM of the Lakers, I would say keep the pick. I don't trust Pelinka to make the pick properly, so I'm more inclined to keep Austin Reeves, to pay him what you have to try to get LeBron to take some kind of a discount, 2 years 50 or 2 years 22 or something like that, and trade the 3 picks and go get help that way.
Exactly. I think that you got to use the bird rights to keep Austin Reeves in purple and gold. You look at the cap hold at $21 million. You have to manage that asset where you hope that Reeves emerges, continues to get better. That's one thing. I know I give Reeves a tough time, but he has gotten better every single year. And if he did stay healthy last year, he would have been an all-star. And he did make a valiant comeback in the playoffs and help them win a series. But I will say that if they do not get a blue chipper, whether it be a Walker Kessler, whether they go in the RFA route to bring someone in, the sign and trade, you got to add a blue chipper, whether it be a center, the A-list center that Luka Doncic talks about, a 3-and-D wing guy. If you don't add a blue chipper to the group, to the core that has Luka, that has LeBron, that has Reeves, assuming that both those guys come back, then I think it's a failed off season.
Mike and Redlands, let me give you a scenario that I think is the best case scenario. And I just basically said my doubts about the Guggenheim group, right, in the last segment. Let me give you the benefit of the Guggenheim group. They have money, and they're not afraid to spend it. And if you go into the first apron or even the second apron, there's real restrictions over time. But if you want to try to capitalize for a year or two and then move on contracts later, you can do that. There is a world where, because you said on bird rights, you can basically wait on Austin Reeves and LeBron till later, and you can sign those guys after you make your moves, going over the cap into the aprons, but you're allowed to do that. So you make a max offer for Walker Kessler, the big man in Utah, and you hope the Jazz don't match. And I think that's a 50% proposition. And there's a report out today, and this has been percolating, but there was another report that the Pelicans are looking to move Trey Murphy and Herb Jones, guys that I brought up. And I love Trey Murphy, but both these guys are exactly what you want to surround Luka Doncic with. They're great defensive players. They'll offer you some offense. So there's a world where, I'll ask you, would you be willing to overpay? Would you be willing to trade 2 first-round picks, say, and a pick swap for Trey Murphy, overpay for Walker Kessler, hope he's good enough and he's healthy, and then give Austin Reeves a bunch of money, try to bring LeBron back, bird rights it, go deep over the apron, know you're going to have to move some contracts later, but LeBron's going to leave in a year or two, and roll the dice for 2 years with that's your team and very little flexibility? I think I would be.
I would 100%. I think you got to play for now. I think you have to know what you're dealing with Luka Doncic, a prime year. You just can't lose prime years. I mean, you cannot lose prime years of Luka Doncic. You don't buy a lottery ticket and frame it and put it on the wall, right? That's not what you do. You have Luka Doncic in his prime, get him help. The Knicks just won a title last year. The New York Knicks. I never thought I would be uttering those words. The New York Knickerbockers just won a title with Jalen Brunson as their best player. The Lakers can certainly do it with Luka Doncic if you get some better pieces around him. So I 100% would go down that route for sure without even thinking about it. 100% with a bullet.
I mean, look, the fact is, to your exact point, in some situations, you don't want to be too aggressive in basically hard capping yourself and taking away flexibility and limiting the future. But the expiration date, what do you say? It's a lease, not a
yeah. Luka's prime's a lease, not an ownership.
That's a real thing, man.
Yeah.
That's a real thing. Now you've got to be very careful in how you execute what I just said. I'm not a cap expert. You have to do it in a way, if you go over the aprons, where you are able to get off some of these contracts, because you don't want to be trapped in first or, God forbid, second apron hell. I know this stuff's kind of boring, but basically, if you spend too much money, they take away draft picks after 3 years. You're not allowed to. It makes it much harder to build a team if things go wrong. And you've seen that in Milwaukee. Part of the reason that they lost Giannis Antetokounmpo is they didn't have assets and they didn't have flexibility. So you got to do this cautiously and carefully. But I do think you have to put the chips in the middle of the table. Otherwise, you risk losing Luka Doncic. And if you lose Luka, man, it could be you may be in rebuild mode in LA, whether it's supposed to happen or not.
It can last a very long time. And look at life after Kobe Bryant, all those lean years in drafting D'Angelo Russell and Lonzo Ball and Julius Randle and Brandon Ingram and all these guys that you hoped would emerge as these superstar players. Yeah, a lot of them turned out to be pretty good, but none of them turned out to be guys that were number one or number two players on championship-level rosters. And last time I checked, that's the entire point in this city. It's not to finish second. It's to actually hang banners and win titles. And here's the other thing, too, Bill, as far as the Rob Pelinka piece and all this. If I'm Rob Pelinka, I'm emptying the clip on my assets very quickly because I don't think I have job security. Like, what's the point?
See, and that's a great point.
And that scares me too, though, right?
Yeah, because GMs, and this is the thing that I learned as an insider, GMs never operate in the best interest of their team. They operate in the best interest of themselves, and you hope the Venn diagram overlaps as much as possible, but it doesn't always. It just, I think you and I at some point should have a deeper conversation about, because you keep saying correctly that LA can't allow a rebuild. The thing is, if you limit how you win in the NBA now, because the CBA is built in a way where you need to rebuild that way, and you run the risk of being a perennial, 3 to 7 seed. You don't want to become the Miami Heat of the last, 4 or 5 years. And so I think at some point we should have a deeper, maybe debate, conversation, argument, sort of just work it through, DMAC.
Hit me up tonight.
Or on the air.
Oh, on the okay.
But I'll do it tonight.
Okay.
I hear you. I think the Lakers have to go for it with Luka. If it doesn't work, they're going to have to rebuild, dude. Like, it's going to be an ugly sort of process. So that's the other risk. It's not just you lose Luka. You're not going to be able to likely recycle in another person.
You're not. And that's why there's so much pressure on this team. And if you're Rob Pelinka, yeah, you got a 25, 26-year-old Luka Doncic for essentially pennies when you kind of look back at it for an asset that was already devalued. But they do need to absolutely have that sense of urgency, knowing what is at stake, big picture, and that if they do not make the right decisions in the next year to 2 years, you could be entering a very long and a very ugly rebuild.
DMAC and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan. We've had a bunch of people call in. We will keep taking your phone calls. We love the connection. We love that you're listening on the FM or the stream. Phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. Good news and bad news. It's the same news. Ronaldo had a really good game. We are going to give him some credit. We are going to hear from some people involved with the U.S. men's national team. We are going to get into a World Cup update with the voices of the difference makers themselves next here on DMAC and Reiter. final hour of the show today. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on DMAC and Reiter, presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. DTLA Law Group is awesome. Very pumped that they are part of the show, sponsoring the show, presenting the show, and again, calldowntown.com. You're awesome too.
They're the very best in the game.
They really are.
Absolutely.
I'm very pumped that we get to be presented by those guys, and it's very, very cool. Dodgers game is underway momentarily. A bit of a delay, about a 25-minute rain delay. We'll keep you updated on what's going on as things unfold. How do you feel about Robo? We didn't really get into this. I was looking some stuff up today. Dude, his batting average against this year is .272, and his WHIP is 1.34, and yet he's been able to limit the damage. ERA below 3.
Yeah, he's a classic case of a guy that's kind of gotten the results, but then you look under the hood, you look at a lot of the predictive stuff, it doesn't love the future for himself. His expected ERA at 4.19.
Is that what it is?
But the ERA that he's posted is 2.72. But the good thing is, with the compete factor that he has, which is off the charts, which I would put at a 10 out of 10 as far as just how he attacks every hitter, I think it gives him a chance, an opportunity to maybe not stay at 2.72, at 2.72 ERA in 12 starts and 13 games, 79 1/3 innings of work, but I still think he can be a very, very good pitcher that belongs in this rotation, that has a live arm for a lefty. And I think what Robleski's playing for is he understands the long-term prospects of, one, proving the versatility that he does have. So I don't think the Dodgers want to include him in any type of trade because they know that he can eat innings and make starts in the regular season, and then come postseason time, you throw him into the bullpen as a guy and go multiple innings and you use a high-leverage lefty. So I love Robo. Is he as good as the numbers indicate?
No,
probably not. No.
By the way, those stats I gave you the last 5 outings. So
No,
just,
come on.
Oh, it was bad.
I like that. Nobleski.
It was
Robleski.
Bad. It was bad here on DMAC and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, and occasional bad jokes. It happens. It's part of the deal. It's been very cool how many people have been calling in, and you are always welcome and invited, especially for those of you that are moving from the office, maybe watching on the stream, getting in the car on the FM on 97.1. You can call us 855-97-LA-FAN. So we're going to break down the... Oh, I want to do this. We get to Ronaldo. We're going to break down the World Cup action and kind of what's going on. It's a big event through the voices of the people involved. Flo Balogun, who's the striker for the U.S. men's national team, has been absolutely incredible. Scored 2 goals, a brace in that opener, was on Fox yesterday and talked about, because he had some options on why he wanted to represent, because you get to choose an international soccer depending on sort of your nationality, where your parents are from, all those things, why he chose the United States to play for.
Everything, I made the decision, I think, about three and a half years ago, and, the fans, the support I was getting, really motivated me to make my decision. Also, I think the ambition of the American people and the culture is something that really inspires me.
That's awesome, dude. I think England was there are several places that he had an option for. Dude, this guy is so good, and this is something we haven't talked about. And for people that don't know, it's very common in the World Cup to be able to sort of choose what country you represent. But once you lock that in, there's a certain number of appearances, very limited, where you cannot change. It's not free agency, but early on when you're young, you decide. And so, for example, Lamine Yamal was born and raised in Spain, but his family's from Morocco, and so he got to choose between Morocco and Spain. He chose Spain. We are at a point now where 15, 20, 30 years ago, a lot of players would not have chosen the United States because they didn't think we were good enough and capable, and now they are. Serginho Dest is another guy. His parents, if I have this right, are American, but they've lived basically abroad the entire time, and I think he was born in the Netherlands. I think he couldn't play for the Dutch national team. So I love that we got Balogun. I also just love that what we're putting together as a project is something that really good players who can choose look at and say, I'll choose the U.S.
Exactly. Great recruiting tool. And I feel like that's what makes this year's version in this World Cup's version of the U.S. team. It feels like a little bit of a team of destiny as far as them reaching new heights, them setting new standards for what it means to be a U.S. soccer player. And having a player of his caliber, it's eye-popping because, I mean, look, I'm the rest of the Americans who have really just absolutely gone all in on this team. And
you're in, right?
Yeah, all the way in. And you hear people talking about the U.S. and teams in the past, and one of their biggest weaknesses was a lack of a high-level true number 9. They have had a weakness from that for a while. So a guy that can play a role for a team that they've needed, I love it, man. And I think it's cool when guys can represent certain countries, and it's their choice, right? So as long as he's eligible, 100%. I mean, hey, Lionel Messi plays for the Miami team. Why can't Messi play for Team USA?
By the way,
no?
There was a battle for Leo over Spain because he was at Spain at such a young age that he could have played for. I haven't seen it yet, but ESPN came out with some documentary called The Lost Tape. You're a content machine. Have you consumed it?
I haven't consumed the whole thing, but I saw YouTube clips of it though. My YouTube algorithm, my Instagram algorithm, it's like it thinks I'm the biggest soccer fan in the world right now.
Is it because it's listening to our conversation?
I think there's a possibility because I think you're the reason why it's so much Messi. I'm obsessed with getting clips of Messi speaking English or attempting to speak English. There was that MLS reporter that asked him a question and he said yes in English, and I don't know. It's just there's so much mystique behind Lionel Messi and just hearing him in press conferences, things like that. So I got to check that one out.
I love me some Messi, dude. D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. Speaking of Messi, the maybe next great player in the world after this generation, one of the guys that will compete is Erling Haaland. And there are people who think that Haaland could be, actually, let me go backwards. Should we do more U.S. men's national team? Why am I cutting out the U.S.?
Holland. Go the Holland.
Why am I betraying the flag? You know what? Red, white, and blue. Bill, what are you doing? Okay, Tyler Adams. I'm going to go Tyler Adams. Is that okay?
Yep.
America. Let's get it. By the way, this is I'm not sure if he's my favorite player on the U.S. men's national team, but I think he's one of the most important for what he does in the midfield. He's a glue guy. He's a great leader. He's got a sort of calm, chill presence. He was on the Pat McAfee show, and he talked about what makes this U.S. team so special.
We've grown a lot since the last World Cup. I would say in the last World Cup we were a little bit, obviously, inexperienced. I hate to say that word, but that's probably the truth more than anything. Whereas now we're just more mature. A lot of us have changed in our personal lives, becoming fathers, growing up. Everything that comes with life. And now as we enter this World Cup, I feel the group is more together than ever. We have a belief that I don't know that we had before, and we're just continually growing.
I love that so much, dude. And I got to tell you, a wise man once wrote down, and a similarly wise man once said to me on D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan yesterday, that failure is a rough draft of success. And Tyler, what?
It's so funny. I'll just drop some stuff and you'll remember. It'll be like tattooed in your brain forever.
I keep it.
Yeah.
When you speak, I listen.
Hey.
And when you speak on anything other than Shohei Ohtani, I don't shudder. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, we broke down the history of the sum of all joy, right? Subtraction of the sum of all joy yesterday.
Subtraction of the sum of all joy. We did. We got into the. That was what you like to say, flow state. That was the flow state of my own history. I love Adams talking about the lack of experience and the things that they've learned. And this does look like a team that is battle tested in a way they weren't before. And I'll just repeat. I'll bang the same drum. I keep beating. The fact that this team is largely made up of guys who play in Europe and have succeeded and failed there, and struggled there, I think it's really, really a critical part of why we're playing so well.
Absolutely. And I was reading about Tyler Adams, and he was talking about wanting to play despite a potential suspension risk. It just shows the buy-in, right? All these guys want to play. All these guys want to be a part of this, and it's such a massive thing that you get all these guys believing and the talent's there, and you combine all of this, and you look at what you broke down. I thought was incredible. All my soccer homies were loving your breakdown of the path that the U.S. has. You combine all that stuff, you can talk
the
about
homies.
Yes.
I know that when you bring up the homies, sometimes you have a look in your eye like, oh, the homies actually thought you were stupid. But I'll pull the one nice thing the guys
I will say, I guarantee the homies are watching this one because the homies are CR7 stands.
Are they really?
They're those guys.
God,
yeah,
I thought your friends were smart, good people. I know everybody has character flaws, but
you can't choose your friends. I guess you can. But
no, I'm sure they're smart, good people. But everyone has a character flaw, and that is, by the way, what's his name? We just went number one, Debonska.
Yeah. Oh, did?
Yeah. It's the opposite of breaking news. They should have a obvious news alert. You know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not breaking nothing.
Your friends love some Ronaldo.
They do.
Okay. Do you want me just to skip to that? Do we do it in course? Can they wait?
They can wait.
They can wait.
Absolutely.
That's your call, not mine.
The build-up's better. Build it up.
The group chat when you're all like, Bills are Church LeBron, or whatever's going on in there. I'm not the one that made you wait.
Nope.
Are you the alpha of your friend group?
I don't know what I am.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you stop. You don't like these questions, do you?
I do. They're fine.
You just retreated into yourself.
I just can't get the Sue out of my head today.
Please do. D-Mac and Reiter, 97 on the fan. All right, to Erling Haaland, who is an incredible player, playing for Norway. They've won both of their matches so far. He keeps scoring goals. It's really been an overachievement what they've done. He was also talking with Fox, and he was asked about their match with France after clinching, and France one of the absolute favorites, after clinching the round of 32.
Up next is France and the likes of Kylian Mbappe. How big a challenge is that going to be for Norway? You guys in flying form, can't wait for it.
Honestly, I don't care too much now. We're through. We managed to get through, which is incredible. So I couldn't care too much about that game now. They're probably going to win against us. They're probably going to win the whole tournament.
I mean, that is wild. That's crazy. By the way, it's what is the equivalent? Norway getting through is kind of like a 12 seed making the Sweet 16, maybe, or making the round of 32. It's a pretty serious accomplishment, and they're probably not going to win the whole thing. But I'm not sure you should admit that before you play the team that you just said probably going to beat you.
That's such a rarity. I mean, that was such a glitch in the Matrix to hear Haaland respond the way that he did. I guess Mbappe's not going to know who to glare to when they were doing the walkouts and when France, the juggernaut, goes against Norway. I mean, look, I think Norway has got to be one of the most likable teams. I think Haaland, who looked like this villain that I didn't know the most about heading into this tournament. This guy is incredible, man. I don't know if you follow him on social media, some of the things that he says and does. He's awesome. Someone asked him, and they're like, Haaland, are you a girl or a boy? And he said, my mom is a girl, my dad's a boy. I'm a mixture of both. Like he's got a hilarious sense of humor, dude.
He's so likable, and he's selfless, and he's talented, and he's the opposite of Ronaldo. Kylian Mbappe. No, is that too? He's young. He's likable.
Ronaldo's back, baby.
Yeah.
Sue.
D-Mac and Reiter, 97 won the fan. There are right-minded people who are trying not to drive their cars into medians as you do that. Kylian Mbappe, please be safe as you drive. Kylian Mbappe yesterday was talking to reporters about who the greatest player out there is between him. I love this question that somebody asked. Between him, Messi, Kane, and Haaland.
You scored 2 goals in the opening match. The same did Harry Kane and Erling Haaland. Messi scored 3. So who's the best out of you guys?
The best of the 4 players?
Yeah.
Lionel Messi. It's clear. It's the best in the world with Cristiano. It's clear. He showed during 15 years that he had an amazing quality. Me, I try to do what I can do. I show my quality on the biggest stage, helping my team to win another World Cup. For the rest, is debate for the people. Debate for the journalists, debate for the fan of football, and I think it's good to debate about the players to see who is the best, who perform better. But for me, it's not a question in my head. It's just about how I can help my team tomorrow against Iraq and how I can bring the trophy home in July.
Dude, I need you to explain this to me. I hate Kylian Mbappe when he is on his club team, even when he was at PSG, and I really like him with the French national team. And I don't understand that because I checked. He's the same guy.
It happens. It's sometimes, I mean, people didn't like Carmelo Anthony, and then on the Team USA, they kind of liked him a little more. I thought that was such a great answer, such a polished answer.
It was.
I do wish he had just stuck with a Messi, and then he kind of walked it back and said Ronaldo too. Just stick with your guns there. But he's right, though. It's great to debate. It's great for journalists, great for fans. That's what makes sports what they are, is everyone having their own takes and their biases and their opinions. And I think it's a really, really good tournament for Kylian Mbappe from a PR standpoint. He's playing well.
I agree.
The way that he's handling the media, I think France has a good chance to win it. And who knows, maybe his career trajectory kind of just takes another level up. I think that possibly we see France win the World Cup and that Mbappe carry that momentum into winning La Liga with Real Madrid and possibly a Champions League with Real Madrid.
I have to tell you, I'm just ignoring you. I have to tell you that I'm on D-Mac and Reiter. I'm with you on, like, just stick by your...
Why are you ignoring?
just stick by your guns on the Messi thing. And it reminded me of someone, I can't place who it is, but I really like, who will say something they mean and then try to be polite and want to be likable and then say something they don't mean. Like Kylian Mbappe, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm watching this and I'm like, oh, because I watched it. Like, oh, this is like a guy, like I can't remember. It just struck a chord. It struck a familiar chord. I can't place
maybe
it.
once in a practice show. That was it.
I can't.
No.
What are you talking about? What are we talking about you?
I see what you're doing,
Why am I making this about
Mr.
you?
Reiter. Not happening. Not on my
I just
watch.
wish Mbappe would say what he means. Because we can all see it, Mbappe.
Yeah, I agree.
Kylian. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying.
D-Mac and Reiter 90.
How come you didn't respond to my momentum of the
97
tournament
on the fan.
into La Liga and Champions League?
I don't recognize the things that you say that aren't very good. That's the only one.
Hala Madrid.
That's the first one ever. Even your Shohei take is wrong, but it's not bad. It's a great take. It's just I think it's the wrong take.
It's right.
Don't say what you just said.
What?
Don't say the Madrid thing you just said.
What Madrid thing?
Don't be a button pusher.
Okay.
You're such a button pusher, man. I really hate Real Madrid. You know I do.
I know you
With
do.
A burning passion.
And I respect that about you.
If Chris Paul joined Real Madrid, I would
You would cease to exist.
I would never have existed. I would have like Back to the Future myself.
Jeez.
Okay, Zlatan's been amazing. Can we agree Zlatan's been amazing on Fox? Obviously, Messi had an amazing game yesterday. Had a hat trick in game one. Had a brace, 2 goals yesterday, and this was Zlatan's reaction.
It was never in doubt. I mean, you have moments where he looks human by missing the penalty. Then you have the moments when he doesn't look human. That's Messi. Messi is, so far, it's his World Cup, and he didn't play against Jordan yet. So I don't know where it will finish. 5 goals in 2 games. I have 0 goals in 2 World Cups. So I'm happy. I'm happy for him, and I hope he continues. His birthday is in a couple of days, so let him enjoy. Because we are all enjoying him by seeing him play. So amazing, just amazing, no words.
Zlatan is a wise man. Many people have said this. He loves Messi. He also doesn't. Did I say he's a wise man here on D-Mac and Reiter? He doesn't love Ronaldo. Ronaldo had a great game today. I nominated Ronaldo for Reiter Hero of the Day because he was great. He had a brace. He had 2 goals. They were bangers. He also helped set up another goal by basically being selfless for the first time in his existence. And after one of the goals or the game, I don't even know because it made me sick to my stomach, Ronaldo looked at the camera and goes, "I'm back!" As if he went somewhere. Zlatan had a slightly different reaction to Ronaldo.
It was a game for Portugal to score a lot of goals. And his message, I thought he never left. I don't know why he says I'm back.
Yeah, well, like I'm back. What is he? Yeah, what is he?
What do you mean? Come on,
no,
he had a bad first game.
He's saying I no longer suck. Yes, you do. You just had a good game. That's what he's saying. That's what he's acknowledging.
Look, I am not the biggest fan of Cristiano Ronaldo.
All evidence to the contrary.
But I will say this: everyone said that he was bad. Everyone said that he was washed. What I say that. Hey, what are people? The streets were saying that Cristiano Ronaldo had silenced his supporters, not silenced his haters, that he silenced his supporters because all the obnoxious Cristiano Ronaldo lovers around weren't saying anything. So he has a good game, says he's back, meaning he's back from being bad and bad from sucking, and people are giving him a hard time. I think it's a little wrong, and I think the Zlatan, great. I get it. Messi's your boy. Messi's the GOAT, but come on now.
Who is your least favorite basketball player in history?
Least favorite?
Yeah. Paul Pierce?
Paul Pierce is up there. I would say Paul Pierce. I would say Rajon Rondo used to be. Raja Bell.
I have a crazy
used
Rondo
to be.
story.
You do?
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
So I live in a little shack, but I live in a shack next to a very beautiful part of L.A., and there's a mansion next to me that rents for an ungodly amount of money. If I told you, it's more money than most people make a year, is what it rents for a month. And we got the tip one day that it was for rent, that an NBA player was coming by, but they wouldn't tell us who it was. So we waited by the window. It was Rondo. We listened to Rondo and his wife sort of go, because like the houses are on top of each other. They had the windows open. She didn't like it. They were thinking about moving in. He was in his front yard. And I was just trying to decide what would happen if Rondo was my neighbor. And I was kind of like, "What's up, bro? Want to talk some hoops?" But he didn't move in.
He didn't move in.
He moved in somewhere else. And 3 weeks later, remember when he got in some trouble for little allegations of like maybe banging on a door or something? It happened at the other house. But Rondo was almost my neighbor.
Really?
I think he would have hated me.
You think you would have? I think you guys would be good friends.
You think we'd
talking ball,
I don't
playing,
know.
Maybe going to the tennis club together.
He doesn't strike me.
Maybe go to Erks together.
I see what you're doing. Go to Erks?
You guys go to Erks together.
Go to Erks?
Yeah, wouldn't Erk you?
How was the VIP Disney experience that you did? The really like fancy one.
It's a good time.
Was it great?
Yeah, it was.
The VIP one?
VIP, baby.
I love that. What's
right this way, D-Mac.
Gorsh. Are you talking about Irks?
Irks.
You mean Irks?
Yes.
Yeah. Not Irks. It's Irks.
You tell me, Mr. Manhattan Beach.
If you know,
Mr. Manhattan Beach.
If
yeah.
you know, I was told I was a transplant
Bill Reiter.
today. I'm not even
You
allowed
were?
to- yeah, I guess so.
What do you mean?
I'm not allowed to speak about it.
Okay.
I didn't know that there's a 15-year. I get to talk about Manhattan Beach in a year.
Transplant status.
The new 97 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. You want one more? You want more? I'll get you one more. I'll get you one more sound by 2:33.
Let's hit it.
5:33. I did the time wrong. I screwed up the Big Lebowski joke. Declan Rice, it was praising. Have you heard of this guy? Leo Messi to reporters yesterday.
What Messi's doing at a World Cup as well. I think it's just very special that we're witnessing this, and what he's doing at his age is incredible. So even as a neutral, as a football fan, and a lover as well as a football player, it's incredible to watch him too. So yeah.
Dude, we didn't go to Irks, did we? We didn't go to Hercules, did we? When we went,
Not
when we hung
that
out.
I know of.
When we hung out that one night.
Yeah.
We went a lot of places.
We did.
We had the
bar crawl.
The bartender wouldn't stop bringing us beer.
He wouldn't.
It wasn't charging us. I was like, no, man, I'm done.
And you're drinking a red Budweiser like you're Larry Bird out there.
I do like the Bud.
I was drinking some Capri Suns.
No, you weren't. You were. What were you? Were you drinking Modelo?
Modelo.
Was that what it was?
Modelo Especial.
You were crushing it.
See.
Then all the bunch of Dodgers people ended up, and a Dodgers beat writer that I took exception to for some reason.
I know, for some reason.
I don't know
why?
I don't know. His work.
You
Just
really,
kidding.
yeah, you judge people right on sight.
I do. Well, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. And sometimes you got to.
Sometimes
right?
you got to make a judgment.
Yeah.
I thought you were amazing the minute I met you.
Hey,
That's
I'll take
real
it.
talk.
I'll take it.
All right, the new 97
Vice
won the
versa
fan.
too, man.
The voice. The voice of LA sports and deep sarcasm. 855-97 LA fan. There is an inkling of a possibility of hope that maybe this dream that we have for Aaron Donald to return, a dream that 97 won the fan actually tried to put into the universe by putting a billboard out there urging him back. Maybe it could happen. The ultimate NFL insider has some things to say about it, and you are going to want to hear that next here on DMAC and Reiter. presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. You're my inspiration, and I'm gonna prove it to you.
Okay.
In one of the why is Bershon laughing like I'm about to be
Yeah,
mean?
this feels like it's going to be so disingenuous here.
I'm not disingenuous.
You're not.
I
think I might be.
855. No comment. 855-97. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. Well, 855-97 LA fan. I think you're very genuine. You're very genuous. In one of the breaks, I asked you randomly what your favorite restaurant was. I don't know why. In LA, and you go, tough question. And you threw a few at me. And in the last break, because you brought this place up, I'm like, I love that place too. I just booked one of your spots you brought up.
Bestia.
I'm going to Bevel.
Oh, Bevel.
So I'm a Bestia Bevel owned by the same husband-wife combo, right?
Denny's.
In the Arts District. Do you know them?
No.
Oh.
I was saying my favorite spot's Denny's.
Oh, Denny's.
Yeah.
Oh, Denny's. No, you went fancy schmancy, but that's fine. You want to call me
7-Eleven.
fancy schmancy, but not the other way
Sushi.
around. That's cool. Nobu. Okay, I have a table at Nobu. It's crazy. Weekly Nobu as well. Anyway, Lori, I'm more of a Bestia person. Lori likes Bevel, so we're going to go to Bevel. Mediterranean vibe.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Hummus,
Love the
cocktails.
vibes. That's Arts District, right?
Yeah.
DTLA? Kind of in nearby, like that. Okay, cool. Because that same owner has like 3 spots, right?
Wait, they have a third restaurant?
Yeah, there's a third one. I forgot what it's called. There's a third one in the mix.
Of the Bestia Bevel mix?
I believe so.
Because Girl and the Goat is down there,
Yeah.
which is really, really good. Man, the food in this town is unbelievable.
Really is.
I'm still, so like, I drove by the Ethiopian place, Meals by Gannett today, and I looked at it, and I thought, you think she'd let me in even though they're closed? Because they were really nice
For
on
you,
Sunday.
anything.
They were really nice on Sunday. So how is Nobu?
It's tasty.
Is it?
I wouldn't know.
I've never been there.
No dough for Nobu.
I need that DMAC money.
Hey, just probably that tennis admission, that tennis fee, that tennis club fee, man. That
no.
you can get that's good enough to go into Club 33 for Disneyland,
dude,
which is 70,000 initiation.
How did you get into the
20K a
VIP
year.
Disney place? Are you pulling fast ones on people?
Hey,
Are you
man.
like maneuvering?
I got friends in high places. You're a perfect example.
Yeah. Come on over.
Yep.
You can have car keys thrown at you like I do at my own tennis
There we go.
club.
I got a red vest.
It's soup. Do you?
Sure.
Oh man, this is embarrassing. When I was in college, I went to some awards thing at Missouri, where I went to college, University of Missouri, and my friend Ebony, who I've known for years, picked out an outfit. And in retrospect, it looked like I was a waiter. And the entire night I walked around and people handed me their plates.
Oh,
Maybe that's
no.
why I did Lamb Donovan.
I was about to say.
In retrospect,
Yeah, plate handing off karma.
psychological scar. Do you want to hear a little Adam Schefter?
Here's Shefty, baby.
I've never met Adam.
I never
Schefter.
have. I've seen him a couple times, but no, never have I met him. Hopefully that'll change pretty soon, though.
He was on NFL Live, and he gave the latest on Aaron Donald.
The idea here is Donald himself has floated that he could potentially return to Los Angeles. He's thinking about it. Training camp is getting closer next month. They'd have to come up with a plan for him to bring it back. But where else right now would Aaron Donald be more wanted, more celebrated, more respected than in the Rams locker room where Myles Garrett is already waiting for him? Again, no decision from Aaron Donald, and we'll see whether the two sides can get it done. But there seems to be a lot of momentum to the idea that this is certainly possible.
So you made a point earlier, DMAC, here, before DMAC and Reiter got going 2 to 6 p.m. every day on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, about just the way in which this is historically insane that the best player in football, certainly the best defensive player in football, gets traded to a team, and that trade, and that it did happen, Myles Garrett could, as we heard from Schefter, could lead to the best player in franchise history coming out of retirement to play with him. I came up with, and you just said, how often has this happened? I came up with 3 examples. Can I read them to you?
Yeah.
Okay. The most recent would be the equivalent of TJ Watt in 2021 being traded to the Colts, and therefore Andrew Luck coming out of retirement. And none of these even encapsulate the level to which the Rams roster is superior to every example I'm going to give you. But this would be like TJ Watt, who won Defensive Player of the Year in 2021 and was widely considered the best player in the NFL, at least defensively, being traded to the Colts and luring Andrew Luck out of retirement. The next best example, by timeline, maybe Calvin Johnson. Would you put him on that level?
Yes, certainly.
In 2018, when he walked away, the Defensive Player of the Year was one Aaron Donald. So it'd be Donald having been traded to that team. But you also have to have the other thing is you have the reigning MVP at quarterback in the mix. That doesn't even include the examples I'm giving you. And maybe the best example would be 2021 if Michael Strahan had been traded to the Lions and Barry Sanders had retired.
Yeah, that's
what we're talking about.
That's a great way, I think, to really put this into perspective, to throw some context on it. I was thinking if prime Randy Moss got traded somewhere and then prime Barry Sanders comes out of retirement, things like that, best of their positions, guys still with prime years left. But this soundbite from Adam Schefter and everything that we're seeing, everything that we've kind of heard, the tea leaves that we're reading, everything leads me to believe that he's coming back. And the number one reason why I believe that is because all of the parties involved, whether that be Sean McVay, whether it be Rams general manager Les Snead, whether it be Aaron Donald himself, whether it be his closest friends and former teammates, whoever it may be, no one has turned it down, including Aaron Donald himself. So I do personally believe in my heart of hearts, my gut tells me that it's not if, it's when, and that this is inevitable. And just kind of diving into some of the numbers on Aaron Donald, I think that what we're talking about is another dynamic duo in LA, a Kobe and Shaq level tandem. I think that this has the potential to be the best defensive NFL tandem that we've ever seen. The NFL has had
wild.
It's really crazy when you think about it. Because exactly. I mean, the NFL's had the fearsome foursome, the steel curtain, the purple people eaters, the New York sack exchange. It's a fun one, right? But I think this one is going to be the terrible twosome. I really do. I was just kind of looking at this, Bill.
How about the dangerous duo?
Dangerous duo works. The Towers of Terror. We got
what was that one? Say it again.
Towers of Terror.
That was great. No,
Really?
I'm here for it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
But so I
The
was
Getters of Garrett. No, it doesn't work. The Doers of Donald.
The Wrecking Balls. The
Wrecking Balls.
I mean, the defensive
The
disruptors.
Wrecking Ball? What are you talking? The bowling pins go down.
Look, whatever they're going to be, they're going to be great if they're a duo. I'll tell you that much. But here's the thing. So
wait, tell me how much. Tell me again.
Significantly.
They'll be good.
They're going to be absolutely.
At the football?
They're going to be so good at
I got
football.
it.
But I was looking at some of the best duos that we've ever seen.
I'm sorry. There's a little breaking
Yeah.
news.
We got breaking news?
Clippers have made a draft pick. If they're picking 5 in the NBA draft. Don't tell James Coe I said this. If a Clippers pick happens in the forest, no one's around to hear it. Does anyone care? Keaton,
I care, Clippers.
I don't even know these guys. By the way, this is a weird blind spot for me because I used to cover college basketball, but I'm not a college basketball guy because of how much time I used to spend on the NBA. Keaton Wagler
out of Illinois, right?
Yeah,
I'm not going to flex here, but
Brad Underwood's my guy.
I think one of the first shows I was like, I like Keaton Wagler for the.
I'm not going to flex here. Allow me to flex. Just flex.
I threw out that I think the Clippers would
Tuesday.
take Keaton Wagler. Wagler he's a good player.
Just waggle your finger at the camera, be like, I called it.
You know, I'm gonna start. You dog
Your
the
voice
Clippers
just
so
went up
much.
really high.
Did it really?
Yeah, I.
You dog the Clippers so much.
Do I?
And rightfully so. They've been one of the worst franchises in all sports.
Wait, rightfully so. I thought you were going to go at me.
I'm not going at you. I think that I am going to give them a fair assessment on moves they're going to make. And I think Wagler
we'll be fair.
is someone that I truly believe it's a good pick. It's a good pick for them. A quality player, not a superstar, but as you point out early in the show, Bill, a very deep draft. And there's a lot of talent, a lot of quality. And that's why a team like the Clippers, man, they need a spark. They need a franchise-altering player. He's not that, but I do think it's a step in the right direction. I really do.
I mean, he's a 6'6" guard. I mean, I don't know a lot about him. Here's the thing, and maybe this is not the right way to do analysis. I know people sort of look at who gets drafted and say, here is what I think of this person. I tend to do it a little bit differently. I tend to say who's making the selections and do I trust them. I like Lawrence Frank. He's the president of operations. He's not even the GM. He's above that. He lives in the South Bay. He's a very nice guy. He does not have a track record of massive success as it relates to drafting, and so my skepticism comes in not from this young man, but the person making the selection. Doesn't mean it won't work out. Doesn't mean it won't work. Sam Presti drafts somebody, I'm like, okay, that's probably going to work. Rob Pelinka drafts somebody, I'm like, that's probably not going to work. The Clippers draft somebody under this regime, I'm like, maybe.
That's true. I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due. Some like Sam Presti. I mean, he's really, really good at drafting raw athletes and molding them, and they use player development. So it's kind of all over the place. I think for the Clippers, they're trying to look for a reason to draft because they've used a lot of those picks to try to acquire win-now talent. But a guy like Wagler, he's been compared to Tyrese Halliburton, just less athletic.
Weapon, right? Say defensive liability, offensive weapon.
Exactly. Yeah. Maybe a Mike Conley if he was more of a consistent shot maker, a bigger version of that. So, yeah, it's a good pick for the Clippers. It really is.
Here's his shooting splits just over the course of his college career. He shot 45% from the field. He shot 40% from three. Obviously, the line goes back, but that's really important in the modern game. 80% from the free throw line. So you're talking a guy that averaged 20 points per game, and as you noted, has high offensive upside. That is the Clippers pick, number 5 overall. Again, Keaton Wagler is the guy. The pick that most of us are really focused on is number 25. It's the Lakers pick. The James Coe Show is coming up after us, and James will be chilling with us in about 10 or 15 minutes, but he will have you covered absolutely 100% live and local when the Lakers make their selection. I'm excited about two things. I'm excited to hear James do that, right? I'm excited when James breaks it down here on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, and I'm excited because we're, to a degree, as people that like doing the show and trying to do it well, I'm excited that we get to go home, see what the pick is, and really sort of get into the weeds tonight and come tomorrow and give a full sort of profile with time on whoever the selection is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, after the dust settles tonight, we'll see what the Lakers did, who they picked. I'm sure there is going to be a lot of conversations about that selection, and the Lakers, they got to hit it tonight, man. They have to absolutely go out there and nail whatever they're going to do on draft night. Championships can be won and lost tonight. They really, truly can.
Are you, last thought before we get to the Rooter Hero of the Day winner, are you a Ken Pom guy? Do you have a strong lean on Ken Pom?
Absolutely.
Because you're a numbers guy.
Yeah, Ken Pom, I mean, it just shows. I mean, if you're high on the Ken Pom list, your chance of winning the NCAA championship are much higher.
He's the Bill James, basically, for lack of a better comparison, of college basketball. And I did not know this. Wagler has one of the highest offensive ratings in Ken Pom history for an individual with a sample size that's reasonable, with a usage rate, I should say, that's reasonable, at 130.2. So, according to Ken Pom, this is one of the best individual offensive performers in the history of his analysis of college basketball, who the Clippers just drafted. And again, James Coe is going to join us in a few minutes to preview what he's got coming up on the James Coe Show. But I can tell you that he will also, I know this for a fact, when the Lakers make their selection, I'm guessing here, probably 7 to 7:30, he will be live, he will be local, he will break it down for you like he did last night on the Giannis trade. We will talk with James about his show and reveal the Rooter Hero of the Day next on DMAC and Reiter. and Reiter, presented by TTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. That's calldowntown.com. You can also call us at 855-97 LA Fan. It is time for the segment of the century.
It's time for the Rooter Hero of the Day.
Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero, rooterhero.com. Eric Lauer, Tanner Scott, Mr. Ronaldo, and Erling Haaland were our finalists. Would you like to guess the winner? D-Mac.
Eric Lauer, baby.
Yeah,
Is
baby.
it? Is it?
You got it.
Yes.
34% of the vote with a 6-inning relief no-hitter opener level of stupidity. I hate it. I hate it so much. I know. It worked. They won. Cool.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I like the fact
like
that I can kind of get with you on this one. I'd prefer to see him start games, but I'm just happy about the success that he's had with the Dodgers. I mean, at this point, it's not even player development.
That's true.
It's really career CPR. That's what the Dodgers do. That's what they did to Eric Lauer, career CPR. We've seen it once again. They've worked their magic. Everyone thinks, oh, Eric Lauer's a bust. I think the Dodgers look at it as a before picture, right? That's how they view these players. That's their before picture. We'll show the after picture. It goes with the Dodgers. He's